On a continent unfamiliar to us, steeped in magic and chivalry, a band of ordinary young mercenaries found themselves swept into the currents of history, entangled with the three great powers. An epic tale commenced in the year 192 of the Red Moon calendar, unfurling a grand narrative of tumult and adventure. In this enchanting realm, the young mercenaries yearned to strive, to resist the whims of fate, and even dreamed of escaping to lead mundane lives. Yet, no matter the time or place, they steadfastly upheld their sense of duty and the calling of their trade. These young mercenaries, under immense pressure, ignited a divine conflict in this magical world beneath their stellar brilliance. Countless leaders, warriors, renowned generals, and sages emerged like stars in the silver heavens, giving rise to countless ballads sung by bards. Volume 1. Prologue. In the known world, the frozen continent remains the least traversed by humanity, a realm where ferocious beasts and frigid temperatures of minus 60 degrees pose the greatest threats, particularly during the autumn and winter seasons, when numerous caravans and mercenary bands meet their fates in the blizzards. In the early winter of the year 192 in a magical calendar, a lone adventurer stood atop a small hill on the eastern side of the continent's largest forest. Oh, perhaps lone is not the most fitting descriptor, for this adventurer was surrounded by other creatures. Surprising indeed, these beasts were the infamous giant snow wolves, renowned for their ferocity on the icy land. Ugawu, a pack of over a dozen adult snow wolves, their silver fur bristling, advanced toward the adventurer, emitting low growls from deep within their throats. It was evident that should the adventurer make even the slightest movement, the wolves would certainly charge forth, tearing him to shreds. However, contrary to expectations, the surrounded adventurer exhibited no fear. A smile even graced his face. "Damn it, don't look at me with those dead sheep eyes," the young adventurer declared, extending his middle finger in a threatening gesture toward the wolves. "Don't think for a moment that because you are first-class protected animals in two nations, I won't dare to slay you. If it weren't for the concern of displeasing little bye, I would have dealt with your kind already." The wolves, of course, did not comprehend the humans' words. The adult wolves growled, while over a dozen smaller wolves nearby tore into the corpses of unfortunate humans, the crimson blood already frozen solid. Alas, the young adventurer sighed, sitting down in the snow. "You little pups, even if you devour every last bone, you can't possibly consume these garments. How will the relatives of these people find them later? Look here, I'm talking about you. That ring you just swallowed is worth at least 20 gold coins. And you rogue, that was the most valuable purple coin, not an egg laid by a purple duck. Can you even digest that?" A half-grown snow wolf, its eyes rolling in irritation, glanced at the chattering human food and then at the much larger wolf standing beside him, expressing its dissatisfaction. With a few huffs, the adventurer seemed to recall something, his brow furrowing instantly as he muttered, "That rascal has run off to the Wish Tower, perhaps surrounded by beautiful sorceresses." Hith hith. A mischievous grin blossomed on the adventurer's face. "Those enchanting ladies, several centuries old, would surely give you, with your inflated ego, quite a headache. But damn it, you fled and left me with this burden. What a predicament! How many lovely maidens in the imperial capital eagerly await my arrival, only to find me playing the role of a free babysitter. Oh, what a calamity! What sins did I commit in my past life to be punished thus?" In a fit of self-pity, the adventurer hurled snow around him, startling the wolves, who growled defensively at this seemingly deranged human. "Little bye, have your brethren smear more blood on themselves. We're leaving," the adventurer exclaimed, rising abruptly, brushing the snow from his attire and beckoning the pack of wolves to follow him southward. The chilling air carried his final words. "You irresponsible fellow, just wait and see how I will educate your son. If I don't make him suffer to the point of wishing for death, I will not bear the surname Chi when you emerge from the Wish Tower and see your son prepare to weep in despair." Is it history that shapes heroes, or do heroes shape history? This intricate relationship has always been difficult to discern. Yet, from the perspective of Amy Haber, the mercenary king who entered the annals of the Imi continent in the year 200 of the Red Moon calendar, the first year of the magical calendar, the first decade was history crafting heroes, while the latter decade bore witness to the dance of heroes with history. Chapter 1. The Attack of the Snow Wolves. Ugug. A series of increasingly urgent horn blasts echoed from the northern edge of Hake Village, located in the southeast corner of the frozen continent. Accompanying the sound, a hoarse voice drew nearer. "The snow wolves are coming, the snow wolves are coming. About 20 of them. Everyone hide. They'll reach the village in 10 minutes. A breathless hunter appeared, riding a snow deer at the village's northern entrance. All the villagers, engaged in various tasks, halted immediately. Regardless of age or gender, They hurriedly unhitched the snow deer from their plows, drove the snow chickens into cages, and gathered the snow pigs into baskets the villagers swiftly corralled their livestock inside, collectively lifting the bedding to throw the animals into a hidden space beneath the bed, finally descending into the makeshift hiding spot and locking the iron trapdoor from the inside. "Amy, come inside," an elderly voice called from a small thatched hut in the southern part of the village. "The snow wolves are almost here." The old man's voice grew increasingly anxious and stern. "Wait, Grandpa, I'm coming." Two little snow chickens just hatched yesterday and ran into the bushes. A youthful voice replied from outside the hut. A woo of the howl of wolves echoed from a distance. The destructive power of a pack of snow wolves is immense. Not only humans, but even fierce hunting dogs and the mighty yaks cannot escape once targeted. If the child named Amy were to glance up, he would see the nearest snow wolves already charging into the street. Only mere steps away, thud, the wooden door of the hut was forcefully pushed open. A white-haired elder rushed to the yard, seizing the boy by the scruff of his neck, disregarding his kicking, hitting, and cries, and dragged him inside. Just as the two figures concealed themselves in the hidden space beneath their bed, a pack of snow wolves burst into the house. The largest among them attempted to lift the iron plate, while others sniffed around it, their frosty breath wafting through the cracks. Grandpa, the chickens are surely doomed." The child, still naive, lamented, fixated on the two little chickens. "Amy, listen to me. The chickens can be hatched again. Next time, there will be more." The old man reassured his grandson. "Grandpa, why aren't the hunters in the village doing anything to kill those snow wolves? Last time we went to hunt the snow bear together, and it was much stronger than the snow wolves. We could kill it. Why don't they kill the snow wolves?" The child cried, gasping for breath. Alas, the elder sighed deeply. "Snow wolves cannot be killed. Whoever slays one must pay with their life. But how did those uncles from outside manage to kill over 30 snow wolves last time?" The young boy protested. "They are mercenaries. Mercenaries can kill snow wolves." The elder replied, not wishing to delve further into explanations. "When I grow up, I too shall become a mercenary." The tearful little boy clenched his fists tightly. And one could have imagined that during the Great War of the Gods, the esteemed Lord Amy, who played a pivotal role in shaping the realms of creation, the dragon realm, and the demon realm as the foremost among the trio of humans, dragons, and gods, was driven by a mere desire to engage in the exhilarating hunt of the pitiful snow wolves. This aspiration was the foundation of his grand ambition to become a mercenary. Indeed, from the perspective of consistent dedication, Lord Amy has exhibited a rare steadfastness in his pursuits. However, what kind of struggle and adversity must a farmer's child, living in a remote village and possessing no innate desire for power or royalty, endure to gain the recognition of the gods and ultimately emerge as a timeless hero? The journey ahead is still long. Chapter 2. The 100 Years' War. To comprehend why the residents of Hake Village cannot confront the snow wolves, and may even face retribution that could cost them their lives, one must delve into a tale that spans 5 centuries, rooted in the enmity between two vast empires across 2 continents. Hake Village is situated on the eastern bank of the Warm Water River, which, according to the territorial delineations established by the hegemonic Aimi Empire and the ancient Hami Kingdom, should belong to the latter. The Warm Water River originates from a hot spring lake, known as Snow Moon Lake, formed hundreds of years ago after a minor volcanic eruption. The continuous flow of warm springs emanates abundant heat year-round, creating a unique temperate climate in this frigid continent. The original inhabitants, the Hami people, were accustomed to life in the cold and snowy environment. However, as the region gradually warmed, they migrated year by year, resulting in a significant decline in the presence of Hami soldiers in the area. Consequently, a power vacuum emerged along the Warm Water River. To the south lies the Aimi Nor continent, a warm expanse 1.5 times larger than the frozen land. Here resides the Aimi Empire, a dominant force established 500 years ago. It is vital to clarify that the Aimi Empire has no blood relation to the protagonist, Aimi Haber, as the name Aimi is exceedingly common among humans, with at least 5 individuals bearing the name among every 100. Throughout its over 5 centuries of history, the successive emperors of the Aimi Empire have harbored an insatiable desire for this unique, warm region on the icebound continent, frequently attempting, through diplomacy, warfare, and coercion to seize Snow Moon Lake in the Warm Water River Basin, yet all endeavors have ended in failure. In the years marked as Year 3, Year 12, Year 35, Year 47, and Year 52 of the Red Moon calendar, within a mere span of 50 years, 3 successive monarchs of the Aimi Empire initiated 5 regional wars targeting Snow Moon Lake and the Warm Water River Basin, deploying all available forces, including dragon knights. However, each conflict concluded with the same disheartening outcome of defeat. In the southernmost reaches of the continent, the Aimi Empire swiftly occupied all available land. Yet it cannot rightly be termed as conquest, for for the Hami kingdom had long ceased to station any troops in the region. As the wars commenced, numerous Hami wolf-riding warriors launched offensives against the Northern Federation of the Imi Empire, traversing the sole thoroughfare of Dragon Tooth Mountain on the icebound continent. Irrespective of the military branch, facing the venerable Hami warriors clad in snow-white bear fur armor, astride their snowy mounts, against a backdrop of wide expanses, the only outcome was retreat. The combat efficacy of any military unit in the freezing climate plummeted to less than 20. While even the formidable Dragon Knights could muster only 50 of their strength, the number of Dragon Knights in the Imi Empire paled in comparison to even a small contingent of Hami wolf riders. Thus, each war culminated in the encirclement of the ice fortresses by the Hami forces, ultimately compelling the imperial troops to agree to withdrawal terms. Historically, several emperors of the Imi Empire sought to acquire the bountiful lands of Snow Moon Lake and the Warm Water River through diplomatic means or deception. Yet every ruler of the Hami kingdom categorically refused to sign any agreements that might pertain to territorial matters. The singular reason for this steadfastness lies in the fact that the founding monarch of the Imi Empire, Imi, had once successfully deceived a ruler of the Hami kingdom, acquiring approximately 25 of the Hami kingdom's territory and establishing the Northern Federation of the Imi Empire. Strictly speaking, Imi did not deceive anyone. He offered the Hami kingdom a treaty, proposing to exchange his empire's most fertile lands, the flowery plain in the heart of Imi Nor, for territory in the southern part of the icebound continent, showcasing the abundant resources of the region. Moved by this offer, the Hami king Muya VII, against the vehement opposition of his younger brother and the Empress Dowager, signed the shockingly audacious territorial exchange agreement, which astonished the nations of both continents. Following the signing, nearly everyone deemed Imi to be mad. A powerful empire had traded its most prosperous lands for the most barren territories, except for the Empress Dowager and the king's brother, who, enraged, returned to his domain, risking execution to declare independence and establish the Northern Hami kingdom. At that time, Muya VII, eager to relocate the capital to the flowery plains, made the momentous decision to gradually relinquish territories on the icebound continent, thus neglecting to hold his brother accountable. The latter seized this precious opportunity to rapidly expand his domain, ultimately occupying all regions north and east of Dragon Tooth Mountain. Ecstatic, Muya VII and his ministers arrived at the flowery plain, initially perceiving it as a paradise. The northern expanse, perpetually spring-like, boasted moist air and a vibrant array of blooming flowers. One could gallop for 3 days and nights without encountering a dearth of blossoms or the absence of sweet fragrances. The southern part, however, was a damp and rainy area, filled with vast broadleaf rainforests abundant with sweet fruits. Nevertheless, during the 15 years following the migration, the newly established capital of Muya VII was besieged 3 times by neighboring nations and marauding bandits. In the final assault, Muya VII, leading his personal guard, plunged into the enemy ranks, washing away his ignorance and shame with his own blood. How could the mightiest nation of the icebound continent find itself so thoroughly humiliated upon reaching Imi Nor? Where had the invincible snow wolf cavalry vanished? Subsequent military theorists would later assert that the principles of military counters and enhancements were written in the blood of a king and 100,000 snow wolf riders. The Hami people, having resided for generations on the icebound continent, possessed notably long hair, particularly eyebrows and eyelashes, which evolved to mitigate the blinding effects of sunlight reflecting off the snow. However, upon their arrival in the humid climate of the flowery plain, this physiological trait became intolerable, with droplets of moisture frequently accumulating between their brows. While nobles could afford to have their appearances groomed, what of the soldiers? The snow wolves, with their long, white fur, fared poorly in the sultry plains, performing even worse than ordinary warhorses. In the verdant grasslands, their natural camouflage became the color of shrouds after each battle. Ultimately, from the army of 100,000 snow wolves that entered the flowery plain, barely over 10,000 returned to their homeland. From that bitter lesson, the Hami learned to refrain from discussing territorial matters with anyone. The Snow Moon Lake was formed as a result of a volcanic eruption, a century after the Hami retreated back to the icebound continent. Thus, it is evident that the Hami would not repeat their past mistakes. Due to the conditions of the flowery plain, the Hami maintained a respectful distance from the temperate environments of Snow Moon Lake and the Warm Water River, refraining from deploying any military forces, yet they would not permit the loss of this territory. Nonetheless, the Warm Water River and Snow Moon Lake offered some utility as foraging grounds for the snow wolves. To ensure the combat prowess of these wolves, the Hami kingdom allowed them to roam freely in the wild. Alternatively, it may be more accurate to say that the Hami kingdom lacked the means to raise such a multitude of warwolves for the impoverished Hami kingdom. Any large-scale mobilization of troops could not be prolonged without risking economic collapse, primarily due to the financial drain inflicted by the snow wolves. Upon the outbreak of war, the Hami, relying on their innate instincts, sought out wild wolf packs to enlist them. The wild wolves cooperated remarkably well, aligning themselves into various cavalry units, with the lead wolf serving as the mount for the captain, who would assign wolves of differing ranks to correspond with the various tiers of warriors. The population of snow wolves has consistently hovered around 150,000, originally scattered across the icy expanse of the continent. However, following the establishment of the Aimi Empire's territory on this frozen land, the snow wolves curiously retreated to the realms of the Hami Kingdom and the Northern Hami Kingdom, each harboring approximately 70,000 individuals. The continent is characterized by a scarcity of flora and fauna, rendering the hunt for sustenance a formidable challenge for the snow wolves, who often endure days and nights of relentless pursuit to capture a single prey. Consequently, attacking the villages of non-Hami humans has become a primary method of foraging for these wolves. The Hami people do not oppose the habitation of other races on the icy continent, provided that taxes are duly paid. However, they absolutely forbid any harm to come to the snow wolves. In such circumstances, it has become imperative for human settlements to learn to coexist harmoniously with the wolves. Increasingly, long-term residents have grown accustomed to the rhythm of life dictated by the wolves' presence, believing that this coexistence constitutes a form of tax owed to the Hami Kingdom. The Hami Kingdom's frugal lifestyle necessitates minimal taxation from its citizens, and coupled with the wolf head tax, the overall tax burden remains significantly lighter than in other nations, a fact that has not provoked discontent among non-Hami residents. Haika Village exemplifies a community that must pay the wolf head tax, where inhabitants have adapted to the routine of allowing the wolves to take only the larger livestock during their visits, leaving behind a modest number of poultry for the wolves' enjoyment. Typically, the wolf packs do not linger long. Firstly, they are averse to the stifling, humid air. Secondly, the next village lies merely half a day's journey away, where they also have taxes to collect. Amidst the cacophony of claws scraping against the ground, a rhythmic sound emanated from the iron plate atop Aimi's head, as a melodious young man's voice inquired, "Is this the abode of the Haber family?" Historians of the Aimi Empire steadfastly assert that Emperor Aimi I had no intention of deceiving Emperor Mias VII, as history later unfolded. After the Hami Kingdom withdrew from the flower language plain, the Aimi Empire, despite having the opportunity to reclaim the land, refrained from sending a single soldier to the region. This decision inadvertently allowed a small religious organization, the Holy See, to find its footing and flourish. What, then, compelled the so-called king of the continent, Aimi I, to make such a seemingly erroneous choice? Perhaps we may discern the fundamental motives of the so-called king of the continent through the experiences of a mercenary named Aimi, 5 centuries hence. Notes from the Royal Scholar, Research on the King of the Continent Chapter 3, The Iron Horse and the Ice River Who? The young boy instinctively inquired, only to suddenly realize how inconceivable it was for this individual to be in the company of a snow wolf. He clung tightly to his grandfather, nearly screaming in terror. In Hake Village, no Hami people had ever ventured here. Even tax collectors were dispatched from other races. Thus, in this region, wolves were absent where humans resided. And humans and wolves certainly could not coexist. Is this the Haber residence? I am a friend of Lake Haber, a mellifluous male voice resonated from above. Daddy. Daddy. Yes, Daddy, yes, friend. Amy exclaimed upon hearing her father's name, nearly forgetting everything else as she reached for the iron door's latch. The elder pulled Amy back slightly. From your speech, you're not Hami. You must be from the Aimi Empire, correct? The elder queried in a grave tone. Yes, indeed. You must be Uncle Haber. Both Lake and I serve in the border guard of the Aimi Empire. How is it that you are with the snow wolves? They consume everyone except the Hami. The elder's words dripped with skepticism. Oh, it's nothing. I let them go. Hiki, Uncle Haber. I possess certain unique circumstances that render me one of the few in the Aimi Empire who is not devoured by snow wolves. After speaking, the young man appeared to address the snow wolves inside the house. Hey, brothers, let us go. I have matters to attend to. Little by. Tell your brothers to leave this village. A low howl from the wolves echoed, and soon the sounds of the snow wolves both inside and outside the house faded away. The elder hesitantly opened the iron door a crack, confirming through the gap that no snow wolves remained, before fully opening the door. A young man clad in the simplified military attire of the Aimi Empire stood by the bedside. Upon seeing the elder emerge, he promptly rose and respectfully nodded. Hello, Uncle Haber. I am a friend of Lake Haber from the army. My name is Hanfeng Chi, or you may call me Chi Hanfeng, as it may roll off the tongue more easily. Observing the man's surname, it was evident he descended from an ancient Eastern lineage. Uncle, where is my father? Amy jumped from the pit, her urgency mirrored in the elder's expression. Well, you might not believe it if I told you, the young man began earnestly. I don't know either, which is why I came here. The situation unfolded thus, at the elder Haber's behest. The young man recounted his reasons for arriving in Hake Village. This tale began with Amy's father departing the village. The villagers of Hake, like most inhabitants of the Warm Water River, were largely migrants from the Aimi Empire or the Holy See. This area was encircled by a vast ice forest stretching 1,000 kilometers long and 200 kilometers wide to the north, while to the east lay the only non-coniferous warm water river forest on the frozen continent, also quite expansive, approximately 300 kilometers wide. The south and west were bordered by the sea. The Ami Empire lacked the authority to construct ports here, and due to climatic conditions, the Hami Kingdom also refrained from building ports. Consequently, once most residents settled here, they rarely departed, particularly first-generation immigrants like Elder Haber. The young man, however, was different. Lake Haber spent his childhood in the Northern Federation of the Empire, growing up in Hake Village. He possessed a spirited nature and was unwilling to remain in one place for long, resolutely seeking to explore the world beyond. The Elder Haber's stance was clear: young people should venture forth. Life spans merely decades, and youth ought to be spent pursuing youthful endeavors. Thus, a decade ago, during the most recent invasion of the Ami Empire, the 20-year-old Lake Haber joined the Imperial Army as a guide. In the year of the Red Moon calendar 187. 5 years prior, Lake Haber returned to Hake Village on leave, accompanied by his 2-year-old son, Amy. Lake's wife had succumbed to weakness after giving birth, unable to withstand the icy winds of the frozen continent, passing away within a year. The young man's military commitments left him incapable of caring for his son, leading him to entrust the restless toddler to his elderly father. These prior events were well known to Amy, with a more detailed understanding than even Chi Hanfeng possessed. The subsequent narrative revealed Chi Hanfeng as principal reason for arriving here. In the same year of the Red Moon calendar 187, Chi Hanfeng was ordered to transfer from the imperial capital to the Northern Federation's border guard, serving as the cavalry captain of the Snow Moon Legion. Upon Lake Haber's return to the army, he discovered that the previous cavalry captain had been reassigned back to the Imperial Border's Forest Combat Zone. During a formal visit, he met Chi Hanfeng. According to this man named Chi Hanfeng, during a series of collaborations, Lake Haber, then the captain of the Glacier Infantry, had saved him on multiple occasions in the year of the Red Moon calendar 188. The newly appointed Chi Hanfeng led his team to pursue snow beast men harassing the borders from the ice forest. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Chi Hanfeng was lured 50 kilometers deep into the ice valley by the snow beast men. He initially aimed to annihilate these adversaries with his cavalry, but soon realized the snow beast men had escaped using the icy slopes on either side of the valley. The cavalry, having rushed down the steep slope, found themselves abandoned by fortune, confronted with a 20-kilometer-long incline that took half a day to descend. The return journey, however, posed a far greater challenge, as their steeds lacked the strength to ascend the slippery ice. Upon learning of Chi Hanfeng's predicament, Lake Haber swiftly deduced the dire consequences and led the Glacier Infantry on a night journey using sleds. They arrived at the ice valley and spread blankets from their sleds to create a non-slippery path, thereby averting a calamity for the Snow Moon Cavalry. Such scenarios occurred several times, though most were personal acts of assistance or life-saving gestures, which Chi Hanfeng recounted succinctly. By the end of the year of the Red Moon calendar 191, both Chi Hanfeng, then the cavalry captain, and Lake Haber, commander of the Glacier Infantry, received orders from the governor of the Northern Federation to escort the Imperial Archmage to the Icewish Tower located within the Hami Kingdom for trials. One battalion was tasked with escorting the Archmage out of the Ami Empire's border through the ice forest, while another was charged with guiding the Archmage into the Wish Tower. Throughout the Empire's history, a total of 342 Archmages had existed, with 134 willingly entering trials at the Icewish Tower. Records indicate that only 15 Archmages chose to undertake trials at this tower, with merely 3 succeeding. Among these 3, one concluded the trials after 5 years, while the other 2 finished their trials over a decade later. These 3 Imperial Magisters, those who successfully completed the trials, earned the title of Magister from the Magical Guild, described in their magical journals that entering the Wish Tower was akin to being cast into an icy barrier, where they honed and elevated their magical prowess within the realm of illusions. The escorting mission was a state-sanctioned endeavor, delivering a national document to the Hami and Northern Hami kingdoms. The journey comprised 3 of the most perilous regions: the Trial Caves, Dragon Tooth Mountain, and the Ice Forest, each recognized as the most dangerous locales on the frozen continent. The Ice Forest posed threats from snow wolves and snow beasts, making it easy to lose one's way without means of resupply. Near Dragon Tooth Mountain, legend spoke of green dragons of the ice element that had attacked merchants and even armies on the continent's thoroughfares. As for the Trial Caves, the most recent accounts date back 56 years, detailing the arduous journey required to traverse a 150-kilometer cave to reach the Icewish Tower. This cave necessitated at least 10 days of travel, teeming with numerous monsters, most of which inherently wielded basic ice magic. On that occasion, a convoy of 750 lost 60 of its warriors while traversing the Trial Cave, a perilous escort mission that danced with death for any elite army. No one should harbor the illusion of returning unscathed. Over the past 4 years, Lake Haber and Chi Hanfeng had collaborated on numerous tasks. Yet this marked their first quarrel during a mission. Chi Hanfeng's voice subtly shifted, causing Amy and her grandfather's hearts to race. Only those residing in the frozen continent truly comprehend its dangers. The desolate stretches of this land are commonplace, where a snowstorm can last for 10 days, accumulating over 3 meters of snow, entombing all inhabitants within hundreds of miles to suffocate. The beasts that survive in this realm possess tremendous strength and destructive power, and similarly, the humans who endure here are far more fierce and valiant compared to those from other continents. According to the planned itinerary, they emerged from the snow-laden forest. The man named Chi Hanfeng became lost in his memories, having long operated near the snow forest. It posed minimal threat to the Snow Moon Legion of the Ami Empire's Northern Federation. Like this time, after repelling several assaults from snow beasts, the 2 Imperial battalions safely reached the territory of the Hami Kingdom. However, a dispute arose between Lake Haber and Chi Hanfeng regarding which battalion should return to the Empire and which should continue the escort. Both acknowledged the great risks involved, leading them to vie for the task. Lake Haber attempted to persuade Chi Hanfeng to turn back with 2 arguments. Firstly, he had no heirs. Secondly, cavalry would be a liability in the snowy terrain. To Chi Hanfeng, these reasons only underscored Lake Haber's inability to proceed. If something were to befall Lake, his son would become an orphan, and while cavalry could provide some speed, should trouble arise, horses could still be slaughtered for sustenance, leaving dismounted knights to fight as infantry, no worse than glacier foot soldiers. Ultimately, these 2 friends, bonded by 5 years of camaraderie, resorted to violence. If that is the case, let the strong prevail. They have a greater chance of survival. Chi Hanfeng, brimming with confidence, had been a standout at the Imperial Junior Knight School since he entered at the age of 5, and by 19, he had proven himself a knight through trials. At this juncture, his voice faltered, and Amy and her grandfather, preoccupied with concerns for Lake Haber's fate, failed to notice the nuances in his words. The duel was conducted in private. The outcome was beyond Chi Hanfeng's imagination, as Haber gained a decisive advantage, leading to Chi's swift defeat. In their previous collaborative missions, the Knight Battalion often undertook assault tasks, while the Glacier Infantry typically held the line or engaged in diversion. She had rarely witnessed Lake Haber take direct action and, fearing to undermine his friend, had never inquired about his martial prowess. In this confrontation, Chi Hanfeng charged at Lake Haber on horseback, lance in hand, lacking any finesse. Amidst the swirling snow, Lake met him head-on, his great sword clashing against the lance. Chi felt a jolt as the lance was driven from the protective zone of his shield. Lake immediately retreated, revealing a perilous gap between the lance and shield, an omen of death. Chi regretted not opting for a 2-handed spear, for then, he mused, such a predicament would have been avoided. Enough, brother, let us cease this quarrel. This is our fate. Lake Haber patted Chi Hanfeng's shoulder. My son is 7 this year. I had intended to bring him to the ice fortress for training, but now, this task is entrusted to you. Please watch over him for me, if I do not return. This had transpired 11 months prior. The former captain of the Imperial Knight Battalion felt a slight moisture in his eyes. My father. Is he dead? The 7-year-old Amy stammered in distress. I do not know, came the response. A month ago. Soldiers returning from the Wish Tower reported that when the Grand Mage entered, a barrier storm erupted. Not only was the Grand Mage engulfed, but soldiers near the barrier were also caught in its tempest. Your father, for the sake of everyone's safety, rushed to the entrance of the Wish Tower, desperately trying to keep the storm at bay. When he used his great sword as a bolt to secure the door, he was drawn inside. Chi Hanfeng appeared to regain his composure. Can he return? What is a barrier storm? Young Amy inquired anxiously. He should be able to, though it may take years. You are still young. As you grow older, you will understand. This man, later referred to by Amy as uncle, replied simply, perhaps you may need to rescue your father. In the year 192 of the Red Moon calendar, a stranger named Chi Hanfeng, claiming to be a distant uncle of Amy, became a member of Hake Village. Curiously, from the day he arrived, the Snow Wolves ceased their visits to collect taxes from Hake Village. In the eyes of posterity, the mercenary King Amy was endowed with myriad opportunities, leading to his later accomplishments. However, within the many renowned sayings attributed to him, one phrase he frequently reiterated was almost universally forgotten by later generations. To reap 100-fold, one must invest 1,000-fold. A single effort may yield no return, yet persistent endeavor will surely bear fruit. Few knew how deeply Amy had loathed this saying in his youth. Chapter 4. The Baptism of Snow and Fire's Son. Rise and shine. The melodious voice of a young man echoed as dawn began to break. Uncle Chi, just a little longer. I'm so tired. At 5 in the morning, the little ones were still in a drowsy stupor, and of course, the 8-year-old Amy was no exception. Hoping for a bit more sleep was hardly an extravagant request. Ah, it's freezing. A pitiful cry emerged from the dark night. But it seemed the neighbors near the Huber family's cottage had grown accustomed to this peculiar morning alarm. Little Amy swiftly leaped from her icy bed, while the mischievous instigator of this morning's antics, with a broad grin, placed a large wooden basin filled with snow on the ground and said languidly, "I often regret not having endured rigorous training in my youth. It's all my father's fault for not managing me well, which has led to my lack of accomplishments. Well, I absolutely cannot allow you to harbor such sentiments when you grow up. I intend to cultivate you into a warrior far superior to your father. I wish to reap 100-fold. Thus, my son, you must exert yourself 1,000-fold." Before the eastern sky had even begun to lighten, two figures, one large and one small, set off from Hake Village, running along the warm water river towards Snow Moon Lake. The poor little Amy was coerced into singing rather silly songs by a certain scoundrel. 1, 2, 3, 4, I love my dad, Chi-Ha-Fong. Chi-Ha-Fong leads us forward. Onward. Beyond the mountains and rivers, there was a Chi-Ha-Fong, clever and resourceful. Cough. Truly. It is no easy task to vanquish someone with such a self-satisfied psychological condition. Chi-Ha-Fong was a peculiar individual. Anyone meeting him for the first time would assume he hailed from nobility. In the various empires, all noble families possess certain characteristics: a noble demeanor, elegant speech, and proper etiquette. Chi-Ha-Fong's initial impression was precisely that, but over time, one would discover another facet of him, a penchant for mischief and trickery. After residing in Hake Village for 2 months, all the residents familiar with Chi-Ha-Fong had fallen victim to his antics. They came to believe his self-description, a soldier, a destitute nobleman with the lowest title of imperial knight, a title that could neither be inherited nor grant him any land. The most unfortunate victim of this was the poor little Amy. This unconventional uncle enjoyed calling little Amy his son, since the day this eccentric uncle arrived. Little Amy had never once slept in. This rascal afforded little Amy no time for freedom, though he never raised a hand against her. His methods often proved far more terrifying than mere punishment. Placing snow and ice in her bed was merely a triviality. Mr. Chi-Ha-Fong, when determined, was the sort to make one wish for death yet find it elusive. Alas, what must the feelings of Lake Huber be? Entrusting his son to such a companion, while residing in the Ice Prayer Tower. Initially, Grandpa Huber was quite unaccustomed to this young man's treatment of his grandson, and even less so to his calling little Amy son. However, after spending some time with this young man, he quickly accepted him as a family member. What truly touched the old man was Chi-Ha-Fong's actions after little Amy had fallen asleep, such as getting up at night to tuck her in and preparing lessons under the oil lamp, or enduring bloody hands from chopping wood for her education, and rising early to laboriously dig out snow. Little Amy's daily regimen likely included the following: physical training, rising before dawn to run along the warm water river all the way to Snow Moon Lake, a distance of approximately 20 kilometers. With snow and ice covering both banks, Chi-Ha-Fong mandated that she run lightly clad, donning only a thin leather outfit. Mental fortitude training. Upon reaching Snow Moon Lake, she would strip off her clothes and plunge into the water. The lake, heated from underground, possessed an extremely high temperature. While swimming only occurred at the shore, the water was warm enough to boil snow chicken eggs. Suddenly leaping from the icy depths into the scalding lake indeed trained one's resolve. Like most hot springs, the waters of Snow Moon Lake possessed remarkable healing and restorative properties, allowing Amy to recover splendidly from whatever trials she endured the previous day. After an hour of mental fortitude training at Snow Moon Lake, she would continue her physical training by swimming back to Hake Village along the warm water river. This regimen lasted only a year before being discontinued, as there came a day when Amy was so exhausted that she fell asleep while swimming. Rich in minerals, the warm water river had such buoyancy that even without swimming, one could easily float. The current flowed towards the sea, right where Hake Village lay. Upon discovering this secret, Amy often took the opportunity to catch a couple of hours of sleep, until one day she overslept and drifted too far out into the sea. Chi-Ha-Fong, growing anxious after waiting half an hour without seeing her return, took a wooden boat and found her sound asleep 5 kilometers from the shoreline. After that incident, Amy never enjoyed the luxury of floating and sleeping while training again. Upon returning to the village, she underwent combat skill training, which essentially involved chopping wood. How could chopping wood relate to combat skills? Little Amy pondered this question about her dear Uncle Chi. Well, Chi scratched his nose. To be honest, I don't know either. All other training is my design, but this one was suggested by your father. It seemed this was indeed the idea of Lake Huber. When Amy, following Chi-Ha-Fong's instructions, visited the residents of Hake Village, offering to chop their wood for free, most of the older residents displayed expressions that said, "Ha! It's truly befitting of a Huber child." It appeared that the Huber family had long employed wood chopping as a means of training their children. If one day a Huber truly made a name for themselves, the family crest must surely bear the image of an axe. Every noon, the residents of Hake Village would deliver coniferous hardwood felled from the forest to the Huber family's cottage via sled. Anyone who has chopped wood knows that the most important tool is the axe. The thicker the wood, the larger the axe needed. Particularly, the structure of the axe's back and blade matters. The wider the back, the better. The blade need not be razor sharp, but its connection to the back must be smooth. This allows one to fully utilize the axe's V-shaped structure to split the wood effortlessly. Although Chi Hanfeng insisted that chopping wood was a mandatory course for Amy, it was evident that this fallen nobleman had little knowledge of the task. Even with the largest double-handed axe, he struggled to split even non-coniferous timber. Conversely, Grandpa Huber understood his son's intentions well, meticulously teaching his grandson how to harness strength, how to position his feet for maximum power, how to read the wood's grain, which direction to chop for ease, and how to deal with gnarled trees or split wood. Surprisingly, it was not little Amy who listened intently to Grandpa Huber's lessons, but rather Uncle Chi Hanfeng himself. Ah, so that's the reason. No wonder he could land the first blow in the most difficult spot on my axe, and stand so steadily in the snow, able to withstand my impact, he murmured thoughtfully. From that day forth, the sight of two figures, one large and one small, chopping wood in the dilapidated yard of the Huber family became a common one. At first, Amy's speed in chopping wood was painfully slow, primarily due to her lack of strength and technique. Although she aimed for the correct grain, her axe often went astray. Without Uncle Chi's assistance, it seemed that over 200 households in Hake Village might have to endure a cold meal. In the first year of skill training, during the initial half, Amy wielded the largest axe to chop wood, while in the latter half, the axe transitioned to a medium size, even as the trees grew increasingly robust. After a day of toil, Amy found herself unable to sleep post-dinner. Beneath the flickering light of a snow whale oil lamp, Chi Hanfeng began imparting knowledge to her. In Amy's eyes, this realm was undoubtedly Chi Hanfeng's forte. As an aristocrat of the empire, he possessed an unparalleled understanding of the empire's history, regardless of social rank. Moreover, as a former captain of the Shuiyue Legion, Chi Hanfeng's grasp of military coordination and operations far surpassed that of an ordinary villager from Hake Village. Thus, on alternating nights, Amy attended military strategy lessons, while on the other nights, she delved into the history of the empire. Although her interest in imperial history was rather tepid, Chi Hanfeng asserted that mastering the subject was essential if one wished to impress young ladies. What could that possibly mean? Until the age of 15. Little Amy remained perplexed by this seemingly simple term. Could it possibly refer to something delicious? What truly captivated Amy was the casual discourse following the knowledge classes, where Chi Hanfeng would whimsically share tales of the customs in the imperial capital, recounting folklore about mercenaries and wars, while occasionally mocking the reigning Emperor Hongshi or certain prominent nobles. Noticing Amy's rapt attention to the tales of mercenaries, Chi Hanfeng curiously inquired why she found them so fascinating. Amy candidly replied that her aspiration was to become a mercenary capable of slaying snow wolves. Upon hearing this, Chi Hanfeng, the former cavalry commander of the empire, nearly toppled from his four-legged stool. He could scarcely fathom that the son of the imperial infantry commander and the disciple of the cavalry captain harbored such a rebellious ambition to become a mercenary, a profession scorned by the regular military. 2 days later, Chi Hanfeng had a revelation. In terms of income, mercenaries of equivalent rank earned significantly more than soldiers, albeit with a correspondingly higher level of danger. Mercenaries of similar experience far surpassed regular troops in one-on-one combat, which could greatly benefit the young one's future development, potentially enabling her to gain entry into the Wishing Tower much sooner. Being a mercenary was certainly preferable to serving the state and the odious exploiter, Emperor Hongshi. Before the mercenary king gained renown, swordsmen were regarded as a lowly military class, rarely deployed as a formidable force in battles. Yet, under the resplendent brilliance of Lady Amy, an increasing number of battlefield commanders and professional mercenaries began to adopt the longsword, leading to the systematic development of the two-handed swordsman class within the regular army. For entirely new military classes emerged, the Great Swordsman Unit, boasting breakthrough capabilities comparable to axe-wielding warriors, the Two-Handed Swordsman Unit, optimal for ambushes and surprise attacks, and the most formidable, feared by enemy commanders, the Two-Handed Swordsman Evolution class, known as the Battlefield Spectre, the Frenzied Eagle Great Swordsman. The swordsman class, inherited from the mercenary king, evolved into the core of various nations' military forces, excelling in both offense and defense. Chi Yixi's Swordsman Proficiency Tutorial. Chapter 5. The Beast Night in the spring of the 195th year of the Red Moon calendar. At the southern edge of a humble village named Hake, near the estuary of the Warm Water River on the frozen continent, there stood a dilapidated courtyard surrounded by piles of primordial timber resembling small mountains. A rhythmic sound echoed within the logs, a young boy's voice, soft and innocent. Upon entering the courtyard, one would behold a boy diligently chopping wood. Humanity is indeed a peculiar race, dwelling in a bountiful land and consuming the finest of nourishment. Yet their physical vigor does not always flourish, nor can they cultivate youths as robust as mountains. The boy before us is a stark contrast, having endured relentless toil under the hand of an enigmatic uncle claiming noble lineage for 3 years. He has certainly not partaken of any superlative sustenance. Yet, with each swing of his arms, muscles, akin to mercury, vanish from his waist and reappear upon his limbs, only to vanish once more. The early spring chill of the warm water river is biting, while most are clad in thick snow beast pelts from head to toe. This lad, merely in his teens, dons only a pair of leather shorts, perspiration dripping from his brow and body, swiftly transforming into ice pellets upon contact with the ground. While white mist billows around him, he spat into his calloused palm, grasped a medium-sized axe, and with a circular motion, struck downwards, cleaving a large log, 30 centimeters in height and half a meter in diameter, effortlessly in two. He then seized a nearby hatchet, crouching low to swiftly whittle the wood into suitable firewood. He utilizes a hatchet. Even the strongest lumberjack would require an axe to cleave the coniferous hardwood of the frozen continent with ease. The delicate blade of a hatchet would be ensnared by the wood with the slightest penetration, rendering further chopping impossible. It often necessitates 5 or 6 strikes to reach completion, and the edge of the hatchet would dull rapidly. How much strength must one possess to wield a hatchet as an axe? Son, come here for a moment. The occupants of the house shamelessly continued to take advantage of the situation. All right, Uncle Chi, I'll be there shortly. Amy neatly stacked the firewood before stepping into the newly constructed wooden cabin from the previous summer. From today onward, you must learn the use of weapons. You won't need to chop so much wood anymore, as the villagers have little use for it. Instead, dedicate half of your afternoons to weapon training. Chi Hanfeng rarely spoke with such gravity. What weapon do you prefer? I recommend a combination of the knight's lance and longsword. It would suit you perfectly and surely become your favorite. Ignoring Amy's reticence, Chi Hanfeng began to press his unsolicited preferences upon him. See, although you are taller than your peers, you lack the imposing stature of a barbarian, so a two-handed axe would not befit you. Based on my understanding of you, you probably dislike the profession of an archer, which relies on ambush. The combination of the crescent moon blade and shield has insufficient lethality and is suited for those lacking strength. Mace-type weapons are becoming increasingly obsolete and are destined for extinction. Well, you're not suggesting that you wish to learn the infantry spear, are you? Only soldiers in the army wield spears, and they are effective solely against cavalry. They serve no other purpose. As he spoke, Chi Hanfeng scrutinized Amy's expression, attempting to concoct the most persuasive argument. I want to learn the two-handed greatsword, just like my father, perhaps due to the incessant nagging of an uncle. The otherwise loquacious Amy had grown rather taciturn in his youth. Truly, you are indeed your father's son, such a distinctive character, I admire it. Uncle Chi chuckled, playfully patting Amy's cheek, but then suddenly twisted his face, revealing a wolfish grin. No, this time I decide. You must learn the knight's lance. I will groom you to become an imperial knight like myself. What is so great about a two-handed greatsword? It is the lowest rank in the army, you see. Proper knights utilize a one-handed thrusting sword combined with a shield in most situations. On the battlefield, the knight's lance paired with a shield is the mainstay of warfare. In all armies of the Empire and the Federation, newly inducted soldiers could only choose between the spear, two-handed sword, or archer battalions. After a year of training, those exhibiting potential would be selected for higher ranks. For instance, spear wielders could become squire knights or axe warriors, while the archer battalion often selects the strongest soldiers to become longbowmen. Only in the swordsman battalion do those of inferior physique and lacking potential end up in the two-handed sword camp. Though exceptional two-handed swordsmen may have a chance to become squire knights, they must learn to wield other weapons, and such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Additionally, very few two-handed swordsmen ever see actual combat, if not for the minimal cost of the required equipment and their role in maintaining order. They would have long since vanished from military ranks across various nations. Despite Chi Hanfeng's coercive persuasion, Amy remained resolutely silent, which certainly did not imply acquiescence. Oh heavens! What sin have I committed? How could a distinguished imperial knight have such a disciple? Brother, I am sorry. I have failed you. And to my sister-in-law whom I have yet to meet, I am utterly incompetent, unable to guide your child, who aspires to be a lowly, unambitious two-handed swordsman. Chi Hanfeng lamented dramatically, burying his face in his hands. Why weep? A grown man crying without tears. You need not peer through your fingers at me. My decision remains unchanged. It is said that black humor is often associated with demons. Even the most silent angels sometimes utter darkly humorous words. Clearly, unless I reveal my true identity, you shall remain unmoved. The man, with his hands covering his face, sat motionless like a stone statue at the bedside, his demeanor icy and unyielding. Amy, in truth, I am no ordinary knight. I am the highest-ranking beast knight of the Empire, and I hope you too can become a proud beast knight like me. I summon you by my name. Arise, Spirit Wolf. Chi Hanfeng pressed his fingers tightly together. A massive pentagonal barrier materialized in the center of the room, and after a brilliant flash of white light, a snow wolf emerged. Its size twice that of an ordinary snow wolf. Its fur, as white as snow, flowed smoothly from head to tail, and its enormous tail swished back and forth as it lay its head upon its large paws, peacefully snoring. The middle-aged man, who had intended to astonish Amy, was now rendered speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor upon witnessing the immense white wolf. Little White. The fallen noble crouched down to stroke the wolf's ears, lamenting, "We have not seen each other in 3 years. I had hoped you would recuperate in the spirit beast sanctuary and become the king of spirit beasts. However, you have given me the greatest surprise. For I see that you have thoroughly overindulged." Chi Hanfeng suddenly erupted in a fit of despair, tearing at the wolf's ears, white fur scattering in all directions. The awakened white wolf, displeased, violently shook off the human's annoying grasp, turning to reveal its massive fangs and blood-red tongue, displaying a fierce demeanor that suggested it might attack. Yet, upon recognizing Chi Hanfeng, the fierce expression morphed into one of delight, its tail wagging joyfully as it pounced upon him, knocking him to the ground. In this moment, the darker side of humanity was laid bare through the figure of Chi Hanfeng. Confronted by a more ferocious visage, Chi Hanfeng promptly altered his tone, flattering the wolf by stroking its long fur. No, what I meant to say is, after 3 years apart, Xiaobai, you've grown and become even more handsome. Once the kind-hearted snow wolf was deceived into revealing a smile, Chi Hanfeng swiftly turned the tables, mounting the wolf and grasping its fur with one hand while delivering several sharp punches to its head with the other. Damn it! If you dare to growl at me again, from this day forth, you shall not return. Every night, you will stand guard in the courtyard for me. The unfortunate snow wolf whimpered in response, for it was indeed deserving of such treatment. As a mythical beast, it was all too aware of its master's temperament. How could it expect to receive a kind demeanor from Chi Hanfeng? Was this not a case of inviting trouble? From the beginning, Amy was genuinely taken aback. The pressure exerted by the snow wolf in the vicinity was overwhelming. Upon witnessing such a colossal creature appear out of thin air, even a seasoned hunter would be left speechless. Chi Hanfeng was quite pleased with the terror evident on Amy's face after the white wolf's arrival. Proudly perched atop the wolf, he brandished a spear and shield in either hand, exclaiming to Amy, "What do you think? Quite imposing, isn't it? If I donned armor, I'd look utterly magnificent. And let me share even better news. This steed requires no sustenance from you. It will return to the barrier to forage for food." Amy cautiously reached out to touch the white wolf's fur, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Do you know why I've always called you my son?" Chi Hanfeng tossed out a significant revelation. What the young Amy did not realize was that among the 3 known continents, the highest-ranking warriors were the Dragon Knights. However, dragons were exceedingly rare, particularly those willing to cooperate with humans, making the emergence of Dragon Knights an impossibility to cultivate intentionally. The total number of known Dragon Knights across the various nations did not exceed 30. Although formidable, Dragon Knights were challenging to deploy as regular troops. Following closely behind them in rank were the mythical Beast Knights, who could leverage the power of barriers to hover in the air. Nevertheless, most mythical beasts lacked magical abilities and could not compete with Dragon Knights in one-on-one combat. What intrigued nations the most was that mythical Beast Knights could be trained. Mythical beasts served merely as mounts for their knights, with varying types affecting the knight's combat capability and offering different enhancements based on their environments. For instance, if Chi Hanfeng were to contend with other mythical beast knights in the frozen continent, he would enjoy a 50 increase in his chances of victory. However, against an ordinary snow wolf knight, the fight would be futile. Regular knights stood no chance against mythical beast knights. The sacred garden of mythical beasts lies at the confluence of the Amy Empire, the Haiham Mercenary Empire, and the Xios Empire, surrounded by the sacred snow mountain, which boasts an average elevation of 4,000 meters over an area of 500 kilometers. Regardless of the direction one traverses the sacred snow mountain to reach its heart, the terrain drops sharply from an altitude of 4,000 meters to approximately 800 meters, revealing the long-rumored sacred garden of mythical beasts. Without witnessing it firsthand, no one could believe such a dreamlike expanse existed upon the snow-capped mountain. From a distance, a myriad of mythical beasts lived freely within it. Yet, upon attempting to enter, one would find themselves repelled by a formidable barrier. It is said that only at the precise moment when the black sun and the white sun align, and under the guidance of a spirit beast possessing the potential for mythical transformation, could one possibly breach the barrier. Of course, these tales are recorded solely in folklore, with specific methods purportedly existing only among the upper echelons of the Amy Empire, the Haiham Mercenary Empire, and the Xios Empire. Some bards have even heard a particular ballad at the gnome's ball. "O 4 great races bequeathed by the Creator, the wise ascend to the celestial realm. The wicked to foreign lands, the ignorant wander among mortals, while the poor gnomes seek traces of the divine. When the light of life reemerges, the sacred mythical beast shall serve as the vessel for the ignorant's existence." This further cloaked the sacred garden of mythical beasts in an aura of mystery. Chapter 6. Bold and audacious Amy, I have always regarded you as my own son, hoping that in the future you might become a nobleman with the imperial title, affording you greater opportunities to compete as a beast knight. Chi Hanfeng sat atop the snow wolf, scratching its chin as he spoke, while the snow wolf, recently slapped, blissfully closed its eyes and purred. Son, let me share a secret with you. If you wish to quickly foster a good relationship with beasts like the snow wolf, the fastest way is to scratch its chin. Hee, these big fools can reach every part of their bodies except for the itch on their chins. If someone is willing to assist them, they will be exceedingly pleased, Chi Hanfeng imparted with a mischievous tone. But how does this relate to what weapons I should learn? Amy, having regained his composure, was clearly more astute than the snow wolf and calmly questioned. Fool. Chi Hanfeng smacked Amy's head lightly. The 6 principles of the dual-handed sword are fierce, strong, precise, agile, swift, and clever. Thus, a swordsman must possess sufficient agility. Currently, all known beasts can only provide momentum. They are utterly incapable of matching the speed required for dual-handed swordsmanship. If you wish to learn the sword, you shall never become a knight. A sly grin suddenly appeared on Chi Hanfeng's face. My plan is for you to learn the spear from me, and in 5 years, when you turn 15, the black sun and white sun will align. Traditionally, the Amy Empire sends envoys to the northern Hami Kingdom to request 6 snow wolf spirit beasts born from the Snow Wolf King. I intend to borrow one. Then take you to the sacred beast garden at the foot of the mountain, teaching you how to transform spirit beasts into phantom beasts, thus enabling you to become a beast knight. There are only 6. Who would lend us one? Surely they would either steal or snatch it. The young Amy, well acquainted with Uncle Chi's nefarious tendencies, coldly exposed the young man's scheme. These snow wolves are bound to be exploited by that wretched emperor of red stone. I'll help him pick one out. Do you think he won't be grateful to me? The old man, thick-skinned, pounded his chest and assured, if it weren't for the purpose of making you a noble knight, I wouldn't care whether you wield a spear or a sword. Hanfeng, do you know there is a type of eagle called the wild griffin along the coast of the Amy Empire? An elderly voice inquired. Hey, Uncle Haber. When did you return? Both Chi Hanfeng and Amy noticed Grandpa Haber in the courtyard. I've been back for a while, but I saw you two were enjoying a conversation. So I didn't want to interrupt, Grandpa Haber said solemnly. This wild griffin is renowned for its speed and agility. Our ancestors once tamed large wild griffins, discovering they could perfectly match the speed required by great swordsmen. Moreover, this wild griffin is also a type of spirit beast, said to be able to enter the phantom beast paradise for refinement. Uncle Haber, how do you know this so well? Chi Hanfeng wondered how someone in such a remote village could be knowledgeable about the cultivation of phantom beasts. The nobility of the empire is not limited to the Chi family. Our ancestors were once part of it. However, for various reasons, we departed from the empire. Grandpa Haber seemed unwilling to elaborate further on this topic. In a 2-1 voting election, dual-handed swordsmanship became Amy's major discipline, while under Chi Hanfeng's fervent persuasion, spear and shield combination was established as Amy's minor discipline. Countless great swordsmen from later generations must have sighed in relief. Without Grandpa Haber's intervention, Amy could have been coerced down a misguided path by Chi Hanfeng. Practicing dual-handed swordsmanship, as rumored, is a laborious and perilous endeavor, at least according to Chi Hanfeng. According to the Chi family theory, aside from the grip at the back, every part of the dual-handed greatsword is a danger zone, capable of injuring small creatures, such as Little White or Chi Hanfeng himself. Thus, under Chi Hanfeng's strong insistence, Amy practiced with a blunt iron sword forged by the village blacksmith, weighing 30 kilograms, comparable to a large axe. Of course, aside from the dual-handed sword used in the afternoons for chopping wood, this was the real deal. In the year 196 of the Red Moon calendar, 11-year-old Amy had already achieved remarkable feats in dual-handed swordsmanship, particularly excelling in the fierce, strong, and precise aspects. According to Chi Hanfeng's assessment, he had reached the level of the legendary Lake Haber. Without Little White's assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Chi Hanfeng's spear to penetrate Amy's dual-handed sword range. In a comparison of the single-handed sword against Amy, Chi Hanfeng could only rely on swift movements to evade Amy's strikes. Otherwise, his lightweight single-handed sword, weighing less than 10 pounds, would be sent flying. Faced with this awkward situation, Chi Hanfeng often chuckled. The great swordsman, known for his agility and swiftness, is being thoroughly bested by the knight, who should be celebrated for his momentum. This was a scenario Chi Hanfeng certainly wished to avoid, and amidst his laughter, perhaps the demon neighbor, Chi Hanfeng, devised a new training regimen for Amy. In the summer of the year 196 of the Red Moon calendar, the 4-year morning running training officially concluded, followed by what Amy would later call the 3 years of demonic torment. Every morning, Amy still had to rise at dawn, first plunging into the dense, snowy forest to jog or run barefoot, clad only in shorts, under the watchful eye of the demon. At this time, the forest was usually devoid of people, alleviating concerns of being perceived as a pervert in a state of undress. In the icy forest, all the trees bore needle-like leaves to withstand the 10-month snow, with a thick layer of wax to prevent moisture evaporation. The long needle leaves prickled the skin, accompanied by the bone-chilling wind, causing pain, itching, and numbness, sensations that one could hardly imagine without experiencing them firsthand. To avoid the intertwining branches and leaves, one had to move slowly, But slow movement could not stave off the polar cold. Conversely, swift running required enduring the agony of countless pricks. During the first year, not a single inch of Amy's exposed skin remained unscathed, especially on his feet, which bore the brunt of branches, leaving them riddled with blood scabs. Often, Amy needed to use his shoulder to push aside obstructing branches, even exposing bone on his right shoulder. Countless times, he succumbed to the cold, fainting on the ground. Without the miraculous healing of Snow Moon Lake, poor Amy might have long ceased to exist. Every time Grandpa Haber witnessed his grandson's plight, he felt compelled to speak. Yet each night, seeing Chi Han Feng meticulously tending to the sleeping Amy, he restrained himself. However, as time passed, it seemed as though every part of Amy's body developed a sort of awareness, gradually learning to evade the protruding branches and leaves, allowing him to run more adeptly in the forest. 2 years later, even when riding Little White through the icy woods, Amy could deftly dodge branches and leaves. From that point on, Mr. Chi Han Feng no longer engaged in foot races with Amy, claiming, in land combat, "You have already graduated." Hee. It's uncertain whether this graduation signifies that the student has surpassed the master. The decade following the year 193 of the moon calendar marked a unique era prolific in the emergence of magic scholars, particularly those adept in ice magic. According to the core secrets of the Magic Guild, the Icewish Tower produced 30 magic scholars in less than 10 years, approximately 100 times the usual amount, primarily due to the involvement of a soldier entirely unversed in magic. That individual was none other than the renowned Lake Haber. Chapter 7. The mysterious visitor in this world. Wherever there are continental roads, one is sure to find treehouse bars, even in the frozen lands of the snow-covered continent. At the intersection of the Dragon Tooth Mountain Continental Road, on the eastern side of the snow-laden forest, one path leads north to the capital of the Hami Kingdom, another extends eastward to northern Hami, and a third ventures westward across the snowy woods to connect with the ice fortress in the central city of the Holy See, Van Gong. To the north of this intersection stands a towering tree, likely a species of silver-leaved conifer, with a diameter of approximately 5 meters, requiring at least 10 individuals to encircle it fully. At a height of 10 meters above the ground lies the renowned treehouse bar. Beneath the bar, a square slab of bluish stone awaits. Guests wishing to enter merely need to stand upon it to be magically transported directly to the entrance of the treehouse bar. Serving as the headquarters for the Magic Guild, Mercenary Guild, and Thieves Guild, the treehouse bar is perpetually bustling with patrons. Similar to other treehouse bars across the continents, a few enchanting little fairies flutter about, their translucent blue wings shimmering as they serve drinks and meals to the guests. Guests are arriving. Guests are arriving. A well-mannered monkey-like beastman exclaims at the entrance, leaping high to take the snow-laden hat from the hands of a middle-aged man just stepping inside. The man's first impression suggests he is of noble descent, evident from his courteous greeting to the beastman waiter. Only nobles maintain such decorum at all times, and only true nobles express genuine gratitude to beings of lower status, such as beastmen. Slightly inclining his body, the noble pulls forth a boy of around 16 or 17 years. As they make their way to the bar, chatter within the establishment gradually ceases, and all eyes shift toward the boy, who carries a sword almost as tall as he is. If made of iron, the sword's weight would be comparable to that of a two-handed axe or knight's lance, indicating the youth possesses considerable combat prowess. Curiously, the sword is unsharpened. The boy himself exudes a delightful presence, reminiscent of the noble, yet perhaps more akin to a youthful scholar. His flaxen hair curls naturally, cascading down to his shoulders, and his skin, kissed by the sun, bears a rosy hue. Beneath his thick brows lie a pair of earnest eyes, reflecting the unique shyness of youth, complemented by a gentle smile. Clad in a pristine white snow bear fur coat, he navigates gracefully between the tables and chairs. Most of the regulars in the bar are mercenaries. Perhaps intrigued by the oversized sword, a towering mountain barbarian attempts to trip the boy as he walks by, extending his long leg at just the right moment. Such antics are commonplace in the bar, and many anticipate the sight of the boy being toppled beneath the weight of his sword. Yet, oblivious to the impending trap, the boy strolls on, curiously surveying the bar's corners. Just as his leg is about to be ensnared, he instinctively performs a nimble leap, deftly avoiding the trap. The crowd, poised to erupt with laughter, is momentarily stunned by the boy's agility, including the perpetrator of the prank, who stands frozen, his drink in hand. "Hey there, handsome. Come sit here." A woman in a striking red open-front jacket calls out to Chi Huanfeng. Noticing the empty seats before her, he tugs at Amy and approaches her. "How rude, little boy. What are you looking at?" The woman, smugly, thrusts her snowy white bosom forward, revealing a deep cleavage. Poor Amy, overwhelmed by the sight, is rescued by Chi Huanfeng. "Miss, please don't misunderstand. My nephew is only 14. This is his first outing, and in our little village, we hardly encounter such naturally beautiful ladies, let alone ones with such fashionable attire. I wonder if this is his first glimpse of a lovely lady's bosom. What might it feel like? So, you're just a novice, huh?" The woman playfully pinches Amy's cheek, acknowledging his youth. Although you've grown, you certainly don't possess the allure of a gentleman like him. Sir, how about a fortune reading? It's quite affordable, only 5 gold coins. When did the world change? I haven't ventured out in 5 years, yet inflation seems rampant. I recall standard magical divination costing merely 2 silver coins. Chi Huanfeng plops down at a table before the woman, gesturing discreetly to the waiter, while unabashedly gazing at her bosom with a smirk. Oh dear, how can you say that? In this icy world, earning a living is no easy feat. How about I offer you a free reading? Well, if you refuse, disaster will soon befall you. Is that so? Is your divination accurate? Chi Huanfeng nonchalantly inquires, lifting the wine glass recently handed to him by the waiter. Hey, you little brat. How dare you flirt with my woman? The mountain barbarian, evidently allied with the fortune-telling woman, menacingly jabs a finger at Amy's forehead. Compensate me for my loss. You've gazed at my woman's bosom, for every glance. It's 10 gold coins, or you won't be leaving here today. The bar, which had been vibrant with life, abruptly falls silent, anticipating the unfolding drama. Trash is just trash, Chi Huanfeng retorts, icy fingers squeezing the woman's ample bosom. Not only have I looked 100 times, but I've also touched it. Quite warm, I must say, though perhaps a bit sagging. It's hard to believe I would pass up such an opportunity. Amy, in this world, only the strong survive. We must cast them aside, or we shall soon find ourselves without food. The unscrupulous middle-aged man, unfazed by the trouble he has caused, tosses his burdens onto Amy and finds a comfortable spot to rest, propping his snow-drenched feet upon the table, ready to enjoy the pre-meal entertainment. The barbarian, seemingly pleased at the prospect of not having to contend with the nobleman, retrieves his signature weapon, a massive battle axe, from the table. While his companions swiftly clear the surrounding area, Amy scratches his head. Uncle Chi usually doesn't engage in such antics. It seems he must now earn his keep. He removes the two-handed sword from his back and takes a step back. The treehouse bar is indeed spacious, even with a duel breaking out. It occupies merely 1/10 of the establishment. Die, you barbarian. The barbarian bellows, his form swelling in size as he charges forward with incredible speed, his dual-handed axe slicing through the air from above. Without hesitation, Amy meets the assault with his sword. The axe is deflected, and without pause, the barbarian arcs the weapon in a half-circle, aiming for Amy's shoulder. The sword is adjusted accordingly, ready to intercept once more. The axe glides down the blade, swiftly redirecting toward Amy's abdomen. Unable to retract his sword in time, Amy braces himself against the axe with the hilt. Not bad, kid. You can handle my continuous strikes. The barbarian, slightly astonished, observes the youth. But you can go to hell. With an explosive rage, the barbarian manifests a spectral image with each movement, leaving behind translucent afterimages. 1, 2, 3, 4. Be careful. He is a high-level barbarian. Those afterimages can attack as well. In such an environment, encountering a rare high-ranking berserker, Chi Huanfeng's appetite seemed to have vanished. In open combat, an ordinary berserker could contend with more than 5 two-handed sword warriors, while a high-ranking berserker possessing quadruple phantoms could likely take on over 22-handed sword warriors single-handedly. The berserker was truly a nightmare for small-scale skirmishes. Chi Huanfeng felt a twinge of regret and had to remind Amy that once the phantoms were attacked, they would shatter. Unexpectedly, in her first real battle, she faced such a formidable opponent. However, the members of the Haber family typically had but 2 words on their minds in such situations: fight to the death. Amy wielded her long sword swiftly in the air, striking twice, and astonishingly, even her dull black sword produced phantoms before her. Sword phantoms? The bar, already as frigid as the weather outside, suddenly erupted with fervor. The simultaneous appearance of the legendary berserker's phantom attacks and the two-handed sword warrior's sword phantoms was a spectacle to behold, especially considering that the warrior wielding the two-handed sword appeared to be merely in his teens. Such an occurrence was worthy of ballads sung by bards. As the berserker gazed in astonishment, Amy leapt forward, passing through her own sword phantom to reach the berserker, who stood 3 meters away. In an instant, she struck left, center, and right with her two-handed sword, each blow leaving behind black sword phantoms. The berserker was already aware that Amy's strength was comparable to his own. With all his might, he countered with his battle axe, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast sword shadows. Simultaneously, for phantoms surrounded her, their translucent axes cleaving towards her from all angles. The commotion of the phantoms drew the attention of those in 3 corners of the bar: the Mage Guild, the Thieves Guild, and the Mercenary Guild. More and more individuals emerged from the guilds to witness this rare confrontation. From the Mage Guild stepped forth an elderly wizard with gray hair and beard, his voluminous blue robe riddled with tattered holes, bearing a badge on his chest that signified him as a grand magician of immense magical power. Upon observing the duel unfolding on the battlefield, his brows furrowed in concern as he murmured, "Could it be him? What is the greatest happiness in the mortal realm? My mother once said it is love." No. It is possessing treasures as high as mountains, pearls, agates, gems, and gold, upon which one can lie and slumber daily. No, that's not it. You are all mistaken. The greatest joy is feasting upon delicious fish and meat. Away with you. I expelled a long stream of flame, my tail thrashing powerfully, sending several little ones, whether they were my grandchildren or great-grandchildren, tumbling out of my cave. Alas, after over 6,000 years, my temper remains as fierce as ever. Each time I scold the little ones, I find myself lying atop a mountain of gold and jewels, feeling a deep sense of remorse within. What is the utmost happiness in this world? Grasping a trout gifted by one of the little ones, I took a great bite, with white liquid trickling down the corner of my mouth. What is the greatest happiness? Ah, I remember, long, long ago, when I was just a tiny green dragon. So small that I didn't even realize I was a dragon. I thought I was merely a little dog. Ho ho, my silly master, the great green mountain, believed so too. Every time he went hunting, he would take me along. If he struck his prey, but it did not perish, he would always hope I would chase it down. I would run and run, yet clumsily could never catch up. In my frustration, I would shout at the poor creatures, and lo and behold, they would turn into ice sculptures. At that time, I was unaware that this was the innate breath of the green dragon lineage. Each night, I would compete with the great green mountain for the roasted game. The greatest joy back then was after dinner, sitting before a roaring campfire, warm and cozy, resting my head upon the great green mountain's full belly, counting the stars in the sky. At night, we would snuggle together under the covers, and he would often embrace my neck. Such blissful days continued until we encountered that accursed wizard. I truly miss my companion, Great Green Mountain. Do you know I am thinking of you? What's wrong? It feels cold. I thought dragons did not shed tears. Excerpt from the ancient sacred ice green dragon's diary. Tame New Jersey I. Chapter 8. The Dragon's Diary. No one could fathom that the berserker's phantoms could launch assaults from various angles. The four phantoms, advancing rapidly, unleashed their fierce axe strikes towards Amy's left shoulder, right shoulder, waist, and legs. The genuine berserker, with a thunderous roar, had blood-red eyes reflecting the crimson blades of his axes, descending like a torrid stream of red iron. Ah! The few girls in the bar covered their eyes and screamed. By my name, I summon you. Emerge, phantom beast Snow Wolf. Behind the massive barrier, Chi Feng had already seized his battle spear and shield, preparing to assist Amy. No need to help me, Amy shouted amidst the onslaught of axe shadows. In an astonishing display of agility, she executed a backflip, escaping the encirclement. Crack, crack. After several resounding collisions, the berserker's phantom collided with the sword phantom, producing an unusual sound, shattering into fragments. The black sword traced a semicircle in the air, propelling Amy toward the berserker. As the longsword cleaved downward, the berserker, unable to react in time, conjured numerous phantasmal axe images with both hands, forcefully blocking the blunt sword. Without a moment's pause, the black sword sprang back, only half a meter, before descending again with the swiftness of lightning. Clang, clang, clang. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. In identical positions, with the same angle, the same black blunt sword, and the same black sword shadow flashing like electricity. The berserker could no longer execute other actions. His axe continuously met with the strikes, each time requiring him to step back to gain space for the next lightning strike. Even a blunt sword, wielded with such force, could cleave a man in two. The blunt sword rebounded once more, changing its angle dramatically, carving an eerie semicircle before simultaneously appearing before the berserker's abdomen with Amy. Ah, the berserker, still holding his axe in midair, gasped as the chilling black lightning coursed through his skin. His hands were severed at the waist. Gasps erupted in the bar. The black lightning vanished in an instant, transforming into a fierce gust of wind. The longsword swiftly transitioned from horizontal to vertical, striking violently against the berserker's abdomen. He was instantly propelled into the air, along with his massive axe, disappearing toward the door. Such a battle was truly gripping. The patrons of the bar had only just caught their breath. Howl! An inhuman, eerie sound echoed from below the treehouse bar, tearing through the night illuminated by the shimmering white snow, tightening everyone's hearts once more. The massive treehouse bar swayed like branches in a storm, creaking ominously. Suddenly, a tremendous figure enveloped by the cold wind burst through the western wall, which seemed unable to withstand the immense pressure. He has gone berserk! He has gone berserk! Countless voices exclaimed in shock. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps heralded the return of the berserker, his rage burning like a consuming flame, his enlarged physique tearing through his upper garments. Each pore of his skin exuded crimson sweat, and a wide purple bruise appeared on his abdomen, where the sword had struck, his blood-red eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. You all shall die. Ignoring the tables, chairs, and patrons before him, the berserker charged at Amy like a furious bull, the hardwood furniture crumbling like paper in his wake. Oh no. In an instant, Amy recalled Chi Hanfeng's teachings about the berserker's nature. If the berserker was a war machine, then the berserker was a terrifying machine of destruction. The so-called berserk state was a unique skill of the berserker, selling his life to the war god Petros in exchange for immense power. Some berserkers who frequently succumbed to this state could no longer revert to normalcy. The berserker disregarded any general attacks unless decapitated. Otherwise, he maintained his overwhelming destructive capacity. Commanders approached berserker battalions with extreme caution, strictly prohibiting their deployment in conventional siege warfare. For if even a handful of berserkers went berserk, the outcome would not be a city, but ruins. On his first expedition, and his first combat encounter, Amy found himself facing such a formidable opponent, an extraordinary stroke of fate. The young Amy gripped his sword tightly, as black lightning once again traced through the air, ready to strike. Enough! A commanding voice resonated, and the furious berserker collapsed amidst the wreckage of tables and chairs. An elderly figure emerged from the magic guild, donned in a crimson robe, the emblem upon his chest signifying his title as a grand mage. Where there are mercenaries, we cannot prevent personal duels. However, if such duels escalate into destructive warfare, it is something we wish to avoid. Let us applaud the brave warriors who offered their sword phantoms and berserker phantoms today. Oh! And let us not forget the noble phantom beast knight and his delightful phantom wolf. Let us applaud together. The old mage concluded, retreating back into the magic guild. Several companions of the berserker rushed forward, attempting to assist him, only to discover that the warrior, still in his berserk state, had become as solid as stone. He has been petrified. He will revert in 2 hours, a kindly intermediate mage informed them, with the grand mage of the magic guild present. Any further provocations without an equally powerful mage would be courting disaster. Several fairies quickly cast restoration spells before the gaping hole in the wall, and the supporting pine trees of the bar soon responded, sprouting new branches to seal the breach. Until now, Amy had harbored doubts about the offensive capabilities of mages. Chi Han Feng, as a traditional knight, had spoken little of mages in his vocational teachings, downplaying their significance. Witnessing a seemingly invincible warrior become vulnerable in an instant left Amy utterly incredulous. Hey, don't look so dazed. Chi Han Feng slid a cup of drink before Amy. Try this. It's delightful. It's a specialty brew from the Treehouse Bar, made from the 1,000 herb leaf. It invigorates, beautifies, nourishes, enhances vitality, and boosts recovery. With your grandfather not around, I'll make an exception and let you have a taste today. You really needn't be so surprised. Today, we encountered foes we would never normally face. The total population of berserkers is scarcely 400 to 500,000, with fewer than 100,000 serving in the armies of various nations. Those capable of utilizing 4 phantoms number no more than 500, while those who can wield 5 phantoms are fewer than 100. Those who can achieve the pinnacle of summoning 6 phantoms simultaneously are fewer than 10. As for grand mages, there are only 5 in the current Amy Empire, and 1 is in the Wishing Tower, leaving only 4, including the reclusive grand mage. The total should not exceed 100. Observing Amy's dazed expression, Chi Han Feng felt compelled to elaborate. Amy, did you hear what I said? Once you become a phantom beast knight, you can easily slay that berserker using your beast's levitation. As for the grand mage, well, as long as he isn't attacking you and your mount simultaneously, you can't win, but you can certainly escape swiftly. A noble of the empire, well acquainted with the grand mage's abilities, sighed heavily in reluctant acceptance. Would you mind if I sat here? A gnarled, old, dirty hand rested on the edge of the table. The noble, who had just enjoyed an intimate moment with a voluptuous beauty, could scarcely endure such a stark contrast, spewing his drink all over the hand's owner. Not at all. I'm used to it, especially from you. Amidst a chaotic mane of foam and disheveled gray hair stands a wizard, albeit one whose appearance starkly contrasts with that of the imposing red-robed sorcerer encountered earlier. His visage is marred by deep wrinkles, and his sunken eyes peer through narrow slits, framed by a hawk-like nose and a flattened mouth. He dons a tattered blue robe resembling a fishnet, signifying his allegiance to the neutral faction of magic users. In his gnarled hand, he clutches a long staff, its tip broken and devoid of the magical gem that once adorned it, assuming he could still afford such luxuries. Pray, spare me your charade, old man, scoffed Chi Han Feng. Unable to maintain his noble composure after being provoked, he tugged at the wizard's emblem, disdainfully remarking, your insignia is flawed. While it vaguely resembles the symbol of neutrality, it should depict the ocean, not a waterfall. Young man, I seek information about an individual, the elderly wizard replied, unperturbed by the impoliteness directed at him. I wouldn't know. Chi Han Feng retorted, the veneer of nobility quickly replaced by his true, unsavory nature. He had little patience for matters devoid of profit. Are you acquainted with Qining Yuan? Huh? Chi Han Feng faltered momentarily before shaking his head vigorously. I do not know him. Ah, what a Chi Lu Shui. Once more, Chi Han Feng maintained his defiant shake of the head. Let me ponder further. What about Chi Hongyan? No. Chi Han Feng's habitual denial faltered, and he gulped. I recognize him. His demeanor shifted to one of reluctant honesty. You share the surname Chi, do you not? What may I call you? Chi. Chi Han Feng, Ning, Lu, Hong, Yuan, De, Han, Long, Xiao, Han, little rascal, little rascal. The old wizard, calculating with his withered fingers, suddenly swung his arm down, striking Chi Han Feng's flowing locks with a resounding slap. And you dare claim ignorance? Have you forgotten even your forebears? A bewildered Amy observed the scene, her mouth agape in astonishment. Wow, even Uncle Chi, who usually bullies others, has met his match. How delightful. Yet, the boy refrained from voicing his thoughts. I truly do not recognize them. They have been dead for centuries. You never asked if I knew them. Chi Han Feng protested like a petulant child. Do not offer explanations. They merely serve to conceal the truth. The old wizard struck Chi Han Feng's head twice more. You are no different from your ancestor, Qining Yuan, who once doused me with a concoction of herbal brew in the Treehouse Tavern. Waiter, bring me a large mug of herbal brew, the finest roasted chicken, and, summon a lovely companion for the evening. She must be from the Aminor continent. Charge it to this dashing young man here. With a discreet gesture to the waiter, the old wizard swiftly pointed at Chi Han Feng. A cacophony of astonishment and disbelief washed over Chi Han Feng, his expression a tapestry of indignation, helplessness, and anxiety as he collapsed onto the table. Fear not, everyone. He merely indulged a bit too much and will recover shortly. The old wizard assured the surrounding patrons with a disarming smile. Greetings, young brother, the old wizard began, leaning closer to Amy's face. And no, I do not bear the surname Chi, nor do I possess any funds. Look, Amy, having witnessed the formidable power of the Grand Sorcerer, scrambled to empty his pockets, fervently denying any acquaintance with Chi Han Feng. Oh, I seek information about someone. Help, I've been robbed. The rapid succession of events overwhelmed Amy, pushing him to his limits as he, once bold enough to challenge a berserker, now found himself voiceless in his distress. Do you know Lake Harbor? I know no one. Have mercy, my father, my father. Amy's lips moved in frantic desperation. The old wizard discerned his meaning. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Amy collapsed to the ground. The Codex of Magical Artifacts from the Divine War. Page 15, Column 2. Ice Blade Two-Handed Greatsword Length. 1. 6 meters Original Weight. 22. 5 kilograms Magical Attribute. Ice Magic Enhancer. Ice Elemental High Mage. Aelin's Special Effects. Randomly conjures Ice Blade. Level 1 Magic. Snowstorm. Level 2 Magic. Within the realm of ice and snow, summons the Iceland Spear. Level 3 Magic. With sufficient magical energy, conjures the Forest of Ice Spears. Level 4 Magic. Upon contract with Aelin's, can unleash Blizzard Dragon. Level 5 Magic. An Ice and Snow Domain. Forbidden Spell. Note, this weapon was once wielded by the mercenary king, Amy, early in his career, although he seldom employed it during the Divine War. The Codex of Magical Artifacts from the Divine War Chapter 9, the Frost Giant sword like others who had been petrified for the first time. Amy fell to the ground as soon as the spell was broken. A frail hand helped her rise. I met your father in the Tower of Ice Wishes 6 months ago, and we fought side by side for 3 months, the old sorcerer exclaimed, leaving Amy momentarily speechless. At the same time, Chi Han Feng, who had also been freed from his enchantment, rubbed his backside and climbed to his feet. What do you go by, sir? He inquired. I am Reg, the Grand Sorcerer of the Amy Empire, and the magic instructor of His Majesty King Harry IV, the 53rd ruler of the Amy Empire. You need not bow to me, despite my slightly greater seniority over Qining Yuan. By the way, what year is it in the Red Moon calendar? I just emerged from the Tower of Wishes and noticed many changes in the world. Alas, a single day within the tower translates to a century outside. The old sorcerer reflected wistfully. Chi Han Feng, maintaining an expression that signaled he had no intention of kneeling, responded while cleverly engaging the old sorcerer in conversation. Ah, indeed. You hold a venerable position. However, time is relentless, and the world is devoid of lineage. It is best we regard each other accordingly, lest we complicate matters. Currently, it is the year 199 in the Red Moon calendar. When did you last see that rascal, Lake Haber? 93 years ago. I have been practicing within the Tower of Wishes for 93 years. The old sorcerer's countenance grew grave as he spoke softly. 94 years prior, Grand Sorcerer Reg had entered the Tower of Wishes under the protection of federal soldiers to explore the unknown realms of magic. Upon entering, he discovered he had fully entered an unfamiliar domain. 10 years hence, Reg's friend, Leighton, had also entered the tower and had yet to emerge, prompting Reg to hope to locate his old companion. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the tower, he was greeted by a world blanketed in ice and snow. Despite the tower's towering height of 13 stories, he soon realized that the sky still bore the sun, distant icebergs loomed, and snowflakes cascaded from above, with no discernible paths or structures. When he sought to exit, he found no doors. A faint smile appeared on the old sorcerer's lips. It took me a long time to grasp the true meaning of the trials within the Tower of Wishes. Each sorcerer who enters the tower is enveloped in a unique barrier that corresponds to their magical attributes. According to UA Encyclopedia, The earliest human sorcerers were divided into three factions: nature, neutral, order, and destruction, each forming pacts with different elemental spirits to harness their power. Magic is classified into 5 levels, and any sorcerer can wield first-level spells of various attributes. For instance, an ice element apprentice sorcerer can not only cast first-level ice spells but also adeptly utilize first-level fire, wind, and water spells, while also mastering second-level ice spells. When one can freely cast third-level ice spells, they are eligible for second-level sorcerer certification. Should they master fourth-level ice spells and be capable of casting second-level spells of allied attributes, such as ice and water, or wind, both of which belong to the neutral category, they may ascend to the rank of first-level sorcerer. With continued practice and sufficient talent, mastering fifth-level spells will elevate them to the status of a Grand Sorcerer. The Grand Sorcerer tier represents a barren expanse in the long, arduous journey of magical cultivation, wherein instructors no longer have higher spells to impart. Over 80% of Grand Sorcerers retain this title until their demise, with fewer than 20% daring to enter the Tower of Wishes for trials. Sorcerers who do not enter the tower will remain ignorant of the trial's content, while those who emerge, bound by a silent covenant with higher spirits, will not divulge the details of their trials. In truth, entering the Tower of Wishes immerses a sorcerer in a barrier specific to their magical spirit, breathing in its essence every moment, thus gaining experience to understand this magical realm. Once a sorcerer fully merges with this world, they can forge a magical domain of their own attributes. Then you can create your own magical domain now, can't you? Amy asked eagerly. The old sorcerer's squinted eyes sparkled with mirth as he extended a finger, summoning a delicate snowflake that instantly materialized at its tip. In an instant, the entire treehouse tavern was enveloped in a flurry of snow, as though it were cascading naturally from the roof. As the patrons looked up in astonishment, the snowflakes vanished just as suddenly as they had appeared. For sorcerers, the effects of a domain are profoundly apparent. Spells of the same faction, such as wind and water, gain enhancements within an ice domain, while ice spells experience a remarkable boost exceeding 100 in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Conversely, spells of differing attributes, like fire or earth, diminish in potency within an ice domain. Many first and second level spells become utterly uncastable. When I mastered my domain, the ice spirit, Irons, emerged to sign a covenant with me. Whenever I require his assistance, I merely need to open my domain, and he will appear. Mastering a domain does not guarantee an exit from the Tower of Wishes. That only occurred when I encountered your father, the old sorcerer Reg said, gazing at Amy. The Tower of Wishes has but one door, and sorcerers within their barriers are oblivious to its location, with one notable exception, Lake Haber. He is not a sorcerer, and thus perceives no barriers. He claims to have seen me on the 7th floor of the tower and has long wished to converse with me. But I was ensnared within the barrier and could not see him. By a fortuitous chance, when I was able to manifest my domain, it coincidentally overlapped with part of the tower's barrier, encircling him, allowing us to finally communicate. Later, Lake Haber guided Reg to the entrance, enabling him to exit the Tower of Wishes. Grand Sorcerer, oh, no, to be precise, Ice Elemental Sorcerer Reg, he declared, drawing forth a gleaming, snow-white two-handed sword from his barrier pouch and presenting it to Amy. This sword, as your father described, was placed upon the door when he entered the Tower of Wishes, and the ice spirit Irons, in his leisure, imbued it with magic. Your father asked me to deliver it to you, Reg explained. What of my father? Did he not accompany you? No, one must rely on their own barrier's strength to open the tower's door. Your father lacks magical prowess. But do not fret. I left him several tomes of magic. Perhaps, in due time, he will cultivate his own barrier. The ice spirit is quite intrigued by him and may provide assistance. Why not take a closer look at the small gift from your father? Reg suggested. Oh, this sword feels remarkably light. Amy effortlessly lifted it with one hand, performing a couple of flourishes. If not for its size, I would almost mistake it for a one-handed sword. Reg, I have seen this sword before, but it seems strange. It appears the same, yet its color has changed from black to pure white, Chi Hanfeng remarked, having encountered the sword previously. Indeed. The Tower of Wishes houses around 30 Grand Sorcerers, each with their own barrier, and the barriers of the elemental spirits are even more formidable. This sword has served as a latch on the door of the Tower of Wishes, overlapping with all others' barriers, and thus, it has been subjected to the relentless elements. While the higher spirit's magic has fundamentally altered it. Firstly, it has become lighter, attributed to a transformation in its internal structure. Secondly, this sword has acquired a name, the Blade of Ice. Merely knowing its name grants the ability to conjure basic ice magic at will. Lastly, provided that the wielder possesses sufficient magical power to harmonize with this weapon, they can unleash all offensive spells of the ice element. Furthermore, should a pact be forged with a high-ranking ice elemental spirit, the wielder could summon a realm of ice. The old wizard lowered his voice and remarked, "It requires no magical seals to be embedded within." How marvelous! Amy exclaimed, her fascination growing. By the way, Amy, would you like to learn magic? Reg asked nonchalantly. Absolutely. That would be splendid. Amy could barely contain her elation. The opportunity to learn magic meant she could one day step into the Tower of Wishes. Meanwhile, an envious noble from the Empire pouted, his expression sourer than a bitter gourd, muttering, I knew he harbored ill intentions, attempting to poach my apprentice. The old wizard patted Chi-Han Feng on the shoulder and said, Young man, there is much you still do not understand. Amy must learn magic. Time will reveal everything. Amy, I have never taken on a disciple before. You are my first and likely my last. Chi-Han Feng's training should have endowed you with a robust physique, which will greatly aid your magical studies. I hope. No, I demand that you surpass me and become a grand sorcerer of nature. This is also your father's wish for you. The old sage spoke with a grave expression, imparting what wisdom he could to the young boy of barely over 10 years. Now, if it suits you, let us embark together to Dragon-Tooth Mountain. It has been reported that green dragons have been appearing there frequently, and I wish to investigate. The old wizard said cheerfully to Chi-Han Feng, if we can locate a dragon's lair, you certainly know what treasures might lie within, do you not? Black, red, white, yellow, anything you can imagine could be found there. Moreover, many great dragons possess a penchant for abducting human princesses. You understand my meaning, I trust? The connections were somewhat lost on Amy, who found herself slightly bewildered. However, observing the Empire's fallen noble's face illuminating with interest, she realized that Uncle Chi had been moved once again. Embarking on her first journey away from home, Amy set forth towards Dragon-Tooth Mountain. This mountain, located at the northernmost tip of the frozen continent, serves as the natural boundary between the Kingdom of Hami and the Northern Hami Kingdom, with an average elevation exceeding 3,000 meters. Its highest peak, Dragon Green Terrace, stands at 4,313 meters. The origin of the name Dragon-Tooth Mountain is shrouded in mystery, with two prevailing legends. 1. To quell the divine and demonic wars, the creator god drove away the ice elementals using a chariot drawn by 6 dragons, extracting the teeth of the ancient green giant dragon to seal the ice demon, and thus, the Dragon-Tooth Mountain arose from the windswept earth in a single day. 2. The mountain's shape resembles that of a dragon's tooth, hence the name. This is recorded in the classic of Mountains and Seas, Strange Tales and Oddities. Chapter 10. The battle with the snow bears in the early summer of the frozen continent. A unique charm permeated the air. The night was exceptionally brief, as the sun dipped below the northwestern horizon only to rise again from the northeast. The sky was adorned with a spectacular display of auroras, while the red moon briefly peeked out before disappearing into the dawn, leaving the dark sun strikingly prominent against the vibrant backdrop. The days were long, with the white sun casting its warm rays and causing the accumulated ice and snow of winter to gradually melt away. Snowmelt cascaded from rocks, mountains, and trees, creating a symphony of drips along the Dragon-Tooth Mountain highway, where small streams formed on either side of the road. On the summit's southern banks, vibrant daisies bloomed in a riot of colors, and colorful butterflies flitted about, eagerly pollinating the flowers in this fleeting summer. A young boy traversed the road, clad in snow-white garments, snow beast fur boots, sealskin pants, a coarse linen shirt, and a snow beast shoulder cape. He bore a massive double-handed sword upon his back, nearly towering over him. This was Amy's first journey away from home, though he was soon stood up by his companion. Rager found it remarkably curious that his apprentice displayed agility surpassing even that of advanced thieves. On the first day of their journey, Rager discreetly cast a minor earth magic spell, the Earth Spike, to gauge Amy's capabilities. As Amy walked, the ground beneath him would either rise or crack open. Excitedly bouncing along the continental highway for the first time, Amy often turned back to chat with Rager and Chi-Han Feng, oblivious to the terrain beneath him. Yet, even as unexpected changes occurred, his feet seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly avoiding pitfalls. As a neutral mage, Rager held a deep reverence for nature. It was said that neutral magic was derived from the druidic teachings of forest-dwelling communities. Neutral mages aspired to possess robust physiques, swift agility, and formidable mental fortitude. According to Rager's observations, these traits were Amy's strengths. Having secured such a promising apprentice right after leaving the Wish Tower, Rager felt quite elated. To further hone Amy's skills, Rager suggested that the boy venture ahead for half a day while he and Chi-Han Feng would follow later. If no significant events occurred, they would regroup at the inn at the base of Dragon-Tooth Mountain. The Continental Highway was known for its safety, as the constant passage of merchants and military forces had long scared away the wildlife from the roadside. Chi-Han Feng concurred with this plan, though his words quickly took a different tone. Well, that might work, but Amy, you should consider that Master Rager has just come from the Wish Tower and hasn't he seen a woman in 94 years. I needn't say more, you understand the implications. Though I doubt he would corrupt you, some matters call for a modicum of decorum. In his presence, how could Rager? Uncle Rager, don't look at me. I won't say more. It doesn't matter who I travel with, but it might be wise to stick with Rager. What if he isn't familiar with the current prices? As Chi Feng spoke, he called forth his phantom beast, which galloped away, though its speed could not match that of lightning in the sky. Nevertheless, it was true that a mage could not simultaneously engage both a knight and a phantom beast. Thus, even if he couldn't contend directly with a magic master, his escape speed was certainly superior to that of other warriors. Having borrowed a beginner's mage manual from Rager and procured some silver coins from Chi Feng, Amy set forth on his journey. Anticipating a 7-day trek, he had already traversed 6 days, looking back to see no sign of his uncle or Minner. During these 6 days, merchants occasionally passed by, accustomed to a routine of hastening their pace, speaking little, and striving to reach the inn before nightfall, treating all encounters with strangers as mere formalities. However, once inside the inn, the atmosphere shifted and communication flowed easily, even among unfamiliar faces. Amy, being a child, found such a monotonous journey rather unappealing. Greeny Run came the faint voice of a child, panting as they called out to their companions from the right side of the coniferous forest. Several towering trees swayed violently, as if struck by some unseen force. A chilling howl echoed from within the woods, sending shivers down Amy's spine. Leaping across the 4-meter-wide drainage ditch beside the Continental Highway, Amy drew his ice blade, gripping it with both hands as he dashed into the forest. Before him stood 2 enormous white snow bears, their massive paws toppling small trees as they charged forward with a fearsome roar. Known as the kings of the frozen continent, these snow bears towered 2 men high, and no beast dared to confront them. Their target, a dark-haired boy of similar stature to Amy, appeared remarkably robust. He was fleeing while urging a small green dog that stumbled along at his heels. The boy's black hair billowed in the wind, sweat trickling down as he ran. Had it not been for the dense foliage and the bear's colossal forms, he would have been caught long ago. The dark-haired boy darted in a circle, racing toward the highway. To Amy's astonishment, he was clutching a small snow bear, which wriggled and cried out in distress. It was no wonder the normally non-confrontational bears were enraged. The boy noticed Amy and urgently shouted, "Don't come over. It's dangerous. Run. Stay in the trees." Initially hesitant about assisting this reckless child, Amy felt a surge of determination upon seeing the boy's concern for him. Sheathing his sword, he dashed forward, snatching the small bear from the boy's grasp and sprinting towards the highway. Upon reaching the edge of the drainage ditch, Amy hurled the 2 small bears onto the road without a second thought for the boy's reaction. He then seized the boy's right foot, swinging him around twice before releasing him. "Let me go. I can jump myself." "Well," the boy protested as he was flung over the ditch, landing unceremoniously in a heap. Seeing his master being bullied, the little green dog opened its mouth and clamped its teeth onto Amy's pant leg. Its eyes filled with indignation, or perhaps longing. It whimpered eagerly at Amy, as if imploring him not to forget about it. Meanwhile, the little creature raised its right leg, revealing that it was walking on 2 legs. What a clever and amusing little fellow, Amy thought as he scooped up the small dog and leapt over the drainage ditch. The 2 gigantic snow bears quickly closed in. The male bear, leading the charge, found the 4-meter ditch an easy hurdle to clear. As it prepared to leap, Amy brandished his sword, slashing the air twice in front of him. The snow bear realized that if it leapt, it would be struck midair. In a fit of rage, the bear swiped its massive paw through the air, causing the temperature around Amy to plummet, crystallizing into an ice blade that hurtled towards him. Amy was nearly overwhelmed. Could the snow bear truly wield ice magic? "Ice blade," he shouted, unleashing a larger and more formidable ice blade from his own sword, which collided with the bear's icy projectile, creating a wall of ice that pressed toward the beast. Though it was a mere first-level spell, the effect imbued by a high-ranking elf was undeniably different. Even an inexperienced mage could not summon such a massive quantity of ice blades in such a short time. The snow bear had never encountered such a situation before. The 4-meter distance offered no opportunity for evasion, resulting in a solid strike that caused its pristine white fur to seep with crimson. The howls echoed. The king of the snowy realm had never been harmed by such diminutive humans. The male bear roared frantically, its eyes glowing with rage, mingled with the blood trickling from its corners, presenting a fearsome visage. Bears are notoriously formidable creatures, especially when wounded. A cornered bear often exhibits several times its usual ferocity. This particular bear epitomized that reality. Ignoring the gleaming longsword before it, the male bear bent low, leaping over the drainage ditch, while the female bear emerged at the edge, roaring as she followed suit. In this frozen land, even the most valiant of Harmon hunters would avoid provoking a snow bear. A small cadre of Harmon soldiers would circumvent any encounter with a snow bear, as the combined assault of 2 snow bears could obliterate nearly 100 Harmon warriors. The female bear sniffed the ground where her 2 cubs lay, then turned to the boy sprawled on the ground. Amy's heart raced. Why was he not moving? Had he been injured? The female bear's tongue licked the boy's face, but he remained still, the small dog resting its head against his leg, motionless. The mother bear turned her head, angrily roaring at Amy. Facing the onslaught of 2 bears was perhaps the most undesirable scenario for Amy. The male bear charged, its massive paw slicing through the air toward Amy's head, while the female bear attacked from another direction, her gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, white above, yellow below, and black at the tips, its blood-red tongue lolling as it aimed to sink its teeth into Amy's neck. Amy narrowly dodged the male bear's powerful paw. But before he could fully comprehend, the female bear's ferocious kiss was upon him. In a moment of desperation, he bent low and slipped between the male bear's legs. Before he could rise, the mother bear snatched away Amy's hat and lunged forward. The male bear made a quick circuit and opened its maw to bite again. Perhaps due to years of marital life, the two bears coordinated their movements with remarkable synergy. Just as Amy evaded one bear's paw, he was met head-on by the other. With no opportunity to wield his sword, he was fortunate that the bear's towering stature made targeting him less convenient, or he would have already been struck multiple times. As he ducked beneath the bear's attacks for the third time, disaster struck. The male bear stepped on Amy's longsword. In a flash of inspiration, he hurriedly leapt over the drainage ditch to evade the female bear's strike. Without hesitation, both bears followed him over the ditch. Amy did not turn back. As his feet touched the ground, he bent forward and forcefully propelled himself off the ditch's edge, flipping backward and landing right in front of the ice blade, the ice snowstorm. Grasping his sword, Amy seized the moment of the bear's turn and loudly shouted the second-level special attack of the ice blade. For an ice mage, the ice snowstorm was an invaluable spell. Though its offensive power was modest, it could envelop enemies' feet in continuously forming layers of ice, rendering them immobile for a short duration. The injured male bear was evidently less agile, and with the ever-shifting ice snowstorm at its feet, it roared and leaped, yet could not advance. The female bear, however, was largely unaffected. She lunged back with her gaping maw, her white fur-clad flesh quivering rhythmically with each jump. Time was short, and Amy understood well that snow bears possess a natural resistance to ice magic. He had little time left, swiftly on the offensive. His massive sword reflected the sunlight as it sliced toward the giant bear's head, leaving a trail of ice in its wake. The female bear evaded, and the ice blade, as if weightless, lost its momentum, curving slightly in the air before trembling and buzzing as it aimed for the bear's shoulder. The immense creature could not dodge in time, and from its left shoulder to its foreleg, fur and flesh were torn away, revealing white bone beneath, yet no blood flowed. The icy blade not only froze the capillaries of the wound, but nearly immobilized the bear's forelimb. Enraged, the female bear swung her right paw, knocking the ice blade away. With a low growl, she charged directly at Amy, who sidestepped the bear's assault. As the bear's right paw swung again, Amy ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the attack. The bear showed no signs of hesitation. With a slight shift of its massive body, its weighty rear descended upon the still-prone Amy. A series of clumsy yet effective attacks characteristic of bears, seemingly foolish but remarkably effective. In a swift motion, a sharp object sliced through the air, striking the female bear at incredible speed. With a heart-wrenching cry, she collapsed to the ground. Watch out for that one. It seems to be the boy's voice. The male bear, witnessing the fall of the female, roared in fury, struggling against its bindings. Just as Amy retrieved the ice blade, the male bear broke free from the ice snowstorm's grip and leaped over the ditch. Without hesitation, Amy gripped the hilt of his sword and thrust it toward the bear's chest. In mid-leap, the male bear could not evade, and the ice blade pierced through its chest, the tip pressing against its spine. The bear's massive forelimbs fell upon Amy's shoulders, shredding the fabric of his clothing, while its hind legs dug into the frozen ground, dislodging chunks of earth from the drainage wall. Unable to withstand the weight of several tons, Amy released his grip, and the male bear, along with the sword, tumbled into the 5-meter-deep ditch. The bear clawed at the sword with its paws, the blade slicing from its chest down through its belly before finally falling away. With a roar, the bear leaped again, its forepaws clinging to the edge of the ditch, while its hind legs propelled it upward. It's furious. Blood-red eyes fixed intently on Amy as it climbed higher, its head emerging from the ditch, its shoulders, its chest, blood gushing forth like a spring. Its waist. The gruesome spectacle left Amy paralyzed with fear. The classification of dragons is based on their evolution and can be divided into 3 major categories. First, there are the ancient holy dragons, which, according to research, indeed exist and are the only superior race active in the mortal realm. Over the last 300 years, one of the most renowned ancient holy dragons was the mount of the holy dragon knight Hark, the Great Qing Mountain, known as the Ice Green Dragon, Tanugurs. Ancient holy dragons can unleash any level 5 or above magic of the same attribute without incantations and can transform into human form. The only concern is that, despite their regal and wise nature upon reaching maturity, those under 400 years of age exhibit behavior akin to human toddlers, lacking rationality and full of curiosity, coupled with a great love for activity and a penchant for devastating magic that appears sporadically. When the dragon god Pallet created the holy dragons, he simultaneously crafted ordinary dragons based on their foundation, which are ridden by the divine races. Ordinary dragons, akin to the elven race, are classified as a superior race. These dragons frequently appear in the mortal realm, commonly referred to as dragons. Although they differ from holy dragons, they possess exceptional intelligence, excel in specific schools of magic, and wield immense destructive power. It is said that certain families within some races possess divine or demonic bloodlines, enabling them to communicate with and ride dragons, earning them the title of dragon knights. However, studies suggest that such bloodlines are not inherited. Occasionally, individuals from extremely lowly races may inexplicably possess this noble heritage. Presently, various nations boast between 1 to 10 dragon knights. The dragon cavalry currently serving in national armies and acting as shock troops primarily consists of small land-dwelling dragons. According to research, the earth dragon, sand lizard, and estuarine crocodile are all subspecies of the dragon, belonging to the dragon god faction known as Pallet. During the creation of the dragon race, there were many failures. Although these failed specimens possessed limited abilities, their survival instincts were remarkably potent, allowing them to thrive across various regions of the world. Occasionally, some earth dragons exhibit rudimentary magical capabilities or can briefly take flight. Yet the majority are renowned for their fierce and rapid impact. In the fields and hilly terrains, during close-quarter skirmishes, dragon cavalry becomes a nightmare for any other military unit. This is eloquently captured in Chi Yizi's renowned work, The Interplay of Dragon Cavalry. Chapter 11, Kindred Spirits. Huff. Huff. The bear struggled, panting heavily as it almost dragged its entire body up. What met Amy's eyes next was, Amy screamed and fainted. The bear's once snow-white belly was now drenched in crimson, a gaping wound nearly half a meter long oozing with its entrails, a sight so horrifying it rendered Amy unconscious. Wake up, it's time to eat, wake up. A dark-skinned boy repeatedly tapped Amy's head as she lay on the roadside. Green. Keep an eye on him. I'll fetch some snow from the nearby ditch. It's freezing. During her childhood, Amy had been tormented incessantly by Chi Han Feng, and as a result, she had developed a syndrome linked to the icy mornings. Dazed, upon hearing the word snow, she jolted awake. Where's the bear? Suddenly realizing, Amy recalled the earlier scene. Strange, why are you cold? The bear is dead, you fought bravely. The boy, dark-skinned and peculiar, remarked that female bear was shot through from her left ear to her right with my arrow, a swift method to kill a bear. The male was foolish enough to step on his own entrails and perish. My goodness, you scare me to death. Though Amy had regained consciousness, exhaustion, tension, and fear rendered her unable to move a single limb. I am the Ching Shan, Parker to Ching Shan. And you? The boy squinted, smiling as he extended his hand toward Amy. Amy Haber. Grasping the boy's hand, Amy sat up. In the battle among the gods, which had turned the human realm, celestial realm, demon realm, and dragon realm upside down, 2 of the 3 boys known as the human dragon gods met in such an unexpected manner. From that day forward, whenever the Ching Shan recalled that moment, Amy would undoubtedly use her most formidable magic to cleanse him of the embarrassment of the day. It was too humiliating to ever mention again. You were incredible just now. How does your sword wield magic? The Ching Shan handed over the ice blade, looking at Amy with envy. This was left to me by my father. But didn't you faint? How did you see my sword working magic? Who said I fainted? Bears don't consume the dead. I figured you could hold on a bit longer, so I pretended to faint until the bear focused all its energy on you. Then I stood up and shot that female bear dead. The boy wore an innocent expression. Oh, please don't do that again. You scared me half to death. By the way, why did you steal the cub? Do you realize how dangerous that is? Amy felt a lingering fear and was filled with anger towards the dark-skinned boy. Ahem, the story is quite long. Parker to Ching Shan, 15 years old. Hailed from the little village of Shaojiao at the western foot of Dragon Tooth Mountain, not a native of the Hami people, but rather a descendant who migrated due to the lower taxes of the Hami kingdom. At the age of 9, while hunting with his parents and fellow villagers, they inadvertently entered the Green Dragon Terrace, provoking the Dragon Clan, resulting in most of them perishing in a massive avalanche triggered by an enormous dragon. A mere handful escaped back to the village, and Ching Shan was informed he had become an orphan. If not for the villagers sharing what little they had with him, he would have long since become a part of the towering mountains. Children of the poor grow up fast. To stave off hunger, Ching Shan began scavenging for snow mice and shooting snow hares alone at the tender age of 10. As he grew older, he hunted alongside the village's adults. 2 years prior, 2 snow bears had migrated to the village's outskirts. Most snow bears preferred coastal areas to hunt marine beasts, yet these 2 had inexplicably ventured far inland, frequently attacking villagers and livestock. Several large hunting attempts had failed to harm them, resulting in multiple villagers suffering injuries. This time, Ching Shan noticed they were out hunting with a cub. Seizing the opportunity when the adult bear was distracted, he snatched up the cub and fled. Higi, look. Ching Shan proudly displayed the torn clothing on his backside from sliding down the mountain on his makeshift snow sled. I had planned to take them to the station. There are soldiers there who should be able to deal with them. Thus, it became evident that the 2 boys shared the same destination. Amy aimed to wait for her teacher at the Dragon Tooth Mountain station, while Ching Shan intended to sell the cub there. With deftness, Ching Shan drew out a dagger, skinned the bear, and severed its front paws while extracting the gallbladder. The bear is dead. Why are you being so cruel, cutting it open and removing its heart? Amy was quite perplexed. Bear pelts can fetch a good price, especially snow bear pelts. They are rare. The front paws are quite delicious and are highly sought after at the station. The gallbladder. Wow, look, this gallbladder, harvested in such a furious state, is indeed extraordinary, twice the size of an ordinary one caught in a trap. This means it can be sold for even more. Amy found it strange how this boy's interest in money rivaled that of Uncle Chi as he spoke. Shan skillfully gathered dry branches, ignited them, and evenly spread the ash over the inner side of the bear skin, performing a rudimentary curing process. The following afternoon, the two boys arrived at the Dragon Tooth Mountain station, and just as Shan had claimed, all the goods sold for a splendid price of 20 gold coins, enough for a typical family to live on for a year. Shan was quite generous, inviting Amy to a grand feast. At Amy's insistence, Shan decided to stay and wait for Han Feng and Lei go with her. The early summer nights in the ice and snow continent were still rather cold, and the howling north wind swept the snow from Dragon Tooth Mountain. Sheltered from the wind, Amy and Shan huddled closely together. The two restless boys sought a place to chat, but feared incurring expenses at the tavern. So they opted to squeeze together outside. Whimper, whimper. A small green dog wriggled out between Shan and Amy, peeking out with a blissful expression. Amy recounted tales of her Uncle Chi and teacher Lei Go, how she swam in Snow Moon Lake and trained in the forest. Shan listened intently, astonished to learn that water could be warm. He had never swum in his life. Ah, it's freezing. Early the next morning, Shan, still in bed, was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream, only to find two new figures and a massive snow wolf in the room. An old man in tattered clothing and a handsome man holding a large basin smiled warmly. Addressing the startled Amy, "At last, we've found you, my son." The old man's gaze was evidently drawn to Shan and Green, who had just poked their heads out from under the covers. My, what do we have here? The old man grinned at Shan's bed. "Little one, what is your name?" Shan, Parker Shan. "I'm not asking you. I'm inquiring about this cute little green one." The old man retained his affable demeanor. "Oh, that's my puppy. Her name is Green." Having heard much about Amy's closest companions, Shan finally laid eyes on them, and they indeed resembled her descriptions, one a bit like a madman, the other practically a demon spawn. The honest boy resolved that neither of them seemed trustworthy and decided to make a quick exit after snagging a meal. Yes, a little dog. Have you made a pact with this puppy?" "What pact?" Shan was utterly bewildered. "Little one, how about this? Your puppy won't mature for another 400 years, which makes keeping it rather pointless. Why not give it to me?" The elderly man gazed kindly into the large eyes of the Azure Mountain. "Well, as a proposition," he said, "how about this? If you wish to learn magic, I shall teach you, ensuring you become a grand court sorcerer. Should you desire to become a knight, this young man beside me can instruct you. Do you see that magnificent white wolf? It is a mythical beast, capable of flight. In a year, I will assist you in acquiring a small mythical creature and help you become a beast rider of the Empire." Apart from the Azure Mountain, the other three individuals reacted strongly. Alas, Amy sighed inwardly. Indeed, it takes but 3 days to learn mischief, yet 3 years to master virtue. After only a few days apart, Teacher Leg had already led another aspiring beast rider astray, with Uncle Chi's influence. Who knows who the Empire will send next year to claim the mythical creatures? Even before they are in hand, two have already fallen victim to scheming. "Oh, no. I refuse," Han Feng exclaimed furiously. "I am also a dignified knight of the Empire. If you suggest that I take on a disciple, would that not be a great loss of face for me?" At that moment, Green, who had just poked her head out from under the covers, overheard their conversation. She cleared her throat and spat a heavy glob of green saliva at Leg's feet. For most humans, dragon lairs are perilously treacherous domains. Typically, dragons enchant their nests, with the potency of their magic increasing the closer one approaches the center. Moreover, at the heart of a dragon's lair, the dragon often maintains its unique realm, a domain of its own. Nevertheless, countless adventurers have long sought to infiltrate these perilous sanctuaries. Adventurers who dare to enter dragon lairs can be broadly categorized into 3 groups. The first, and most numerous, are the greedy. Some refer to such individuals as adventurers. They, in turn, proudly call themselves heroes. It is well known that dragons have a penchant for collecting shiny objects, gold coins, gems, magical weapons, enchanted crystals, mirrors, and the like. A large dragon lair essentially serves as an immense treasure trove, wealthy enough to rival nations. The prospect of possessing such riches is tantalizingly clear. The second group comprises avengers. It is undeniable that a small number of dragons regard humans or other races as prey, in pursuit of longer-lasting peace. Certain villages employ mercenaries or take matters into their own hands to eliminate the malevolent dragons. The third category consists of dragon slayers, a curious social byproduct. Among the most revered of heroes, those who have encountered dragons are often dragon riders or slayers. For the pinnacle of most professions, Should one discover that they lack the divine or demonic bloodline to become a dragon's truest companion, the prevailing choice is to slay the dragon, thereby earning the recognition of being greater than the dragon itself. For those who cherish something dearly, if they cannot possess it, they may seek to obliterate it entirely. This, perhaps, encapsulates a unique sentiment of the human race. Recorded in the classic of Mountains and Seas, The Dragon Clan. Chapter 12, The Mysterious Orphanage. What an adorable little creature. Redgar displayed his customary good-natured demeanor, grinning as he extended his grimy, unsightly hand towards the little dragon. To his surprise, the little green one was rather unceremonious, perhaps disturbed by the prolonged neglect of hygiene, and opened its mouth wide to give his hand a thorough cleaning. "Oh, do refrain from biting," chuckled the ancient sorcerer, his smile deepening. "My hand has been petrified. You won't be able to bite through it." The little green creature obediently released his hand, gasping for breath as it vigorously spat on the ground. The originally green saliva having turned black through the process of washing the sorcerer's hand. One tiny paw pressed against its teeth, indicating that it indeed felt a discomfort. "Young lad, what did you say your name was?" The petrification had not entirely taken effect, and dark crimson blood seeped from the sorcerer's hand, resembling stone. Redgar flicked the blood away while subtly shifting his focus. Shan, Park Shan. True to his name, he was like a great mountain, steadfast and unyielding. Though some may have entertained thoughts of taking advantage of him, he remained, much like the towering peaks, devoid of malice. Perhaps it was this innate kindness, this unpretentious demeanor, and his unwavering integrity that garnered the favor of the ancient ice dragon. In stark contrast to Amy's tormented childhood, Shan's early years were steeped in shadows. At the tender age of 10, while most children snuggled in their mother's embrace, Shan had already embarked on a year of solitary hunting. It is difficult to fathom how a mere boy could confront prey that dwarfed him by at least a factor of 2, especially when these creatures viewed him as their quarry. Initially, some villagers would offer him scraps of food, but as the bitter winter set in, daylight dwindled to a mere 2 hours, and most animals retreated into hibernation, rendering large-scale hunting futile. Each household relied on the scant provisions harvested during the summer, leaving little to spare for an orphan. To solicit food from others was simply beyond the pride of young Shan. In the fleeting daylight and interminable nights, the most frequent and fervent desire of 9-year-old Shan was to sleep. Only in dreams could he escape hunger. Only in dreams could he bask in sunlight. Only in dreams could he savor delectable dishes. Only in dreams could he reunite with his parents before the avalanche. And only in dreams could he conserve his strength. Yet, even in slumber, hunger often gnawed at him. Hunger and cold became the most indelible memories of Shan's 9 years. When the pangs of hunger became unbearable, the dazed boy clung to a flicker of hope and ventured outside to see if he might catch a snow hare or similar small game. He attempted to dig traps, bury bows, and explore the burrows of snow hares. The prey on the frozen continent had long since adapted to human hunting, without a large-scale encirclement. Most animals could evade capture, especially from the naive tactics of a child. Shan's father had left him a steel crossbow, yet at just 9 years old, he lacked the strength to draw even the weapons that adults struggled with. Occasionally, on sunlit snow slopes, Shan would discover the frozen remains of snow hares, snow mice, or snow chickens, but more often than not, his hunting excursions ended in vain or yielded only a few inedible, frostbitten wild vegetables. Observing Shan's increasingly frail figure and unsteady gait, most villagers recognized the grim reality. This child would not survive the harsh winter. Until one fateful twilight, the villagers were astonished to see Shan returning, trembling, as he dragged a massive snow leopard behind him. The sight left everyone in disbelief. In the heart of Dragontooth Mountain, the snow leopard was an agile creature with sharp claws and formidable strength. It could climb trees and swim, capable of taking down a pack of snow wolves single-handedly. Hunters generally kept their distance from snow leopards, and even 10 hunters might struggle to slay one. How could an orphan achieve such a feat? In the winter, the relationships between villagers grew exceedingly cold. No one would visit one another, not merely to conserve energy and warmth, but also out of fear of unwarranted intrusion. Whispers arose. Was the snow leopard perhaps frozen to death? Who knows? Look, he bears no injuries. How could one slay a snow leopard without getting hurt? They speculated, noting that the snow leopard seemed not to be frozen, its body still pliable. In his characteristic silence, Shan labored to bring the snow leopard home, where he skillfully skinned it, filled a pot with snow, and gathered dry firewood. His long-neglected chimney finally exhaled a wisp of smoke, and the long-missed aroma of meat began wafting through the village. Once cooked, the boy prepared the finest cuts in a wooden basin and, with a stoic demeanor, delivered them to the villagers who had once aided him, bowing as he said, "Thank you, uncle, aunt, grandfather, grandmother," before departing quietly. 2 days later, another twilight revealed a slight figure straining through the snow, once more Shan, this time dragging 2 snow foxes. In the frozen continent, Foxes were the most cunning of creatures. Unlike other animals, the snow foxes sported brilliant crimson fur even in winter, making them nearly impossible to hunt. Generally, hunters avoided targeting foxes altogether. Years prior, one hunter had wounded a snow fox, and from that day forth, a procession of foxes invaded his home, snatching chickens and eventually turning their sights on pigs, employing cunning tactics to drive them back to their lairs. How could the small boy have slain not one, but two? Without uttering a word, Shan returned home, skinned the foxes, and cooked the meat. Though fox meat was not particularly palatable in winter, any sustenance sufficed. Once again, he prepared the best portions in a wooden basin and delivered them to the villagers who had once supported him, maintaining his silent demeanor as he bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thus, every few days, Shan would return with one or two enormous carnivorous beasts, transforming his dilapidated home into the only one in the village that consistently emitted smoke. The villagers who had once worried about food now felt secure. In the yard, the hard wooden posts supporting the cured pelts of carnivorous animals multiplied. During this time, a rumor began to circulate in the village after Shan's parents perished in an avalanche caused by the mountain spirit. The spirit chose Shan as its heir. It commanded the carnivorous creatures to surrender themselves before him, allowing him to feast upon them. For how else could one explain the absence of any injuries on the animals? Following this, even fewer dared to approach Shan. The bitter winter has passed, and the orphan, who once faced the threat of starvation, has flourished remarkably due to an abundance of food, growing stronger than the children of ordinary households. His tattered clothing compelled him to take matters into his own hands. He skillfully cut open the tanned pelts, fashioned needles from animal bones, and utilized sinews for thread, stitching garments for himself. That summer, the legend of the mountain deity's heir was once again substantiated. When the grand green mountain reappeared in the village after several days of mysterious absence, the townsfolk noticed that the boy was now accompanied by a small green dog. Astonishingly, this canine walked on two legs, and any animal that beheld it would lose control, trembling in fear. What other dog, aside from the mountaintop deity's bestowed guardian, could possess such formidable presence? Chapter 13. The exploration of the dragon's lair. As the rumors spread far and wide, at the behest of Amy, Chihanfone, and Liege. During mealtime, Shan recounted tales from his past. Within 100 miles, hardly anyone was unaware that a designated heir of the mountain god had emerged from the small village at the western foot of Longya Mountain. It was said that his parents were not deceased. Rather, they had been chosen by the mountain god to serve as guardians of the mountain. Some claimed to have seen his parents riding a snow leopard, racing down the mountain. Others spoke of how every time Shan went hunting, all the animals on the mountain would line up to await him. He would gently touch the head of whichever beast he desired, and that creature would follow him down the mountain. Upon nearing the village, the beast would let out a deafening roar before taking its own life. But how did you kill it? Amy inquired anxiously. You were only 9. How could you possibly slay a snow leopard? Well, it happened like this, Shan replied. Retrieving 2 wooden sticks, each 50 centimeters long and pointed at both ends, from his pack. One time, I stumbled upon a dead snow hare. Upon autopsy, I discovered it had not succumbed to the cold. Rather, a long root had pierced its stomach, likely because it had consumed it in desperation during a harsh winter. He then described how he sought out the most resilient trees, sharpened the ends of the sticks, and fashioned a trap. I would bend the wooden sticks together, bind them with string, and freeze them into a ball of ice. Finally, I would cover it with animal hides or oil. By tossing such ice balls in areas frequented by animals, they would unwittingly consume them, and the heat from their stomachs would quickly melt the ice, causing the sticks to spring forth and pierce their bellies. Thus, I would merely collect the already deceased animals. Then why didn't you use this method to kill the snow bear? Amy pressed on, while Leach shot a disapproving glance at his apprentice for delaying the tale. The snow bears hibernate in winter and cannot be found in summer, and they do not consume carrion during that season, Shan explained earnestly. Oh, and what of that little dog? Leach inquired with concern. Unbeknownst to the villagers, as the weather gradually warmed, Shan found his catches dwindling, increasingly bringing home prey such as snow hares or snow chickens, adorned with crossbow bolt wounds. With the rise in temperature, carnivorous animals could readily hunt for food and seldom resorted to eating decomposing carcasses. Shan gradually learned to wield the steel crossbow left by his father and how to ambush small animals. As the weather grew warmer, he occasionally camped outdoors to secure more game. One evening, at the cusp of spring and summer, Shan gathered firewood and ignited a roaring bonfire. Despite sheltering from the biting north wind, the temperature difference between day and night remained stark. Watching the flames dance, he suspended 2 clean snow hares over the fire with forks. As he rotated the hares, the sizzling meat released its savory aroma, mingling with the salt that dripped onto the flames, creating an enticing spectacle. As the meat neared completion, Shan recalled his father's lesson. To avoid scorching the meat with open flames, it was best to use a gentle ember. Carefully, he kindled another fire, extinguished the original, and lowered the meat to allow the residual heat to finish cooking. Seizing the moment, he found a flat spot beneath the cliff, spread out a hide, and prepared to rest after his meal. Having finished his preparations, Shan turned to shift the meat once more, only to be struck dumb. A small green dog had taken his place, struggling to shake the hairs with its front paws. Drool hung from its mouth? And upon noticing Shan, the little dog barked eagerly, pointing with one paw at the meat and with the other at its own belly, its tail wagging furiously. How adorable, Shan mused as he approached to stroke the little creature's head. Are you hungry? The little dog excitedly nodded in response. It seemed to have been abandoned by its owner. Upon closer inspection, Shan realized the dog was disabled. Its front legs were severely underdeveloped, rendering it unable to run on all fours, forcing it to clumsily walk on its hind legs. What a pity, Shan thought, feeling a pang of empathy for the little creature, reminiscent of his own unfortunate circumstances. As the cold wind blew, the dog curled into a ball and sneezed. Shan's heart ached for it, and he lifted his coat to pull the small creature into his warmth, allowing it to watch the slowly browning meat alongside him. Once the hairs were fully cooked, Shan disassembled them, placing the finest hind legs in front of the little dog. The pup eagerly devoured the offering, seemingly delighted by Shan's culinary skills, before contentedly rolling onto its back in his embrace and falling asleep. The following day, Shan took the little dog, now named Green, hunting on the mountain. The clumsy creature struggled to keep pace with the hares and often tumbled down the slopes. Shan laughed heartily at its antics. That day yielded little game, only a single snow chicken. As night fell, Shan prepared to roast the meat again, while Green nestled into Shan's coat, inhaling the savory scent. On the third day, their luck improved slightly, catching 2 hares and another snow chicken, once again roasting the meat on a wind-sheltered slope. Suddenly, the night wind howled fiercely, and downy snowflakes began to fall from the night sky. How peculiar, Shan pondered. It was such a lovely day. He added more firewood to the flames. In the distance, the sound of crunching twigs broke the night's stillness. An elderly man clad in black emerged from the darkness, casting a glance at Shan before slowly settling beside the bonfire. Green, poking its head out of the coat, leapt excitedly into the old man's arms. As if recognizing its owner, Shan felt a twinge of sadness. Though the little dog was clumsy, it had brought him companionship, and he yearned for that connection. After swallowing hard, Shan found the courage to speak up for the first time. Sir, is this little dog yours? The old man paused, taken aback. Oh, you mean him? Yes, he is mine. Would you be willing to let him come with me? Shan hesitated, his voice wavering. The old man's eyes sparkled suddenly, akin to a flash of lightning across the night sky. You want him? Yes, I am Shan. I am all alone, and I long for a companion. I promise to care for him. That could work, the old man mused, as if making a momentous decision. He glanced between the little dog and Shan before asking firmly, Shan, do you vow to stay with him for life? I do. I certainly do. In that instant, Shan felt a weighty sanctity to the moment. What about you? The elderly man cast a glance at the puppy and inquired. Would you wish to be united with the great azure mountain for a lifetime? The puppy whimpered softly, nodding its head and wagging its tail. The old man extended his frail, withered hand, clasping the hands of the great azure mountain and the puppy's front paw. O sacred deity, Pallet. Your descendant wishes to forge a divine covenant with the progeny of the Creator, allowing heaven, earth, and the divine to witness this hallowed moment. At that instant, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. When the great azure mountain reopened his eyes, the old man had vanished. A voice echoed from the heavens, Great Azure Mountain. Whenever you encounter difficulties or uncertainties, venture to the green dragon terrace of Longya Mountain. Oh, the young man is not speaking the truth, huffed the old sorcerer, Reg, his beard bristling with indignation. You have already entered into a contract, yet you deceive this old man. What contract? I am utterly innocent. The great azure mountain replied with a bewildered expression. It is that wretched dragon god, Pallet, roared the old sorcerer. A crack of lightning cleaved the clear sky, causing Reg to retract his neck in fright. Ho ho, someone dares to denounce the dragon god, who stands equal to the creator. Such audacity is commendable. A middle-aged man's voice resonated with a tone of appreciation nearby. Reg, clearly undeterred, remained intent on visiting the green dragon terrace, his mind calculating the prospects. After all, with the great azure mountain, a human bonded with the dragon, they would not face any peril. If fortune favored them with ancient magic, enchanted weapons, or other treasures, it would be even better. The astute Chi Foam also yearned to explore the dragon's lair for valuable artifacts, recognizing that the journey would be safe. Only a fool would reject such an opportunity. Thus he raised both hands in agreement. Amy, sensing an underlying disquiet, found herself unable to grasp the intentions of the 2 cunning old foxes due to her limited experience. Meanwhile, the great azure mountain was reluctant to part with his newfound friends and was eager to discover what the old man had spoken of regarding the green dragon terrace. Alas, if that man in black had foreseen such events, he would undoubtedly have opposed any agreement between Green and the Great Azure Mountain, lamenting the perils of careless friendships. Power Rankings: 1. Sacred Dragon Knight, Legendary. 2. Dragon Knight 3. Beast Knight 4. High-Level Berserker 5. Spirit Beast Knight 6. Heavily Armored Cavalry 7. Heavily Armored Infantry 8. Lightly Armored Cavalry 9. Lightly Armored Infantry reference for magical power rankings: 2 High-Level Archmages, 1 Sacred Dragon Knight, 1 High-Level Archmage, 1. 5 Dragon Knights, 1 Archmage, 0. 75 Dragon Knights, 1 Grand Sorcerer, 3 Beast Knights, 1 First Level Mage, 1 Beast Knight. Chi Yitsi's Renowned Work, Military Types, Power. Chapter 14, Confronting the Dragon Reluctantly. Daching Shan had to amalgamate all the clues and accept that his beloved Green was not an adorable little pup, but rather an awe-inspiring, majestic, and exceedingly rare ancient divine dragon, endowed with immense power and unparalleled intelligence. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that he had become a noble dragon knight. He could hardly fathom the image of himself, sword in hand, charging atop a diminutive dragon. In such a scenario, if he were to engage in combat, it was likely that an adversary mounted on a mere donkey could vanquish the legendary dragon knight. Reg informed him that the shape-shifting divine dragon would remain in its juvenile form for at least 4 centuries, meaning Daching Shan would not be able to ride it until then. Remembering Reg's expression while delivering this news left Daching Shan in a state of both amusement and despair. Reg, in a show of camaraderie, patted his shoulder and said, "My young friend, while the average lifespan of a person is merely 80 years, entering the Tower of Wishes for trials may grant you several centuries of life." In light of this, Daching Shan pondered visiting the Green Dragon platform to inquire with the elder about the implications of forcibly binding Green to a contract. Did it imply he was to care for Green during its formative years? With their own hidden agendas, the sullen Daching Shan, the oblivious little Amy, and the recently unmasked young dragon, whose intelligence was comparable to that of a 3-year-old human child, formed a uniquely peculiar expedition team at the Green Dragon platform. Nestled in the northern valley of Dragontooth Mountain's western foothills, the Green Dragon platform was surrounded by mountains, with a prominent peak rising sharply, its summit forming a plateau at an elevation of 200 meters, significantly surpassing the average altitude of 300 meters. 3 sides were steep cliffs, while one side presented a flat slope, perpetually blanketed in snow and seldom trodden by human feet. The area surrounding Dragontooth Mountain was rife with wild beasts, and Daching Shan showcased his prowess as a hunter, dispatching or driving away most creatures with his crossbow. Unexpectedly, Chi Hanfeng exhibited a keen interest in the child's skills, often engaging him in conversation. Based on Amy's understanding, she surmised that Uncle Chi was suffering greatly from being dragged into relentless magical studies by Reg. Indeed, on the 4th day, as they entered the valley, the snow thickened, prompting Chi Hanfeng to summon a combat-ready Xiaobai, fully armored, complete with a knight's helm, heavy knight's armor, a tiger-headed shield in his left hand, and a knight's lance in his right. Even Xiaobai bore full iron armor while floating through the air, exuding an air of grandeur. Reg continuously praised. What a splendid sight! The foolish Daching Shan fell for the ruse, staring blankly at Chi Hanfeng, contemplating the stark contrast between his own majestic steed, the regal Green, and his own expression, which was a blend of confusion and amusement. Seizing the moment, Chi Hanfeng proposed, "Daching Shan, if you are willing to take me as your mentor, I shall teach you the ways of knighthood. Do not be disheartened. Mastering these skills will serve you well when Green matures. Otherwise, you may never ride at all." It was a clear attempt at persuasion. Although Amy wished to caution Daching Shan, she was deterred by the expression on Chi Hanfeng's face, which seemed to indicate that any interference would result in dire consequences for her. The previous night, Chi Hanfeng had already warned Reg, "Having taken one of my apprentices, you must ensure he remains to inherit my legacy." Now, the esteemed mage could only murmur a silent prayer, "O dragon god, bless this unfortunate child. Amen." Alas, Daching Shan was unwittingly stepping closer to the abyss of darkness, as the annals of history revisited this moment in reminiscence. The evaluation of Chi Hanfeng was exceedingly high. First, he was a man; second, a gentleman of sorts; and third, a seemingly honorable man with a heart of gold beneath a facade of sternness. He was a man of discerning vision, intricately connected to the 3 prodigies of history, the most formidable dragon god among them. Setting aside Daching Shan's impending missteps, the Green Dragon platform was a place of twists and turns. As the expedition team rounded a ridge, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the sky. The once flat slopes suddenly converged, flanked by sheer cliffs, forming a narrow passageway. In midair, a vibrant green dragon soared, while another stood at the precipice, extending its long neck to curiously observe the adventurers, likely accustomed to such intruders. "Humans, halt." The low, rumbling voice that reverberated in the valley was certainly not that of the 2 green dragons. "You have entered the noble territory of the divine dragon Chi Si Guer Sai. You have 3 minutes to vacate." The voice grew increasingly thunderous, culminating in a roar. "Noble dragons, we are friends of the divine dragon. Here to pay our respects to his kin," Reg implored, bowing deeply with Green at his side. 1 minute remaining, came the growl from the valley once more. "Leave now." The valley erupted with a deafening crash. After a prolonged dragon's roar, the airborne green dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a colossal fireball towards Reg. "Watch out." Shan shouted, rushing forward, only to be unexpectedly struck and flung onto his back, crashing to the ground. "Foolish apprentice, return. He is a mage. Such rudimentary magic will not harm him, even if cast by a divine dragon. He has activated his absolute magical defense. Spells below level 4 cannot penetrate, and any resultant damage would rebound upon the caster." Hanfeng summoned Xiaobai, who floated in midair. Amy hurried over to assist Shan, while Green bounced back eagerly. The fireball, as it collided with Reg's protective barrier, exploded into a shower of sparks, with fragments of the fireball hurtling back towards the green dragon. Were it not for the dragon's innate magical resistance, it would have sustained injuries. "How marvelous!" Hanfeng exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. "Who do you think will emerge victorious? I wager on the green dragon for 10 gold coins." Dragons are inherently resistant to magic. When a mage encounters a dragon, defeat is inevitable. Once more, the green dragon let out a resonant cry. Without uttering any incantation, a massive lightning sphere descended from the heavens, directly targeting Reg's protective shield. This lightning sphere would unleash a powerful surge of electricity, striking all nearby foes. Although this spell lacked the potency of a thunderstorm spell, it could indiscriminately attack numerous enemies regardless of location. The benefits of high-voltage strikes were manifold, as conventional armor could not block the passage of electricity, rendering any resultant damage entirely unavoidable. "Holy Wind Spirit, take flight," Reg muttered. The protective barrier could not defend against this electrical magic. The most prudent course of action was to swiftly evade. However, it appeared that this time it was too late. The lightning summoned by the dragon seemed to pursue relentlessly. The frail physique of a mage could hardly withstand the wrath of lightning conjured by a dragon, even for a grand mage or a mage lord. "Be careful," Amy cried out in alarm. Reg moved swiftly, dodging left as the lightning approached, then right, only to have the lightning follow suit, and finally, as he ascended, the lightning suddenly veered. With a crack, the lightning struck Hanfeng, who was floating in midair, transforming the armored beast knight into a natural lightning rod. Like all who had been struck by electrical magic, he endured excruciating pain, yet maintained an air of grandeur. Momentarily paralyzed by the shock, Xiaobai whisked Hanfeng away. "Ah, this method of evading lightning seems rather effective." Amy watched in awe as her mentor deftly avoided the lightning sphere, then glanced at Shan, contemplating that this young man might one day become a formidable knight, adorned in full armor as well. Her eyes twinkled with excitement. "Oh, Wind Spirit, transform into a guardian dragon. It appears that a conflict is inevitable, for communication with ordinary dragons proves futile. Reg has commenced his counterattack. Against dragons, only a dragon's assault can suffice." He summoned a level 4 wind illusion dragon. This ethereal being is a manifestation crafted by high-level sorcerers utilizing formidable mental prowess. Should the adversary fail to discern the illusion, this indestructible dragon unleashes catastrophic devastation, inflicting irreparable harm upon its foes until it vanishes. A yellow dragon emerged from the tempest, its agility not matching that of a true dragon. Yet its physical might was formidable enough to command respect. The yellow dragon soared swiftly, its elongated claws slicing through the air, leaving several white gashes upon the green dragon. The green dragon, an embodiment of ice, shared the same elemental lineage as the wind. Its speed in aerial assaults far surpassed that of other types. As it flitted about, it resembled a green lightning bolt, encircling the yellow illusion dragon while relentlessly unleashing torrents of dragon fire. In the one-on-one confrontation between the true dragon and the illusion, victory was unattainable for the latter. Reg, suspended in the air, recognized this truth. His intent was merely to use the wind illusion dragon as a distraction. His true trump card remained unplayed. The incantation of magic echoed once more through the valley. "O dark dragon Landa, I summon you in the name of darkness." In the howling winds of the valley, he unleashed a level 5 spell, a surging tide of magical energy rolling forth like ocean waves. Even in daylight, the immense hexagonal magical barrier formed during the summoning of the level 5 fire dragon emitted a blinding blue radiance, painfully piercing the eyes of all present. The magical hexagram before Reg radiated a brilliant blue light, as a dark dragon ascended from the brilliance. With a thunderous roar, the dark dragon exhaled a torrent of flames. Only the most elite sorcerers possess the ability to summon a fire dragon. This spell is indeed a harbinger of nightmares. The dark dragon, an apparition wrought from magic, emerged from the void, unleashing fierce magical flames upon all adversaries. Such an unassailable onslaught often transforms the battlefield into a silent slaughterhouse, where even the mightiest foes quail beneath the dragon's fire. For none can withstand such terrifying power, even the true dragons themselves. The magical flames erupted in waves against the vast green form, eliciting mournful cries from the green dragon, which then fled to higher skies. Dragon lairs do indeed exist. They are not merely figments of ancient texts or the songs of bards. Across various continents, abandoned dragon lairs abound, some having been transformed into scenic locales, attracting numerous visitors year-round. The scale of these lairs varies according to the duration of the dragon's residence. Few are aware that all dragon lairs exposed to humanity are merely the lairs of lesser dragons, predominantly those of young dragons. The lairs of the sacred dragons have never truly revealed themselves to mankind. It is said that the lairs of the 6 divine dragons have been passed down through generations, each guarded by lower-tier dragons of the same lineage. Shanhai Jing, Dragon Clan Chapter 15. Dark magic. The silhouette of the green dragon instantaneously transformed into a multitude of emerald specks, as if to vanish into the vastness of the sky. However, just as the 4 adventurers exhaled a sigh of relief, the green specks suddenly enlarged and split in two, with another colossal dragon joining the fray. The force of its downward dive was immense. The powerful dragon wings struck the air with a swift motion, drawing tightly against its body to attain greater velocity, only to strike the air once more. Before one dragon, icy blades continuously manifested, descending upon Reach with the ferocity of a rain of daggers. The other dragon, stained with crimson blood, unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles, the fire spirits summoned to accompany them, emitting joyous laughter. The floating wind illusion dragon was almost instantaneously obliterated by the baptism of fire and ice. Without pause, the elements surged through the ethereal form of the wind illusion dragon, crashing toward Reach in an overwhelming tide. Centered around Reach, the inferno and icy spears collided with the absolute shield, immediately rebounding outward, sending forth white ice shards and intertwining red flames like a towering wall. Although the absolute shield could defend against first and second level spells, it was utterly incapable of dissipating the immense, relentless force of the ensuing assault, forcing Reach to retreat step by step. O Dark Elf, I command you to become my shield with your ethereal essence. With no other recourse, Reach summoned the power of dark magic to conjure a formidable dark shield before him. This rare defensive spell within the realm of dark magic harnessed the concentration of energy to create a dark barrier, its efficacy surpassing that of ordinary magical shields. Moreover, this dark force field possessed the ability to absorb impacts, allowing it to mitigate damage even when struck, though its only drawback was its limited duration. With the aid of the dark shield, the icy blades and flames were swiftly absorbed and vanished. Suddenly, the shadow of the green dragon erupted forth, its elongated claws slicing through the veil of fire and ice like lightning, piercing the absolute shield. Dragons, without a doubt, are exceedingly intelligent creatures. Upon realizing that their foe could easily dispel magic and wield high-level spells, they quickly altered their strategy, launching a barrage of minor spells to incessantly assault the mage, thereby denying him sufficient time to summon grand magic, and then employing physical attacks to directly shatter the absolute shield, which could only guard against magical onslaughts. It appeared they had succeeded. Even the dark shield could not withstand the dragon's claw assault. For dragons, magical attacks were primarily aimed at groups of enemies. When faced with formidable opponents, their sharp teeth, powerful wings, and lengthy tails became unimaginable weapons of aggression, especially the razor-sharp claws on their forelimbs. An adult dragon's claws could extend up to a meter in length, effortlessly tearing through the hides of elephants and rhinoceroses. And even the sturdy oaken shields wielded by heavily armored infantry would be rent asunder like mere parchment, not to mention the fragile forms of humans. The 10 sharp foreclaws tore through the absolute shield like spears, the dark shield only slightly delaying the onslaught for a fleeting moment. Accompanied by a howling wind, the dragon's claws plunged once more. Suddenly, a flash of silver light illuminated the scene as a massive silver steel shield collided with the dragon's claws, sending brilliant sparks flying. With a grunt, Chi Feng and Xiaobai were pushed back 2 steps by the tremendous force of impact. As a high-ranking knight, Chi Feng understood well that the mage should stand behind the warriors to unleash his spells, thus he remained ever ready to intervene in battle. Yet, he had not anticipated the dragon's strikes to be so swift and sharp. Even the speed of the snow-type illusion beast could only barely intercept the dragon's lethal attack at the last possible moment. Even so, the dragon's power was something that humanity could not contend with. Vivid crimson liquid began to seep from the knight's mouth, and with considerable effort, Chi Feng swallowed hard, not pausing for a moment as his gleaming knightly spear emerged from beneath the shield, akin to a cunning serpent, aiming for the wounded dragon's belly. With inertia, the unsuspecting green dragon's massive form crashed heavily against the shield, twisting its body in a desperate bid to evade the spear, only for it to pierce through the dragon's left wing. With a long, mournful cry, the dragon flapped its wings, attempting to ascend once more into the sky. But after soaring a few yards high, it twisted and crashed heavily onto the snow-laden slope, sending plumes of snow cascading into the air. O dark dragon Landa, I summon you in the name of darkness. The old mage, shaken yet resolute, began his incantation anew. The other dragon, sensing the formidable prowess of the 2 individuals before it, and the surging magical energy once more, abandoned its attack and soared above the injured dragon, grasping its spine. With a resonating roar, the colossal figure circled over the ridge and vanished. With the great knight's intervention, the two small dragons were swiftly driven away. With his spear raised high toward the heavens, shield held protectively to his chest, Chi Hanfeng struck an exaggerated pose, freezing it for 20 seconds, then asked with pride, "How was that? Am I not magnificent?" "Magnificent indeed," came the resigned response from Amy, accustomed to such flamboyant exclamations. Chi Hanfeng placed a hand on Rege's shoulder. Embracing him as he wept softly, "Rege, you cannot die. You cannot leave like this. How am I to face my family, my father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather?" His voice suddenly fell silent. "Quite magnificent, is it? Well then, you may hold that pose for 2 hours," Rege retorted, beckoning the two little ones to follow him up the mountain. Xiao Bai, carrying the petrified Chi Hanfeng, trailed behind, the low-hanging branches and jutting cliffs continuously striking the immobile knight, leaving small trails of blood on his previously striking pose. One could only imagine the deep sorrow that must have welled within Chi Hanfeng's heart that night. After the two children had drifted into slumber, Chi Hanfeng tapped Rege on the shoulder, signaling for a private conversation. The two stealthily departed from the campfire. "Rege, why did you not utilize your most adept 5th-level snow magic, the Ice Snow Frenzy Dragon, during the day?" "Well, the green dragon is of the ice and snow element. The Ice Snow Frenzy Dragon would have little effect against it." Rege seemed to sense something amiss, responding without his usual teasing tone. "I recall that Dark Dragon Landa is the ultimate dark magic, correct?" "Indeed. Who would have thought you possessed such knowledge of magic? Why did you not pursue the study of magic yourself?" "It doesn't seem too late now." The old mage clearly evaded the topic. "As a neutral attribute mage, how could you cast the ultimate dark magic?" Chi Hanfeng pressed, refusing to be sidetracked. After a long silence, Rege gazed intently into Chi Hanfeng's eyes. "There are some matters I cannot disclose to you at present. Please forgive me." With that, the old mage returned to the campfire and lay down, a sigh escaping him shortly thereafter. That night, both Rege and Chi Hanfeng found little rest. The following day, as they ascended higher, the snow beneath them thickened, and the path vanished. The wind howled fiercely, and without grasping firmly onto the branches and trunks, one could nearly be swept away by the gale. Upon crossing a small ridge, the landscape suddenly opened up before them, revealing a vast circular clearing with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters. No wonder this place was known as the Green Dragon Terrace. At the center of the clearing stood a colossal rock, from which a dark, gaping entrance faced south, white breath rising gently from within. It seemed this was the final destination for the two adults. Upon seeing the dark opening, Green leapt up, swaying unsteadily as it tumbled and rolled towards it. The Qingshan, fearing for its safety, sprinted after it. Inside the cave, darkness was scarce. Every 20 meters floated a sphere of wizard's fire, casting a cold, flickering light. It is indeed a luxury. The efficacy of the wizard's fire lasts merely 2 hours. At this rate, one wonders how many sorcerers would be required to maintain its effects. As they proceeded, ethereal ice sprites emanating green luminescence intermittently leapt from their corporeal forms, vanishing behind the walls upon catching sight of Green. The terrain gradually descended. Yet it was not damp, perhaps a consequence of delving deeper underground, where the air steadily warmed. Suddenly, before their eyes, an immense cavern materialized. One could scarcely fathom its grandiosity without being enveloped within its confines. The cavern ceiling was adorned with colossal, vibrant stalactites, some exceeding 10 meters in length, their bases flickering with tiny sparks of electricity. The nearby stalactites formed a vast electric web. The walls sparkled with crystalline scales, reflecting dazzling light. In the center stood a high platform, glimmering with a plethora of agate, diamonds, and gold, heaped like a mountain. Green exuberantly bounded up the platform, only to find it devoid of treasures, her expression swiftly shifting to disappointment. However, her sorrow dissipated as she plunged into the pile of jewels, joyfully rolling amidst the riches. In that moment, the entire dragon lair trembled ominously. The electricity coursing through the stalactites surged, cascading like a waterfall, revealing the spectral form of a colossal green dragon, Tamuger. At last, you have arrived. Its body was more than 5 times the size of the 2 dragons previously encountered. This voice was unmistakably the same one heard echoing through the canyon. "My child, this shall be our final meeting." The dragon blinked, stating, "The dragon god summons me. All here shall be inherited by you. For long, I have sealed your magic. Now, let the dragon god pellet unleash the full power of your kin." Countless bolts of lightning converged from all directions, striking Green. Amidst the electric storm, she underwent a profound transformation. Delicate horns sprouted from her head, while small buds emerged from her back, blossoming into diminutive wings. Green displayed a pained expression, unleashing a torrent of flames from her mouth. "Farewell, my child." The lightning diminished, and the dragon's form gradually faded. 2 individuals present finally felt liberated, exclaiming as Chi Hanfeng and Liege lunged toward the treasure. Chi Hafeng wildly scooped up a handful of gold coins, exclaiming, I am rich. I struck it big. Haha. I left home without a penny. But those arduous years are finally behind me. Liege, on the other hand, opened every small box he encountered, discarding those that did not please him and hastily stashing away anything valuable. A burst of flames erupted from Green's mouth, clearly indicating her outrage at the audacious pillaging transpiring before her. Oh dear. Chi Hafeng awkwardly set down the bag he had been about to fill with coins, gazing at Green with a benevolent expression. You do not wish for me to take any, do you? If only you had spoken up. How was I to know? If you keep breathing fire carelessly, just think. What if the gold were to melt? As he spoke, he grabbed another handful of coins. Big Qingshan wishes to accompany me in his studies. Do you wish to join? Green nodded eagerly. Oh, I will place these coins in the bag as tuition for Big Qingshan. It's quite inexpensive. I am a beast knight. And if I were to recruit a disciple in the imperial capital, it would require a bag full of coins. But for your sake, I shall grant an 88 discount, a clearance sale. Chi Hafeng then fixed his kind eyes upon Green. Would you like to feast daily on delectable lizard jerky or fish? Needless to say, Green nodded vigorously. Chi Hafeng continued tossing coins into the bag. This is enough for a year's worth of meals, 2 years. 3 years that should suffice. I guarantee you will have exquisite meat for at least a decade, am I right? Green gazed at him in astonishment, nodding in confusion. Big Qingshan eats sparingly, but he too requires sustenance, he added, tossing in 2 more handfuls of coins. I shall also need to procure armor for Big Qingshan, alas. This is quite an expense. Another 2 handfuls found their way into the already bulging bag. That should be enough, Green. Look, that old man is still taking your treasures. As Green turned her head, the last 2 handfuls of coins filled the bag to the brim. Do not look at me, little one. The old wizard, facing the fiercely indignant Green, struggled to conjure an excuse. Chi Hafeng's earlier antics had imparted many lessons to the sorcerer. Green, I am not like that wretched knight. I have no desire for your gold. Observe, I have merely collected a few magical scrolls and tomes. Oh, and some magical artifacts. You will embark on adventures with Big Qingshan. Without scrolls, should you encounter trouble, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Thus, I shall hold on to these for you. Would you prefer to carry them yourself? The old sorcerer lifted a heap of scrolls, which clattered against Green's small head, causing her to wince as tears brimmed in her eyes. The scrolls were accompanied by various other items, leaving her head covered in small bumps. Cough, cough. See, little one, you are experiencing hardship now, aren't you? Do you understand that I am doing this for your own good? All these items are being procured for you at no cost. Liege boasted shamelessly. You must study these magical tomes in the future. Without guidance, it could be perilous, correct? I am a magic tutor, and as you witnessed, even the dragons outside cannot contend with me. They are far more formidable than you, yes? Therefore, as your teacher, I should be allowed to peruse these books, shouldn't I? As he spoke, he stuffed a few forbidden-level tomes into his own robe. This ring, oh. Observe the emblem of the lightning shield. It is inherently capable of defending against lightning attacks. Big Qingshan will use it. You have no objections, do you? Now, this ring bears a blue shield emblem. It naturally protects against water attacks. Big Qingshan will utilize it as well. You have no objections to this either, do you? Oh, since Big Qingshan already possesses one, he shall gift this to Amy. You have no objections, right? Good, I'm glad to hear that. Little Green nodded incessantly. Alas, although adult dragons possess wisdom far surpassing that of humans, juvenile dragons possess intelligence comparable only to that of 2- or 3-year-old children, and worse still. They found themselves entangled with 2 cunning humans. Such misfortune for the dragonkin. After this round of haggling, the group departed the dragon's lair with far greater spoils than anticipated. That night, Chi Hafeng, clutching his bag of gold coins, found himself restless. Liege incessantly checked his magical tomes and rings, ensuring none were lost, also suffering from insomnia. Green, however, touched her head, contemplating the day's events, and though she did not lose sleep, she endured a night filled with nightmares. The annals of history turned to the year 199 of the Red Moon calendar. This year undoubtedly held immense significance. 1. The first ice mage, Liege, emerged from the Tower of Ice's prayer after nearly a century, prompting the elemental sprites across various continents to awaken suddenly. 2. The young mercenary king reunited with his life and death companion, Big Qingshan. 3. The ancient, elusive holy dragons, long hidden from sight, began to reveal their terrifying powers to the world. Starting with the Ice Dragon. Neil Harbour's Research Journal. Chapter 16. The Growth of Green in the Summer of 199 in the Lunar Calendar. The once quiet Huber family in Hake Village suddenly became lively. Amy and his uncle Chi had returned after 2 months away, accompanied by 2 new individuals, including a most peculiar creature. Leading the way was an elderly sorcerer clad in a pristine blue robe, adorned with a symbol denoting his mastery in magic. As he walked, The robe billowed, exuding a powerful magical aura. In his hand, he held a slender staff topped with a sizable green magical crystal, which shimmered with vibrant ripples as he moved, indicating that it contained formidable enchantments. His newly fashioned pointed hat also featured a small piece of rare milky white crystal, known for its exceptional protective properties. Had the societal custom of labeling goods with their origin been prevalent, these extraordinary magical items would undoubtedly bear the inscription, "Made in Green Dragon Platform." Following closely behind was a tall boy, surpassing Amy by a good half a head. Garbed in black leather, perhaps due to the heat, he had shed his outer layer, revealing his muscular arms glistening with sweat. A steel crossbow was slung across his back, and in his hand, he brandished a lance typically wielded by knights, its tip pointed skyward, bound with a sizable piece of fish. Below the lance stood a creature resembling a small dog, but larger, eagerly craning its neck and attempting to leap high to snatch the fish. Despite its fervent efforts, flapping its wing like appendages, it could not reach the bait. "Come on, Green, jump higher. 1 more meter. No, 2. Oh, it seems you need to reach 3 meters to get that fish." The heat of the day brought out the flies, one of which buzzed atop the creature, eliciting tears from its eyes, reminiscent of its past misfortunes. The torment inflicted upon Green was not truly Chi Hanfan's intent, despite originating from his suggestion. Upon breaking free from its seal, Green had caused chaos, chasing a rabbit and inadvertently unleashing a fiery breath that not only incinerated the rabbit but also ignited the surrounding forest, prompting a frantic firefighting effort. As it roamed the mainland highway, Green, driven by curiosity, would nip at passers-by's garments, startling nearby animals, and often, in moments of excitement, would inadvertently unleash bursts of fire or ice. Upon encountering delectable treats, it would seize them without hesitation, leading to a catastrophic incident at a roadside shop where it wreaked havoc for lizard jerky, freezing the shopkeeper's lower half in a moment of desperation. In response to the chaos, Chi Hanfeng and Reg were at their wits' end, resorting to various measures. Reg initially cast a magical binding spell, creating a field capable of absorbing all spells cast within it. This enchantment, effective against powerful sorcerers, would typically last 3 hours unless dispelled by a cleric. However, Green's innate resistance allowed it to break free in just half an hour. After a day and a half of futile attempts, Reg decided to abandon this approach. Chi Hanfeng procured a steel muzzle, hoping it would prevent Green from breathing fire. Yet the creature's innate ability proved too powerful, melting the muzzle within moments. Drawing from years of experience in repairing others' mishaps, Chi Hanfeng devised a new strategy to withhold food from Green. Though the Qing Shan felt a pang of sympathy, he realized the inconvenience Green had caused and bore the burden of this decision. Thus, Green strode proudly from Dragontooth Mountain to Hake Village. It is said that during subsequent dragon god ceremonies, other dragons were puzzled by Green's audacity in not bowing before the dragon god Peloti, a habit rooted in this very time. With the arrival of 2 new individuals and a dragon, the original small cabin proved insufficient, necessitating the construction of an additional one. Mr. Chi Hanfeng naturally had another heartfelt discussion with Green, who then unwittingly signed a contract for this unexpected investment, accruing a debt of 2 gold coins, an archaic practice where dragons counted in units of pieces. Having completed his training under Chi Hanfeng, Amy dedicated his remaining time to studying magic with Reg, while the Qing Shan accepted the honorable task of repairing the forest. Witnessing the pitiful scenes, Reg finally understood how Amy's agility was honed, even someone as callous as he prayed silently for the frozen and wounded Qing Shan, beseeching divine mercy for the unfortunate child. In a bid to see his beloved apprentice mounted, Chi Hanfeng turned his attention back to Green, exclaiming, "Come here, Green. Let me hold you." With a faint smile, he lifted the proud little dragon high, only for Green to suddenly realize that the arms that held him had vanished, plummeting to the ground and landing face first in the dirt. Amidst the tears, a noble from the empire lamented, "Oh, Green, do you understand? Dragons are magnificent beings, particularly one with your innate talent. Your future is bright, yet the path is fraught with challenges. To learn to fly, you must endure hardships. Only through suffering can one ascend." He continued, "I did not cast you down lightly. You must learn to flap your wings during your descent to learn to soar." A month passed. "Come here. Let me hold you, dear. Let go. You must let go." Chi Hanfeng twisted his neck, insisting, "It's not that high. I was just on the roof, barely 4 meters. 2 months later, he repeated the plea. "Come here, dear, let go. I have sealed your magic. It's no use opening your mouth now. It's just 10 meters high." Half a year later, he remarked, "You know what I'm going to say. And you know what I intend to do, so why not just jump? The elevation is not particularly great. We merely find ourselves at the edge of a modest cliff." I reckon it's no more than," Chi Hanfeng remarked while brushing off his shoes. "At this point, one should be aware that it's merely over 200 meters, right? Must I really kick you off to make you comprehend? What a nuisance." Through diligent training, exceptional rewards can indeed be attained. A year later, Chi Hanfeng proudly declared that Green had mastered the art of flight. With immense pride, he brought Liege, Amy, and Qinshan to the highest peak near Hake village, where he commanded Green to take flight. With a heavy heart and tear-filled eyes, Green bid farewell to everyone before extending his legs, executing a 720-degree somersault followed by a 180-degree lateral flip as he leapt from the cliff, ultimately escaping death yet again. This vividly illustrated a profound truth. The hide of the green dragon is remarkably thick. A little cannon simply cannot inflict harm. It is said that for the following 20,000 years, any disobedient offspring of the green dragon would instantly comply upon hearing the words, Chi Hanfeng has arrived. It seems reminiscent of a saying in the human realm, good men do not live long, while calamities endure for millennia. The true essence of this adage suggests that the notoriety of the wicked can be preserved for over 1,000 years. In the year 199 of the Red Moon calendar, due to an unprecedented surge of magical spirits across the continents, a newly initiated apprentice mage could effortlessly conjure a level 1 fireball spell, summoning the magical spirits previously required for a level 3 firewall spell, with the fireball's potency rivaling that of the former firewall. In light of this peculiar phenomenon, the Holy See and the principal nations of the continents convened and agreed to officially amend the calendar to mark the year 200 of the Red Moon calendar as the inaugural year of the magical era. Posterity would recognize this year as the commencement of the Divine Wars. Coincidentally, it was also the year when the mercenary King Amy and his companion Qinshan ascended to the annals of history. Notes from the research of Neil Harper. Chapter 17, The Little Mercenaries in a World Where No Feast Lasts Forever, the village of Hake, on the fringes of the Hami Kingdom in the frozen continent, laid forth a banquet that was both indigestible and inescapable. In the second year of the magical era, Amy had reached the age of 16. A milestone that marked her entry into adulthood according to continental customs, allowing her the possibility of marriage, procreation, and military service, as well as the right to exercise her own judgment and to participate in or establish mercenary groups. Fortunately, the Hami people had never enlisted individuals from other races. Thus she seemed to have escaped the obligation of conscription. After a discussion with Riege, Chi Hafeng, during a formal family gathering, expressed to Elder Haber, Amy, and Dakingshan his intention to part ways. In his address, Chi Hanfeng observed that Amy had attained the combat capabilities of a novice knight of the Empire, yet lacked practical experience. He noted that Dakingshan's strength was comparable to Amy's, proficient in wielding both the knight's lance and sword, and possessed formidable skills with crossbows, though Chi Hanfeng subtly criticized the reliance on crossbows, as true knightly spirit eschewed such weapons. Even the humblest of slaves could use a crossbow to fell the noblest knight. Regrettably, Chi Hanfeng had initially planned to capture 2 spirit beasts, snow wolves, as mounts for Amy and Dakingshan. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that even the illusory wolves could not match the agility required by a swordsman, especially since Dakingshan had already entered into a lifelong servitude contract. Upon hearing this, Lu Er displayed evident displeasure, prompting Chi Hanfeng to quickly amend his statement, noting that Dakingshan had instead forged the greatest contract in history with the divine dragon race, thus rendering the wolf-capturing scheme moot. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, Chi Hanfeng needed to return to the capital of the Amy Empire, Schickenbur, to attend to personal matters. Riege, building upon Chi Hanfeng's comments, expressed gratitude for the physical conditioning and resilience Amy had developed, which enabled her to effortlessly surmount the 3 most formidable challenges faced by aspiring mages. Though not yet recognized by the Mage Association, Amy had already manifested the prowess of a second-level mage. However, due to the requirements of spellcasting, Riege stipulated that Amy must refrain from using metal armor, permitted only to don leather attire. Elder Haber interjected, affirming that even a competent swordsman should avoid metal armor, lest they sacrifice the agility essential to their craft. Over the past 2 years, Lu Er had flourished under Chi Hanfeng's exceptional training, advancing rapidly and achieving the skill level of a first-level mage, capable of casting all neutral-type spells below the 3rd tier without incantations, with her most frequently employed spell being the basic Dragon Breath. Through continual experimentation, Riege devised a method to elicit various spells from Lu Er. Pulling on her left wing might prompt her to unleash water magic. Tugging her right wing could invoke wind magic, and a gentle pat on her head often coaxed forth ice magic. The success rate was impressively high, around 80%. Although the potency and level of the spells remained uncertain, there existed a surefire method to induce Lu Er to unleash large-scale magic. Accessible to anyone and guaranteed to be effective, delivering a hearty kick to her rear would invariably trigger a fierce fireball spell. Alas, with Lu Er's significant enhancement in abilities, she could now unleash a catastrophic wall of fire that was foolproof. As for the individual responsible for this incitement, they would need to rely on their own luck. After leaving the Wish Tower, Riege had yet to report back to the Mage Association. Despite the unique status of being a magus, which exempted him from the association's constraints, a customary procedure was still advisable. Reach resolved to accompany Chi Ha-feng back to the imperial capital to pay their respects to the reigning king and receive his title as magus from the Mage Association. You must tread your own path, step by step. We cannot substitute for you, Chi Ha-feng remarked as he handed over a note and 100 gold coins. The note contained his family's address in the empire, and he added that Reach, who shared a deep bond with their family, would likely stay with them for some time, implying the benefits of free lodging and meals. Oh, don't glare at me. I shall not speak further, he chuckled, acknowledging the truth of his statement. After the meal, the afternoon sky shone brightly, with the black sun and white sun passing each other in the heavens. Following their formal farewell to Elder Haber, Chi Ha-feng and Reach departed gracefully, their figures receding in the distance. Once they had completely vanished from sight, while Dakingshan still wiped away tears, Amy exuberantly raised her right hand, forming a V with her index and middle fingers, and joyously dashed away, shedding her garments and tossing them skyward, finally liberated. Little Luer, meanwhile, directed her middle fingers at the retreating figures, performing an obscene gesture before unleashing a torrent of flames into the air. Witnessing their exuberance, Dakingshan felt overwhelmed by the bittersweet emotions of parting. In the Treehouse Tavern, memories of the initial encounter with Reach flooded Amy's mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Although Dakingshan was a year her senior, Amy's insights, particularly those gleaned from Chi Ha-feng's meticulous nurturing, far surpassed those of Dakingshan, leading her to take the lead on their inaugural independent journey. As with every Treehouse Tavern, the left corner housed the Mage Association's office, while the right corner was occupied by the Mercenary Guild, and the innermost corner belonged to the Thieves Guild. Amy pushed open the door to the Mercenary Guild, where an elderly man with a head of white hair and brown tortoiseshell glasses sat behind the counter. Sir, we wish to become little mercenaries. What procedures must we follow? Amy inquired, elated to finally pursue her lifelong dream, unaware of the impending misfortune that awaited the Snowwolves. Are you two planning to join an existing mercenary group? Or do you intend to form your own? The elder peered over his glasses at Amy, Dakingshan, and Luer. Can we create our own group? We do not wish to join another for now, Amy responded. Indeed, there is a 10 gold coin fee for each of you to establish a mercenary group, totaling 30 gold coins. Additionally, you will need to purchase 2 mercenary diaries, each costing 10 gold coins. He handed over 2 registration forms. Is it really that expensive? Amy murmured as she took the forms, realizing her 70 gold coins had swiftly diminished. The forms were straightforward, requiring only 5 pieces of information: name, age, occupation, mercenary reputation level, and affiliated mercenary group. Sir, how should we fill out our occupations? Amy asked. I primarily study as a swordsman, but I am also a mage. The elder appeared taken aback. A dual practitioner of magic and swordsmanship? Such individuals are rare. Have you obtained certification from the Mage Association? Not yet. Then you must first seek certification to determine your level before returning to complete the forms. Amy again pushed open the door to the Mage Association, encountering a similar counter. Behind it sat a mage clad in a blue robe, clearly a practitioner of neutral magic. Sir, what procedures must I follow to undergo the mage evaluation? Amy inquired eagerly. The attendant at the Mage Association responded warmly, We are delighted to welcome a new mage. On behalf of the Mage Association, I extend my greetings. You may purchase a mage diary for 10 gold coins, and then you can take the mage level examination, which also requires a 10 gold coin fee. Upon hearing this, Amy nearly fainted. Her 100 gold coins were about to vanish in an instant, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the devilish elder had calculated this down to the last coin. Upon receiving 20 gold coins from Amy, the clerk presented her with a wizard's diary, stating, You are a neutral type mage. You are to cast the spells of Ice Blade, Lightning, and Cloak upon this diary. Amy complied with each request. Ah, you have attained the certification of an apprentice mage. What specific attribute of magic do you study? The clerk inquired. My teacher hails from the Tower of Ice Wishes. Thus, I am likely of the ice attribute, Amy replied. What? The clerk's eyes widened. Your teacher emerged from the Tower of Ice Wishes? A magus? When did we have a magus? Indeed, he came out 2 years ago and has been teaching me magic. Just a few days ago, he went to the Empire of Amy to prepare for his conferment, Amy answered candidly. Oh, then you may cast any 3rd-level ice magic upon this diary. It appeared that the clerk did not extend much leniency to the disciple of a magus. For in these times, there were too many deceivers, especially within the realm of magic, where many sorcerers masqueraded as true mages. Initially, Amy believed that the ice spear needed to be cast upon the ground. However, she was astonished to see a miniature ice spear manifest from the pages of the spellbook. She then attempted to cast a 3rd-level spell, Ice Shield, upon the diary. Can you conjure a barrage of ice spears? The clerk, now wary, no longer underestimated her as a 2nd-level mage. Shaking her head, Amy replied, Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Oh, congratulations, you have become a 2nd-level mage. The clerk inscribed a small seal upon the spellbook. To Amy's amazement, a 2nd-level mage insignia began to materialize upon her leather armor. It seemed that the world of magic was indeed full of wonders. In the songs of the bards, most dragons are depicted in a nefarious light. Even the illustrious ancient sacred ice-green dragon, Tamugal, is not exempt from such portrayals. The continental historian, Neil Harbour, the 12th descendant of Amy, diligently documented his studies. Chapter 18. The Little Mercenary Group. When Amy once again pushed open the door to the Mercenary Guild, she was taken aback to find the previously empty room teeming with people, gathered in clusters, engrossed in animated discussions. Is that really a dragon? Surely not. Aren't dragons supposed to be large and fearsome? Can one be this adorable? Touch it. Its body is so cold. Laughter erupted from the crowd, filled with playful teasing. Let me try to ride it, exclaimed a young mercenary, giggling as he pretended to mount the creature. Don't. Both Amy and the towering figure of Dakenshan cried out in alarm, but it was too late. A frigid gust of breath wafted from the throng, followed by a bolt of lightning striking from the sky. All the spectators crouched in fear, leaving only three standing: Dakenshan, who was covering the mouth of the eager little green dragon, and a hapless soul, encased in ice and flickering with electrical energy. Sighing deeply, Amy stepped into the crowd, saying, "You all are remarkable, so full of character. I truly admire your audacity to tease a dragon. And what poor taste, picking on a little male dragon." With a flourish of her hand, she cast a level 2 ice spell, Ice Guardian, to free the unfortunate soul from his icy prison. Dakenshan helped the now paralyzed individual to a seat, apologizing profusely. "I'm terribly sorry. I forgot to mention, my sincerest apologies." It turned out that when Dakenshan had identified himself as a dragon knight, the elderly clerk had exclaimed, "You're a dragon knight." It was an understandable reaction. The term dragon knight held an irresistible allure. Initially, a few people had gathered, but upon learning that the little green creature was indeed a dragon, the room quickly filled to capacity. For the first time, the little green dragon felt the weight of attention, strutting proudly with its chest puffed out. However, it soon became apparent that the crowd was unable to believe that this was a dragon. Amy, recognizing the scene unfolding, quipped, "Anyone else want to give it a try? I'm afraid the attacks of a juvenile dragon are rather unpredictable. Please, don't leave. It only employs magic below level 3 and lacks any defensive spells. Stay and observe. I still need to collect some coins." "Just 2 coins for a touch. Don't go." The more fervently Amy pleaded, the more hastily the crowd dispersed, including the unfortunate soul, who was helped away by his fellow mercenaries. "Uncle, please don't hide under the table. Look, I already have my certification as a level 2 mage." Amy called cheerfully to the clerk hiding beneath the desk. The elderly clerk trembled as he emerged, glancing at Amy's registration, which read, "Swordsman and Mage." "What shall we fill in for the mercenary reputation level?" Amy inquired. "No need to fill that in. You are all new to the mercenary world, having just acquired your mercenary diaries. You are all G level, the lowest rank," the clerk replied cautiously while eyeing the little dragon. "Oh, and what about the mercenary group? Just name your own group. You can write it yourself." Dakenshan, since we're all newcomers, how about we call ourselves the Little Mercenary Group?" Amy sought Dakenshan's opinion. "Sounds fitting," he replied. Thus, the illustrious Little Mercenary Group was born, destined to become renowned throughout human history. The clerk, while taking their payment, peeled off a small seal from the mercenary diary, causing a tiny flame to flare up. The names of Amy and Dakenshan appeared in the 2 distinct diaries. "There is no need for you to fill this diary. It will be updated by the guild clerk after each task you complete. Your ranks will automatically rise with the completion of your tasks. Do not lose this diary. Replacing it will be costly. As a new mercenary group, I need to send your registration information to headquarters, and you want to be able to accept tasks until tomorrow. Please take some time to rest." The clerk gradually regained his composure. Early the next morning, neither Amy nor Dakenshan could sleep, eagerly arriving at the mercenary guild to await tasks. A new, youthful clerk stood behind the counter. Amy kindly inquired about the whereabouts of the elderly clerk, only to learn that he had been attacked by a dragon and was on sick leave for a week. What an injustice! Amy felt a pang of helplessness, yet masked her feelings, hoping to see if they could secure some mercenary work. The new clerk, seemingly unaware that the dragon responsible for the attack stood right before him, addressed the 2 youths with a businesslike demeanor. "You are G-level mercenaries, and your group is also G-level. There are indeed many suitable tasks for you," the clerk said, flipping through records. "Oh, here is one. A task from the day before yesterday. The reward is 1 silver coin. The village chief of Jaime Village has lost 2 cows and needs assistance finding them. How does that sound? Jaime Village is 20 kilometers away. Find cows." Amy shook her head vigorously without a moment's thought. "How about this task from the day before yesterday? Whack from Dal Village needs help herding a flock of sheep to a pasture 50 kilometers away within 2 days for a reward of 6 silver coins. Herding sheep? No, Dakenshan joined in the head shaking. The clerk grew a bit irritated. A double G mercenary group dares to be so choosy? There was a double G task. A person requested someone to deliver a spear to the military camp in the capital of Hammer Kingdom. with a time frame of 5 days and a reward of 5 silver coins. Isn't there anything more challenging? Amy asked anxiously. The clerk put down the record book. What do you think you are? G level? There's hardly a task available for your rank. Under pressure, even the most esteemed disciple of Chi Han Feng had to submit. And Amy smiled, inquiring, then how can we elevate our rank? In the mercenary world, rank is crucial for fair competition. Everyone begins at G level. Even an imperial general or a great mage joining the mercenary ranks. The same applies to mercenary groups. Completing 10 G-level tasks with a success rate of at least 60% allows one to rise to F level. If a mercenary has taken on 20 tasks but completed only 11, they cannot advance in rank. The same rule applies to mercenary groups. 20 successful tasks are required for a G-level group to upgrade to F level. The higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes. To elevate from F to E level requires successfully completing 20 E-level tasks, maintaining a success rate above 60% to rise from E to D level. One must complete 40 E-level tasks. Again, with a success rate of at least 60% above D level lies the realm of intermediate mercenaries and intermediate mercenary groups. At that stage, one may accept tasks from the next rank, provided sufficient deposit is made. Are you saying we must do all this? Amy asked, nearly in despair. Of course, the clerk replied without hesitation. Then can we each take on different G-level tasks and accumulate them to meet the requirements? In a desperate moment, Amy's mind worked swiftly. The mercenary group S rank could rise, provided they achieved 10 tasks with a success rate of no less than 60%. However, the two of them could not elevate their individual ranks. Nevertheless, if the mercenary group became F level, they would immediately be eligible for F level tasks. After successfully completing 5 F level tasks with a success rate exceeding 60, you are automatically upgraded to F level mercenaries, the clerk replied succinctly. Qingshan and Amy conferred briefly and promptly accepted all 14 G-level tasks from the past week, dividing them according to proximity, with a pact to reconvene in 1 week. Come what may, Qingshan took the southern route, with the following assignments. 1. Locate 2 cows. 2. Deliver a knife. 3. Serve as a stand-in for an unattractive man on a blind date. 4. Find a suitable stallion for a mare. 5. Escort an elderly lady riding a donkey back to her hometown. 6. Gather 6 herbs known as 7-leaf flower. 7. Capture a wild boar that had been ravaging the crops. Amy traversed the northern route, her tasks largely mirroring those of Qingshan. In retrospect, Qingshan executed his assignments with considerable ease. Aside from the unfortunate incident where the 2 cows had already been claimed by snow wolves as attacks, he successfully encountered only 2 bovines and accomplished the rest without incident. Upon returning to the mercenary guild, the clerk informed him that, due to the unique customs of the Hami people, the task involving the cows was also deemed a success. Amy returned as well, having completed her tasks with similar success. Though 1 sheep was reported missing, nonetheless, with 10 sheep accounted for, this too was regarded as fulfilled. The clerk joyfully congratulated them on becoming esteemed warriors of the F-level mercenary group, presenting them with 5 gold coins and 3 silver coins as remuneration for their 14 tasks. That evening, as they lay in bed unable to sleep, Amy engaged Qingshan in conversation. How many gold coins do you have left? She inquired. 4 gold coins and 2 silver coins, he replied. How did you manage to save so much? Have you not spent any money these past few days? Amy asked, bewildered. No, I haven't. During the day, I completed tasks while hunting, and at night, I cooked my own food and camped, Qingshan said. A diligent soul who understood the virtues of frugality. Oh, I am down to just 5 silver coins. I nearly couldn't return. Do you realize that the task of delivering the long spear required me to travel to the Hami capital, which takes a full 7 days round trip? I had no choice but to use a sled for the journey. With a sigh, Amy lamented, Qingshan, do you know how painful it is to be without money? As she spoke, she extended her right hand towards him, rubbing her thumb against her index and middle fingers. What are you doing? Qingshan asked, puzzled. You fool. Of course, I'm asking for some money. Why do you keep so much for yourself? Are you already thinking of marrying? It seems that the brazen disciple of a shameless person was indeed synonymous with shamelessness. Oh, fine, including what I received today, I have a total of 8 gold coins. I'll give them all to you, Qingshan said, retrieving a shiny object from beside his bed. It was later documented that this gesture of shamelessness in soliciting money from others was a mannerism created by the mercenary king and has been passed down through the ages. Chapter 19. The Double S mission. On the following morning, Amy and Qingshan rose early. Qingshan took Green to exercise the dragon. A task repeatedly emphasized by Chi Han Feng before his departure, it was imperative to continually train. Oh, not to torment, but to engage Green in vigorous activities to ensure its swift growth. Chi Han Feng had arranged the morning exercises for Green as follows. Leap from a height of over 40 meters 10 times, jump vertically 50 times, flap its wings 100 times, and run a distance of 10 kilometers. Amy's morning lessons involved practicing communication with magical sprites. These peculiar beings thrived in refreshing environments and basked in the early sunlight. Most magical sprites were most active in the early hours, retreating into their magical sanctuaries during midday. The neutral sprites Amy studied were particularly inclined towards this behavior. To enhance her ability to communicate with these sprites, the morning hours were deemed the most precious time for every aspiring mage. In pursuit of elevating her mercenary rank. After breakfast, Amy and Shan promptly arrived at the entrance of the Mercenary Guild, hoping to discover new assignments. To their astonishment, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance, all gazing upwards at something. This was unusual, according to their understanding. Although many individuals at the Treehouse Tavern were mercenaries, the majority were only capable of undertaking tasks at varying levels. Thus, it was rare to see a throng at the guild, as most of the time. Only a few individuals were present to accept tasks or settle payments for completed ones. Curious, Amy and Shan approached the crowd. A crimson paper was affixed to a pillar at the guild's entrance, inscribed with magical ink detailing a mission, prominently marked with the rank, SS. Wow, a double S mission, Amy exclaimed. Over the past few days, she had engaged in conversations with fellow mercenaries aboard the city bus, a large sled, gaining insight into the current conditions of mercenary teams. Presently, mercenary ranks were classified into 8 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Mercenary organizations mirrored these classifications. The E, F, and G tiers represented the lower echelon of mercenaries in their organizations, primarily undertaking menial tasks for minimal compensation. With an annual earning of just 20 gold coins being a remarkable feat, this tier also boasted the highest mortality rate among mercenaries. C and D tiers comprised mid-level mercenaries and their organizations. Achieving this status was commendable, as those at this level often bore their own nicknames, becoming well-known figures in their respective regions. Organizations at this level typically enjoyed local accommodations in exchange for protection during times of peril. The B tier represented high-level mercenaries or organizations. Though this tier consisted solely of high-ranking members, it was nonetheless regarded as the representative class of the mercenary realm, accounting for over 40 of the mid-tier and above. Their reputations were well established in their own nation and neighboring territories, with some even possessing the strength to rank among the top 100. The S and A tiers were classified as super-tier mercenaries or organizations. Across the 4 continents, only 5 super-tier mercenary organizations existed, each allegedly supported by their respective nations, dominating their territories. Intriguingly, each of these 5 organizations bore names associated with a distinctive color. And due to their diverse locations, they also possessed unique spirit beasts and phantom beast knights, with their names derived from the colors of these spirit creatures. The Silver Snow Wolf Mercenary Group, an A-tier organization from the Icebound continent, headquartered in the capital city of the Hami Kingdom, Snowfield City, boasted over 1,000 snow wolves, the most suitable for combat in the Icebound continent, including 15 phantom snow wolves. The Xianxing Earth Dragon Mercenary Group, also an A-tier organization, was based in the capital of the Amy Empire, Scambry. As the most formidable super mercenary group in the known domains, it commanded 500 exceptionally powerful Earth Dragons, with over 20 being Phantom Earth Dragons, alongside Sand Lizard Phantom Beast Knights. The Sweatblood Iron Riders Mercenary Group, another A-tier organization located in the heart of the Holy Sea's Flower Language Plains, was the largest among major mercenary groups, comprising 3 light-armored cavalry regiments and 1 heavy-armored regiment, in addition to a considerable number of Earth Dragon Riders. This organization served not merely as mercenaries, but as the most formidable armed force within the Holy See, tasked with quelling rebellions and conducting expeditions. The Black Crocodile Mercenary Group, an A-tier organization from the fascist continent, had the fewest members, numbering around 1,000. Yet they rode the fearsome black swamp crocodiles, known for their ferocity in marshy regions, given the remoteness of the fascist continent from the known realms. Assessing this group's strength proved challenging, as most B-tier organizations regarded it with disdain, primarily because the Black Crocodile Group rarely ventured beyond their territory. The most legendary and the only S-tier organization, the Golden Dragon Cavalry, was said to comprise merely 3 individuals, 2 Dragon Knights and 1 Dragon Mage, with an illustrious history surpassing that of 4 A-tier organizations combined. It was believed to have been founded during the establishment of the Amy Empire by descendants of an ancient royal lineage who retained divine blood, enabling them to commune with golden dragons. Over the past 5 centuries, this organization demonstrated a keen interest in exploratory missions, seemingly in search of ancient artifacts. And their formidable prowess ensured the successful completion of every exceedingly challenging task they undertook. The 3 current Dragon Knights had recently joined the mercenary ranks, each already bearing the title of A-tier mercenary. SS. Amy suddenly realized that there was currently no mercenary capable of undertaking this task. The leaders of the four A-tier organizations were all S-tier mercenaries, yet their organizations were not classified as such, even within the singular S-tier Golden Dragon organization. The three members were not classified as S-tier. Did this imply that no one could accept this mission? Why then was there such a crowd gathered? Mission: eliminate the monster level. SS location: Snowy Forest. Hami Kingdom reward: 10,000 gold coins from Hami Kingdom. 3,000 gold coins and a chance to sign a contract with the Ice Elemental Sprite Irons from the Northern Hami Kingdom mission overview, in the vicinity of the eastern side of the Snowy Forest. There have been frequent incidents of monsters attacking, not only harming individuals but also exhibiting a disturbing preference for consuming the brains of snow wolves. Over the past year, at least 300 snow wolves have been killed. Both the Hami Kingdom and the Northern Hami Kingdom have dispatched troops to eliminate the creature. But the cunning monster is well-versed in tactics, never attacking groups larger than 10, instead preying on isolated warriors. Mission completion criteria: eliminate or capture the monster. Mercenary Guild Note: Dear mercenary brethren, we regret to inform you that 15 mercenary organizations have been dispatched previously, all of which met with failure, often with dire consequences, including the elite Phantom unit sent by the A-tier Silver Snow Wolf mercenary group. According to the Mercenary Guild's task rating, this mission has escalated from a BB level task to SS level. However, we find ourselves in an awkward predicament, as there are currently no mercenary organizations suitable for undertaking this task. Consequently, we have decided to classify this assignment as an open task, which means any mercenary group or individual may take it on, regardless of who completes it. The Mercenary Guild will augment the original reward by an additional 5,000 gold coins as a special incentive. Oh well, exclaimed Amy, enthusiastically patting the shoulder of Shan. This is fantastic. 18,000 gold coins is a considerable sum. As she spoke, she dashed into the guild's premises, shouting at the elderly clerk. Sigh. Another one heading towards certain doom. The old clerk lamented, shaking his head. You are the 13th today. 13 is an ominous number. Are you considering drafting a will? I can assist you with that free of charge. Please, sir, I am a swordsman and a mage. And he is a dragon knight. Surely we can accomplish this task. Amy exaggeratedly made a face and thumped her chest. Very well. Since there are no restrictions on this task, I wish you the best of luck. That afternoon, Amy and Shan set off. Given the perilous nature of this mission, Shan was concerned for the safety of Green Air. He prepared ample lizard jerky and confined it within a small hut. The ice and snow forest was situated quite close to the Treehouse Tavern, requiring merely a few days' walk. The summer's frozen continent was exceptionally suitable for travel. The gentle babbling of streams and the fluttering of falling petals accompanied them. As they walked, Amy mused, according to Uncle Chi, in such splendid weather, one ought to ride a grand steed and embody the legendary Prince Charming, fulfilling the duty of protecting the noblewoman. The implication was crystal clear, and Shan could only manage a wry smile. At that moment, Amy's once innocent nature, shaped by 5 years under Chi Hanfeng's influence, had dwindled considerably. Whether this transformation should be deemed good or bad is debatable. Many believe that Chi Hanfeng was responsible for cultivating Amy's cunning, while others argue that the relationship between them cannot be simplified to the student surpassing the master. Instead, Chi Hanfeng merely guided her innate potential to flourish. This indeed is a never-ending legal battle. Chapter 20. The dual cultivation of the demonic sword. As they approached the forest, the density of the coniferous trees grew increasingly thick, with colossal trunks that could be embraced by several individuals soaring into the sky. The scenery within the woods darkened, and even at the height of summer, one could still sense the damp, cold breath of the snow-covered forest that never dissipated. According to the magical map provided for the quest, they were still a day's journey away from the task's location. The markings on the map indicated that there should be the last inn before entering the forest nearby. Shan looked up, attempting to peer through the treetops to discern the sun's position and gauge the time. The dense foliage elicited a deep sigh from him. What could he possibly see? In the open fields, at 5 o'clock, the sun still lingered in the sky, while within the forest, darkness had already descended by 4. By 5, they would need to camp for the night. They needed to hasten their pace, otherwise, they would be forced to camp again that evening. The two quickened their steps. As twilight deepened, just as Shan and Amy were poised to abandon their advance, a faint glimmer of light filtered through the gaps in the towering trees. Guided by the light, Amy and Shan finally knocked on the door of the travelers and just before dinner, in stark contrast to the biting cold outside. The warm atmosphere within was undoubtedly the primary allure drawing countless travelers to seek refuge there. The inn was modest in size, with a small courtyard at the back separating the various rooms. The front housed the largest area, the lobby, where Amy and Shan deposited their belongings and joined the server in the main hall. The lobby contained over 10 tables, all occupied, and it was evident that the majority of patrons were mercenaries. Arriving late, Aimee and Shan, not being particularly attractive, nonetheless attracted a considerable amount of attention. The long swords, shields, and the prominent magical insignias on their garments unmistakably signified their identities. "Hey, newcomers," bellowed a voice from the right as Aimee and Shan scanned for a place to sit. "Are you merely passing through, or have you taken on a task? Is it the SS mission?" All eyes turned towards a corner table where several mercenaries, evidently warriors, were seated, each with an assortment of axes nearby. Some even possessing two. Unlike typical axe-wielding warriors, they were clad in minimal armor, exposing bare shoulders even in the frozen land, indicating that they were likely berserkers. The voice belonged to a towering berserker, easily over 2 meters tall. "Yes, we are here to complete that SS mission," Shan replied honestly, recognizing that the inquiry was directed at him, responding without hesitation. "Haha, you two kids? What level are you? You must be from a mercenary group's reserves, right?" The burly man's expression was one of condescension. "Ah, well said, good sir. Thank you for your praise," Aimee interjected, sensing the large man's intent to intimidate Shan. She feigned a hearty laugh, redirecting the conversation. "When did I compliment you?" The giant berserker seemed utterly perplexed by her humor. "Historically, heroes emerge in youth." "Your compliments imply we are youthful heroes," Aimee asserted with a serious demeanor. "In truth, we are merely 2 small mercenaries, quite insignificant, I assure you." The giant berserker's face twisted in disdain. "What are your levels?" he demanded. "You aren't hoping to ride on our coattails for the mission rewards, are you?" "Well, you could say that," Aimee replied with a playful smile. "Though we are small mercenaries, as youthful heroes, we represent the hope of future stars. Our levels are quite respectable." "Respectable? What does that even mean?" "You must be D, E, or F rank. At best," the berserker scoffed. "Huh, do you think D, E, or F ranks are impressive?" Aimee teased. "Could you possibly be C rank? At such a young age?" The berserker's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "Haha, indeed, you are quite astute," Aimee remarked, noticing the pride swelling in the berserker's demeanor, but added, "Alas, you are mistaken. Could you be B rank?" The berserker's eyes reflected the respect due to a B rank mercenary. "Uft, is B rank so remarkable?" Aimee retorted dismissively. "Are you a rank?" The prospect of encountering a rare A rank mercenary was not lost on anyone present. "Is the mercenary hierarchy limited to a rank?" Aimee queried, glancing up at the towering berserker, continuing her ruse. "What?" The giant and his berserker companions all stood up. "Are you perhaps a legendary S rank? A title reserved only for the tales of old?" The eyes of the other patrons at nearby tables gleamed with interest. "Now that's more like it." Aimee nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a massive hand slammed down on a table in another corner, a gruff voice admonishing, "Young man, do not jest too far. Currently, there are only a handful of S-rank mercenaries, all over 50 years of age." An old dwarf with a bushy beard glared at Aimee from his seat. "Oh, I believe there's been a misunderstanding, kind sir. I never claimed to be S-rank," Aimee replied innocently. "I merely stated close enough. S is the highest rank in mercenary classification. And my companion and I are, well, close to G rank, which is the lowest. Dare to mock me, boy? You may rue the day," the berserker growled, his pride wounded by the jest. No one dared to jest with a berserker, especially not to provoke their ire. Feeling humiliated, the giant warrior seized his nearly 4-meter-long knight's battle axe, and his berserker comrades positioned their hands on their axes as well. "Everyone, please calm down." A gentle baritone voice called from another table. A figure clad in white stood, beckoning to Aimee and Shan. "There are no other tables available. Why don't you 2 young swordsmen come and sit here?" The table of the white-clad man was occupied by 7 others, all similarly attired. Each adorned with swords, some one-handed at their hips, others wielding great swords on their backs. The young man who had spoken was affable, of medium stature, casually leaning his great sword against the table. Anyone who beheld him at first glance would not perceive anything extraordinary. He resembled a scholar or a noble, as many presumed. The giant berserker, clearly overlooking the strength of the white-clad mercenaries, was further provoked by the humiliation of being toyed with by such young individuals. He felt compelled to teach these children a lesson. Though the traveler's inn was modest, the enraged berserker swiftly cleaved the air with his axe twice, stirring a small whirlwind. Those who insult a berserker should be prepared to meet their demise. With a fierce roar, he leapt upward, swinging his massive axe in a sweeping arc toward Aimee. Having faced a berserker before, Aimee remained unperturbed, muttering to herself, "Surely I won't be so fortunate as to encounter another high-level berserker capable of producing 4 afterimages this time." She deftly stepped back, preparing to unsheath her ice blade from behind. With a clang, a colossal sword emerged from the side, intercepting the berserker's axe before it could descend. The multitude of axe illusions vanished in an instant. The giant berserker recognized that losing his temper against a mere child would tarnish his reputation, and seeing the white-clad swordsman persistently seeking confrontation, he redirected his fury. If you don't restrain yourself, you will not see the dawn of tomorrow. Prepare to die, like a great bear disturbed from its hibernation. The eyes of the enraged berserker shifted from black to white, blood vessels coursing through the scara. The hefty battle axe was briefly drawn back before it was swung with astonishing speed, cleaving through the air. In tandem, the long sword wielded by the man in white mirrored the axe's rapid movements, exerting pressure on the space around the axe's arc, intercepting its potentially devastating strike in a heartbeat. The clash of the massive axe blade against the long sword resonated 4 times, echoing like a distant thunder. "Brothers, come forth and rend him into 8 pieces," roared the berserker, unable to unleash the full might of his axe. The 4 berserkers positioned behind him brandished their enormous single-handed axes and surged forward. These 5 berserkers, longtime comrades, moved in perfect unison without prior consultation, their 6 uniquely shaped axes dancing through the confined space without a single collision. The colossal axes sliced, cleaved, chopped, and thrust, their blood red, black, and silver blades reflecting the flickering candlelight, casting ominous shadows while the air around them screamed in protest. As the battle axes cleaved through the air, the candlelight flickered ominously. And amidst the tumultuous shadows of the axes, the average-sized man in white resembled a fragile vessel on the crest of a wave, perilously close to being overwhelmed. In this moment of crisis, Amy gripped her icy blade with both hands, unleashing a flash of white lightning towards the towering berserker mercenary. Meanwhile, Chivalry drew his black sword and charged, shield raised, directly at another berserker wielding dual axes, thrusting his sword from beneath the shield. Suddenly, 2 streams of golden, ethereal sword energy manifested before them, swirling and shimmering as they intercepted the attacks of Chivalry and Amy. As the sword energy dissipated, another man in white appeared. Smiling, "You need not assist, I can handle this." A sudden shift occurred within the fray. The long sword of the white-clad swordsman quivered violently, emanating a radiant blue glow. From the blade's edge, an ethereal serpent-like form emerged, leaving a streak of blue sword energy in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In an instant, 8 streams of sword energy surged around the white-clad figure, intangible blades poised to intercept the tangible axes. The dual-axe warrior was the first to be struck by the blue sword energy. Both hands were hit, blood gushing from his tightly gripped axe arms, rendering his left hand useless as the axe clattered to the ground. "Haha, truly a berserker," commented the old dwarf from the side. Recalling the audacity it took to challenge the A-rank mercenary by Fong, ranked 73rd on the Mercenary Soul of War leaderboard. The dwarf's rare sharp words fell like a bucket of cold water over the berserkers, swiftly diminishing the hostility in the air. Chapter 21. The resurgence of the berserker. The name white-clad Fong is well known among those with even a slight acquaintance with the mercenary realm. Within the grand hall of the traveler's abode, every mercenary recalled the legendary figure's portrayal on the Mercenary Soul rankings. Upon first glance, one might not perceive anything extraordinary about him, as he resembled a scholar or perhaps a noble. "Isn't that quite agreeable?" they mused. He smiled gently, and those who knew him found it hard to fathom how such a remarkable individual could exude such tranquility. "Every occurrence in this world has its cause and effect. I do not wish to judge right from wrong based on personal bias," he remarked with a smile, shaking his head as he continued with some trivial tasks at hand. "Mastering the principles of swordsmanship is not particularly remarkable. I am merely a mortal who seeks to savor the joys of being human." Has he regressed? Certainly not. On the contrary, he had comprehended the profound truths of swordsmanship. In moments of decision, he chose to remain true to himself, perceiving the swirling complexities of worldly affairs, transcending the dichotomy of good and evil. What enabled him to rise beyond the confines of a mere swordsman and become such a grand swordmaster? Perhaps it was this very calmness. The legendary white-clad Fong hailed from a family of mages within the Empire of Imi. Initially a first-tier mage, his deep affection for the longsword led him to dual cultivation in magic and swordsmanship, ultimately becoming a preeminent swordsman of his time. At the zenith of his prowess, this exceptional swordsman abruptly departed from the mage association and the imperial court, embracing an unexpectedly simple and serene existence. No trace of magical aura could be sensed from him. However, his swordsmanship transcended the ordinary, entering an ineffable realm. Devoid of magical power, Fong could no longer cast spells, yet his sword energy became elusive and lethal, surpassing the limitations of magic, allowing him to unleash the full potential of his blade while enhancing his resistance to spells. As a grand swordmaster who wields a mundane sword, he could unleash a fervor that transcended magic, embodying a courageous willingness to relinquish the superfluous. Without question, white-clad Fong is a name that countless novice mercenaries look up to in reverence. A berserker, untainted by madness, is still capable of rational discourse, especially under immense pressure. Retreat. With a thunderous roar from the towering berserker, the other 2 berserkers assisted their injured comrade to withdraw to the side. This was the best course of action, after all. They were all mercenary brothers, and any matters could be discussed amicably. With his ever-gentle smile and courteous words, Aphone calmly stated, "I believe we are all here to accomplish this particular task. Let us deliberate together on the best approach. Given the perilous nature of this mission and the substantial reward, wouldn't it be more advantageous to collaborate rather than venture forth alone and risk losing everything?" Aphone, count my old man and my companions in, spoke the elder dwarf, who had previously chimed in. "I am Old Lock from the Silver Snow Wolf A-Class Mercenary Group, Task Unit Wolf Spirit. Just call me Old Lock. My companions include A-Class Mercenary, Snow Wolf Nightland, B-Class Mercenary, Magical Archer Ryan, A-Class Mercenary, Grand Mage Jess, and B-Class Mercenary, Elven Grand Mage Les Link." Upon hearing the name Silver Snow Wolf, the small room erupted in excitement. The mention of Wolf Spirit only amplified the fervor. As one of the 5 major mercenary factions, the Silver Snow Wolf is said to have 3 core groups at its apex. Wolf Soul, responsible for large-scale warfare, Wolf Spirit, tasked with exploration, and Wolf Soul, which handles assassination missions. Routine tasks are generally executed by ordinary members. However, in cases of significant danger, these elite groups are mobilized. After Old Lock's introduction of the team, particularly noting the presence of 3 A-Class mercenaries and 2 B-Class mercenaries, hope for the successful completion of the task soared among the onlookers like a bird taking flight. Previously, an elite exploration team sent by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Group had suffered total annihilation, which included 2 A-Class mercenaries, underscoring the perilous nature of the current mission. On behalf of the Silver Snow Wolf organization, I express that we do not oppose any mercenary fringe joining this mission and are willing to collaborate with everyone to ensure its successful completion. Brother Aphone, count us in as well, interjected a young man clad in Wolf Rider leather armor, clearly a member of the Hami people. I am Hesra from the Hami Iron Wolf Mercenary Group, C-Class. My partner as is a B-Class Wolf Knight. We also have 2 mages, both C-Class. The white-bearded one is Kiki, a first-tier mage, and the other, his apprentice, is a second-tier mage and novice priest. The towering berserker stood, his voice still brimming with fury. We are a B-Class mercenary group, all berserkers. I am Drew, and these are my brothers, Deyu, Dahai, Deshawn, and Depay. We are a large organization with a total of 300 members, and our leader has dispatched us to undertake this mission. Enough of that. We are all part of substantial organizations. Aphone has 500 mercenary brothers, and it seems the Hami Iron Wolves have over 100 as well. It was unexpected to see the elder dwarf harboring a strong prejudice against the Berserker clan. Greetings, esteemed brothers. We are the little mercenary group, F-Class. I am Amy, and my partner, Big Green Mountain, and I have just completed 7 tasks, as previously mentioned, G-Class. Amy stood up with a sense of self-satisfaction, greeting everyone present. Curse it. Since this is a double S mission, no mercenary would oppose having better and stronger allies to assist in its completion. However, no one wishes for useless individuals to join and take advantage. Drew was the first to voice his dissent. How do you know they are inferior to you? The old dwarf wore a mischievous grin. Why not give it a try? Hiki, it may not be who ends up in tears. You. Drew glared fiercely at the old dwarf, gripping his long battle axe. What, do you wish to test whose axe is larger? The old dwarf leaped down from his chair, brandishing a massive axe. This axe was in stark contrast to the berserker's long battle axe. Its head was nearly a square meter wide, not much shorter than the dwarf himself, yet the handle was quite short, allowing the dwarf to grip it with both hands while still having some leeway for swinging. Enough. Old man, you must be around 1,000 years old. Do not stoop to the level of the young. Aphone politely placed his hand on the old dwarf's raised battle axe. Let us test their mettle. This task is too dangerous. Without sufficient strength, entering would lead to death. Endangering them instead, interjected A-Class Mercenary Snow Wolf Nightland. Ah, this is for the best. Thank you all for granting me the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Amy immediately leaped up from her chair. One opponent is not enough, big guy. You and one of your brothers come at me together, and I shall take you both on. Humph. With a low grunt, Drew and one of his brothers raised their battle axes, flanking her. Wait. Amy raised her hand to halt them. What, are you afraid of dying? Drew glared at her with bloodshot eyes, fearing she might flee. Not at all. Such an exciting contest. Why would I fear death? However, as a G-Class mercenary, taking on 2 B-Class mercenaries with such a vast difference in levels, surely someone must stand up for fairness? Even if no one does, would no one be willing to place a bet? I wager 10 gold coins that I can defeat these 2 big oafs. Who will bet against me? Bravo, little brother. I admire your spirit. I relish wagering on life and death. The old dwarf retrieved a coin pouch from his bosom and poured out 10 purple coins. Wagering on your victory, 10 purple coins. Each purple coin is equivalent to 10 gold coins, indicating a clash between the old dwarf and the berserker. I bet on my victory. Dehai, bring forth 100 gold coins. With a clatter, a pile of coins cascaded onto the table. I wager on the berserker's triumph, 100 gold coins. Hami, from the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps also produced 100 gold coins. Neither I nor my brother are fond of gambling. Please, do not look to me, Aphone whispered softly. It's merely a contest of winning and losing, not life and death. I implore both of you to show mercy. Ah, another opportunity for a significant gain, Amy exclaimed, patting Dakingshan's shoulder. Dakingshan, with a worried expression, remarked, this is our life savings. If we lose, we shall have to move out. Fear not. Once you count to 100, I shall have it all sorted, Amy declared, her longsword slicing through the air in a feigned strike. Secretly hoping the two adversaries were not high-ranking berserkers. Come on, you brat, meet your end. Drew, having suffered repeated setbacks, was filled with rage. The knight, wielding a battle axe, stirred the air with a powerful swing aimed low. In the brief moment that his axe passed, the candlelight flickered in the wind, the bright wick abruptly dimming. Simultaneously, another axe handle stealthily lunged towards Amy's waist. No one could fathom that a berserker, notorious for their bluntness, would execute such a devious tactical maneuver with a 2-to-1 advantage. The lightest of the berserker's axes weighed 56 pounds, while the knight's typically exceeded 80 pounds. Drew's axe likely surpassed 100 pounds, as he wielded it with an ease akin to that of a mere straw. Those who had not faced such an axe could not imagine the speed at which it struck. The ice blade surged forward like a whirlwind, instantly utilizing the battle axe's force to retreat. The axe, propelled by inertia, traced a small semicircle before slashing downward once more. The handle, like a venomous serpent, pierced the air, revealing the menacing grin of the massive axe blade lurking behind it, curving from Drew's opposing direction to launch an even smaller semicircle of attack. The faces of the onlookers turned grave. Such a masterful assault delivered with blinding speed left no room or time for counterattack. Even an A-level mercenary would be flustered, let alone a G-level novice. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted abruptly. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Amy swiftly summoned a gust of frost with her longsword. With a cry, countless ice shards, engulfed in a chilling wind, flew towards the berserker. Undoubtedly, this attack bore no tangible effect. The berserker merely shielded his eyes with his hands, as the icy shards proved insufficient to inflict harm upon their perpetually exposed skin. However, the brief pause in the assault had accomplished Amy's objective. A golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking Drew's brother on the head. The damage was minimal, yet it could incapacitate one's nerves, rendering them immobile for several minutes. Amy rolled on the ground, closing the distance to Drew's brother before he could react. Springing up, her longsword struck down heavily upon the immobilized foe's neck. "Ah, you are dead." Boom. One berserker collapsed. Drew, having discerned Amy's intent, seized the moment as she hung in the air. With remarkable speed, his massive axe swung towards her legs. Amy swiftly lifted her legs, her longsword intercepting the axe handle, absorbing the tremendous force of the strike, sending her crashing onto a table. In that instant, the effects of Chi Hanfeng's rigorous training became evident. Amy adjusted her posture mid-fall, and although the table shattered beneath her, she emerged unscathed, rolling smoothly to the ground. The axe showed no signs of hesitation and continued its pursuit, aiming directly for Amy's head as she lay on the ground. Chapter 22. The Sword Spirit. A low incantation escaped Amy's lips. The massive battle axe sliced through the transparent air, and with the utterance of her spell, Amy vanished into thin air. Coward, do not go invisible. Druid swung the enormous axe in the void, hoping to strike the unseen enemy, while his other hand rummaged in his cloak for something. A chilling incantation echoed from the corner, and golden lightning erupted once more. The sound of sword energy slicing through the air resonated, as Amy, along with her sword, suddenly materialized beside Druid. The icy blade glimmered with a radiant white light before vanishing behind the berserker, causing Druid to tumble forward and crash heavily to the ground. In his hand, he clutched a scroll that had fallen from his cloak, adorned with a blue eye. Every mercenary recognized it as a scroll that enhanced vision, allowing one to see the invisible. Amy raised her right hand and twirled in place, expressing gratitude to her fellow mercenaries for their victory, before claiming the 200 gold coins. "Thank you, old man. It has been a pleasure working together. Here are 150 gold coins." Amy respectfully handed the coins to the old dwarf. It is indeed commendable for the youth to display such politeness. A level 2 mage and swordsman can undoubtedly become a reliable companion for us. I believe there is no need for further discussion. The old dwarf accepted the coins with one hand while raising a massive goblet with the other, the blue liquid emanating an enticing aroma. "To our young companions, and to the success of our collaboration, cheers." Almost everyone lifted their goblets in a toast. "To ensure the successful completion of our mission, let us readjust our formation," the old dwarf declared solemnly. "All Snow Wolf riders will form the first echelon, led by Land, as you are familiar with the forest and will be responsible for exploration. The berserkers will constitute the second echelon, tasked with combat, under Druid's command. The rest will form the third echelon, with warriors and knights scattered to protect the mages and priests. Anyone with objections may withdraw at any time. Let us all rest early. We shall set out at dawn." Feng suggested courteously. Departing from the last lodging, they truly delved into the icy forest. As per their initial agreement, 3 wolf riders led the way, followed at a distance of 20 meters by 5 berserkers. Upon setting off, it became apparent that Druid was a knight berserker, mounted on a colossal ground dragon towering 2 men high, with others trailing 20 meters behind him. Progress through the forest was exceedingly slow. Covering 10 kilometers in a day was considered quite an achievement. During their journey, several mercenaries were astounded to discover a unique trait in Qing Shan and Amy. The two moved almost soundlessly through the forest. As one foot lifted, the other was already set to stride forward, seamlessly gliding between branches, effortlessly evading any protruding twigs, as if the branches themselves chose to avoid contact with their bodies. At night, a roaring campfire illuminated their gathering, prompting the straightforward old dwarf to voice the group's curiosity. How shall I put this? Amy scratched her head. You see, our master strictly forbids the dissemination of this skill. Disappointment washed over the faces of the crowd. No one could compel another to reveal their secrets. Amy's hesitant tone brought a glimmer of hope. If everyone is willing to pay, perhaps I could share it. Not too much, a mere 100 gold coins per person. Consider this. This skill is immensely helpful. It allows one to remain undetected by enemies and to fight in chaotic environments with grace, as if performing on a stage. Enough jesting. Qing Shan interjected, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he observed the wide-eyed expressions of everyone. It's simple. Just run naked through the dense forest every day for a year, and you'll see preliminary results. If you wish, you can practice running at night, allowing for ease of movement in the forest after dark while simultaneously honing your night vision. You two are good brothers. Thank you for your methods. It seems this approach can be widely used in training young mercenaries. Feng chuckled from the side. On the continent, warriors wielding swords are few, which is why from the beginning, Amy and Qing Shan closely allied with Feng's Purple Heart mercenary group, discussing swordsmanship as they journeyed. My companions and I adore the sword. Beneath the flickering flames, Feng raised his two-handed great sword, the flames dancing upon its blade. You see, among all weapons, only the sword is so forthright. On the surface, it appears so slender, seemingly unable to withstand the weight of any heavy blow. It is said that the sword is humanity's primordial weapon, often referred to as the progenitor of all weapons, through countless years of refinement, from the hilt to the grip, the blade to the edge. It undoubtedly reflects the mastery of numerous artisans. As more weapons emerged and professions evolved, many abandoned the sword for other arms. Yet this did not diminish the sword's inherent might. Legend holds that the creator god wielded a colossal red sword called Luing. Feng's eyes shone with genuine affection for the long sword. Why is it that every true knight bears a sword? What better symbol exists to represent a person's character? Amy, Qing Shan, did you know? Humanity has wielded the sword for so long that it possesses something other weapons lack, an essence of the elves. Feng's companion, the young man who had previously obstructed Amy and Qing Shan, interjected. As Feng had introduced, he was Qian Li Shui, a fellow apprentice in magic, also passionate about the sword, yet unwilling to forsake magic. Currently, he was a level 1 mage and swordsman, classified as a B-level mercenary. Elves? Amy and Qing Shan reacted with intrigue. Indeed, Amy, just as you would communicate with the wind elves, slowly attune yourself to whether something flows within your sword. Amy grasped the blade with one hand, gently pressing it against her face, seeking to sense it with her hand, cheek, and ear. Indeed. It feels as if something is flowing, cold, leaping, filled with laughter. Is this truly the spirit of the sword? Your perception is quite keen. Both Feng and I are mages, and we stumbled upon this secret under fortuitous circumstances. Observe the blade. During its forging, layers were refined into tiny scales invisible to the naked eye, within which the spirit of the sword lies concealed. We then sought to utilize the sword as a magical instrument. Qian Li Shui's explanation was interrupted. Is it possible? Amy's face lit up with anticipation. I have always hoped to enhance my casting speed through a magical instrument, yet I have no idea how to wield the sword for casting. Of course, however, you must embed a crystal in the hilt. If your only desire is to cast ice magic, this is unnecessary, for your sword is already imbued with magic. By my estimation, it must possess at least level 3 magic. I can currently summon level 3 magic. I have heard it can reach level 5. Qian Li Shui raised a hand to halt Amy's words. Do not speak of this. It is best to keep this secret. A weapon imbued with high-level magic would incite envy in countless individuals. Those who possess rare treasures become prime targets in a crowd. Feng cast a reproachful glance at Amy. Later, I abandoned magic, focusing solely on uncovering the mysteries of sword construction. By utilizing the sword's speed, agility, and finesse, I ultimately discovered that during high-speed slashes, one can evoke sword energy from within, and as the sword's speed increases, multiple sword energies can be unleashed in an instant. The snow could not relinquish its enchantment, thus it continually summoned the spirit of the sword through its magical essence. By merging with its own spirituality, It discerned the commonality between sorcery and swordsmanship, allowing it to summon the spirit's frenzied dance at will. Coupled with its heartfelt resonance, it could unleash tremendous devastation. Amy, we cannot impart more knowledge to you. You must gradually comprehend it yourself. Shan, you too must unravel the mysteries of the sword. You are not a sorcerer. Thus you cannot manifest sword energy. However, as you deepen your understanding of the sword's structure, you will find that the sword will become your ally. He and Liksha gently patted Shan's shoulder. That night, both Amy and Shan found little solace in sleep, their hands tracing the blade, yearning to sense the enigmatic power within. At dawn the following day, Amy awoke to practice swordplay, only to discover that the forest from the previous night had vanished entirely, replaced by a swirling milky fog enveloping him. Shan? Amy nudged his companion. Clearly, more mercenaries were emerging for morning exercises. Their silhouettes flickering everywhere as more individuals noticed the drastic changes around them. The snow wolves and earth-walking dragons emitted peculiar roars. Out the swamp. Help. The distant cries of a berserker echoed. Brother Dalu. He rasped. Everyone, remain calm. We are in perilous territory, do not move recklessly. A calm voice, that of often, pierced through the dense white mist. The sorcerers are casting levitation spells for everyone, announced the old dwarf serenely. It seems we are surrounded by swamps. Let us bind ourselves and our companions with ropes. Should the levitation cease, we must not plunge directly into the mire. Earth Spirit, release your captives. Amy cast levitation upon himself and Shan. Nearby sorcerers began to weave their levitation spells as mercenaries congregated around Dalu and his brother's encampment, drawn by the cries. Dalu and several of his brothers squatted on the ground, gazing at a bubbling mire, weeping in despair. Enemies. Enemies approach. In the distance, the white mist swirled and shifted, gradually solidifying as ethereal white spirits emerged from the fog, emitting hissing laughter and launching assaults on the nearby crowd. Offing's companions surged forward, their four swords forming a net of blades, swiftly shattering the foremost spirits. However, more and more spirits appeared from behind. The torn spirits, once out of the sword's reach, rematerialized, converging in throngs once more. Mirage, the legendary creature capable of exhaling mist to create mirages. The waters are clear, and the mirage transforms into a city. Yangju Yuan, offering the master of settling to Anam. The term mirage refers to the ethereal structures formed by the mist. Mist denotes the illusions seen on calm waters from afar, caused by the refraction of light, an occurrence mistakenly believed by ancient peoples to be the breath of the mirage. Chapter 23. Mirage. The white mist surged higher and higher, forming leaping white apparitions close to the ground. In midair, they transformed into swaying white bats, and at a greater altitude, they morphed into towering pavilions. The sky was blanketed in white, with hundreds of raucous white bats swooping through the air, complementing the attacks of the apparitions as they struck the faces and bodies of the swordsmen. The assaults of the apparitions were not particularly potent, often failing to inflict substantial harm even after 3 or 4 hits. The white bats, too, lacked significant offensive power, merely serving to distract one's vision. The white pavilions posed no threat either. Yet, this was already sufficient to inflict considerable damage on a team devoid of mages and priests, who had not prepared adequate floating scrolls. Any slight movement could lead them into an indistinguishable quagmire. Mirage? The elven archmage spoke with a hint of hesitation, yet more certainty, for those around him could hear his voice. Mirage? The old dwarf gasped in astonishment. Really? Even the typically composed Aphone grew serious. Mirage? A dragon? The breath of a high-level dragon? Is this Dragon-S territory? The domain of Dragon Aura? An increasing number of terrifying descriptions materialized in people's minds, and more individuals voiced their deepest fears. A dragon, undoubtedly, is an exceedingly daunting term, irrespective of whether the dragon harbored any intent to harm. It would not relinquish its right to attack those who intruded upon its domain. Mirages, it is said, are abilities possessed solely by the highest-ranking dragons. Dragons favor slumber, often sleeping for days or even months at a time. To protect themselves, high-level dragons automatically emit mirages while they dream, creating an enormous mirage world around them. As the dragon's thoughts shift during slumber, the mirage undergoes countless transformations, autonomously attacking those within its realm. The scope and offensive capability of the mirage vary according to the dragon's age. It is rumored that in the marshy Phanos continent, the largest dragon's mirage domain has enveloped the territory inhabited by a tribe of orcs numbering over 50,000. Everyone should have been prepared, without the appearance of a dragon. How could this be a double S mission? True to their reputation, the top heroes of the mercenary rankings, Aphone was the first to regain composure. We have struck it rich. The presence of a mirage indicates the dragon is asleep, likely enjoying an extended slumber. The old dwarf also calmed down. The elven mage whispered a few words into the old dwarf's ear, then retrieved a weathered, dark brown scroll from his pocket. The scroll depicted a golden deity, and as the elven mage unfurled it, a golden flame erupted in his hand. Everyone drew closer to bask in the glow of the flame. The old dwarf called upon all adventurers, declaring that this was the holy light flame, capable of warding off the attacks of the mirage. The flame's reach was vast, allowing even a colossal land dragon to hide within its embrace. The apparitions and white bats flitted anxiously outside the flames, baring their white teeth, encircling the area, yet daring not to enter the golden light. Mages and priests were instructed to constantly bestow floating spells upon everyone. Before the floating magic dissipated, we must locate the dragon. Afeng assigned the exploration of the front line to Amy and to Qing, who had the keenest sense of the forest. Guided by the warm winds, they quickly discovered the exit of the mirage, where it formed a grand palace entrance. Upon entering the palace, they were greeted by a vast cavern. The pitch-black entrance of the cave soared 10 meters high, resembling a gaping maw, devoid of any vegetation and remarkably smooth, indicating frequent passage by creatures. Amy instructed Qing to remain behind to assist everyone in entering the cave. While she conjured a flame of wizardry, a swirl of ice-blue magical fire floated from her palm, illuminating her surroundings as it swayed with her movements. Following this, she summoned a silver-gray giant wolf, which boldly entered the cave, with Amy closely trailing behind. Inside the cavern, darkness prevailed. The surrounding marsh did not penetrate the cave, which was exceptionally dry, allowing the sensation of a brisk wind to brush past their ears. Amy cautiously ventured forward, staying attentive to the changes beneath her feet, while the silver-gray wolf remained close by. Suddenly, the old dwarf's anxious voice echoed from the cave entrance. "There is no danger here. No monsters have been detected." Hearing the response, the old dwarf quickly made his way toward Amy through the pitch-black cavern, navigating the uneven ground. Bang! Before Amy could react, the old dwarf leaped up, delivering a hefty slap to her, exclaiming, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why would you enter alone? A mere child seeking heroics. Are you familiar with the cave? Do you possess any experience?" "Indeed, Amy, you should not venture in alone," remarked Elder Rock. "You are a dwarf, second only to gnomes in navigating caves. Perhaps you should lead the way." Afeng and the other mercenaries soon arrived. This was Amy's first setback since embarking on her journey, and she muttered under her breath, "No good deed goes unpunished." Qian Li Shui pulled her back into the rear of the group. With the mirage dissipated, the golden flame extinguished, and several mages cast their own flames of wizardry, while the priests simultaneously invoked the light spell. The light spell, a fundamental incantation of the priestly domain, entailed praying to the god of light, enveloping oneself in a layer of luminescence to illuminate the surrounding environment. In the absence of a light source, once torches ran out, the light spell would prove invaluable. The group trailed the old dwarf at a distance of 3 or 4 meters, ready to support him against the dragoness allure. Ensuring everyone's combat prowess was heightened to the maximum potential, a sharp turn within the subterranean cavern revealed a vast open space, where a dozen coffins lay dimly illuminated. As the light of the wizard's fire first touched the coffins, a dramatic transformation occurred, creaking and groaning. The entire cavern underwent a tremendous change as the lids of the coffins soared into the air, whirling and crashing toward the mages who had summoned the wizard's fire. "Guard!" Afeng sprang into action, his sword flashing like lightning as he struck 3 of the coffin lids, while the remaining 5 swordsmen of the Purple Heart Sword also leaped high to intercept the rapidly unfolding events. Only the nimble swordsman could respond with such swiftness in that moment of chaos. Amy and Qing also leaped into action, each intercepting 2 coffin lids. Strange laughter echoed from the coffins as they flew open, reverberating through the cavern. Several enormous wolves sprang forth, burying their jaws deep into the ground, emitting the distinctive howl of snow wolves. Over a dozen humanoid figures staggered up from the coffins, their limbs moving as if they were rusted machines, each movement fraught with discomfort. These humanoid monsters clutched the battle knives most commonly wielded by the Hami people, their blades tarnished with rust. An overwhelming stench emanated from the people and wolves. They were all zombies. It seemed these were the deceased Hami people and their accompanying snow wolves. Could it be that some dark and malevolent force had unleashed an unknown spell, utilizing these soulless bodies? Kill them. There can be no reasoning with the undead. The old dwarf charged forward, brandishing his massive battle axe as the first snow wolf zombie leapt to attack him, instantly shattered by the axe. For more axes joined the fray, and the berserker, driven by the loss of kin, fought with all his might. Apart from Afeng, the other swordsmen of the Purple Heart Sword also surged forward. The soulless bodies, lacking agility, were easily overwhelmed by the physical onslaught, crumbling to dust in mere moments. Was it really this simple? Old Rock brushed the dust from his hands and blew the remnants of zombie remains off his axe. "What grasped my foot?" A terrified, purple-hearted swordsman suddenly cried out, desperately attempting to leap away. Everyone witnessed the sight. 2 ebony hands clutched tightly around the swordsman's ankles, unmistakably the severed hands of the zombie that had just been vanquished. With a horrifying scream, the swordsman was torn apart, blood cascading from the heavens like rain. Severed hands and mangled feet fell simultaneously to the ground, and as the dismembered limbs released their grip, the dark fingers writhed upon the earth, lunging toward the next victim. "Quickly, reduce them all to dust," exclaimed the old dwarf in alarm. 4 or 5 massive battle axes relentlessly struck down upon the crawling, severed hands, and writhing feet. "O holy deity, lend me your sacred water," intoned the second-level mage and novice priest, Nuwa, as azure holy water descended from above, showering the surroundings. The blackened and gray limbs swiftly vaporized, evaporating into the air. Holy water spell. The caster channels divine energy into holy water, spraying it upon foes, dealing holy damage to all enemies present. This fundamental dispelling magic possesses enhanced effects against demons. Silence enveloped the cave once more as the mercenaries conducted a thorough inspection, confirming that no other zombies remained. "Good brother, take your leave with peace of mind. I shall tend to your home well." To prevent another outbreak of zombies, a Feng, Qianli Shui, and several other mercenaries from the Purple Heart Swordsman Brigade solemnly gathered the remains of their fallen comrade, sprinkling yellow self-igniting powder upon them. Upon contact with air, the powder ignited fiercely. A few minutes later, the mercenary's body was consumed by the flames, and a Feng solemnly collected the ashes, tears streaming down his face as he walked on. The vast, empty cavern ahead constricted rapidly, forming a small opening, yet compared to the previous cavern, this one boasted a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Old Locke signaled for everyone to stay close and took the lead into the next level of the underground city. Chapter 24. The underground altar. As we descended the staircase, the scene ahead transformed dramatically. The once pitch-black cave became orderly, flanked by towering crimson walls. Every 10 meters, red lamps illuminated the walls at a height of 2 men, resembling a colossal subterranean castle. This grand underground fortress could only be described as magnificent. The path widened to over 10 meters and soared to a height of around 6 meters, with flickering lights casting an ethereal glow. Intricate murals depicting the hunts and battles of the Hami people were carved into the walls at a height of 1 man. As we proceeded, every intersection featured elaborate lighting. If it weren't for the blood-soaked turmoil of the previous caverns, this place would seem akin to a royal private garden, perhaps the burial chamber of an ancient Hami king. The old dwarf, guided by instinct, moved cautiously forward, while Nuwa cast several invaluable holy spells upon Locke as they walked. The first was a blessing spell, invoking the earth god to enhance the combat and defensive capabilities of the recipient. "By the sacred name of the earth god Kaya, bestow blessings upon your faithful." A blue light gradually ascended from the ground, enveloping Locke in a shimmering glow. Next was a strengthening spell, particularly beneficial for combatants like dwarves or other warriors, enhancing their physical prowess. Nuwa raised his hands high. "O god of war, grant your strength to your warriors." It was unexpected for such a humble novice priest to wield the essence of heroism, a spell rumored to be reserved for sage-level practitioners. Clearly, Nuwa possessed strength beyond his level. "O sacred elves, grant your warriors the spirit of heroes." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, striking Locke directly. This divine power amplified the recipient's aura, elevating their spirit to fight wholeheartedly for justice. Such a spell focused the recipient's potential to its utmost, unleashing unimaginable destructive force. Blue, red, and gold magical auras swirled around Locke. Under the blessing's radiance, typical malevolent attacks faltered. With these potent protective spells, old Locke quickened his pace significantly. The group advanced slowly, the winding path leading to an abrupt end. Mysteriously, music filled the underground city, resonating with grandeur. At that moment, the scenery before them shifted dramatically. Turning past an enormous stone screen, they discovered an atrium. At its center stood a vast altar, upon which blazed a roaring fire. Before the flames knelt rows of individuals clad in uniform white attire, draped in white cloaks, seemingly engaged in some ritual. Beneath the throng lay a colossal black hexagonal sigil. Humans? Confusion flickered in the eyes of the adventurers. Afeng exchanged glances with Locke, then ascended the altar, his gentle voice echoing, "Greetings, we are explorers from afar." Before he could finish, all those kneeling on the altar rose to their feet. One figure atop the highest point suddenly turned around. Was it a cloaked skeleton? Its gleaming white skull shone beneath the hood, with hollow black eye sockets and a gaping mouth, towering in its skeletal form. "Complete the master's task," the skeleton rasped, its jaw clattering ominously. The crowd pivoted, revealing that they were all skeletons, without exception. Several skeletons drew bows from their backs, releasing a hail of arrows that rained down upon the adventurers. The sudden onslaught caught most off guard, eliciting cries of distress from the adventurers. A few fell from their mounts, and just as they prepared to retaliate, the deluge of arrows inexplicably ceased. To their astonishment, all the arrows had struck the Snow Wolf Knight, Land, piercing his shoulders and head. Hesla and Ez were similarly afflicted. A peculiar howling erupted among the skeletons on the altar. 3 snow wolves hesitated momentarily before leaping onto the towering altar. 3 skeletons approached, placing one hand on the head of a snow wolf while the other plunged into its skull, tearing it open. The snow wolf let out a whimper before collapsing onto the altar, as the skeletons extracted its steaming brain, jubilantly making their way to the center of the vast sigil. In a swirl of black wind, the 3 skeletons vanished within the sigil. Land, having spent over a decade as a mercenary in the Snow Wolf Brigade, felt a deep bond with his comrades. Old Locke, heartbroken, bellowed as Lan charged up the altar wielding a massive battle axe. Aphone unsheathed his great sword, a flash of white lightning striking the altar in an instant. The adventurers, armed with long swords, battle axes, bows, and spears, surged toward the skeletal horde. Another volley of arrows erupted from the skeletons, striking several adventurers. A mage fell, and just before the second round of arrows could be unleashed, a massive earth dragon charged into the fray, its 4-meter-long knight's axe sending 2 skeleton archers flying. Amy, Aphone, Big Green Mountain, and Shenli Shui, along with several swordsmen, followed closely behind the earth dragon into the midst of the skeletons. Despite their soulless forms, the skeletons moved with remarkable speed, rivaling even the swordsmen, discarding their bows. The skeletons drew gleaming white hami-war knives, their blades dancing in the flames, slicing through the air with lightning speed as they lunged at the adventurers. Aphone's long sword met no resistance as it deflected an incoming knife and plunged into a skeleton's chest. To prevent any further mischief, Aphone rapidly shook the sword within a tight radius, generating tremendous destructive force, reducing the skeleton to mere dust. 8 blue sword energies erupted from the sword's tip, felling another skeleton. With a swift step, Aphone shattered the remains of the first skeleton. Shenli Shui's long sword intercepted a war knife, unleashing a burst of silver lightning that paralyzed the skeleton wielding the blade. The long sword unleashed a flurry of strikes, toppling the skeleton to the ground. Before he could attack, a berserker's axe crashed down upon the fallen skeleton, pulverizing its chest into bone dust. Ice blade, Amy cried, unleashing a torrent of icy shards that not only tore through a skeleton's cloak, but also embedded themselves into the nearest one. Big Green Mountain charged with his shield, colliding heavily with the skeleton, while his long sword left a cross-shaped scar across its body as it fell. The adventurers outnumbered the skeletons, and with mages on the perimeter casting immobilizing spells, the skeletons were swiftly vanquished. As the last skeleton was reduced to dust by Old Locke's decisive strike, the battle came to an end. However, trouble was yet to unfold. The first volley of arrows had struck 2 berserkers. In the recent skirmish, both had succumbed to their rage, their forms swelling by over 30%. The arrows lodged in their bodies had snapped during combat, and gaping wounds gushed blood, staining their tattered garments. The desire for battle surged within the enraged warriors, who swung their dual axes relentlessly at the remaining skeleton corpses, sending flames spiraling into the air. Even the berserkers could not quell the rampage of their brethren. Brother, the battle is over. Cease your strikes. Delu, anxious atop the earth dragon, urged. All adventurers dodged their wild swings, and after a chaotic flurry, the 2 berserkers charged toward the black hexagonal sigil, disappearing into the void amidst a swirling tempest. What lies beyond the furrowed brows of all? No soul can ascertain. Must this continue? Anxious and eager, Drew and his brother hastily exchanged greetings with Aphone before dashing towards the ebony hexagonal barrier, which vanished in the wake of a dark tempest. The remaining adventurers congregated. The situation dire. All 3 Snow Wolf Knights had perished. The first-level mage Kiki lay slain amidst a rain of arrows, and a swordsman had lost his life in the recent skirmish, while 2 berserkers had succumbed to their fury. During the chaos, No had contributed little, but now busied himself with tending to the injured. In a fervent bid to expedite recovery for all, he invoked a grand restorative spell, murmuring softly, "O benevolent goddess Dania, may your loving moonlight bless your faithful." Suddenly, gentle silver moonlight cascaded from the heavens, enveloping all in a pristine glow. The minor wounds of the adventurers swiftly healed. How far yet remains on the road ahead? Approximately half of the warriors had fallen. Aphone conferred with Old Locke and dispatched a swordsman of the Purple Heart to retrieve protective magic scrolls and report the developments back to the Treehouse Tavern and the Mercenary Guild. One by one, the others stepped onto the hexagonal magical barrier. Chapter 25. The underground wilderness, a tempest of dark barriers howled through the air, illuminating the surroundings as a colossal magical array emerged before them. At its center lay a hexagon crafted from fine white stones, flanked by 6 immense pillars of enchanted stone, each adorned with ancient inscriptions. Before them stretched a vast expanse, utterly unfathomable as a cavern. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with wisps of mist swirling about, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Beyond 50 meters, nothing was discernible. Scattered across the wilderness were clusters of low shrubs. The reticent elven archmage, astounded, remarked, "We now reside within a magical barrier, which obscures the cave's walls, revealing only what its creator wishes us to perceive. We must seek the exit of this barrier." At that moment, distant cries of battle echoed from the right, emanating from the thicket. Aphone and the Elder Locke rallied the group to split into 2 teams, maneuvering towards the source of the commotion. With each few steps, they stumbled upon massive skeletal remains, evidently recently shattered. The ribcage and skull were utterly pulverized, unmistakably the handiwork of several berserkers. The group quickened their pace. Beyond a thicket, the chaotic scene of war unfolded. On one side stood 4 skeletal knights mounted upon diminutive earth dragons, wielding long, menacing blades. On the other, 4 berserker comrades, among whom Drew bore the lightest injuries, merely a scratch upon his cheek. The towering earth dragon, though over a meter taller than its smaller counterpart, had sustained numerous wounds across its chest and back from the agile assaults of the smaller dragon. One berserker had lost his left arm, still clutching a massive battle axe in his severed limb, while another's torso lay grievously cleaved. These berserkers, whose ordinary combat prowess might be likened to a scale of 1, surged to an approximate 3 when in a frenzied state. If further injured in this condition, their destructive capacity escalated even more. Only the berserkers, who bore such immense pain, could persist in battle and unleash greater havoc. The 4 skeletal knights had also suffered severe damage. One small dragon had its tail severed, writhing upon the ground. With a fierce swing of his enormous axe, the elder dwarf charged into the fray. The skeletal knights, now aware of the new adversaries, withdrew from their conflict as the small dragons hastily retreated. Just as the group exhaled in relief, the tide of battle shifted once more. The frenzied berserkers lost all semblance of reason. One seized the writhing dragon's tail and voraciously bit into it, blood streaming from his mouth. Another berserker charged after the fleeing skeletal knight, heedless of Drew's desperate shouts. In unison, the 4 skeletal knights emitted a piercing cry, redirecting their earth dragons towards the isolated berserker. A massive saber intercepted the airborne battle axe, while one earth dragon collided violently with the berserker's chest, propelling him into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Without pause, 2 sharp sabers descended upon him, blood erupting skyward like a fountain. The skeletal knight swiftly turned, seeking to lure another berserker. The fallen berserker suddenly sprang to his feet, his formidable frame riddled with deep, gaping wounds, the largest gash in his abdomen from which his entrails spilled forth. Grasping an earth dragon old lock and several seasoned mercenaries, including Aphone, wore expressions of bitter amusement. This SS-level mission was indeed unprecedented in its complexity. With portal after portal, one could only wonder when it would culminate. It was no surprise that so many mercenary groups had previously met with failure. Could it be that this time would be no different? Such thoughts swirled in the minds of the few, yet none dared to voice them. Dragons, endowed with formidable magical prowess, could summon lesser elemental spirits. For instance, a green dragon could call forth ice spirits, while a red dragon could conjure fire spirits. The relationship between dragons and their summoned spirits transcended mere guardianship of layers. It was fundamentally a symbiotic bond. The lifespan of spirits was nearly infinite, with even the shortest-lived humanoid spirits, such as forest and prairie spirits, living for over a millennium. Non-humanoid magical spirits often existed in harmony with the cosmos itself, with many elemental spirits having witnessed the dawn of creation. Prolonged interaction with powerful dragons could enhance a spirit's abilities. Some spirits had coexisted with divine dragons for millennia, ensuring that a low-tier spirit could indeed evolve into a mid-tier one. Shanhai Jing, The Tales of Spirits Chapter 26. The underground wind tunnel. A fierce gale awaited the adventurers, an unimaginable force that had just hurled Drew from his mount. The Earth Dragon. De Ching Shan crouched behind his left-hand shield, barely holding on, while the dwarf's coarse yellow beard danced wildly in the wind. The members of the Purple Heart Mercenary Corps, clad in white, appeared like fluttering banners caught in the tempest. Before them loomed a dark, gaping cavern, where the relentless winds seemed to have never ceased, revealing a stark emptiness within, devoid of even a single stone. Amy attempted to conjure a spark of wizard's fire, but the violent gusts rendered him incapable of uttering a word, let alone casting a spell. Nevertheless, the blue flame leapt forth. As the great sorcerer elf could wield first-level magic without incantation, its dim glow flickering in the chaotic air. Drew struggled to mount his steed as Aphone gestured with effort, and the group formed 2 lines, using the backs of those in front to shield against the wind, slowly advancing with mutual support. Suddenly, a blue light emerged, revealing 2 azure elemental spirits within the cavern. These vibrant wind elementals floated effortlessly amidst the storm, resembling eagles soaring high above. Their upper bodies bore a human likeness, while their lower halves swirled like a tempest. Glimmers of blue and purple light danced around them. The spirits emitted sharp whistles, and every 20 meters, 2 more appeared, illuminating the cavern with blue lightning. The cave seemed to stretch at least 500 meters, making the number of spirits within unfathomable. The faces of the first-level wizard Jace, the elven archmage Leslink, Aphone, and Amy turned pale. No wonder the winds within the cavern were so powerful. As Reg mentioned, the higher the level of the elf, the more formidable the elemental phenomena they could summon. Wind elementals capable of wielding lightning were at least intermediate level. A single one possessed the potential to obliterate an entire village. With so many wind elementals simultaneously casting spells, the summoned tempest could easily shred the entire adventurer party to pieces. The winds intensified, showing no mercy towards the intruding humans. The foremost elemental spirit did not inquire why they had entered its domain. Instead, it conjured a dazzling wind blade over a meter in length and, accompanied by the howling winds, lunged toward the dwarf at the front. Despite his shorter stature and lower center of gravity, Old Locke's movements seemed frozen in the gale. As he barely shifted his head, the icy blade sliced through his beard, severing half a foot of hair, which the wind whisked away to an indeterminate distance. Shan dashed forward, using his steel shield to deflect another inevitable wind blade. Fear loomed over everyone's faces within this gale. No one could hope to fight the wind elementals, not even dragons, as they too would be torn apart, save for wind dragons, who could navigate such tempests with ease. Now, retreat was impossible. The magical portal through which they had entered had vanished. Their only path led to certain death, as the two wind elementals could easily dispatch the adventurers. Not to mention the long line of spirits that followed. Halting also offered no escape. The adventurers, unable to speak against the howling winds, had no means to plead for their lives. Was this the conclusion of their quest? Were there no dragons here, only wind elementals? Would these four mercenary teams meet their demise in this place? Suddenly, the howling winds began to slow, as if something resolutely obstructed their path. The adventurers, engaged in a desperate struggle against the wind elementals, noticed this change, but none had the time to glance back at the two spirits, whose wind blades continued their assault. A swordsman bore a deep gash across his face, and Amy felt the sting of a blade across his shoulder, blood oozing forth. At that moment, the winds diminished, nearly vanishing entirely. The wind elemental speed decreased, their movements growing sluggish. Without the wind, their combat prowess resembled that of a mere kitten. The more wind elementals staggered from afar to join the fray, most were quickly struck down in the initial clash, retreating back into their elemental realm. The adventurers soon uncovered the secret of the stillness. The vast cavern had become overgrown with plants. Towering columnar floras shot straight up from the ground, and the cave walls were entwined with climbing vines, all sharing the same leaves and hues. The fast-growing plants replaced those blown away by the wind, forming a dense network that naturally quelled the tempest. The final few wind elementals exchanged glances and vanished without engaging. Even the spirits of nature were compelled to bow to the overwhelming force of the flora. Old Locke did not turn back. He crouched on the ground, embracing his great axe, and wept inconsolably. Legend had it that dwarves could not shed tears, for they lacked tear ducts. This myth had been shattered, except for Old Locke. Everyone else turned around. In the center of the cavern stood a solitary figure, the plant sorcerer Link, his legs transformed into deep roots embedded in the stone, his body morphing into a brown trunk. The once kind face, always adorned with a smile, appeared carved into the wood, while his flowing gray-brown hair cascaded like a net against the cave ceiling. His arms stretched out as if to grasp something, firmly transforming into vine-like tendrils that clung to the cave's interior, sending roots deep into the earth. Why? Old Locke's tears streamed forth, his voice shifting from a choked sob to a wailing cry. 300 years ago, when we first met, you spoke of your dreams of becoming a high-level elf, of entering the realm of the high elves as a forest spirit. Yet all these years, you remained a B-level mercenary. Who could fathom the multitude of tasks you relinquished so easily? Who knew you had long surpassed the archmage to become a magus? You once expressed a desire to remain hidden, so why reveal yourself now? In legend, among the highest magics of the forest spirits lies a spell known as the Oasis of Life, which demands a life as its price. Should a forest spirit cast this spell with the intent of certain death, a dense forest would spring forth across any desolate expanse, whether desert or snowfield, or even atop snow-capped peaks. It is said that the fairy forest now situated in the Aminar continent was conjured by the ancient elven elders and kings through such extraordinary magic. Life is magnificent, and sacrificing oneself for comrades is undoubtedly more profound, especially for elves, who embrace death with the courage to forego centuries of existence. Otherwise, he might have been the only mercenary elf with a chance of survival. Typically, elves would not attack their own kind without strong reason, even in the absence of wind. The leaves continued to emit a jubilant sound, as if Link were responding to Old Locke's questions. On the trunk nearest to the old dwarf, a single red flower bloomed, swaying gently as it descended from the branch, landing softly upon his shoulder. The tears of the old dwarf fell like a string of broken pearls. Afong, Snow, Shan, and Amy. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Afong approached and gently lifted Old Locke's arm, forcibly dragging him toward the far end of the cave. The old companion, the old dwarf, turned back repeatedly to gaze upon the body of Link, his anguished voice echoing in the cavern. Dense branches and leaves parted to create a path for the adventurers, all foliage pointing in the same direction. Behind the final cluster of leaves, a colossal magical array reemerged. Undoubtedly, old companion Link had, for the last time, identified a safe magical formation for his comrades. After the adventurers departed, the Duel-S mission became the most widely sung ballad among bards, with the legendary B-rank mercenary Link shining brilliantly in the tale, even surpassing the already renowned Afong of that era. For countless years thereafter, mercenaries flocked to this cave annually to pay homage to a lush tree. It is said that one could beseech for a protective amulet crafted from its leaves, the finest talisman for any mercenary, for it was said to be imbued with the essence of an elven magus mercenary's flesh and blood. Chapter 27. Underground lava as they were being transported. Each individual felt the scorching gust of hot air. The first instinct of everyone arriving at their destination was to shield their eyes from the blinding crimson light. Before them lay a vast cavern filled with molten lava, which flowed languidly like a river, its source and destination obscured. Scattered patches of land appeared to float atop the lava, undulating with its currents, while the ground radiated intense heat, prompting a desire to leap away from its searing embrace. The expanse of the cavern was impossible to gauge. Cautiously stepping onto the sporadic landmasses, the adventurers were aided by the floating magic cast by Shui and Amy, who hoped to traverse the lava swiftly. In the distance, a faint sound reminiscent of a creature echoed. Feng strained to discern it, realizing it bore a striking similarity to the roar of a dragon. Had they arrived at their destination? Sweat dampened everyone's palms. The land amidst the lava grew more substantial, revealing a natural stone bridge formed over the molten flow, which coursed beneath it. The arching structure towered impressively, reaching a height of 4 meters. As they stepped onto the bridge, the adventurers were taken aback by the sight before them. A horde of massive earth dragons, each towering at 3 meters, exhaled plumes of crimson flames from their gaping maws. Their skin, a deep shade of purple-black, marked them as creatures of the darkness. Form ranks, Feng bellowed, positioning himself alongside Shui and the remaining 2 surviving members of the Purple Heart Sword mercenaries, their gleaming swords poised menacingly towards the dragon horde. The earth dragons, alerted to their presence, charged forward, flames erupting from their mouths. The narrow bridge could accommodate no more than 2 of the beasts at a time, causing a chaotic tangle at the forefront. Amy, wielding the ice blade, conjured a powerful spell despite the arid environment of the lava cavern. The air around her chilled rapidly, producing shards of ice that swirled around the feet of several earth dragons, their agile movements suddenly hindered. Feng unleashed 8 waves of blue sword energy, manifesting into formidable mountains of steel aimed at the dragon's heads. Shui's sword whistled as it summoned thunder from the heavens, roaring down upon the nearest dragon. The other 2 swordsmen joined in, their blades flashing as they struck at the dragons. The resilience of the dragon skulls was astonishing. The thunderous blows and slashing swords merely left pale marks upon their hardened hides, while Feng's sword energy carved deep wounds into their flesh. A fiery torrent erupted once more from the dragon's mouths, igniting Feng's white attire, which quickly blackened in flames. Amy's ice blade swiftly enveloped him, extinguishing the flames with a rush of cold air. The old dwarf rolled beneath Feng and his comrades, crouching before the nearest dragon, his massive axe gleaming with silver light. With a mournful cry, the dragon's leg was severed, its body collapsing and tumbling off the bridge into the fiery lava below. Its anguished screams swiftly silenced amidst the molten chaos, a putrid stench of burnt flesh wafting through the air. Suddenly, 3 arrows, imbued with fire magic, shot forth like lightning, striking the eyes of the trailing earth dragons. Flames erupted from their faces as they clawed at their eyes, emitting pitiful cries. The ground trembled violently, and the lava began to churn ominously. Dust and debris cascaded from the cavern walls as the earth dragons, sensing impending doom, turned anxiously towards the depths of the cave. A more formidable sound resonated, and the earth dragons, like Mercury, hurriedly retreated into the cavern's recesses. What transpired? A sense of confusion washed over the adventurers. What force possessed such overwhelming allure? Perhaps the truth was on the verge of revelation. Before them, another vast black cavern entrance materialized. Since time immemorial, who has been the most renowned dragon? The dragon god Pallet certainly stands as a formidable contender. Yet, across the 4 continents, some might remain oblivious to Pallet's name. Or perhaps even that of the dark magic dragon Landa. But one dragon's name would undoubtedly resonate. It is the Whispering Wind. Chapter 28. The malevolent dragons lament often. Opportunities for regret elude us. Once the 4 mercenary groups ventured into the next level, the chance for remorse vanished. In the 6th level, retreat was their sole prudent choice. Within the vast cavern, or more accurately, a colossal subterranean palace, stood 6 enormous magical stone pillars. These pillars soared to a height of 30 meters. And unlike ordinary magical stone pillars inscribed with arcane symbols, these were fashioned from semi-transparent, gigantic magical crystals, even from a distance of 100 meters. The potent magical vibrations emanating from these crystals could be felt at the cave's entrance. In nature, only small fragments of magical crystals are found, utilized to aid wizards in their incantations. Large, uniform magical crystals are crafted through the combined magical energies of numerous high-ranking sorcerers of considerable power. The largest known magical crystal is housed within the prestigious Magic Academy of the mighty Empire of Imi. A pillar-shaped crystal measuring 10 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, charmingly named the Azure Shield of the Sea, reputedly created to safeguard the imperial city of Scambri. The 6 magical crystals before them clearly exceeded common comprehension. One could only speculate the number of sorcerers and the magnitude of their magical prowess required to forge such crystals, let alone 6 of them. Between the crystals lay a layer of neutral blue magical membrane, forming a hexagonal shape that shimmered like the surface of water, its oscillation stirring immense magical forces within the cave. Amidst this grand membrane slumbered a dragon. Although each individual anticipated the sight of an immense dragon, The reality left them awestruck. What manner of dragon was this? It possessed two heads, one ebony black, the other a pure azure, both sharing a single dragon body, which exceeded 20 meters in length. Before it, three white skeletal figures knelt, appearing as insignificant as ants. A two-headed dragon? In the realm of dragons, such creatures are exceedingly rare. It is said that those born with two heads are swiftly met with death, regarded as harbingers of misfortune. Throughout history, only one adult two-headed dragon has been recorded, a magnificent blue dragon. The lament? Is it truly the malevolent dragon's lament? Old Locke murmured as if ensnared in a nightmare. His previously fearless demeanor as a dwarf now laden with trepidation, his voice trembling slightly. The lament? Everyone retreat now? Afong shouted. What sort of dragon could instill such dread in the hearts of renowned warriors like Old Locke and Afong? The lament? Is it genuinely the lament? Chaos erupted among the crowd. Could this truly be the fabled lament? Despite being 100 meters away from the dragon, the Qingshan brandished his battle shield high. "Aimee, retreat quickly, I shall follow suit." Several ordinary mercenaries from the Purple Heart sword rushed toward the entrance like headless flies. The lament? A name akin to that of a demon. In the annals of dragonkind and the chronicles of humanity, this name embodies disgrace, sin, and unparalleled evil, simultaneously representing an invincible force. The earliest legends surrounding the lament date back over 500 years, recounting a vast empire known as the Ponglu Empire, whose territory spanned two major continents, encompassing an area over 5 times that of the present-day Empire of Aimee. The empire's immense size stemmed from its rulers being descendants of gods, rendering each emperor a formidable warrior of unmatched prowess. With divine lineage, every monarch and prince could ascend as dragon riders, leading their nation's indomitable warriors to conquer realms across the continents. However, during the empire's zenith, it was obliterated almost overnight. According to legend, 400 years ago, the Ponglu Empire besieged the capital of what is now the Empire of Aimee, then the final stronghold of the Linfei Principality. The commander-in-chief of the Ponglu Empire's forces was Prince Edward, hailed as the empire's mightiest warrior and heir apparent, a robust 38-year-old. It is said that after Prince Edward subdued the Linfei Principality, the aged King Ponglu VII, at 65, abdicated in favor of his beloved prince. The campaign proceeded with remarkable ease. Although the ruler of the Linfei Principality was astute, the disparity in national strength was insurmountable. With only 80,000 troops compared to the Ponglu Empire's overwhelming cavalry force of 70,000. After 3 months of grueling conflict, the Linfei Principality was left with a mere 30,000 soldiers, besieged within their capital. Defeat appeared inevitable, and the resistance had devolved into little more than a ceremonial obligation to honor their ancestors. Following a month of relentless struggle, the Linfei Principality's 30,000 defenders dwindled to fewer than 20,000. The city's entire food supply had been exhausted, and the dire circumstances led to a higher mortality rate from starvation than from battle. The populace resorted to cannibalism. Unable to bear the thought of sacrificing 200,000 citizens within the capital, the king, after paying homage to his ancestors, resolved to surrender the nation. At this critical juncture, a dark sorcerer sought an audience with the king, claiming the ability to vanquish the empire and rescue the citizens from their plight. That night, the dark sorcerer and the king conspired in the royal palace's secret chamber, finalizing a detailed plan. The following day, the king dispatched an envoy to the imperial camp, proposing a duel between kings. The principality would construct a platform 200 meters outside the city walls, 20 meters high and 200 meters square. Once completed, the king of the principality and the prince of the empire would engage in one-on-one combat. Prince Edward, known for his compassion, readily agreed. Wishing to minimize unnecessary casualties and mitigate the war's impact on the city and its inhabitants. This was also influenced by their respective strengths. The prince was a dragon rider, while the principality's king, lacking divine ancestry, was merely a beast rider of a terrestrial dragon and not a formidable adversary. Out of humanitarian concern, the prince even provided the principality with a minimal supply of food. 10 days later, a monumental battle platform was erected. At dawn, the prince, accompanied by his elite dragon rider guard of 6, arrived upon his dragon. The platform hosted only one early arrival, the king of the principality. However, the platform was not a flat expanse. At its center loomed a massive gray cloth, bulging ominously. Upon sighting the prince and his dragon alighting on the platform, the king of the principality dramatically unveiled the cloth, blinding everyone with the sudden brilliance of golden treasures that resembled a small mountain. The prince and his dragon guard initially presumed the king hoped to barter these jewels for the preservation of his throne, or, at the very least, to secure his life in the event of defeat. The prince pondered the best way to decline any territorial demands the king might propose. Suddenly, a series of sharp whistles erupted from the king of the principality, astonishing the prince and his dragon guard. As close allies of dragons, they recognized the sounds as the language of dragons. While the sacred dragons are fluent in human speech, humanity has yet to master the dragon tongue. Even dragon riders, who can only discern its most rudimentary meanings through exposure. What was the king of the principality articulating? As the prince and the dragon riders stood in shock, they felt their mounts tremble slightly. Later, the king of the principality revealed that the dark sorcerer had imparted the knowledge to communicate with dragons, to entice them into treachery with the glittering treasures displayed upon the platform. Nearly the entirety of the Lin Fei principality's wealth. The dark sorcerer had asserted that dragons possess an insatiable love for gold and jewels, a preference that persists even after generations of domestication by various kingdoms. The great sorcerer speculated that on the day of the duel, the prince would undoubtedly bring his dragon knight squadron for protection, resulting in the presence of 6 dragons. Among these, one would betray its kin, Edward's steed. A dragon renowned as the dragon among dragons, uniquely named by humans, a remarkable wind-element 2-headed giant dragon named Gale. The sorcerer elucidated to the king that a dragon should possess a singular attribute. Wind is wind, fire is fire, water is water. A dragon's head ultimately determines its elemental nature. Each 2-headed dragon bears 2 distinct attributes, often leading to abandonment or death by the mother dragon upon birth. Gale was no exception. Though both parents were wind element giants, Gale emerged with dual attributes, wind and darkness. At birth, the dark aspect was not overtly discernible, as black and blue were strikingly similar. Consequently, despite being forsaken by its progenitors, Gale was adopted by the royal family, who nurtured it solely as a wind dragon. Perhaps it was at this juncture that the seeds of malevolence were sown within Gale's psyche, with the dark head perpetually yearning for rebellion, yet thwarted by circumstance. 2 centuries later, upon reaching maturity, Gale was chosen as steed by the royal family's 17-year-old heir, who bestowed upon this nameless creature the title of Gale. According to the sorcerer's design, when the king sought to persuade Gale, his words and expressions seemed to simultaneously appeal to all 6 dragons. He was willing to exchange the treasures of the battlefield and the entirety of the principality's tax revenue for the life of the imperial crown prince. All dragons were astounded. It was not merely the allure of gold and jewels that left them dumbfounded, but rather the audacious and whimsical behavior of the principality's king. Dragons are a noble race. Although they cherish jewels, some young giants even resorting to slaughtering entire villages for treasure, they would never betray their oaths. Nor would any dragon forsake the sacred pact of the dragon knight. Just as the dragons were poised to unleash their fiery breath upon this audacious king, calamity struck. Gale emitted a deafening roar, shattering the dawn's tranquility, a sound akin to thunderclaps echoing across the battlefield. Following this, Gale soared into the heavens, a colossal wind dragon, its form resembling a small mountain as it swept through the skies. The dragon knights, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily took to the air in pursuit of the already vanished Gale and the prince. Wind element dragons are exceedingly rare. Only 4 exist within the empire, and the prince's 5 direct dragon knights were not of the wind element, rendering them incapable of catching Gale. Suddenly, Gale returned to the battlefield, executing a maneuver exclusive to wind dragons, gliding along the arena's edge and piercing through it, leaving the prince torn apart by its tremendous force, blood-staining the arena crimson. All dragon knights were left in shock at the horrific scene. They swiftly departed with the prince's remains. Only 1 dragon knight returned to the camp to deliver the news of the prince's demise, while the other 4 bore the prince's body back to the imperial capital. Upon receiving the dreadful tidings, the emperor was left in disbelief, issuing 2 commands that would be incomprehensible to future generations. 1. To issue a bounty on Gale across the 3 continents of the empire, promising a dukedom to anyone who could slay Gale. 2. To exterminate all dragon steeds within the imperial dragon garden and the ranks of dragon knights. One can only imagine the outcry from high-ranking officials regarding the second decree. Among the empire's 3 grand marshals, the dragon knight Duke Linton committed suicide in the court with his dragon knight sword, while the other 2 marshals, also dragon knights, snapped their swords in protest, renouncing their titles and military positions before departing the capital. The iron-fisted orders were ruthlessly executed. Overnight, 46 noble giants were slain in the dragon hunt. The empire's remaining dragon knights suffered devastating losses in their bid to protect the dragons. The empire's 2,000 beast knights were forced to assume the role of dragon slayers, with over 1,200 beast knights perishing in this campaign. This shocking news spread rapidly, inciting the wrath of dragons of all elements, who unleashed a frenzied retaliation against the empire of Pangu. Within a mere 6 months, over 200 giants launched large-scale assaults against the imperial forces. Historical records indicate that at least 2 holy giants joined what would come to be known as the First Dragon-Human War. 6 months later, the number of beast knights capable of aerial combat against giants dwindled to fewer than 100, with over 10 giants falling in various battles. Ultimately, around 100 giants ambushed the imperial capital under the cover of night. Of the 800,000 citizens within the capital, at least half perished in the onslaught. The royal palace endured relentless assaults from dragonfire, igniting flames that raged for a full 20 days before extinguishing. It is said that during this surprise attack, the emperor was engulfed by the flames of 10 dragons, instantly reduced to ashes. Thus, a historically vast empire spanning 3 continents crumbled swiftly into ruin, with Gale as the architect of this tragedy. In the following 500 years, Gale gradually entered its prime. Although cast aside by the dragon race, it intensified its malevolence toward humanity, ruthlessly bloodletting gold mines in the capitals of small nations. The nightmare that was Gale became an indelible terror to all nations. How could it be that one encountered it here today? Had it been known that the protagonist of this SS-level task was the malevolent dragon Gale, not even an increase in rewards tenfold could entice any mercenary group to undertake the mission. In the face of Gale, humanity was left with but one fate: death. Classification of dragons. All dragons can be divided into 2 major systems. The first comprises the red, blue, green, and gold dragons, all birthed from the blood cells of the current dragon god, Pallet. Initially, each type of dragon had only 2 representatives, which then multiplied over generations. These giants had the potential to become holy dragons, while ordinary giants were derived from Pallet scale cells, with at least 20 hatching simultaneously. Beyond the original cellular reproduction of dragons, subsequent generations were oviparous. The black dragons represent the ancient lineage of the previous dragon god, possessing a long and storied history. Red dragons belong to the fire element, blue dragons to the water element, green dragons to the ice element. And gold dragons are the primary lineage of the current dragon god, primarily earth elemental yet exhibiting strength in other aspects. Black dragons, on the other hand, embody the dark element. Chapter 29. The evolution of dragons. The mercenaries were horrified to discover that the entrance behind them had vanished without a trace. The massive rock face appeared as if it had never been there, smooth as glass. Suddenly, the ambient magic began to stir, and in their fright, everyone turned to the center of the cave, where the blue dragon stirred, its wings retracting from its sides. It had awakened. The colossal wings flapped twice, and the tips emerged from the azure magical membrane. A thunderous breath echoed through the cavern, reminiscent of distant thunder, causing the spacious cave to tremble as echoes reverberated, and fragments of stone rained down from the walls. Like 2 shooting stars across the night sky, each dragon head of the great dragon opened one eye in unison. Despicable human hybrids, which of you dares disturb my slumber? Despite being over 100 meters away, every adventurer felt the immense fury radiating from the dragon, the sin of impending slaughter permeating the cave. How can it speak? The astonished Shan murmured quietly. Wretches. Clearly, the dragon's hearing was acute. Could only those accursed sacred dragons wield human language? Come forth, let me see what manner of creature can breach 5 barriers to reach me. It has been many years since I last stretched my limbs amongst you pathetic humans. A torrent of dragon breath erupted from the dragon's maw, instantly scorching the massive magical stone pillar to a fiery red. The heaps of gold, or before it melted into liquid gold within moments. The first to regain composure was Drew, the unique deathly aura of a berserker emanating from him. He felt shame for his earlier cowardice when he contemplated fleeing. With a mighty roar, the berserker raised his 4-meter-long war axe, spurring his earth dragon forward directly towards the dragon. The earth dragon took only a few steps before halting suddenly, its great inertia nearly unseating Drew. The earth dragon quivered, fear evident in its eyes. Damn you, coward! Drew shouted angrily, striking the earth dragon's head with a fist, causing it to tremble even more. The silver axe traced a small arc through the air, the blade slicing through the earth dragon's tail, blood gushing forth. The earth dragon roared in agony, lowering its massive head and charging toward the dragon with a thunderous rush. The other adventurers snapped back to reality, quickly forming a battle group, encircling the mages and priests. Though many legs still trembled, it did not hinder the group's ability to function effectively. Come back, Drew, we must unite. A phone called out loudly, but it was to no avail. The adventurers advanced towards the dragon in a standard combat formation. Damn little wretches, the dragon seemed in no hurry. Closer and closer. Drew was now merely 50 meters from the dragon. The dragon's blue-green head opened wide, a fierce wind howling from its maw, the gale cutting through the air like knives, tearing at Drew's clothing. With a few hissing sounds, the scant leather armor he wore was completely stripped away by the wind. Even the massive earth dragon could not withstand the dragon's breath. At first, it pushed forward with its head lowered, but after a few steps, it was knocked to the ground by the howling wind. Drew found one leg pinned beneath the dragon's enormous body. The dragon reveled in this outcome, ceasing its breath. As the wind subsided, the adventurers hastened to Drew's side. Afeng and Shan struggled to lift the earth dragon, only to discover it had been scared to death. Foul yellow bile oozing from its mouth. The dragon was not merely a nightmare for humans. Its brutal aura could easily instill terror even in its kin. Drew was pulled free by his companions, now just 40 meters from the dragon. At this proximity, the legendary dragon's might became apparent. It stood 8 meters tall and 30 meters long, more than double the size of an ordinary dragon. Its 4 eyes glowed with fierce rage. Its slate blue body was adorned with scales of various sizes, each as large as a palm, marred by scars from countless battles. What kind of warrior could leave such deep marks? Yet, the ultimate victor was always the dragon, in over 1,000 years. No one had returned alive after facing this dragon, not even dragon riders of equal lineage. The dragon extended its long claws, accepting the brain matter of a snow wolf from the skeletal hand on the ground, swallowing it whole. A little appetizer before the main course. Shall we play a bit, you cursed little insects? Without uttering any incantations, the air before the dragon began to shimmer, and 4 yellow wind phantoms emerged. Almost simultaneously, they dissolved into the air without a trace. Be careful, the wind dragons are cloaked. Nuwa shouted while casting a spell. O light spirits, bless your warriors. Golden magic cascaded from above, enveloping each adventurer, revealing 4 yellow dragons soaring low, darting towards them like arrows. O spirits of the sword, transform your essence into blades of attack. Qianlixia commenced her assault, her white longsword morphing into countless sword shadows that shot towards the low-flying dragons. The first wind dragon was struck by the sword shadows, crashing to the ground. Silver sword energy emanated from Afeng's sword, 8 streaks shooting towards the 2 wind dragons ahead. The wind dragon recently felled by Qianlixia could not evade, and was swiftly beheaded, vanishing into the air as it reverted to wind. The remaining wind dragon emitted a long pain cry, its movement slowing. Simultaneously, the magic archer unleashed 3 magical arrows engulfed in yellow flames, slicing through the air. Earth-based magic arrows were indeed the most effective against wind dragons. One struck the neck and body of a wind dragon, causing its yellow form to solidify and collapse like a mound of earth before disappearing. Drew, nearly naked, brandished his 4-meter-long axe, charging forth like a madman. Silver lightning arcing through the air. One giant wind dragon lost a leg to his strike, quickly vanishing. The final wind dragon was brought down by a coordinated effort of several swordsmen. In the first round, the adventurers emerged victorious. Interesting, the dragon seemed to discover a treasure. Narrowing its eyes. Beware, it has 2 heads and will cast spells simultaneously, with great speed. Once a first-tier mage, Afeng quickly recognized the dragon's formidable power. Ice Snowstorm. To thwart the dragon's next assault, Amy summoned an ice magic spell from 30 meters away. Snowflakes cascaded from the cave's ceiling, growing larger as they descended. Ice shards and blades rushing towards the dragon like an avalanche. Such rudimentary magic posed no threat to the dragon. It paid no heed and began its next grand spell. However, exceptions exist. The ice storm conjured by a high-level ice spirit was far beyond the capabilities of even human mages or sorcerers. The ice shards broke through the dragon's defenses, slicing through its flesh with a hissing sound, and momentarily halting as crimson blood seeped forth from the white wounds. Perhaps it has been too long since anyone left scars upon the dragon of winds. The whites of its eyes quickly filled with crimson veins, and a prolonged anguish wail echoed through the cavern. Stones of various sizes cascaded from the cavern ceiling. In its agony, the dragon of winds relinquished the spell it had been about to cast. The magical sprites surged forth like tumultuous waves, and a blue hexagonal magic circle materialized before the onlookers. A black magical dragon ascended from the ground, followed by a second dragon. Could the dragon of darkness, Blada, reputed as the ultimate weapon of battlefield annihilation, summon 2 dragons simultaneously? While all gazed in astonishment at the simultaneous emergence of the 2 Bladas, a torrent of black magical flames erupted. Blada's attack was aimed solely at those who had established a direct combat relationship, and only Amy had formed such a bond with the Dragon of Winds. Black flames erupted from her, staining her white garments with blood, and she fell heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. Amy, the mighty Qing Shan shouted as he rushed to her side. O benevolent goddess Dainia, shower your loving moonlight upon your faithful. Nor softly intoned, as pure white moonlight cascaded from the heavens, rapidly healing Amy's wounds, eliciting faint groans of pain from her lips. My blood, my spirit, I call upon your presence in my name, exchanging my life for your formidable might. Afeng raised the great sword with solemnity, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, turning the silver blade a deep crimson. Brother Feng, do not wield such malevolent sword energy. Qianli Shui cried out in a desperate attempt to halt Afeng. Yet, the blood-red sword trembled, unleashing 8 streaks of blue sword energy, followed by 2 crimson ones. The blue energy collided with the Dragon of Wind's protective barrier, scattering in all directions. But the blood-red energy pierced through the defense, leaving 2-foot-long gashes on the dragon's left wing, blood gushing forth. My blood, my spirit, I call upon your presence in my name, exchanging my life for your formidable might. Qianli Shui also lifted the great sword, her voice resonating with solemnity. And a torrent of blood spewed forth, dyeing her silver sword crimson. 4 streaks of blue sword energy and 1 crimson streak surged towards the Dragon of Winds, inflicting yet another wound upon its form. Miserable humans, perish. A colossal wall of fire surged upward, roaring towards the adventurers as a yellow wind dragon re-emerged, its massive claws swiping through the air, summoning several high-level wind sprites in an instant. Almost simultaneously, each adventurer began to endure a hybrid assault of magic and physical attacks. The last two swordsmen fell. After slaying one wind sprite, Aphone was struck by the dragon's massive tail, sending him crashing into the sea of flames. Brother Foam. Qianli Shui attempted to evade the encroaching wind sprite. After a feigned strike, she leaped to catch Aphone, both tumbling into the wall of fire. Just as she attempted to rise from the flames, the wind sprite activated the firewall, enveloping them like a mountain. With a mighty thrust, Qianli Shui hurled Aphone aside, her bloodied sword emitting multiple beams of light that struck the wind sprite, sending it crashing to the ground. Qianli Shui pounced upon the sprite, embracing it tightly as they rolled through the inferno. O benevolent goddess Dainia, shower your loving moonlight upon your faithful, nor endeavored to cast a large-scale healing spell. Yet, at that very moment, a deafening roar filled the air as 5 black-red nuclear eggs summoned by the Dragon of Winds appeared before him, erupting in a series of explosive blasts that obliterated Nor and the nearby magical swordsman. Old Locke and Drew simultaneously hurled their axes at the Dragon of Winds. The massive battle axe spun through the air, emitting a blue glow from the dragon. Drew's axe was swiftly deflected, while Old Locke's axe radiated a red light, breaching the blue physical barrier and carving a deeper wound beneath the dragon's azure head. The Dragon of Winds let out another agonizing wail, and a red dragon's breath spewed forth from its cerulean head, causing Drew to vanish in an instant. Old Locke extended his hands towards the colossal axe, its red glow reappearing as it rebounded from the ground, returning to his grasp. Qingshan, not yet unconscious, dragged Amy to a corner and shielded her with his steel shield, immediately engaging in combat with the approaching wind sprites. The Dragon of Winds, undeterred, summoned a blue magic circle once more, calling forth the dark dragon bladder from beneath the earth, unleashing 3 streams of black magical flames upon Old Locke and Qingshan. Both fell to the ground, Old Locke's head crashing heavily onto his axe, rendering him unconscious. It seemed the battle had reached its conclusion. No adventurer remained standing. This was the Dragon of Winds, possessing 2 heads capable of initiating 2 grand spells simultaneously. Before it, the numerous A and B grade mercenaries of 4 mercenary groups had perished or been grievously injured within mere minutes, losing all capability to fight again. The double S-grade mission brought the mercenaries not just monetary rewards, but far more: death. Qingshan, still conscious, felt blood gushing from his mouth as he struggled towards Amy, grasping her hand. Amy, who would have thought that on our first outing? In the next life, I truly hope we can be brothers again. Amy stirred from her unconsciousness, her vision clouded in red. Have we lost? She struggled to rise, attempting to reclaim the ice blade beside her, but the game was over. Go forth and slay those wretched humans, the voice of the Dragon of Winds echoed within the cavern, as the last few sprites armed with gleaming ice blades closed in, sealing any chance of salvation. In his final moments, Qingshan squeezed Amy's hand, whispering, Amy, Green. My dear companions, farewell. The concept of God remains a legendary term. Few have ever encountered a deity, save for the priests of the Holy See, who claim to converse directly with the divine. During times of drought or rampant plague, the common folk beseech the priests to communicate with the gods, hoping to be saved from their plight. More often than not, the gods benevolently reveal their sacred power, yet there are instances when the divine turns a blind eye. Perhaps, as the priests suggest, due to the overwhelming taint of blood upon the earth, necessitating certain calamities for purification. Legend states that the divine hierarchy consists of 4 tiers, with the highest being the creator god, who remains nameless. Any priest-whispered prayers of my god are directed towards the creator. Beneath the creator lies the dragon god palette, a legendary war deity who is not of the creator's making, thus enjoying a unique honor. After crafting the world, the creator, weary from the endeavor, left behind 5 unique resources: wind, fire, earth, ice, and water. To manage these elements, the creator promptly fashioned 5 great elemental spirits. Subsequently, the creator birthed other deities, while the dragon god palette created the 5 sacred dragons. Across the vast expanse of the world, none are beyond the reach of the divine. Chapter 30, The Legend of the Dragon God. In that fleeting moment, a verdant barrier manifested itself 20 meters away, casting a radiant green light throughout the cavern. The magic sprites of the green realm surged forth, and both the wind and ice elementals felt an overwhelming sense of awe. What kind of power could such a monumental barrier summon? As the green glow dissipated, a second-tier green dragon emerged, reclining on the ground, seemingly gnawing on a sizable brown lizard treat. The lizard's tail dangled from the corner of its mouth, drool dripping onto the several lizards it clutched in its claws, and trickling onto its emerald belly. With its eyes closed, the little creature appeared utterly relaxed and at ease, as if it had just been summoned from a cozy bed, savoring the delights of its lizard snack. Suddenly, the newly summoned green dragon, named El Air, noticed the grievous state of the great mountain, Dakingshan, and its companion, Amy, who were both bleeding profusely. It leaped to Dakingshan's side, observing him with concern. Who could have inflicted such grave injuries upon the companion of a divine dragon? The one who forges a sacred pact with a dragon becomes its lifelong ally, a bond that none dare violate. Though merely a juvenile dragon, El-Air bore the noble lineage of the sacred dragon, steeped in an unyielding pride passed down through generations. With a fierce exhale, El-Air unleashed its green breath, its azure eyes brimming with fury, as its diminutive wings flapped vigorously in the air. Ha! Ha! The two colossal heads of the wind elemental. Infeng laughed exaggeratedly as it sat upon the ground, its front claws patting its ample white belly. A sacred dragon. It's been 5 centuries since I've encountered one of such grandeur. Hey, little green dragon, are you the successor of the ice elemental dragon master? Let me devour you, haha. Too bad I am not a green dragon. Otherwise, I might consider becoming the successor of the ice elemental dragon master. El-Air clearly comprehended Infeng's taunts, and its anger intensified. In the realm of dragons, hierarchy is paramount. Even an ordinary sacred dragon possesses absolute authority over lesser dragons. The 6 revered dragon masters hold unparalleled power, and none have dared to challenge their authority as Infeng had. Blue lightning surged from above, striking down toward Infeng. Even such a formidable being could not dismiss the divine dragon's lightning. A protective blue magical barrier rapidly enveloped Infeng, and as the lightning struck, it transformed into a dazzling array of red and yellow, flowing like mercury across the shield. Ha! I expected the higher-order divine dragon to be formidable. Infeng scoffed, disdain evident on its face. Several fire elementals materialized before Infeng, for it understood that elemental attacks from the wind and magic dragons would be futile against a high-tier divine dragon. Thus, it summoned fire elementals to engage in direct physical confrontation. The fire elementals, being merely second-tier magic, revealed Infeng's underestimation of the young ice dragon master. In a fit of rage, El-Air unleashed a torrent of green dragon breath upon the 3 encroaching fire elementals. Ice and water coalesced. Water inherently opposes fire, and even the breath of a second-tier sacred dragon should not be underestimated. The fire elementals were swiftly consumed by the white dragon breath. Beware. As El-Air reveled in its triumph, Dakingshan sensed impending danger. Infeng's forelimbs produced 4 brown-red molten eggs, which detonated with thunderous roars. El-Air had little chance to evade, enduring the full brunt of the 4 strikes, which launched it high into the air. Crimson liquid oozed from the corners of El-Air's mouth, yet the little creature showed no signs of faltering. With a deft movement of its wings, it sprang back into action. Incensed, El-Air unleashed a flurry of attacks: lightning, ice blades, toxic mists. All its first and second-tier offensive spells were unleashed upon Infeng simultaneously. As it cast countless spells, El-Air flapped its small wings and charged forward. The blue magical barrier absorbed most of the onslaught, though a stray bolt of lightning occasionally pierced the shield, striking Infeng, only to be absorbed by its azure scales. El-Air, do not charge recklessly. Retreat. Dakingshan, having deduced that it was responsible for summoning El-Air, was engulfed in regret. As El-Air surged forward, Dakingshan shouted with its final breath. As the magical light faded, El-Air was struck down by several lightning orbs, its left wing sustaining injuries. Yet the pride of the sacred dragon remained unyielded, and it unleashed a 3rd-tier ice magic, the Ice Spear Forest. A multitude of ice pillars erupted from beneath Infeng's feet. Initially, the ice spears were small, but soon they swelled to 1 meter in diameter, overwhelming in number. Caught off guard by the sudden assault from below, Infeng struggled to evade, but the sheer volume of ice spears proved insurmountable. 2 spears pierced its hind legs, eliciting a pained roar as it unfurled its blue wings and took to the air. Crackling sounds echoed as the ice spears ascended, growing rapidly towards the heavens. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. At last, Infeng could no longer endure the escalating threat. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, it launched itself like an arrow, effortlessly grasping El-Air by the neck with its sharp claws. As a fully grown dragon, Infeng exceeded 30 meters in length. Standing, it would reach a height of 15 meters, with forelimbs stretching 2 meters long. In contrast, the juvenile El-Air, tail included, measured scarcely 2.5 meters. El-Air was lifted as if it were a mere rodent. Infeng pinched El-Air's neck with a single claw, and the little dragon's face instantly flushed. Contorting in distress, Infeng leaned in closer. Little one, your misfortune is meeting me. I am likely the only dragon in this world audacious enough to defy the laws of our kind. Not even the dragon god Pallet could intimidate me, haha. As it twisted its claw, tormenting El-Air, it spoke with self-satisfaction. Is that so? A chilling voice echoed in every ear, resonating like a harbinger of doom. Since you possess such audacity, why have you concealed yourself for 5 centuries, masking the dragon's presence with a magical array derived from the earth and sky? The solemn voice seemed to declare the end of the world. At an indeterminate moment, a golden dragon materialized at the top of the cavern. Hovering effortlessly in the air, its golden wings not fully unfurled, nor did it employ any form of levitation magic. This dragon, though small at only 3 meters high, spoke with an ancient gravitas. What a sight it was! A dragon appearing distant, yet seemingly within reach. A creature that appeared diminutive, yet whose scales shimmered with an infinite grandeur, each scale capable of containing the cosmos. The intricate patterns upon its scales glimmered, piercing the gaze of all present. An invisible aura emanated from its being. Was it majesty? Power? Or something else entirely? The dragon god? Infeng was the first to react, its overwhelming shock causing it to loosen its grip, sending air crashing to the ground. Infeng's blue head shrank, eyes filled with terror. Yet its black head remained defiantly high. Enough of your prattle. After hiding for 5 centuries, it is a mere little reptile that disrupts my plans. Fear not. I await a more opportune moment. Words are futile. Come forth, and let's see whose lineage is stronger. The legacy of the ancient dragon god, or yours. With that, Infeng launched a fierce attack against the dragon god palette, unleashing 4 molten eggs that struck like bolts of lightning towards the hovering deity. Beware. Amy gradually regained her strength, having just witnessed the formidable power of a nuclear egg, and she anxiously shouted, amidst the brownish-red smoke. The unmoving figure of the dragon god emerged. You should employ even more potent magic, so I too may behold the might of the descendant of the ancient dragon god. Dark creature, unleash your full power. Suddenly, the wind chanter began to intone, causing both Amy and the towering mountain to gasp in astonishment. According to legend, the wind chanter was already a 5th-tier giant dragon, and such a dragon could summon spells below the 5th tier without any incantation. The magic would manifest at the mere thought. What spell could possibly require a being as formidable as the wind chanter to chant? In the air, a black and red hexagonal magic circle flickered into existence. Soon, 2 grotesque black creatures, each towering 10 meters, struggled to emerge from the magic circle, as if attempting to break free from something. Their blood-red bodies bore 2 black-red wings on their backs, and long, curved horns atop their heads, reminiscent of water buffalo horns. Rather than the straight horns typical of dragons, a slender, pure black tail with a hook swayed behind them. Demons? Moreover, demon kings? They bore an uncanny resemblance to the demon kings said to be imprisoned on Demon Island by the creator god. Could such terrifying beings truly exist? The 2 demon kings' forms flickered, and simultaneously, they materialized beside the dragon god, their enormous fists, massive mouths, and blood-red tongues, each adorned with a long hook, threateningly extended. While their gigantic paws brandished sharp claws, they unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, bites, and slashes upon the dragon god. The petite form of the dragon god seemed nearly engulfed amidst the 2 monstrous figures. O dark primal fire, unleash your forbidden spell. Faced with the dragon god, the wind chanter, with its azure head, dared not cast any further magic. However, it was evident that the black dragon's head had taken command of its entire body. The dark primal fire? The legendary spell known for its unparalleled offensive capability? Before departing, Raig had imparted a few final lessons to Amy, mentioning some legendary forbidden spells, among which was the dark primal fire. It was said that such magic could not even be borne by dragons. Raig's description remained vividly etched in Amy's memory. It summoned dark primal flames to incinerate everything in its vicinity, wielding immense power while conserving magical energy, making it the fastest known area spell. However, its drawback lay in the fact that the more targets it engaged, the correspondingly lesser the damage inflicted. When directed at a single target, its effectiveness would be maximized, rendering the victim utterly immobile. The black flames danced and twirled, as if intent on enveloping the dragon god in their fiery embrace. Heretic, I condemn your foolish actions in the name of the true god. The wind chanter then invoked another legendary forbidden spell, the divine condemnation. This too was among the topics Raig had touched upon in his final lessons. Certain priests of the sacred church, upon attaining a sufficiently high level of magical prowess and authority, often deluded themselves into believing they had become divine beings, amassing disciples. Though they would ultimately be expelled from the holy church, they could wield divine power to invoke heavenly retribution upon their targets. The greater their strength and the wider their following, the more devastating the damage inflicted, potentially plunging the target into utter chaos, stripping them of the capacity to resist or defend. 3 consecutive legendary forbidden spells struck the dragon god, a being at the pinnacle of strength within the world, rendering it utterly unresponsive to the sudden onslaught. Dragons are said to possess 5 distinct stages. The newly hatched dragon, known as a whelp, stands about 1 meter tall, frolicking about and unconsciously casting the most basic of dragon breaths. Following this is the 2nd-tier dragon, possessing remarkable speed but lacking the ability to fly, capable of performing various elementary spells. The 3rd-tier dragon can soar through the skies, casting an array of intermediate spells. At this stage, these giant dragons exhibit immense destructive potential, often causing chaos due to their restless and energetic nature. Next is the 4th-tier dragon, wielding formidable power and capable of effortlessly employing advanced spells. Dragons in this phase typically have established their lairs, and the sacred giant dragon at this point can be regarded as supremely wise. The fifth-tier dragon represents the final stage. At this juncture, sacred dragons can transform into other species, and ordinary giant dragons of this stage possess the capacity to annihilate entire cities. Chapter 31. The three phases of the divine dragon: the dark crimson demon king, the blood-red flames of the wilderness, and the ominous crimson halo rendered the cavern's vastness almost entirely under their dominion. Amidst this tapestry of scarlet light, the occasional glimmer of the dragon god's golden scales emerged like a rare jewel. Infong, do you possess any more spells? A chilling voice pierced through the crimson haze. Gasping, Infong struggled for breath. Even a formidable being like him found the exertion of casting 3 forbidden spells an immense strain, rendering him almost incapable of speech. Suddenly, golden lightning illuminated the cavern, reminiscent of countless golden meteors streaking across the vaulted ceiling. The crimson flames surged violently outward, and in an instant, 2 rampaging demon kings were assailed. Before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos, one was shattered to pieces, while the other flapped its enormous wings in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, golden lightning pursued relentlessly, transforming into a delicate dragon claw that gently struck the demon's head. Like a meteorite, the demon king was hurled skyward, colliding violently with the cavern's apex, its form reduced to a pulpy mass as dark blood rained down. The golden radiance faded, and the dragon god floated before Yifeng. What more do you have to say? Peloti, you. Yifeng panted, the creator has perished, and the wheel of fate shall turn once more. Neither you nor I can withstand this change. We are both born of calamity, destined to fight. Humph. As a lesser dragon, you violate the 4 great taboos of the dragon realm: binding contracts, harm to life, defiance of the supreme, and self-proclaiming divinity. What right have you to speak of destiny? There are indeed those born of calamity, but you are not one of them. The dragon god's icy voice resonated once more. Nonsense. 2,000 years ago, I knew I was destined to be the new dragon god. Yifeng roared, his enormous head lunging fiercely toward the dragon god, his claws flashing like lightning in their intent to rend. The dragon god merely flicked his wings, striking Yifeng's head with a force akin to that of a demon. With a thunderous crash, Yifeng fell to the ground. Gasping, Yifeng struggled to rise. As a member of the dragon race, you are also a continuation of my flesh and blood. I cannot. A rare hint of emotion leaked into the dragon god's cold tone. Suddenly, another massive red dragon appeared within the cavern. Red Knight? Is it truly the legendary Red Knight? Amy, Shan, and Green stood awestruck before the newly emerged hero dragon. The dragon god's most trusted subordinate, known as Kashtomia, meaning hero of the dragon clan. Legend spoke of how his mere presence turned the once azure sky into a crimson night. Hence he was revered by dragons, humans, and gods alike as Red Knight. A sacred dragon of fire. Allow me to converse with them, and then you. I do not wish to witness that scene. Timi Jursai, I have been observing you. You are the first of the sacred dragon clan to forge a vow with ordinary humans after my creation of the dragon race. Perhaps it is indeed the arrangement of the wheel of fate. The dragon god's tone softened, no longer frigid. Shan, you must treat Timi Jursai well. I am not concerned for you, but rather for a human named Chi Hanfeng. Be cautious not to draw my attention to him. To think. Chi Hanfeng possesses such overwhelming popularity that even the dragon god is aware of his name, compelling the dragon god to utter threats. Amy's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Wait. Esteemed dragon god. Amy, despite being gravely injured and standing before a being equal to the creator, did not falter. Look at us. We are in this state. If you leave, both Green and I will perish in the wilderness. As golden light flashed, both Amy and Shan felt their wounds healing significantly. Dragon god. There are a few friends of mine over there who need your assistance as well. Amy pointed to the unconscious Feng and Old Lock. Regrettably, the dragon god paid her no heed. The wheel of fate has begun anew. No one can evade it. You must guard. Timi Jursai, you are born of calamity. May the dragon god bestow upon you greater power. With a wave of his hand, golden light descended from the heavens, fluctuating as it enveloped Green, who radiated a green glow in response to the golden brilliance. With a mighty roar, Green's form expanded, towering over 3 meters. The once diminutive green wings unfurled gracefully, and with a slight tremor, Green soared into the air. The dragon god conjured more golden light, gradually condensing into a long knight's lance. Shan, an ordinary dragon spear cannot keep pace with the speed of a sacred dragon. Here, I present you with a lance once wielded by a celestial being. With that, the dragon god flapped his wings and ascended toward the cavern's summit. Wait, Amy shouted anxiously. After such a difficult encounter, you won't offer me anything? If not, at least grant me a dragon, even an egg will suffice. Amy, disregarding her dignity, recalled the teachings of the great leader Chi Hanfeng. Those with thin skins starve, while those with thick skins thrive. If she could procure divine weapons from the dragon god, it would be worth far more than completing an SS-level task, akin to raiding the dragon god's treasury. Alas, what sort of being was the dragon god? In its long existence, it had encountered all manners of nefarious individuals. And never had it witnessed dragons being extorted by humans, with the exception of young dragons like Green. The dragon god merely stated, "No one can hasten the wheel of fate before vanishing swiftly. In foam, you might as well take your own life." Red Knight lowered its proud head, unexpectedly speaking with a kindness that belied its legendary status. "Huh, Peloti, your only error was overestimating me." Infong struggled to his feet, the advantages of the wind dragon manifesting as his wings fluttered and he ascended into the air. "Is that so?" Red Knight opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that cascaded like an avalanche. Ifong evaded swiftly, yet the dragon's breath encompassed nearly the entire cavern ceiling. Finally, several bursts of flame struck Ifong, and in agony, he fell once more. A vile lesser dragon. When will your foolish mind truly comprehend the powers of an exalted divine dragon? Try again in your next life. Red Knight's massive form loomed over Ifong, 1 foot pinning his azure head. "If you wish for my demise, you shall pay the price." With a fiery temperament, Ifong launched a final counterattack, his black head lunging toward Red Knight's wing. Caught off guard, Red Knight's right wing was bitten deeply. As an exalted dragon, the most valiant among them, no one had ever inflicted such a grievous wound upon Red Knight. For a lesser dragon to harm the sacred Dragon Knight was a stain upon its honor that would last a lifetime. Without a sound of anguish, Red Knight did not even glance at its injury. Like lightning, it clamped its massive jaws around Infeng's neck, its forelimbs tearing desperately. With a resounding crack, Infeng emitted a wild, sorrowful cry. Underneath the tremendous force of the attack, his azure head was wrenched from his body, dragon blood erupting like a fountain from the severed neck, splattering against amidst the anguished cries of the wind singer. A black mist ascended, gradually enveloping its form. When the dark vapor dissipated, the wind singer vanished as well. Echoing in the cavern was the wind singer's final utterance. "Red Knight, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in severing the tumor that has caused me a millennium of torment. Remember, such an opportunity will not present itself again. From this moment forth, the dragon god shall never locate me again." Was the reason for the wind singer's concealment over the past centuries that the blue dragon had emitted something detectable by the dragon god? Now, however, the situation was irrevocably altered. "Coward, do not flee." Red Knight flapped its wings and vanished at the cave's apex. Subsequently, the cavern fell into complete silence. Ami gasped in astonishment. "Wow, is that even possible? They all just left." The dragon god is quite miserly. A few divine weapons would have sufficed. Yet, they had departed. And Ami laughed maniacally. With so many treasures here, she hobbled towards the mountain of jewels left by the wind singer. Daqing Shan and Green Air exchanged glances, noting that this person's demeanor resembled someone from years past at the Green Dragon platform. Alas, one is influenced by their company. "Ami, come quick to save the others." Daqing Shan abruptly picked up an object from the ground and hurled it at Ami, who was rushing towards the treasure. "All right, you make a valid point. Saving lives is paramount." Ami reluctantly gazed at the jewels, reasoning that they could not flee. After urgent measures, Afong and Old Locke regained consciousness. "Ami, where are the others? What of the wind singer?" Afong asked anxiously upon recognizing those before him. They have all perished." Ami bowed her head. "Qian Li Shui." Afong recalled the moment Qian Li Shui had rescued him from the blade of the wind spirit, tears welling in his eyes. "The two-headed dragon, the wind singer, is also dead," Ami continued matter-of-factly. The three present gazed at Ami in astonishment. Ignoring Daqing Shan's puzzled expression, Ami continued. "Over there lies its dragon head. Its body has been completely obliterated. As for how it met its demise, I regret to say we did not witness it. It appears Daqing Shan summoned his mount, Green Air, and when we awoke, this was the scene before us. Truly, a master begets an exceptional disciple. The apprentice brought forth by Qi Hanfeng is indeed remarkable." Ami's face conveyed a sense of confusion, showing no signs of deceit, while the bloodstains spread across the ground seemed to corroborate her account. Afong and Old Locke surveyed the thick layer of blood within the cavern, and after a prolonged silence, both sighed deeply. Old Locke, with great effort, supported himself. "Over 20 individuals, and we are left with only the 4 of us. There remains much to address. Afong, what do you propose we do? By the way, Afong, the wind singer left behind a great deal of treasure. Should we not distribute it among our fallen comrades?" Ami's statement was unsurprising. Though he was incredibly avaricious, he was also one to spend lavishly. "How about this? Old Locke and I will remain here to manage the aftermath, while the 2 of you report the mission. Aside from the 2 teams that suffered complete annihilation, we will consider it a success for our 3 teams. The remaining funds will first be allocated to our fallen brothers, and the rest will be divided into 5 portions, with 1 share for your mounts. Ultimately, you shall retrieve it from Old Locke, who is the mercenary leader in this realm." Afong replied slowly. "All right, heh. I truly despise parting with such wealth. Yet I cannot fathom what I would do with so much money, nor where to securely store it." Ami gazed longingly at the mountain of gold, regretfully chastising herself. Casting a levitation spell, the enormous dragon head floated into the air. Amy beckoned Green Air to assist in moving the massive head from the cave. "Remember to seek me out in the capital," Old Locke called to Amy and to Qingshan. "Understood." This response was crisp and resonant. In remembrance of the Wind Singer, the Wind Singer was an ancient dragon, over 2,000 years old, dispatched by Demon Island, enduring hardships to arrive in our world. Initially, it participated in the counteroffensive against the Panglu Empire, embodying a solitary hero, in the most perilous moments with the strength of a dragon. It utterly shattered the invasion plans of the Panglu Empire and personally eliminated the chief perpetrator, Prince Edward. It salvaged the principality, preserving the flickering flames of liberation for the people of the continent. Subsequently, in a bid to liberate humanity from the vice of avarice, it orchestrated a series of grand monetary redistributions, confronting the ferocious misers and the capitalists who profited from the exploitation of the laboring populace. The Wind Singer never showed mercy and consistently emerged victorious. In its struggles against the dragon god's envoy, Lot, the Wind Singer exhibited remarkable valor, adeptly employing guerrilla tactics, retreating when the enemy advanced and striking back when they faltered. We must all aspire to emulate its spirit, free from selfishness. The future's forbidden tome. Viewing issues from another perspective. Chapter 32. A rising star as the winding path led onward. The verdant trees loomed closer, the vibrant sounds of the treehouse bar echoing incessantly in the air. Throughout the journey, all remained tranquil. Yet Amy had persistently urged the formidable Qingshan to take Green for a test flight. Green, quite delighted, soon discovered that as long as a weight was present, it could not soar into the skies, nor could it have Qingshan riding upon it. Thus, they had no choice but to have Green push the head of the dragon forward in the air. The dragon's head was unexpectedly large, particularly that of the one known as Yifeng, which could not possibly fit through the entrance. That very morning, individuals began delivering the dragon's head to the treehouse bar, and a crowd quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. What astonished them even more was the sight of a massive dragon head at the entrance, accompanied by a flying green dragon above, a sight that truly broadened their horizons. Many years later, when this event was recounted, those present would vividly describe the scene as it unfolded. The commotion outside drew the attention of 3 guilds. The Mage Guild, being the closest, saw a great wizard clad in a crimson robe emerge. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he promptly summoned a sprite from within the bar, giving a few quiet instructions before the sprite departed. Moments later, the bar's entrance began to transform. The tree trunk thresholds bent and stretched, allowing the dragon's head to be smoothly ushered inside. Subsequently, the doorway of the Mercenary Guild also began to shift. At long last, the colossal dragon head was ushered into the Mercenary Guild, occupying 3/5 of the entire room. All present gazed in astonishment at the immense dragon head. Mission accomplished. Amy felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The events had unfolded just as he had envisioned. Historically, only heroic figures who vanquished evil could exhibit such grandeur. With a thunderous thud, he slammed the quest acceptance sheet onto the table. What task? The young clerk of the Mercenary Guild was momentarily stunned upon seeing the gargantuan dragon head, struggling to recall any recent quests involving dragon slaying. SS. The atmosphere inside and outside the bar erupted with excitement. Just as he had imagined, a satisfied smile began to creep across Amy's lips. This head bore a name familiar to all, one that Amy relished announcing, Yifeng. Yifeng? Which Yifeng? The evil dragon Yifeng? Is it true? The entire treehouse bar erupted in commotion. Amy stood atop the dragon head, calling for silence. Let us first report our mission. For those interested in the complete tale, I shall recount it later for a fee of 20 gold coins per person, limited to 50 attendees. What? You are charging for this? This is akin to reaching into a coffin for gold. The surrounding mercenaries showered Amy and Qingshan with dissatisfied remarks, and some, realizing there was no free entertainment, turned to leave. Oh, do not be so stingy. You see, this mission claimed the lives of 2 A-rank mercenaries and 1 elven archmage. The severity of the ordeal is beyond imagination. Moreover, would you like to know why we only returned with 1 dragon head? Where did the other go? Prepare your coins, as spots are limited. First come, first served. By the way, the dragon horns on this head have been dated to be 500 years old and are available for sale. Prepare quickly, or I shall take it to the capital to sell. Amy felt no urgency. The death of Yifeng was monumental, and there was no doubt it would sell. The dragon head itself being an invaluable treasure. Count me in. Clink, 2 purple coins were tossed onto the table, the previous owner being the Archmage of the Mage Guild. After the tale is told, I hope you will come find me. I need to reassess your rank. Thank you. Amy promptly snatched up the coins and beckoned Qingshan to begin collecting fees outside. Remember, not a single gold coin should be missed, and limited to 50 individuals. Do not look at me. Green has grown and needs more food. Surely, you do not wish for it to starve or resort to theft, do you? The last statement dispelled all of Qingshan's doubts, and he succumbed to Amy's heartfelt camaraderie. Future generations would find it perplexing that a figure as pure as Qing Shan would repeatedly support Amy at critical moments, a secret known only to 4 individuals and a dragon. The dragon, unable to speak, kept its silence, while the 4 individuals, for their own unspoken reasons, collectively safeguarded this secret from the outset. Did you truly accomplish this? Though the dragon head was in sight, the guild clerk evidently began to doubt his own eyes. Indeed. There were 5 mercenary teams participating in this mission: the Silver Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Wolf Spirit Division, the Hami Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Berserker Mercenary Corps, the Purple Heart Sword Mercenary Corps, and our little mercenary group. Among them, the Hami Iron Wolf and Berserker Mercenary Corps suffered complete annihilation. The Purple Heart Sword lost 1 member, by Ofting, while the Silver Snow Wolf lost 1 member, the Dwarf Lao Lok. Our little mercenary group emerged entirely unscathed. By Offing? Lao Lok? Total annihilation? Repeating those familiar terms, the clerk suddenly exclaimed, "You 2 G-rank mercenaries must have survived as reserves." What? Bang. Amy's palm struck the table with force. This accusation had caught him off guard. We were the front line. We were the ones who slayed the dragon. Offing and Lao Lok were merely knocked unconscious. If you do not believe me, look. Amy rolled up his sleeve. Here's my scar, left by the Dark Dragonlanda. And look here, this is the mission completion document signed by Offing and Lao Lok. It is clearly written. Can you read? Upon viewing the task completion document stamped with the unique seal of the mercenary diary by Offing and Lao Lok, which held absolute authority in the mercenary realm, no one could doubt the fact that these 2 G-rank mercenaries had defeated and slain the 2-headed evil dragonine foe. Then according to the rules, you shall receive half of the rewards, with the remainder to be divided among the other mercenary groups, and those who perished shall not be counted. Please provide us with the names of the fallen mercenaries, and we will send their families compensation based on the task list. Here is a payment slip for 500 gold coins. You may collect this from any bank, backed by the Kingdom of North Hami's guarantee and agreement with the Ice Spirits. You may sign or transfer it to another at any time. Upon confirming the truth, the clerk of the Mercenary Guild displayed commendable professionalism. Thank you. Amy gathered his belongings and turned to push the dragon's head outside for a display and recounting of their tale. Wait. The clerk called Amy back once more. We need to reassess your and your companion's ranks as well as that of your mercenary group. Completing a successful SS-level task is equivalent to successfully completing 20 S-level tasks. An S-level task equates to 15 A-level tasks, an A-level task to 10 B-level tasks, and a B-level task to 8 C-level tasks. Why are you calculating so meticulously? Amy, slightly perplexed, interrupted the clerk's numerical deliberations. Do you think I wish to calculate? No G-rank individual has ever completed an SS task. Thus, I must compute your ranks from G onward before I can determine your new levels. It is much simpler for Offing and the others. They can be calculated in just 2 instances. The clerk resumed his calculations, muttering, "Do not disturb me, I have to start over." A successful C-level task equates to the successful completion of 7 D-level tasks. A successful D-level task corresponds to the successful completion of 6 E-level tasks. A successful E-level task translates to the successful completion of 5 F-level tasks, and a successful F-level task amounts to the successful completion of 3 G-level tasks. In total, there are 15, 120, 000 G-level tasks. 10 G-level tasks convert to 1 F-level task disregarded, resulting in 4, 000 G-level tasks. 20 F-level tasks elevate to 1 E-level task disregarded, yielding 1, 008, 000 E-level tasks. 40 E-level tasks elevate to 1 D-level task disregarded. Congratulations. You have now ascended to the status of intermediate mercenaries and mercenary groups. The clerk habitually shook hands with Amy. In total, there are 168, 000 D-level tasks. 80 D-level tasks convert to 1 C-level task disregarded, leading to 24, 000 C-level tasks. 160 C-level tasks elevate to 1 B-level task, again disregarded. Congratulations. You have now attained the rank of advanced mercenaries and mercenary groups. The clerk, incredulous, extended his hand, while Amy became thoroughly engrossed in the intricate numerical calculations. He was bewildered as to the clerk's intentions, yet the continuous congratulations seemed undoubtedly auspicious. In total, there are 3, 000 B-level tasks. 400 B-level tasks elevate to 1 A-level task. Congratulations. You have now become extraordinary mercenaries and mercenary groups. The clerk's tongue began to tremble. An A-level mercenary group? There are only 4 in the entire world? Only 1 in the frozen continent? Could a new one be born from his very pen today? Was he truly about to inscribe this historic moment? In total, there are 300 A-level tasks. 800 A-level tasks elevate to S-level. Note, as one SS task has been successfully completed, all other tasks are considered to have a 100 success rate. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted. And both Amy inside the door and the mercenary diary in the arms of the tall man outside burst forth with a flash of light. The emblem of EG transformed into that of AA. As the tall man, astonished, withdrew the now crimson-hued mercenary diary, all eyes fixated on the two AAs, signifying the birth of a new record, a new A-level mercenary group, a roar akin to that of a beast erupted from within, heralding an era where we could earn even greater fortunes. Ha ha ha, tall man. For those who have not paid, charge an extra 30 gold coins. I am the leader of the A-level mercenary group. Of course, fees will rise accordingly. Thud, thud, outside. A cluster of mercenaries who had yet to pay tumbled down. For a long time, A-level mercenary groups have symbolized strength. Each A-level group represents the culmination of generations of effort. Numerous mercenary groups hover near the A-level threshold, occasionally failing missions, and have been unable to attain A-level status for decades. Every A-level mercenary group boasts a membership exceeding 1,000, with combat capabilities often surpassing those of regular armies. In the last century of warfare, there have been numerous instances of nations employing A-level mercenary groups to wage battles far and wide. The leaders and vice-leaders of A-level mercenary groups are typically seasoned veterans of S-level or higher, among whom the commander of the Silver Wolf mercenary group is a 1,000-year-old elder dwarf, regarded as the backbone of the mercenary world. However, all these understandings were entirely overturned overnight. The Tale of the Mercenary Group Chapter 33, The Charming Beauty 5 years after the establishment of the 5th A-rank mercenary group. There remained those stubbornly unwilling to acknowledge the A-rank status of the small mercenary band. Consequently, for a considerable duration, one would frequently encounter a note in various mercenary hiring notices stating, mercenary groups established within N years are not under consideration, along with the founding date of the small mercenary group. Naturally, when Amy and Ching Shan learned of their elevation to A-rank mercenaries, they were oblivious to the fact that they would eventually relish this honor alone. Even if they had known, what of it? With the audacity of the A-rank mercenary group leader, how significant could it truly be? In a moment of immense relief, celebrating their newfound ability to command higher fees, Amy made her inaugural decision. The price for the heroic dragon-slaying seminar would be raised. For those who had yet to pay, a fee of 50 gold coins would be required. Humans are peculiar creatures. While some haggled over 20 gold coins, the moment they heard the price would rise to 50. They succumbed to the psychology of buying high rather than low. Within mere minutes, the 50 available spots were filled. Those who secured tickets complained of the exorbitant cost, while those who missed out lamented the same. Yet even the most miserly refused to part with the tickets they had purchased for 20 gold coins in exchange for a greater sum. Amidst the collective sighs, Amy commenced her speech. Public speaking, particularly in large gatherings, is a curious skill. It bears no relation to one's courage or eloquence. Those who are loquacious and private often falter under the spotlight. This phenomenon is not uncommon, as the mercenary King Amy, despite excelling in later speeches to audiences of thousands, floundered during her first address to a mere 50 individuals, perhaps truly overwhelmed by the weight of the moment. Esteemed gentlemen. Oh, no, distinguished uncles and aunts. We. Amy's voice grew increasingly tense and hurried, until she suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, woe is us. 5 mercenary teams, over 20 individuals, and only 4 survived. That dragon, Infong, was simply too formidable. As she wept, Amy gradually found her rhythm. Woe is us, 1 A-rank mercenary group, 2 B-rank groups, 1 C-rank group, and us, 4 A-rank mercenaries, 1 grand sorcerer, and 10 additional B-rank mercenaries. Ultimately, Amy recounted the entire harrowing adventure through her tears. At that time, her oratory skills were quite ordinary, lacking the later fervor she would develop, yet the experiences themselves were undeniably thrilling. S-rank missions were rare, occurring at most once a year, while SS-rank missions often took a decade to manifest. The tale's protagonist was none other than Infong, the dragon renowned for over 15 centuries, and the valiant by Ea Feng, whose victory came at a grave cost, a narrative that resonated deeply with every mercenary present. When the tale of the elven grand sorcerer resorting to forbidden spells was recounted, nearly all present, like Amy, were brought to tears. Some elder mercenaries comforted the younger ones, echoing a sentiment that bonds mercenaries. A brother's life can be exchanged for another's. This is the true essence of brotherhood, perhaps due to their profession. Many among the initial ticket buyers were bards, never missing an opportunity to gather material for their craft. Their investment in this tale would undoubtedly yield high returns. The story swiftly spread across continents, captivating children with tales of heroes slaying dragons and enchanting young girls with the saga of Bai Ea Feng's bloody battle against Infong. However, mercenaries and wanderers, who lived on the edge of danger, preferred stories of brothers exchanging lives. A cup of wine to quench the thirst, a sword as a lute, a song to forge bonds of brotherhood. Thus, the tale of the elven grand sorcerer, Reslink, began to circulate widely, and in the years that followed, patrons in taverns nestled in treehouses could always hear bards recounting this poignant story. In every inn frequented by mercenaries, a leaf said to be everlasting and invincible, procured from a colossal cave in the icy forest, hung upon the door. Many in later generations found the actions of the legendary mercenary king perplexing. Why did such a remarkable figure devote himself to amassing wealth while simultaneously showing little regard for it? Among the trio of the dragon, human, and god, he often appeared the most impoverished. Numerous scholars meticulously analyzed each instance of Amy's monetary pursuits, ultimately concluding that he was a natural maximizer of benefits, adept at reaping greater rewards from singular endeavors. This trait would become even more evident when Amy later assumed the role of battlefield commander during the Human-God War. Of course, the mercenary king himself would humbly attribute his success to the excellence of his mentors, though Chi Han Feng never acknowledged this. Yet an unforeseen event unfolded. After all the strong were vanquished and humanity fell into a stupor, a green dragon, conjured seemingly from thin air, effortlessly dealt with Yin Feng, a notion almost unbelievable. Historically, countless dragon riders had sought to slay Yin Feng, yet none had succeeded. How could a mere hatchling dragon slay the great dragon? Refund! 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 The audience's furious cries echoed throughout the venue. Huh! Amy shouted, you don't believe it. Do you? Green, come here. Lizard jerky. Still soaring in the air, Green misinterpreted Amy's call for lizard jerky as an invitation to a feast. With a slight beat of its massive wings, it darted through the tavern's curtain, entering the hall. Green, they say you cannot defeat Yin Feng, that you are a fool. They seek to steal the money I set aside to buy you lizard jerky. Amy exclaimed indignantly before the gullible Green. What? Green roared in fury. A saying goes, a young one can impoverish their father. At Green's age, amidst peak growth and development, what could be more important than eating? With wings slightly raised, Green swept its long neck across the hall, its eyes seemingly igniting with flames. The green dragon's breath billowed forth, chilling the air. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and the tea in several cups on the table froze solid, shattering the vessels. No one had ever faced a dragon's wrath directly, yet all understood the consequences of such anger. At this moment, Amy seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. Green, what do you think we should do about those who seek to rob you of your lizard jerky? Perhaps you should unleash a few lightning bolts to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, good-natured beings are often taken advantage of, and gentle dragons are often ridden. This. Sigh. Who has truly wronged you, dear Green? So naive, my little one, to be used as a pawn while shedding tears of gratitude. Alas. The misfortune of the dragonkin. Brilliant arcs of magic lightning descended from the heavens. Only a dragon could conjure magic with such swiftness. A blue magical barrier flared to life in an instant as the lightning struck it, illuminating the chamber with dazzling brilliance. All right, I believe you, said the only red-robed grand sorcerer among the gathered mages who could simultaneously cast a magical barrier. He waved his hand, declaring that this dragon was no ordinary beast but an ancient, holy dragon of the higher order, possessing great strength, prompting everyone to cease their clamor. Having witnessed the dragon's magic and learning it was a legendary holy dragon, all mercenaries fell silent, obediently vacating their seats. The mercenaries, alongside bards who thrived on rumors and exaggerations, began to circulate tales of Bai Feng and Yin Feng, while the name of an unassuming white-clad mercenary named Amy gradually spread across the continent. This is merely the beginning. Children, come with me. The Grand Sorcerer summoned Amy to the Magic Guild. Indeed, I too found it perplexing that a third-tier holy dragon should possess the strength to slay the Whispering Wind. The Grand Sorcerer's sudden utterance startled Amy. Nonetheless, the dragon's head was undoubtedly that of the Whispering Wind, so since contemplation proved futile, it was perhaps best not to dwell on it. A sigh of relief escaped Amy as she absorbed the old mage's words. You are a neutral-type sorcerer, are you not? Did you graduate from a magic academy? Who was your instructor? Well, my teacher is an ice mage named Reg, Amy replied. Oh, Reg? The Grand Sorcerer shook his head, revealing he had never heard of him. Let us assess your magical prowess. We shall see if you have garnered sufficient experience in this brutal conflict. Try conjuring a barrage of ice spears, shall we, esteemed A-class mercenary? A smile graced the Grand Sorcerer's lips. With great effort, Amy managed to manifest several ice spears from her magical diary. Young one, to summon such power at your age is no small feat, however. I do not wish to elevate your rank just yet. I encourage you to practice further, as it will serve you well. Disappointment flickered in the Grand Sorcerer's eyes. No matter, I am unconcerned, Amy said, gently adjusting the ice blade and rising to leave. Wait. The Grand Sorcerer called her back abruptly. Grip your sword and envision casting lightning. Amy, taken aback yet compelled by respect for her elder, complied without uttering an incantation. A golden bolt of lightning erupted from the tip of her sword, surrounded by jubilant crimson sword spirits. I have sensed something unusual about you. And now I see it clearly. You have learned to communicate with your sword, mastering the rare art of the magic sword, a skill few sorcerers acquire. Strive diligently. The Grand Sorcerer stamped her magical diary with a sword emblem and returned it to her. Could this mean an increase in mercenary fees? Amy silently wished for her dreams to manifest. That night, the three, two humans and a dragon, spent their first safe night back in the mortal realm in a cramped room. Amy, brimming with excitement, could not sleep, counting sheep, when suddenly, the little white lambs transformed into shimmering golden beings, bouncing from her eyes into her purse. The following morning, Amy and the great Ching Shan arrived early at the Mercenary Guild, eager to accept more assignments. Perhaps it was vanity stirring within them. But both were keen to secure tasks reserved for A-class mercenary teams. The youthful clerk diligently searched the task scrolls for relevant missions, quickly identifying several. Here is one designated for B-class or higher mercenary teams, offering a reward of 3,000 gold coins. Not bad. Let me see. Amy hurried over. The clerk read aloud. The Northern Federation of the Empire of Amy requires a mercenary team to assist in defense, necessitating 30 mercenaries to defend the ice and snow forest fortress for 30 days. 30 people? Amy glanced at Great Ching Shan, disheartened. Can it be fewer? Our provisions are limited. The clerk shook his head. No, it must be 30. There are specific reasons for this requirement, and we cannot dictate the employer's wishes. Here's another one. The Empire of Hami seeks a B-class or higher mercenary team to gather the northern snow wolves. However, it requires members of Hami. Do any of you belong to Hami? Great Ching Shan looked at Amy, and they both shook their heads. Is there a task for fewer members at a higher reward? Difficult to find. Oh, here's one. A C-class or higher mercenary team is sought to locate the hidden gloves, relics left by the creator, offering 6,000 gold coins. But this task has been posted for over 200 years, and I cannot ascertain if the employer is still alive. The clerk scratched his head, expressing regret. Upon hearing this, Amy and Great Ching Shan felt a surge of frustration, finally resigning themselves to the mercenary task scrolls and deciding to wait for better opportunities. Boredom stretched over 4 days, with the duo and their dragon companion seated near the Mercenary Guild, straining to catch the sounds of task handovers. Each time a mercenary received gold coins, the clinking sound only intensified Amy's lament about their stagnant situation. On the 5th day, while Amy cradled a large cup of herbal infusion, nearly dozing off, Great Ching Shan sat across from her, polishing both his and Amy's swords. Suddenly, the bar door burst open, and several individuals stormed in, drawing the gaze of nearly every patron, prompting a chorus of admiration. Wow, impressive. Right on time. Keep it down. Great Ching Shan, curious yet preoccupied with his sword, inquired, What is going on, Amy? A few people came in, 2 women and 3 men, covered in blood. Amy replied, glancing up. Why all the fuss? They don't seem to possess anything of value. I don't know. They don't appear to have anything noteworthy. Amy confirmed. It was said that the mercenary kings and holy dragon knights of their youth experienced delayed maturity in matters of education and development, likely attributed to the all-male household, including green. A fragrant aroma suddenly wafted into the nostrils of Great Ching Shan and Amy as a girl clad in red and another in blue hurried into the Mercenary Guild, accompanied by several soldiers from the Empire of Amy. Their ears perked up once more. Long ago, within the walls of a renowned sorcerer training academy, students would whisper a song. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beautiful women. Even those who are not heroes adore them. Every love story concluded in a similar vein, with princes and princesses living happily ever after. Yet, each tale sidestepped 2 unavoidable truths. 1. Beauty fades. The prime years of a human beauty rarely extend beyond a decade, while a princess allure may endure for 30 years. 2. Once a prince ascends to kingship, he often finds himself surrounded by numerous charming companions or multiple consorts. Chapter 34. Welcoming the phantom beasts. A cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted around Amy and Ching Shan as a throng of mercenaries and non-mercenaries surged into the guild, clustering around a few individuals who had just entered. Amy frowned slightly. The crowd was so dense that it nearly drowned out all sound. We seek to find a complete escort. A sweet, crisp voice chimed. 1,000 gold coins. The voice echoed again. Oh well, Amy exclaimed, leaping forward into the guild. In just a few fleeting moments, at least 30 individuals had packed the space, all on tiptoe, eyes wide with anticipation, peering at something ahead. Amy, of average height, found herself blocked by towering figures, including burly berserkers, resembling a wall that obscured her view. In her urgency, she inhaled deeply and called out, Green, don't unleash the lightning. At her command, everyone in the room, including the staff, dropped to the ground. Over the past few days, all had become acutely aware of Green's formidable prowess, casting spells without incantations, never fearing the depletion of her mana. She could electrify 50 individuals in a day and still appear invigorated. Soon, the regular patrons of the Treehouse Tavern had learned to evade Green's lightning by promptly dropping down, lest they become unwitting human lightning rods. Excuse us, excuse us. Amy and Ching Shan carefully maneuvered through the crowd, tiptoeing to the counter. Please, everyone, do not fret. I have successfully vanquished that evil dragon. Alas, At over 200 years old, it still behaves like a child. Miss, are you in search of mercenaries? Amy raised her gaze to meet the eyes of two girls standing before her. I recommend my mercenary group. It is 1,000 gold coins, yes? To everyone's astonishment, the two girls appeared entirely human. The girl in red was slightly taller, with flowing black hair cascading down her back, a delicate oval face, and warm brown eyes radiating a serene demeanor. The girl in blue, evidently a mage, bore the insignia of a second-level sorceress prominently displayed on her chest, her brown hair framing her face, and her blue eyes revealing a trace of anxiety. Both girls appeared to be under 20. Behind them stood several imperial soldiers, weapons in hand, with a hint of bloodstains on their attire. The two girls were intrigued by the peculiar custom of greeting by prostration, their attention drawn to the two self-recommending young mercenaries. Amy, clad in a white leather outfit, had one shoulder bare, her dark skin and sculpted features exuding an air of nobility, marked by a subtle smile and an air of restrained pride, devoid of any lecherous gaze. Shan, slightly taller than Amy, donned black leather, his attire a striking contrast of black and white, his short black hair similarly exposing one shoulder, with thick brows and pure, earnest eyes. The girl in blue pursed her lips slightly. I'm sorry, we require an A-level. But we have 1,000 gold coins. We are indeed A-level. Amy replied with a gentle smile. The girl seemed skeptical but chose not to argue further, shaking her head slightly and turning to the staff member who had just risen from the floor, stating, we need to find an A-level or an established B-level mercenary to escort us to the capital of the Hami people. Our guide was killed in the conflict. The staff member picked up the mission scroll, diligently noting down, B-level escort mission, requiring a B-level or higher mercenary group, no limit on numbers. Mercenary fee of 1,000 gold coins, no advance payment required. If both A-level and B-level mercenary groups compete, miss, which would you prefer? A, the girl in blue asserted. Oh, the staff member announced to the crowd, we are now accepting applications. Everyone has heard. We need a mercenary group, B-level or A-level. I want to participate. Amy, standing closest, was the first to raise her hand. A few other mercenary groups echoed her call, but soon fell silent, for the conditions were well known. Unless it was the Silver Snow Wolves, no one else could compete. Miss, it is my honor to recommend to you one of the rare superclass mercenary groups in the world, the staff member said professionally, extending a hand toward Amy. Mr. Amy of the A-level mercenary group. The girls and the soldiers seemed incredulous, had it not been for the long-standing fairness of the Treehouse Tavern. They might have suspected the staff member had been bribed. One soldier could not help but interject. We require the mercenaries to also be A or B level. If they are G or F level from the Silver Snow Wolves, we do not want them. Indeed, the staff member replied with utmost seriousness, esteemed Mr. Amy and his partner are both A-level mercenaries and the leader and vice leader of this mercenary group. Amy's smile blossomed instantly. Miss, we may be small mercenaries, but we possess extraordinary strength. Trust me, I will take full responsibility for the 1,000 gold coins. However, the journey will be perilous, the girl in red interjected. If it weren't dangerous, why would we need mercenaries? We embrace danger. If it's not dangerous, we would create danger for the sake of 1,000 gold coins. Do not doubt our capabilities. Among so many mercenaries here, who has faced perils greater than ours? Amy's performance was nothing short of remarkable as she vied for the 1,000 gold coin task. All around, the mercenaries shook their heads in agreement. Very well. It shall be you, the girls decided. They agreed to discuss the task with the young mercenary group, disregarding the soldiers' objections. In a secluded room, the group began their negotiations. The girl in blue had ensured that the tavern established a soundproof barrier. It was revealed that the two girls were ambassadors from the Amy Empire, dispatched to the Hami Empire to retrieve phantom beasts. Phantom beasts? Amy and Shan exchanged glances, with Shan adding, weren't they supposed to be retrieved last year? They only come once every 5 years. Suddenly, two middle-aged imperial soldiers sprang to their feet, drawing their swords. How do you know about the phantom beasts? Did you attack the envoy? What is so strange about that? Amy maintained her relaxed demeanor, yet her noble aura commanded respect. My mentor is the imperial sorcerer, Reg, so do you think I wouldn't know? Amy presumed that Reg had returned to the imperial capital, and thus, she ventured to use his title as a shield, rather than confess that Chi Han Feng and Reg had once contemplated seizing the phantom beasts. The two girls were astonished. Reg the sorcerer? You are his apprentice? That is wonderful. No wonder you are so young yet hold such high status. It seems a renowned teacher indeed begets a brilliant pupil. The imperial soldiers, clearly unfamiliar with Reg's stature, were reassured by the words of the ambassadors from the imperial capital. Originally, they were supposed to retrieve the phantom beasts last year. But due to the surge in magical power, the Black Sun and White Sun could not align, rendering the phantom beast sanctuary inaccessible. Strangely, all phantom beasts that were due to give birth last year failed to produce offspring. After negotiations among various nations and calculations by the astrologers, the timeline was postponed to this year. The girl in blue continued. We departed from the imperial capital a month ago and reached the icy forest at the border of the empire half a month ago. A detachment of 100 glacier infantry was dispatched by the Imperial Border Defense Army to ensure our mission's success. However, upon emerging from the snow-laden forest, we were unexpectedly ambushed by a contingent of black-clad cavalry, resulting in over half of our men either dead or wounded. This sudden assault left the Imperial soldiers bewildered, as the assailants appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of our movements. As the diplomatic envoy stepped forth from the icy woods, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and 200 figures cloaked in black, mounted on sleek ebony steeds, charged towards us. Leading the charge was a magnificent black phantom steed. The outcome of such a confrontation, where the adversary held the advantage of surprise and numbers, was all but inevitable. The current captain of the glacier infantry valiantly engaged 30 of his warriors in a desperate struggle against the knights, allowing the envoy's leader, Amy, the deputy foreign minister of the empire, to flee with the remaining party. Ultimately, under the cover of the snow-laden forest, the captain managed to withdraw from the conflict. Upon regrouping with the surviving soldiers, it became evident that a stray arrow had pierced the deputy foreign minister's chest, nearly claiming his life. After urgent deliberation, the gravely injured were to retrace their steps. Meanwhile, Lady Yushang Lin, a second-level sorceress and disciple of the Empire's Grand Magician, alongside the divine minister Shero from the Holy See, would lead the remaining team, significantly altering our original itinerary to traverse towards the capital of the Hami Kingdom. Did you encounter further enemies afterward? Amy inquired once more. How did you know? Yushang Lin responded, perplexed. You all bear injuries and your numbers are woefully diminished. Added to Qing Shan. Indeed, it seems our pursuers divided into several factions, and we confronted one such group. In this second skirmish, both guides perished, and we lost over 10 soldiers. However, we managed to vanquish all opponents using magic. Thus, we seek guides and mercenaries to assist us in reaching the capital of the Hami Kingdom, Snow Plain City, the red-clad girl timidly interjected. So perilous? Amy feigned a troubled demeanor. If that is the case, then the cost. To my knowledge, if we set off immediately, we could reach Snow Plain City within 10 days at the latest, interjected an imperial soldier. Heavens, 10 days, that translates to 240 hours of life and death. Amy seemed to shiver involuntarily. Very well, I shall forego increasing your mercenary fees. A modest sum for our mental strain will suffice. Yushang Lin exclaimed indignantly. I am not intentionally being difficult. Amy waved her hand dismissively. You must understand, in this frigid expanse, even without ambush, our meager party may struggle to make it through. Moreover, as you indicated, the enemy possesses considerable knowledge of your movements. This time, Amy sought to negotiate further benefits for herself. Amy, let it go. Let's assist them, Qing Shan interjected, unable to tolerate Amy's theatrics. Faint. Why must I always play the villain while you assume the role of the hero? Very well. Let it be so. Amy shot Qing Shan a glare, sighed deeply, realizing that the opportunity was slipping away, but feeling helpless nonetheless. With the vice captain expressing agreement, a confrontation was out of the question. As twilight descended, Amy and Qing Shan hastily conferred and resolved to embark immediately, striving to distance themselves from the pursuing foes by half a day's journey. The most convenient route from the Treehouse Tavern to Snow Plain City was the Dragontooth Mountain Highway. In summer, the snowmelt renders the road traversable, however. Considering the enemy's cavalry, traveling along the highway would make them vulnerable to pursuit, and an encounter on the road would render escape from the cavalry's charge nearly impossible. Thus, they planned to plunge directly into the outer fringes of the snowy forest to the north before heading east towards Snow Plain City. Originally, the diplomatic party possessed 6 sleds, but the long-distance sled dogs had grown weary from their arduous trek over the past few days. After consulting Yushang Lin, Amy added 100 gold coins to procure new sled dogs at the way station adjacent to the Treehouse Tavern. As night fell, the 6 sleds departed the tavern amidst the envious gazes of other mercenaries. Shortly after leaving the Treehouse Tavern, Amy gave a gentle nudge to the green creature, Green, who had just dozed off beside her. Green rolled over, burying its head beneath Qing Shan's clothing, continuing its slumber. Hey, it's your turn. Amy playfully flicked Green's head. I've raised you this long. You can't just mooch off us. Green, wake up. Green whined, stretching its front paws under Qing Shan's clothing, clinging tightly to its head, more accurately, blocking its ears. Amy wore a look of mock exasperation, reaching into her bag to retrieve 2 pieces of dried lizard meat, rubbing them vigorously in her hands. The dried jerky crumbled slightly, releasing a tantalizing aroma that soon wafted throughout the sled. Achoo! Green, catching the familiar scent, emerged from its hiding place, squinting in the twilight, its nose twitching as it began to search for the source. Amy, with one hand, covered Green's mouth just as it opened to protest. Do you understand the meaning of no work, no food? Green, upon seeing the food, donned an expression of eagerness, nodding rapidly like a devoted acolyte. First, You haven't done any work for 4 days. Second, we are currently in a perilous situation where many riders may attempt to seize your lizard jerky, Amy declared, her face etched with solemnity. Green, of course, fell for the ruse. The saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food, while Green was not a bird. Its wings did suggest some kinship. In an instant, the creature's green face darkened, and it exhaled a plume of green dragon breath. You shall fly up in an hour to see if they are coming. If you spot anyone pursuing us on horseback at night, then it is indeed them. We shall teach them a lesson. They say their lizard jerky is quite substantial. As Amy spoke, she stuffed a piece of jerky into Green's mouth and gave its rear a gentle pat. Go on, sleep during the day. In the sky, Green spread its enormous wings. Harnessing the brisk night wind to soar above the forest, its gaze fixed intently on the ground below, hoping to spot riders laden with lizard jerky. On the ground, Amy unfurled a snow-bear fur blanket over herself, nestled beside Shan, whispering, Green is becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. We must devise another excuse soon. If it overeats on lizard jerky, I fear, we shall be the ones oppressed. I've heard of something called cigarettes that might be quite nice. Please inquire where they can be purchased, she concluded, ignoring Shan's bemused expression as her snores filled the air. Poor Shan, his steed, Dragon, was commandeered by others, while he was treated like a fool. Forced to keep watch, what ill fortune. Snow Plain City holds a prominent reputation, not merely because it serves as the capital of the Hami Empire, but also due to its status as one of the 3 most formidable cities to conquer in the world. Its walls rise to a height of 23 meters. Constructed from massive stone sourced from Dragon Tooth Mountain, with towers reaching up to 30 meters above ground. The walls are 10 meters wide, allowing for the parallel presence of 15 snow wolves. The plains extend 10 kilometers beyond the city, interspersed with several modest lakes, remaining unfrozen for only 2 to 3 months each year. Beyond this expanse lies an endless coniferous forest, perpetually blanketed in snow year-round. The difficulty in breaching Snow Plain City arises from the confluence of heavy snowfall, dense forests, vast plains, and formidable walls, which together form an insurmountable natural barrier. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 35. Encountering the enemy's ambush as darkness deepened, the moonlight filtered through the billowing clouds, casting a soft pink hue upon the silver snow. The envoy's 4 sleds swiftly traversed the dense forest. Though they had emerged from the icy woodland, the towering conifers remained densely packed, each tree standing shoulder to shoulder. Each sled was drawn by 12 snow dogs, racing with remarkable speed under the lead of the foremost dog, occasionally panting heavily. At the front of the lead sled were 2 Imperial soldiers accompanied by a guide, followed closely by Amy and Shan. With another Imperial soldier and 2 young girls behind them, several Imperial soldiers brought up the rear. From the middle sled came the faint sound of conversation between the 2 girls. Yushang, how can you be so bold? You dare to trust Shan and Amy? They seem even younger than us, Sharua whispered to her companion. Hey, though they may be young, they possess remarkable qualities, Lin Yushang chuckled. Do not underestimate them. I chose them for several reasons. Firstly, their strength is extraordinary. Did you see that boy named Amy? With a single shout, everyone dropped to the ground. And despite the envy from many before and after they took on this task, none dared to challenge them. What does that imply? Secondly, I have learned about their backgrounds. Did you know that Amy possesses 3 attributes? Swordsman, neutral level 2 mage, and sword mage? Most boys his age in the Imperial capital are still studying at knight or magic academies, often struggling with a single discipline, yet he has 3 attributes quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, he is a disciple of Reg, and I suspect he hails from an Imperial noble lineage. Just look at his demeanor. As for Shan, he is even more astounding. Do you know he is a dragon knight? Look up at the sky. Ah, what is that? Sharua exclaimed. I believe that is Shan's dragon, Lin Yushang asserted. Lastly, I genuinely admire their clear-eyed perspective, untainted by impurities. Given the dangers we face, I doubt they would align with any malefactors. Hee, Sister Shang, you worry too much, Sharua suddenly giggled. When I first saw you in the Imperial capital, so many young men surrounded you. Hee, perhaps that's why you always think the worst of people? Dare you mock me? Aren't you the same? Yushang playfully raised her delicate hand as if to strike. Please spare me, Sister Shang, Sharua laughed, extending her hand to fend her off. I grew up in the Holy See, surrounded by its people, and our community was distinctly divided. The area I lived in was predominantly female. This is the first time I've seen so many men in the past 16 years. Little girl, are you smitten? Have you taken a liking to some handsome lad? I could introduce you, Yushang teased with a mischievous smile. On the silver snow, the melodious laughter of the 2 girls resonated. Shan, what are those girls laughing about? Amy pondered, feeling annoyed. It was late, and he wished for some peace, muttering to himself that he would seek compensation for his lost sleep from them come morning. Contrary to expectations, the journey had been remarkably safe. devoid of any sounds indicative of an impending ambush. Green frequently soared high into the sky for reconnaissance, but found nothing amiss. During their trek, the lead dogs occasionally barked, the only sounds accompanying the rustling of sleds gliding over the snow. With 3 days remaining until they reached Snowfield City, a collective sigh of relief escaped the Imperial soldiers. Yet, Amy's expression grew increasingly grave. After dinner, he gathered everyone around the campfire and solemnly shared his concerns. "We are in grave danger." Amy's startling declaration caught everyone's attention. Yushang furrowed her brow. "Why do you say that?" An Imperial soldier nearby muttered softly. "He probably wants to inflate the mercenary fees. It's a scam." Ignoring the comment, Amy continued, "Have you considered why the enemy has not pursued us? If what you say is true, then they are well aware of your route and are highly organized. They would certainly be tracking us along the way. I suspect they might even know about your mercenary arrangements. For them, it should be clear that we have not taken the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. If they were to pursue us, it would be disadvantageous. Cavalry has limited effectiveness in both forest and snow. So what would they do?" His few words, though sparse, struck at the core of their thoughts, prompting reflection among all. "If I were in their position, I would not pursue along the route. Knowing the envoy's destination, I would simply ride to the outskirts of Snowfield City and wait for you. In the most likely locations, I would place mobile sentries, concentrating my forces on the periphery, ready to ambush upon receiving a signal. How would the envoy defend against that?" All the soldiers inhaled sharply, apprehensive. What do we do?" The thought of the Black Cavalry's overwhelming force drained the color from Yushang's face. "Indeed, what can we do? I've been troubled by this," Amy replied, furrowing his brow. "Deching Shan, what are your thoughts?" Could we divide our forces? That way, they wouldn't know whom to pursue," Deching Shan suggested, also deep in thought. "Exactly," Amy exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. "They know you, so you can charge ahead. Once they surround you, Deching Shan and I can fetch reinforcements. They wouldn't dare intercept us. I estimate we could return with help in about an hour. At that point, we would be left to collect our corpses," Yushang interrupted coldly. "If that is the case, what use are mercenaries? Wouldn't it be safer for you to go to Snowfield City on your own? Are mercenaries merely to sacrifice their employer's interests to fetch reinforcements?" She had not anticipated that these two youths would devise such a plan. "Hiki." Amy stuck out his tongue. "I was merely suggesting a creative idea. There's no need to rush into it. Although the success rate is 100%. There is another approach that also has a high success rate, but the risks remain the same. Deching Shan. Take either Yushang or Sha Rua and hide at the back, using green for surveillance to determine where the enemy is sparse, and we will draw them in the front, luring them into the dense forest. I suspect they will leave some mobile forces, but it shouldn't be many. The longer we can hold them off, the safer you will be. Upon reaching Snowfield City, we will immediately seek assistance from the city guards." "No, I will draw their attention. You take them to the city." Deching Shan firmly refused. "Are you out of your mind?" Amy exclaimed, smacking Deching Shan on the back of the head. "Without Green, who can successfully break through? Don't suggest I take Green. That little rascal, I can't handle him. Frankly, even facing 100 Black Knights seems safer than being with Green." Amy darkened his expression, shattering Deching Shan's aspirations. "Sha Rua, Amy makes a valid point. In my capacity as the acting leader of the envoy, I command you and Deching Shan to proceed alone to Snowfield City. Present the national document to the other party, and then return to rescue us. If there are issues, you can lead the magical beast offspring back to the Imperial capital. Remember to be swift. Otherwise, this opportunity may be wasted," Lin Yushang stated firmly, rising abruptly. "No." Sha Rua stubbornly turned her head, her long hair flowing in the air. "Dear sister, you are a priest, and I am a mage. Who is more useful in warfare? Moreover, you represent 2 nations as an envoy. Can I represent the Holy See? Please do me this favor. One to you? Sister, I implore you. Otherwise we shall all." Lin Yushang clutched the slender shoulders of Sha Rua, gently coaxing her as tears streamed down her face. "All right, sister, please don't be like this. I will go." Sha Rua immediately replied in a fluster upon witnessing Lin Yushang's tears. Yet, thinking of the dangers that Lin Yushang and the others might face, tears welled up in her eyes as well. "Enough, ladies, and remember we have our mercenaries with us. There is no need for such sorrowful farewells. Tomorrow morning, we shall part ways. Deching Shan will head left an hour after we leave. Ensure that Luer keeps a vigilant watch on everything." Amy interjected with a sardonic smile before rising and walking towards her sled. At dawn the following day, Amy, Lin Yushang, and over 10 soldiers departed with 3 sleds. Deching Shan and Sha Rua watched them fade from sight before letting out a heavy sigh. They then mounted their sled and, aligning with the magical compass, adjusted their course slightly to head due north. According to Amy's estimation, Deching Shan and Sha Rua would travel north for a while before veering east, which would add over 20 kilometers to their journey and delay their exit from the forest by an hour compared to Amy and her group. Perhaps due to his upbringing as an orphan, Deching Shan was a man of few words, often listening and pondering more than speaking, especially in the presence of women. He had always preferred silence, particularly during his first outing with a girl. He tossed a shield to Sha Rua and silently took his place at the front of the sled. A crossbow, already loaded, lay at his feet, while his longsword was half drawn. Even the golden dragon spear gifted by the dragon god was taken out from the magical pouch and placed beneath him, holding a long branch. He occasionally tapped the head of the lead dog, guiding its direction. After a while, Lure soared into the air, surveying the surroundings. Sha Rua remained quiet as well. The fierce cold wind howling past made conversation difficult. She, like Shan, was also experiencing her first time alone with a male in a secluded setting. Having been raised in the Holy See, where interactions with the opposite sex were scarce, time swiftly passed amidst the snow and forest. Night fell rapidly over the woods. Observing Shan's arduous day, Sha Rua felt a pang of guilt. She jumped off the sled to stretch her nearly numb legs, intending to gather firewood and prepare to roast meat. However, as she turned around, she was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Shan had already begun his task. And just as she was about to greet him, she was stunned to see him draw his longsword and strike down a decayed tree. Is he a fool? Sha Rua thought, stifling a laugh. How can he possibly fell a tree? Even the finest sword in the world cannot serve that purpose. It would surely be damaged, and the blade would soon snap under such immense force. Moreover, given that these were coniferous trees, even an axe would take half a day to chop through them. Each sled was equipped with 2 axes specifically for cutting wood in the forest. Just as Sha Rua prepared to fetch an axe, she watched in disbelief as the massive trunk split under Shan's sword. With a swift motion, he had already fashioned a standard firewood log measuring 40 centimeters in length. He planted the log upright, raising his sword high, and with each strike, a piece of wood fell away with a crisp sound. What kind of person is this? Is it truly possible to chop wood like that? This spectacle shattered all of Sha Rua's previous notions. No wonder these seemingly unremarkable youths were A-rank mercenaries. They evidently possessed extraordinary skills. Shan remained oblivious to the stares of others. In truth, he dared not look at Sha Rua. For if someone appeared before him dressed similarly to her, he would surely be confused. Once the firewood was prepared, he quickly stacked it into a bonfire, dousing it with pine oil, which ignited into a towering flame. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. Fate is a curious entity. Some individuals are fated to cross paths yet remain apart, living in the same vicinity, perhaps even frequenting the same places, receiving the same prescriptions, and amusing the same dog. They may share astonishingly similar views, yet they remain unable to unite. Conversely, some may be destined to meet, yet lack the opportunity, all the while insisting that fate is divine while separation is a result of human choices. In truth, most times, it is merely a matter of timing. No matter how hard one strives, the outcome remains unchanged. Chapter 36. The first stirrings of affection. Sorrow lowered her head, the flickering flames casting a rosy glow upon her fair complexion, her long hair cascading over her chest. Perhaps it was the novelty of being alone with a boy for the first time that made her occasionally steal glances at Shan, curious about his actions. As the fire crackled, the fat from the meat dripped down, and the flames danced eagerly towards it, reflecting into Shan's face. One hand deftly rotated the roasting fork while the other sprinkled salt and various seasonings over the meat from his pouch. Green leaned against Shan, resting her head on his belly, saliva dripping from her mouth. Whenever Shan went to gather firewood, she would quickly wipe her mouth and take over the roasting fork, gently shaking it while blowing on it. What an adorable little creature. Sorrow smiled as she watched. This little dragon was irresistibly charming. After finishing the grilled meat, Shan skillfully ignited another pile of firewood nearby, extinguishing the fire used for roasting. He covered the ashes with stones, then brought over the sled to rest atop the remnants of the fire. He uttered his first words of the day, "You can sleep on the sled." Then, he settled down, resting against a slightly protruding rock, his sleeping gear cradled in his arms. Soon, Sorrow could hear the rhythmic sound of his breathing. What kind of boy is this? Sorrow, who had always been oblivious to the complexities of men, recalled Lin Yushan's warning from the previous night to be cautious and not to sleep too soundly. She had advised her to be wary of Shan, a statement that had puzzled Sorrow at the time. Little did she know how far a boy could go in being unkind to a girl. Before long, warmth enveloped Sorrow as she finally comprehended Shan's earlier actions. The gentle heat from the embers beneath the sled seeped through the wooden planks, a soothing contrast to the howling cold winds outside. The sensation of warmth in this frigid landscape was ineffable. As Sorrow savored the newfound warmth brought by the opposite sex, Lin Yushan was witnessing a different spectacle. In a bid to reach the forest's edge by the following night, ensuring swift evasion from any enemies, Amy decided to press forward. It wasn't until deep into the night that the delegation finally made camp. Their first task was to gather wood for a fire, but unlike Shan, their luck was lacking. The darkness made it nearly impossible to locate fallen timber. Thus, 2 soldiers began to chop down trees, battling against the fierce wind, struggling for half the night to fell a single massive pine. Growing impatient, Amy approached them with a friendly suggestion. How about I give it a try? Several imperial soldiers, already disdainful of the greedy mercenary, promptly handed him an axe. Shaking his head, Amy unsheathed his ice blade, circling a large tree as all eyes fixated on him. Curious to see what he could accomplish, some soldiers' expressions tinged with evident mockery. Taking a step back, he slightly bent his body, raising the ice blade high as if summoning thunder from the skies. With a swift diagonal strike, the blade cleaved through the tree, which crashed to the ground. Without pausing, he swung his sword continuously, and soon a pile of firewood, nearly as tall as a small hill, lay completed, the ice blade seemingly unscathed. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Flames erupted, enveloping them in a comforting glow. Lin Yushang beamed at Amy, exclaiming, "Impressive. Truly impressive. No wonder you excel in both swordsmanship and magic, with skills like that. I reckon you could become an S-rank mercenary." Amy smiled slightly, feeling inexplicably reserved in the presence of a girl, unaccustomed to feeling at a loss for words. "I've never seen anyone chop wood like that. Could you teach me some time?" Lin Yushang asked earnestly, as if it were her first sincere request of a boy. One soldier, uncomfortable witnessing a beauty complimenting a younger boy, interjected, "What's so special about that? Our former captain of the Glacier Brigade could chop wood with a sword even faster. You could ask him for lessons." Just as Lin Yushang was about to respond, Amy calmly remarked, "Are you referring to Captain Haber?" Several middle-aged soldiers froze. One officer named Mo nearly astounded. You know Captain Haber? Where is he? Has he returned from the Wish Tower? Why hasn't he come back to the brigade?" Amy instinctively rubbed his nose, a slight smile playing at his lips, his expression a mixture of amusement and concern. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "He is my father, but I have never met him." The air fell silent as the eyes of 3 or 4 middle-aged soldiers fixated on Amy and his long sword behind him. The following morning, Shan arose early, feeding the snow dogs generously before beckoning Sorrow to embark on a new day. They were evidently nearing the forest's edge, with trees becoming sparser and sunlight filtering through the canopy to illuminate the snow-covered ground. In some areas, the snow was thin enough to reveal patches of dark soil, necessitating cautious navigation around these bare spots. The sled jolted along, and Sorrow grasped the edges tightly, while the Shan sat steadily, directing the lead dog to traverse the snow-laden areas. In the shallower snow, they began to spot tracks of small animals. The Shan noted the familiar prints of deer and foxes, yet no signs of human activity were present. Following the plan established with Amy, the Shan quickened their pace. According to their agreement, he should be close to the forest's edge within 2 hours of Amy encountering any enemies. Amy would create a diversion, drawing all foes into the darkness of the forest, where it would be difficult for them to discern the number of individuals in Amy's party. This strategy would allow the Shan and Sorrow to safely enter Snowfield City the following morning. As night fell, the exposed soil became more prevalent, and the snow dogs strained against the sled, pulling through the muddy terrain. The Shan assessed their proximity to the enemy and cautiously gathered the snow dogs before pushing the sled into a snowbank, marking the spot. He then led the 10 snow dogs and Sorrow in search of a new campsite. Unlike previous nights, they could not light a fire due to the imminent presence of the enemy. Doing so would expose their location, behind a small hill. The Shan suddenly discovered a dark cave ahead, which thrilled him. With such a shelter, they could devise a way to start a fire without being detected, thus avoiding the bitter cold of the wind. However, the snow dogs began to stir restlessly, indicating the presence of some animal within. Having grown up in the mountains, the Shan understood dog behavior well. This minor agitation suggested that no large carnivorous or herbivorous creatures inhabited the cave, likely just some smaller animals that had left their scent. He took 2 dogs with him into the cave, igniting a torch. The cave was spacious, over a person's height, and quite deep, approximately 10 meters. Notably, there was a small bend within, allowing them to start a fire without fear of being discovered from the outside. He brandished the torch, surveying the entire cave, which appeared to be quite safe, devoid of any signs of former inhabitants. The frigid air was nearly the nemesis of all living creatures. The Shan emerged to hand the torch to Sheruo, allowing her to enter first, before he approached a nearby stout tree, unsheathing his long sword to commence his habitual wood-cutting task. Soon, a pile of firewood began to accumulate suddenly. A terrified scream pierced the cave as Sheruo's voice echoed. The Shan's heart raced, and he rushed into the cave, sword in hand, accompanied by Lure. The torch fell to the ground, illuminating Sheruo's pale visage as she half sat against the cave wall, one hand covering her mouth, the other clutching her left foot. Not far in front of her lay a black snake, nearly a meter long, its head raised off the ground, flickering its crimson tongue. Following the snake's tail, the Shan quickly discerned a small hole in the corner of the wall. Evidently, the original occupant of the cave was irate about the uninvited visitor's abrupt intrusion and had delivered a minor reprimand. As the Shan scrutinized the serpent once more, his expression shifted dramatically. "Did it bite you?" His voice trembled. "I don't know. It appeared suddenly. I didn't see it before it bit my shoe." Sheruo was clearly in shock. 90 of girls instinctively fear snakes. In the frozen expanse, where the icy landscape endured only 3 months of thaw each year, snakes were exceedingly rare. Only 3 or 4 species existed, all of which were black. Among them, just one was venomous, highly toxic, although she had never encountered it. She felt an undeniable wariness towards the creature before her. The long sword sliced through the air, and the black snake leapt high, attempting to strike Qin. The sword danced gracefully, and the snake's head, along with about 20 centimeters of its body, was severed. Qin promptly crushed the head beneath his foot, twisting it twice to ensure it would not spring back to life, then whispered, Do not be afraid. It is dead. Does your foot hurt? Sheruo was on the verge of tears. It hurt before, but now it's just a bit itchy. Qinshan's expression darkened further. He dashed over, disregarding Sheruo's protests, and grasped her left leg, loosening her shoelaces with urgency. He forcefully removed the shoe, revealing a delicate pink sock. When her fair foot emerged from the red fabric, Qinshan felt an inexplicable surge of dizziness. The 5 small toes shimmered with a rosy hue, each adorned with translucent, shell-like nails. On either side of her big toe were faint bite marks, black and blood congealing at the edges, a dark line of blood creeping up Sheruo's leg. Poison. It was indeed a venomous snake. Sheruo, noticing her foot had lost sensation, was struck dumb when she saw the black line of blood slithering up her leg. Qinshan swiftly retrieved a dagger from his boot, heating it against the fallen torch, then, ignoring Sheruo's struggles, pressed her foot down. The dagger traced from top to bottom, slicing through the 4 bite marks, allowing the black blood to seep out. Hesitating for a moment, he lifted her foot to his mouth and began to suck fervently, expelling the dark blood onto the ground. Sheruo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Although her foot had been numb, she could distinctly sense Qinshan's vigorous suction. That sensation, despite knowing his intentions were noble, her foot squirmed in resistance. Surprised by the force of his grip, which caused her considerable pain. Finally, the black blood receded from her leg, and soon, crimson fluid began to flow from the bite marks, prompting Sheruo to let out a soft cry of agony. The torch on the ground was nearly extinguished. Qinshan hurried outside to gather more wood, relighting the fire, then retrieved salt from his pack, sprinkling it evenly over Sheruo's wounds. He followed this by producing some healing salve and bandages, carefully wrapping her foot, and finally putting her sock and shoe back on. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar fragrance wafting through the air. Reflecting on the recent events, Qinshan found himself at a loss for words, his face flushing crimson. He hurriedly gathered more firewood, stoking the flames, and drove a stake into the ground before the snake's den. After ensuring there were no other dangers lurking within the cave, he gathered the bedding, lowered his head, and led Lure outside. That night, both Qinshan and Sheruo were unable to sleep. Sheruo's mind was consumed by the image of Qinshan forcibly removing her shoe and sucking her foot. The sensation was indescribable. Meanwhile, Qinshan sensed that something was amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Above, the crimson moon cast its warm glow upon the midsummer forest, bathing the surroundings in a gentle, ethereal light. Chapter 37. The Dance of the Wind Dragon. As dawn broke the following day, Qinshan arose, only to discover that his tongue had swollen significantly. The venom from the previous night had been far too potent for his delicate constitution. Fortunately, there were no wounds within his mouth, or else. He shook his head vigorously and seized a handful of snow from the ground, vigorously rubbing it against his face. Perhaps the medicinal properties of the ointment had drawn out the poison, for Sheruo encountered no substantial hindrance in her steps. Although she consciously avoided Qinshan's gaze, she could not help but notice the swelling upon his visage. As a priestess, she quickly surmised the cause. She softly recited a minor incantation, and a beam of white light enveloped him, instantly restoring a sense of normalcy to his face. Both of them, burdened with unspoken thoughts, lowered their heads. Qinshan led the way, holding the leash of the dog alongside Lure, while Sheruo trailed behind like a submissive bride. As neophytes in their endeavors, their awareness of their surroundings was severely impaired. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as all the snow dogs began to howl in distress. Startled, Qinshan and Sheruo lifted their heads. Before them, emerging from the forest like phantoms, were 5 knights clad in black armor, mounted upon ebony steeds, their faces obscured by dark visors. Instinctively, Qinshan raised his shield with his left hand, drawing his sword with the tip concealed behind it, and took a cautious step back, positioning his shield to protect Sheruo. Lure, too, appeared startled, fluttering her wings gently before scurrying behind Qinshan. The knight in the center lifted his visor, revealing a face reddened by the biting wind, which soon broke into a smug smile. You may fool lesser minds with your cunning, but do not think you can deceive me. Surrender, and let us resolve this peacefully. Our orders do not entail murder. The 17-year-old Qinshan pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze unwavering. He raised his shield slightly higher, a common posture among mercenaries and soldiers to indicate readiness for battle. There was nothing to discuss. The notion of surrender was foreign to his character. Foolishness. sneered the mounted knight, pulling down his visor. He then raised his right hand, and the 5 knights simultaneously drew their 3-meter-long lances, hoisting them aloft. With a swift motion, they urged their horses forward. Though only 5 in number, their synchronized movements created a thunderous rhythm, the sound of hooves resonating in unison as dark mud flew beneath them. The leader, seemingly well-versed in the art of coordinated assaults, was poised to unleash a devastating impact, accompanied by overwhelming psychological pressure. They closed in closer, ever closer. At a distance of about 20 meters, the knights leveled their lances, the steel tips glinting under the sun's rays. "Lu'er, take flight, unleash an offensive spell," Shan shouted. In that critical moment, he hoped for Lu'er to surpass her usual limits, releasing several lightning spells or other offensive magics. While he did not expect a lethal blow to befall their foes, he at least wished to delay their advance. The emerald dragon spread her wings and ascended into the air without hesitation. The atmosphere before her began to shimmer as a cerulean wind dragon manifested, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. The wind dragons, embodying the chill of winter, unfurled their massive wings and dove from the sky. The knights were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Even a first-tier mage could not summon 4 wind dragons in such a brief span, after all. Wind dragons were a manifestation of 4th-tier magic. The knights, intent on creating a formidable impact, found themselves confronted by an aerial onslaught. At a mere 10 meters away, all knights had fully committed to their charge, unable to rein in the momentum of their steeds. They adjusted the angles of their lances, tilting them upwards in hopes of striking the wind dragons. As they repositioned their mounts, the knights began to steer their horses outward, seeking more space. Otherwise, their tightly packed formation would be utterly defenseless against the impending aerial assault, especially with the wind dragons potentially accelerating from behind. Just as the knights created some distance, the 2 in the center also angled their horses, striving for greater maneuverability. Only the knight at the forefront, presumably the leader, was left with no option to evade. Fortunately, it appeared that the 4 wind dragons were not targeting him. The tremendous inertia propelled him directly toward Shan. The wind dragons, as embodiments of the tempest, were not as agile as true dragons, yet they posed considerable challenges to ordinary knights. Moreover, within the snowy expanse and dense forest, the knights' combat prowess was significantly hampered, plunging the 4 knights into their individual struggles. One wind dragon suddenly descended from its circling flight above a knight, darting behind him, with its immense hind limbs extended. It seized the knight, who was still engaged in battle with another wind dragon, lifting him effortlessly from his mount. The great wings beat furiously, whisking the knight away into the cold. It was evident that the knight's fate would be grim. A conjured wind dragon's lifespan was approximately 10 minutes, meaning that soon the knight would plummet from the sky. He could only hope that the wind dragon would carry him to the banks of a lake or to a place where he might land softly. Shan had not anticipated that Lu'er's offensive magic would transition from lower-tier lightning spells to a 4th-tier manifestation. During their last encounter, Lei Gu had evaluated Lu'er's magical capabilities, deeming her equivalent to a 1st-tier human mage. Now, it was clear that through the trials of battle and with the aid of the dragon god, Lu'er had transcended her previous limitations. Without time to ponder further, the knight's leader surged toward him, lance extended and aimed directly at Shan. In such one-on-one confrontations, a knight's lance charge typically held no advantage. Ideally, the lance would not be used for thrusting, but rather as a means of impact. Under such tremendous force, a lance had little opportunity for broad adjustments. Even an ordinary infantryman could evade a knight's lance by rolling or leaping aside. In a direct clash between knight and infantry, the knight's best weapons were curved blades or long swords, yet there was no chance for the opponent to switch weapons now. Shan found himself unable to evade. Sharua stood directly behind him, and if he dodged, she would be left exposed to the gleaming lance. Sharua lacked the agility to escape such an attack, and Shan was unwilling to allow such a fate to befall her. He raised his shield high, and at the moment the lance struck, he angled it outward. The clash between the steel tip and the steel shield produced a piercing sound as the lance grazed past. In an instant, Shan's longsword flashed forth from behind the shield, gleaming with silver brilliance. He aimed to strike at the knight's steed's neck. Once the armored knight was dismounted, he would be rendered vulnerable, struggling to contend with other combatants. The knight, maintaining his composure, deflected the blow with the rear of his lance, sending Shan's sword ricocheting back. Chi Feng often instructed Shan, who had become exceedingly familiar with the sword and shield combination. While he could not defeat a phantasmal knight, he was well versed in dealing with an ordinary black-armored knight. As the knight galloped past him, Shan wasted no time. With his left shield raised high, he protected himself from the horse's kicking hind legs, while his right hand, utilizing the momentum from the rebounding sword, thrust forward beneath the steed's belly. The knight's lance was rendered ineffective, and Shan darted from the horse's left side to the right, inflicting a long gash beneath the horse's belly with his sword. As the blood gushed forth, Shan uttered a sigh of relief. Had it been a phantom beast knight, The previous strike would have assuredly been futile, and Xiaobai would have soared into the air. The warhorse let out a mournful cry. Charging a few meters before collapsing with a thud, its rider flung off by the tremendous inertia. De Qingshan hesitated momentarily, refraining from pursuing further. A wind dragon swooped down, its enormous claws seizing the knight by the back, its head crashing heavily against the knight's helmet, the sound of shattering bones faintly echoing. This knight, too, was rendered useless. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness. All 5 knights were slain within 10 minutes. Soon, the silhouettes of the 3 wind dragons flickered and vanished into the breeze. De Qingshan touched the blood on his face and waved at Lua, who was still circling overhead. Lua descended, and even the usually taciturn De Qingshan could not help but pat Lua's head, exclaiming, "Well done, impressive." Lua bore a look that seemed to say, "You ought to acknowledge the might of the sacred dragon clan," before burying its head into De Qingshan's backpack, revealing that its need for lizard meat far outweighed any spiritual encouragement. The Black Knights were not particularly adept in combat, yet their skills as transport captains were commendable. They uncovered over 500 gold coins and a plethora of healing potions from the 4 corpses. More gratifying for De Qingshan was the discovery of 4 robust black steeds. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Otherwise, he might have stripped the armor from the corpses for additional coin. Even if time permitted, De Qingshan likely would not have the heart to commit such an act. Were it Amy, she would probably shave the long hair from the heads of the deceased to sell to fertilizer manufacturers, regardless of the time constraints. Sha Rua stared blankly at the 4 corpses, her lips moving slightly, clearly fulfilling a priest's final duty by praying for the swift liberation of the souls. Trouble arose when De Qingshan prepared to mount a steed. Lua suddenly rushed over and bit him forcefully. It was then that De Qingshan recalled the words of Chi Han Feng. Dragons loathe their riders approaching other mounts, and even in sickness, they would resist such occurrences. Yet, with a sense of urgency akin to that of a fire rescue, De Qingshan, clinging to the notion that the sacred dragon clan would understand reason, began to communicate with Lua. Ultimately, he secured permission for this endeavor by promising it would be a one-time exception along with the temptation of 20 pieces of lizard meat. 2 hours later, the gates of Snowfield City came into view as De Qingshan and Sha Rua slowed their pace, charging into the city guard station just outside the gates. The several dozen Hami soldiers stationed there had not encountered such audacious foreign cavalry in a long time. The uniquely curved sabers of the Hami were drawn from their sheaths, and a leader emerged from the guard station upon hearing the commotion, inquiring in the standard language of the frozen continent, "What is your purpose? Why have you barged in?" Having grown up in the Holy See and subsequently serving as an envoy to the Ami Empire, Sha Rua was well versed in official exchanges. She produced 2 tokens from her bosom, 1 golden and 1 blue, and presented them to the leader. "We are the envoy of the Ami Empire and the Holy See, here to welcome the phantom beasts. We encountered an enemy ambush in the ice and snow forest, and we managed to break through. We seek the aid of the Hami Kingdom. Please take me to see the highest general of the city guard." The tokens representing their nations displayed their rightful authority. Under the guidance of the city guards, De Qingshan and Sha Rua galloped into the residence of the highest general, Baron Minus. Upon receiving the report, Baron Minus, a Hami man in his 40s, personally came to greet them and swiftly assembled a force of 500 Snow Wolf cavalry to charge out of the city gates alongside De Qingshan. "There will be no problem?" "Surely there will be no problem," both De Qingshan and Sha Rua silently prayed. The 10 kilometers of flatland were traversed with remarkable speed, leading them to the dense forest ahead. According to prior arrangements, Amy and her companions were to lure the enemy into this vicinity. To the astonishment of all, De Qingshan signaled for Lua to ascend once more and search for traces of Amy and her party. Lua soared into the sky. Before long, guided by Lua, De Qingshan and the others discovered numerous hoofprints in a somewhat open area of the forest. However, there were no other remnants left behind. The year of the magical era was destined to be fraught with storms. In early summer, the first SS mission bounty in nearly 50 years emerged in the frozen continent. By midsummer, the evil dragon Enfeng reappeared, rumored to have been slain in partnership with the white-clad Afeng and the dwarf Locke. By late summer, the 5th A-class mercenary group was born, achieving an unprecedented transformation from an F-class to an A-class mercenary group in a mere month. 2 previously obscure young mercenaries burst onto the scene, becoming dazzling superstars. By early autumn, the ancient sacred ice green dragon Temujursai made its first official appearance in recorded history. While the Qingshan emerged as the first sacred dragon knight, by late autumn, yet another event unfolded, one even more perplexing to the world. Numerous unofficial histories refer to this year as the year of the trio of man, dragon, and god. Chapter 38. Memories of the past. Throughout the afternoon, the Qingshan, Sha Rua, and Baron Manasi relentlessly expanded their search radius, yet they found no trace of the missing party. Apart from the disordered snow on the ground, there were no bloodstains or any other signs to elucidate the events that had transpired. De Qingshan's countenance grew increasingly grim, while Sha Rua's visage turned pallid with concern. In desperation, Baron Manassi suggested that Shah Rua return to Snow Plain City to meet with King Isu III of the Hammer Kingdom early the next day, dispatching the royal guards to thoroughly search the forested area in hopes of swiftly rescuing the diplomatic envoy. As the sun dipped low, casting a crimson hue over the snow-clad forest, Dachinshan bit his lip in frustration, his eyes blazing with urgency as he peered into the depths of the woods. He was deeply anxious, recalling the morning's ordeal. Had it not been for Lvy's extraordinary prowess, the outcome would have been dire. The number of adversaries faced by Aimee and her companions far exceeded his own, sending tremors of fear through his heart. Shah Rua, perched on her steed beside Dachinshan, noticed the melancholy in his eyes and felt an equal weight of sorrow. She rode closer, tugging at his sleeve, pulling him from his reverie. Reluctantly, Dachinshan cast one last glance at the forest before signaling to the airborne Lvy, and together they set off towards Snow Plain City. In the summer of the frozen continent, the days were exceptionally long. Upon their return to Snow Plain City, the sun had yet to set. After directing Shah Rua to the inn, Baron Manassi retreated to his residence, preparing the documents for his early morning audience with King Isu III. Dachinshan and Shah Rua, lost in their thoughts, rode toward the inn. The inn loomed before them, its pristine white walls, azure-tiled roof, crimson pillars, and white stone steps. Seated on the steps was a solitary figure. As Dachinshan and Shah Rua approached the entrance, a gentle voice called out, "Why are you two on horseback and still arriving so slowly?" Dachinshan nearly toppled from his mount, while Shah Rua could hardly believe her ears. The figure on the steps, clad in a white leather outfit, with a dark complexion and a chiseled nose reminiscent of a sculptor's handiwork, had flaxen hair and a straw stick in his mouth, revealing a smile as angelic as it was familiar. Aimee. Without hesitation, Dachinshan leapt from his horse, arms wide open to embrace Aimee, who reciprocated with a joyful grin. Yet, unexpectedly, a massive green figure descended from above with alarming speed, its enormous wings stirring the cold wind. Aimee, caught unawares, was struck by Lvy, who barreled into him at 30 kilometers per hour, sending Aimee crashing to the ground, while Lvy excitedly licked his face. Not like this, not like this, Dachinshan fretted, feeling a pang of jealousy. Aimee, scratching the back of his head, attempted to push away the nearly 500-pound creature, exclaiming, "Are you trying to harm me, or just play rough? Just say it directly. There's no need for this theatrics." He then produced some food from his pocket, hastily feeding Lvy to satisfy the dragon's voracious appetite. "Let us head inside, everyone's here." The inn was quite spacious, and Aimee and his companions were assigned to the farthest courtyard, a privilege reserved for state guests. In the courtyard, a girl paced anxiously. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up to see Shah Rua and Dachinshan, and rushed over, fervently grasping Shah Rua's hand. Lin Yuchang, as if she hadn't seen Shah Rua in ages, was soon in tears, exclaiming, "I was so worried. I thought I would never see you again." When the soldiers of the Glacier Brigade learned that Aimee was the only child of their former captain, all hostility dissipated. A middle-aged soldier extended his hand towards Aimee, tears brimming in his eyes. "This is it. This is it. It truly is the captain's sword." No wonder it felt so familiar, though. The color seems off. These soldiers, primarily veterans of the Imperial Frontier Army, had once served under the command of Lake Haber, and the officer who requested the sword from Aimee, Moye, had previously accompanied Haber in escorting the great wizard Dumbledore to the Tower of Ice's Wishing. Aimee smiled softly. "Yes, I heard this sword was originally black." The soldiers nodded in agreement. "My teacher, Liege, brought it back from the Wishing Tower, as per my father's request. It changed color after being left against the door for so long." Moye inquired, "Do you know when your father will return? We all miss him. If he were leading this time, we would surely defeat these dark knights." Aimee's expression dimmed as he shook his head. "Teacher Liege said my father must learn to master his domain before he can come out. In the Imperial Army, particularly among the frontier troops, camaraderie ran deep. Soldiers often entrusted their lives to one another, especially for the son of a respected captain. The attitude of the soldiers underwent a complete transformation. As Lin Yuchang observed the camaraderie between Aimee and the soldiers, she pondered the nature of Aimee's father. What kind of man was he? Was he similar to Aimee? Did he too have a penchant for wealth? However, he appeared to be well-liked by the lower ranks. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the Wishing Tower, Haber awaited with bated breath, his reputation hanging in the balance, as his beloved son effortlessly tarnished it. In truth, when Haber finally emerged from the Wishing Tower, those familiar with Aimee could hardly fathom that his father was such a serene individual. They had been influenced by the traditional belief that a dragon begets a dragon and a phoenix begets a phoenix, but in Aimee's case, the true influence came not from his father, but from a troublesome middle-aged man who often sought to exploit his son's innocence. The following day, Aimee rose early to expedite their journey. According to their itinerary, around 5 p.m., the envoy approached the forest's edge with only 2 hours of daylight remaining. Aimee instructed a soldier to accompany him and Lin Yuchang as they advanced. while several others remained behind to secure horse snares along the main forest corridor at a height of approximately 1 meter, emphasizing the importance of proper placement. Satisfied with the snare's arrangement, Amy nodded approvingly, brandishing a long branch to signal the lead hound to continue onward. The path grew increasingly treacherous, prompting Amy to hand the branch to an imperial soldier, indicating he should slow down and maintain control of the sled. Standing tall, Amy squinted through the dense trees, scanning for signs of danger. Suddenly, the cacophony of crows erupted from the left side of the woods as 2 pure white snow crows took to the air. Causing the branches to tremble, large animals were clearly on the move. Amy waved his hand, signaling the imperial soldiers to halt. With hands on his hips, standing atop the sled, he called out, "Come out. I've known you were here all along." After the branches shook once more, 4 cloaked knights emerged from the woods, their dark steeds appearing before him, drawing upon the knowledge imparted by Chi Hanfeng. Amy surmised that these black horses were likely the rare ebony steeds indigenous to the northern snow plains of the empire. These horses, prized for their long, dark hair that prevented slipping and freezing, were capable of racing across the snow and were the only mounts that could compete with snow wolves in that terrain. However, the empire had never allocated resources to mass-produce such a unique breed due to their stringent dietary needs. The 4 knights donned pitch-black armor, their faces hidden behind dark masks, wielding long spears. With a wave of his hand, the knight in the middle signaled, and the 4 knights immediately spread out, forming a crescent shape as they encircled their target. A faint smile appeared on Amy's lips. This method of encirclement was distinctly malevolent, intended to trap him and await reinforcements. He pricked up his ears, listening intently, and indeed, the sound of galloping hooves was growing nearer from the direction of the forest behind him. It seemed that the cavalry would soon flank him from the left, right, and rear. The smile on Amy's face deepened, leaving the 4 black knights puzzled as to why a youth who appeared so juvenile could smile so broadly in such a life-and-death situation. Had they known that this boy was a direct disciple of the imperial sorcerer, Reg, they might not have found the situation so bewildering. Suddenly, the ice blade leapt from its sheath behind Amy, golden lightning crackled forth from its tip. With a mischievous grin, Amy shouted at the knight directly opposite him, "It's getting cold. Let me warm you up." The knight was immediately struck by the lightning. Amy waved at the second knight, who hesitated for a moment before the lightning surged towards him as well. The third knight, sensing danger, attempted to turn his steed around, but Amy would not let him escape. With a cheerful shout, he called out, "Hey, everyone gets a share, don't run away." A third bolt of golden lightning descended from the sky. The 4th knight, now thoroughly frightened, urged his horse to flee, but clearly, he had not been educated in the fundamentals of magic. Lightning was known to be the swiftest medium in the magical realm. How could he hope to escape on horseback? Even riding a dragon would require a wind dragon to match that speed. In an instant, the lightning caught up, ensnaring the knight like a net and pulling him from his mount. "Yea," Amy exclaimed, leaping off the sled and sprinting with astonishing speed to the 3 knights rendered immobile by the lightning. He swiftly pulled them from their horses, rifled through their pockets, and collected their money. He then lifted the mask of one knight, locking eyes with him as he menacingly threatened, "You're so poor. Next time you come out, bring more money, or else I'll chop you all down." The knight turned pale, realizing that one did not expect to encounter an enemy who demanded money rather than life on the battlefield. On the sled, Long scratched his neck and glanced at the equally astonished Emoyi. They whispered to each other, "Our captain isn't like this. Who did he learn it from?" Lin Yushang noticed that the sound of hooves was approaching from 3 directions, indicating that more enemies were on their way. She shouted for Amy to return. Without hesitation, Amy sheathed his sword, leaped onto the sled like a nimble snow deer, and urged the sled dogs to flee in the direction they had come from. Evidently, on open ground, the speed of the horses was remarkable, especially as all the enemy steeds were jet black. As they emerged from the trees, they quickly closed the distance, and it appeared that at least 50 knights were in pursuit. The black steeds rapidly reduced the gap, with the nearest thicket still about 2 kilometers away. At this rate, they would surely intercept the sled. Standing unsteadily on the jostling sled, Amy drew the ice blade and called out to the nearest knights, "Ice blade." Instantly, thick frost enveloped the air, and the accumulated snow shot towards the knights like daggers. The knights showed no signs of stopping, fully trusting in their armor. The ice blade scraped against their armor, producing a piercing sound. Amy had anticipated some harm to their mounts, but it seemed the protective gear on these horses was quite effective. Only one horse sustained an eye injury, while the others maintained their speed without any apparent reduction. Without delay, Amy unleashed a second spell, the Ice Snow Storm, from the ice blade. Countless shards of ice and snow formed a new layer, binding the black steeds to the ground. A few of the horses in the lead were forced to slow down abruptly, causing their riders to tumble from their mounts due to inertia. As the front ranks of black steeds became disordered, a large black horse suddenly soared into the air, shimmering with a white radiance beneath its rider. Amy recognized this phenomenon all too well. It was the illusion beast levitation spell. The rider on the illusion beast extended his hand, and a chilling command echoed from beneath his black helmet. Flank them from the sides, do not approach, prepare your bows, and disregard life and death. The Black Knights swiftly secured their lances on their steeds and retrieved their bows from their backs. Taking advantage of this moment, Amy's sled had already distanced itself beyond their range. As dusk settled, it became evident that in the dimly lit forest, accurate archery would be nearly impossible, even for the most skilled marksmen. Although some knights attempted to shoot arrows, nearly all were intercepted by the trees. Watching the sled nearly vanish into the dark woods, the knights urged their black steeds to hasten their pursuit. Amy signaled for the imperial soldiers to slow down and then quietly instructed, "Get down." At this moment, Lin Yushang realized they had reached the area where the soldiers had set up tripwires. The three of them lay flat on the sled, acutely aware of the uneven tripwires brushing against them, some so low they nearly grazed their backs. The rapidly approaching black steeds soon reached their position, and seeing Amy and the others pass through the woods unimpeded, they were caught completely off guard. Thud, thud, thud. The front ranks of black steeds were all brought down by the tripwires. In the icy landscape, the riders behind were unable to stop their mounts, leading to a chaotic collision, with horses screaming in agony and the clang of weapons as knights fell from their saddles. A cacophony of sounds erupted all at once. Only the illusion beast rider, with the creature's agility, managed to evade disaster, hovering in the trees while looking on in horror at the injured comrades below. From deep within the forest, a melodious boy's voice rang out. How about a wager? On the subject of spears, a spear, only a spear, demands a single decisive strike with no retreat. Whether wielded by a knight or a heavy infantryman, it possesses no defensive capability and must achieve a lethal blow in the first strike. The most common spear is that of the cavalry, standard length 52 meters, comprising a spearhead, spearguard, and shaft. Among conventional knightly units, the most formidable is the Earth Dragon Knight Spear, weighing 20 kilograms and measuring 3.75 meters. Propelled by the massive inertia of the Earth Dragon's charge, it can effortlessly penetrate the bodies of two heavily armored knights. However, none can compare to the Dragon Knight Spear, which ranges from 5 to 8 meters in length, secured by mechanical pulleys to the dragon's spine, allowing the dragon to absorb the immense impact. The longest spears are utilized by infantry, whether by long pike soldiers specifically designed to counter cavalry or the slow-moving heavy infantry. These spears measure at least 5 meters. In one of the most legendary battles commanded by the famed Mercenary king, spears as long as 10 meters were employed, requiring 5 heavily armored infantrymen to wield. The most renowned spear is the Golden Phoenix, which is said to have been gifted by the dragon god, Pallet, to the sacred dragon knight, Qing Shan. During Qing Shan's lifetime, the Golden Phoenix was seldom used, yet whenever it appeared, it heralded the fall of a glorious deity. After Qing Shan's demise, the spear was lost. On the subject of spears in the realm of legendary weapons, chapter 39, the secrets of dissection in the forest, now shrouded in darkness, a torch suddenly illuminated the surroundings. A cheerful boy, holding the torch high, stepped carefully over the remnants of snow and approached the tripwire. He tilted his head back to glance at the beast knight, waving his hand in invitation. Come down, let us converse amicably. He spoke with the nonchalance of one sharing drinks with a friend. The beast knight hesitated for a moment before the dark steed landed before Amy. I am weary of this, Amy replied, her tone laced with indolence. I challenge you to a duel. Should you triumph, I promise to gift you one of the snow wolf pups I acquired. However, if you falter, I expect you to leave us in peace, just as a knight should. Furthermore, as compensation for your incessant harassment, I would appreciate it if your subordinates could leave some coin behind, as a token, for my mental distress. Her resonant voice echoed through the pitch-black forest, drawing curious glances from Lin Yushang and the soldiers nearby. The veterans lowered their heads in resignation. Alas, how could the captain's son be such a person? The beast knight, despite the tumult, regained his composure quickly. How many of you are there? Even without mounts? We could easily vanquish you all. At that time, all the snow wolves would be. With a scoff, Amy interjected, our numbers are not fully present. A small detachment departed yesterday, heading northward. You have gathered all your men? Haven you? They will reach Snowfield City safely by tomorrow, carrying with them all the diplomatic letters and tokens. When they return to the Amy Empire, they will undoubtedly request the escort of the Snow Wolf Knights, leaving you with no opportunity. The Dark Knight's steed shifted slightly beneath him. You must be a private force for some noble, scheming for your master behind the king's back. Amy's words turned icy, her previously playful demeanor evaporating. The Beast Knight and his fellow Dark Knight stirred at her accusation. The Beast Knight's dark steed rearing up before crashing down heavily. Who are you? How do you know this? The tall steed's rider gazed incredulously at the white-clad boy before him, who held the torch high, a long sword slung across his back, his head slightly tilted back. The sharp angles of his nose accentuated by the flickering light, lips pressed tightly together. A profound silence enveloped the scene. interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the torch made from the dry branches of pine trees. Do not speak further, the beast knight interrupted Amy. There are not many secret passages, it suffices for a family to know just one. Therefore, any additional beasts are of no use to you. Amy, undeterred, continued. As an A-rank mercenary, I challenge you to combat. If I lose, we shall gift you a snow wolf pup. If you prevail, I ask that you fulfill my conditions. In an instant, the ice blade sprang forth from Amy's back, emitting a joyful sound. The beast knight sighed deeply, dismounting and drawing a two-handed sword from his waist. If I had not encountered a mercenary of your caliber, I believe this journey would have proceeded smoothly. Very well, the wager is established. To have the opportunity to duel a warrior who has slain the Windsinger is indeed the highest honor for a martial artist. Amy tossed the torch onto a small, withered bush, flames leaping up instantly. She gripped the sword hilt tightly and saluted the knight with a knightly gesture. Lin Yushang, filled with concern, leaped from the sled and moved cautiously to Amy's side. The beast knight raised his curved blade slowly, its length 1.5 meters and weight 8.5 kilograms, glinting with a blue light. Suddenly, he launched an attack, the blade slicing through the night sky, reflecting the flames like a streak of red lightning. Amy's longsword met the blade with a clash, the curved sword sliding down her weapon as she stepped back. The black-clad knight surged forward, his blade slicing again, charging directly at Amy. She appeared startled, stumbling back 2 steps to evade. The knight's blade missed its mark, and he pushed forward with his left foot, sending snow flying towards Amy. In a frantic dance, she swung her longsword to prevent the knight from advancing again. A cold smirk appeared on the knight's face as he altered his attack style, the blade trembling as it pierced through Amy's wildly swinging sword, aiming for her amid the swirling snow. A gasp came from behind, a girl's voice calling out. All eyes, aside from Amy and the dark knight, turned toward the source of the cry, Lin Yushang, wide-eyed and covering her mouth, her expression filled with worry. At that moment, Amy noticed the curved blade approaching through the flurry of snow. She had no time to parry. Her expression changed dramatically as she leaned back, the knight's elbow striking her abdomen. Forced to roll backward, she stumbled and tumbled into the trees behind her. The knight's blade slashed through the air, kicking up heavy snow beneath him, denying Amy any chance to pause. Amy rolled twice in the snow, narrowly escaping the knight's heavy footfalls. Lin Yushang, anxiously biting her lip, watched as Amy struggled to maintain her footing. Stop fighting, Amy. We concede, she cried out in desperation. But Amy's laughter echoed through the trees. The performance has only just begun. How could it end now? As the swirling snow settled, Amy stood amidst the trees, holding the ice blade at an angle. Defeating you with magic would lack chivalry. I fear Uncle Chi would scold me upon his return. Come now, let us duel with our swords. The longsword danced as if weightless, vanishing and reappearing among the branches, striking towards the dark knight with relentless ferocity. The knight, caught off guard, defended himself with his curved blade, but each time he deflected Amy's strikes, her sword sprang back, ready to attack again with renewed vigor. What is happening? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers marveled at the boy's remarkable agility. In such a densely wooded area, no one could wield a weapon with such speed, as branches would obstruct most attacks, and weapons could easily become lodged in tree trunks. Yet here, Amy moved like a wraith, seamlessly weaving through the foliage, striking with precision over and over again. The dark knight, in stark contrast, moved with caution, fearful of tripping. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and 4 translucent blades appeared, hovering from 4 directions towards the knight's body. The sword's phantoms. Gasps erupted on both sides. Only a high-level swordsman could master such a technique. And to wield 4 phantoms indicated an extraordinary level of skill. The knight, realizing he could not evade, dropped to the ground in a roll, narrowly avoiding the spectral blades. Amy pursued swiftly, her longsword howling as it cut through the air, crashing down toward the downed knight. Watch out! The other knights on their dark steeds cried out in alarm. The silver blade halted abruptly above the knight's back. Few can claim victory over me in the forest. Amy smiled as she retracted her sword. But you are indeed impressive. I believe most knights would pale in comparison to you. After delivering a heavy blow to the Black Knight, Amy deftly offered him a date, undoubtedly to prevent him from succumbing to anger and summoning his subordinates for a retaliatory assault. The Black Knight, rising from the ground, called forth his phantom beasts and paused momentarily. Everyone, drop your coin pouches and retreat immediately. Having spoken, he extracted a pouch of coins from his cloak and tossed it at his feet. As the pouches fell to the ground, the knights, both mounted and leading their injured steeds, departed with a dejected demeanor. Soon, soldiers from the Empire approached Amy, and Yushang hastened over, her fair face aglow with admiration and excitement, her eyes sparkling. She patted her chest, exclaiming, "You frightened me. You could have easily won. Yet you made us worry so much, how annoying." Observing Yushang's bashful display, several seasoned soldiers exchanged knowing smiles. Only Amy retained her oblivious demeanor, responding, "I perform better in the woods. Otherwise, I doubt I could have won even after a long struggle." With that, she took a torch from an old soldier and turned to leave. "Hey, Where are you going? Yushang, the young lady of the Lin family, clearly did not anticipate that this boy would entirely disregard her presence. To pick up the coin pouches. Perhaps I shall collect them tomorrow. No. What if someone else comes back for them? What if a beast takes them? What if the snow covers them? If I don't retrieve them, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Then, wait for me. I should have a share as well. As they watched the little girl bounce away, the soldiers chuckled. Who would have thought that the daughter of a count would take a liking to the captain's son? Honestly, the captain's son is quite remarkable. Though a bit greedy, the captain isn't like that. It feels somewhat reminiscent of that avaricious cavalry captain. Shoo. Another soldier urgently covered his comrade's mouth. I heard that the captain entrusted his son to that individual before departing, and that individual has been missing for many years. A look of understanding and incredulity swept across the faces of the soldiers, realizing the implications of such a revelation. The nobility system is a hierarchical structure established by monarchs to distribute titles among the aristocracy, primarily determined by the extent of landholdings. It can be categorized into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Duke, the highest rank among the nobility, reserved for royal family members or those closely related to the monarchy. Marquis, the second rank, denoting a governor of a frontier region with special authority, akin to a feudal lord of significant independence, positioned between Duke and Earl. Earl, serving as the emperor's vassal, responsible for military, civil, and fiscal authority, occasionally appointed as local officials, and could become hereditary feudal lords. Over time, their status diminished, placing them between Marquis and Viscount, representing the third rank of nobility. Viscount, initially an assistant to the Earl, eventually becoming an independent rank that can also be hereditary. Baron, the lowest tier of noble rank, originally meaning an ordinary person, which later evolved to signify a person of considerable influence. Among these 5 noble ranks, they can be further classified based on hereditary succession into 3 categories: hereditary nobility, hereditary titles, and life peerages, the latter being limited to the lifetime of the individual without inheritance granted to their offspring. Above the Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, and Duke lies the Prince, typically occupied by direct royal relatives. In every empire or kingdom, there exist a few noble families of absolute power, each with distinct characteristics. Yet they are collectively referred to as the most distinguished among the aristocracy. Chapter 40, National Authority and Power. Sharu, has anyone bullied you on the road? Lin Yushang inquired with a mischievous grin, grasping Sharu's hand. No, Sharu replied, her face instantly flushed as she lowered her head, speaking softly. Hee. If anyone did, hee. Lin Yushang waved her small fist in a display of mock bravado. Amy chimed in, Daking Shan. Has anyone bullied you on the way? She too laughed, placing her hand by her ear and shaking it teasingly. Lin Yushang shot a glare at Amy before turning back to Sharu with genuine concern. You didn't encounter any enemies, did you? I was so worried. I did meet 5 enemies, but they were all defeated, Sharu confessed. Oh, 5 enemies? How intriguing, Lin Yushang exclaimed, suddenly adopting a tone of revelation. Who is it? Daking Shan took over the conversation. 5 dark knights surrounded us, yet it was quite perilous. However, Green single-handedly dispatched 4 of them. Amy playfully tapped Green's bald head. I knew you were impressive. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Amy stretched up on her toes, intending to blow a playful puff of air into Green's ear. However, Green swiftly turned away, countering with a lick of his large green tongue across Amy's face. Ugh. That's disgusting, Amy exclaimed, wiping her face, only to have Green lick her again, prompting her to distract him with a piece of beef. That night, Daking Shan suddenly remarked to Amy, it seems Green's mage level has risen again. According to her teacher's assessment, he has likely reached the level of a grand mage. Yes, it should be. The dragon god has elevated his rank, Amy replied quietly. Before long, fatigue overtook the 2 boys, and gentle snores emanated from the small cabin. The next morning, Lin Yushang and Sharu donned formal attire, inviting Amy and Daking Shan to accompany them to pay homage to King Isu III of the Hammer Kingdom. Although the Hammer Kingdom was somewhat remote, its palace was remarkably grand. Situated atop a small hill, it featured a red-tiled roof, pristine white walls, and towering arches. In front of the palace lay a vast square adorned with flowers unique to the frozen continent, vibrant red blooms swaying like flames in the gentle breeze. In the distance, melting snow trickled down, seemingly gushing from a culvert, forming a natural fountain. The terrain, colors, and spatial design combined to create an architectural masterpiece that left first-time visitors utterly awestruck. In the frigid climate of the frozen continent, where few insects could pollinate, the flowers relied on birds for pollen dispersal. To attract these birds, the flowers were large and vibrant, primarily in shades of red or other striking colors. The envoy of the Amy Empire was announced by a tall warrior, his chest proudly puffed out as he called out, "The envoy of the Amy Empire is here." One by one, the warrior relayed the announcement. "Envoy, you may enter," came a resonant reply from within. Lin Yushang led the quartet into the sprawling castle, flanked by hammer soldiers wielding curved blades, standing in neat rows along the corridor. King Isu III was a notably tall and stout elder. His eyebrows white and drooping to the corners of his mouth, his beard equally snow-white. Upon receiving the envoy's credentials from an attendant, he took the royal seal from the table and affixed it, then kindly asked, "You must be the daughter of Count Lin, correct?" Upon receiving confirmation, he sighed nostalgically. 20 years ago, your father came to retrieve a phantom beast. Time flies. He was about your age then. King Isu III perused the list of envoys, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Isn't the deputy foreign minister part of this delegation? Why is he absent? Is he unwell? Lin Yushang succinctly recounted the ambush they had faced on their journey, causing Isu III's expression to darken with concern. Is that so? Minister of Military Affairs, first, send someone to notify the border. Investigate the Dark Knights who attacked the envoy. Second, prepare a contingent of 500 wolf cavalry to escort the envoy back to the Northern Federation of the Ami Empire. Yes, your majesty, a middle-aged man, adorned with an embroidered green dragon, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. By the way, how did you manage to fend off their attack? The black steed possesses considerable strength. King Isu III inquired with genuine interest. Your majesty, we enlisted the help of an A-rank mercenary group, represented by these two gentlemen behind me. They are mercenaries from a minor group. Lin Yushang introduced Amy and Shan to the king. A minor mercenary group? The dragon's whisper? Just these two young men? The hall erupted in astonished murmurs from over 30 prominent nobles and officials of the Hammer Kingdom. King Isu III was equally taken aback. Are they the same Amy and Shan who recently completed a double S mission? Lin Yushang and Shera were equally astonished, realizing that Amy and Shan had achieved such renown. As King Isu III scrutinized the two boys, eyes wide with newfound respect. Yes, your majesty. It is an honor to meet you, Amy said, giving Shan a gentle nudge. A faint smile gracing his lips as he performed a knightly salute. Haha, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. King Isu III, a jovial and approachable figure, asked, "What are your full names?" Mr. Locke the dwarf shared a thrilling tale with us, and thanks to you. The Silver Snow Wolf mercenary group will not lose a valuable squad. Your majesty, that was merely Elder Locke's kindness towards the younger generation. It should not be taken too seriously. In that moment, Amy exuded the poise of a seasoned noble, flawlessly executing courtly etiquette. My companion is Hark Shan. And I am Amy Haber. Oh, Amy Haber. King Isu III repeated the name twice, as if recalling something, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. Haber is an ancient surname. It reminds me of a rather interesting individual. Amy, this person might even be a relative of yours. Are you familiar with someone named Lake Haber? As soon as King Isu III finished speaking, many armored hammer generals began to murmur amongst themselves. Amy hesitated. I should not know him, as I was just a 1-year-old child when I met him, and I have no recollection, although he seems to be my father. What? The son of Lake Haber? Many of the generals exhibited signs of unease. Haha, so your father is Lake Haber. King Isu III erupted in hearty laughter, clearly delighted by the revelation. Your father and a soldier named Chi Hanfeng are known as the Imperial Border's Great Grindstone. Do you know of this? The Imperial Border's Great Grindstone? Amy shook his head. Your majesty, my companion is indeed a disciple of Chi Hanfeng, but, what? Before Amy could finish, the sound of swords being drawn rang out throughout the hall, as nearly every general glared fiercely at Amy and Shan. While the civil officials and nobles wore expressions akin to King Isu III, their faces adorned with strange smiles. A hearty laughter echoed once more in the grand hall. Enough. Are you trying to frighten children? King Isu III waved his hand, attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Your Highness, I demand a duel with the two of them. Your Highness, I request a duel. Your Majesty, what is happening? Qing Mountain and Amy were utterly perplexed by the overwhelming reaction of the senior military officers. Nevertheless, suppressing his amusement, Emperor Isu III disregarded the dissatisfaction of the generals and began recounting a tale to the two boys. Emperor Isu III was a remarkably wise monarch who, during his reign, endeavored to maintain domestic policies, opting for peace and avoiding conflict with any nation unless absolutely necessary. However, in the year 183 of the Red Moon calendar, the Ami Empire launched yet another offensive against the territories of Shuiyue Lake and Warmwater River. Unfazed, Emperor Isu III employed ancestral strategies, dispatching 20,000 snow wolf cavalry along the Longya Mountain Road to assault the Empire's border forces, swiftly compelling a full retreat of their troops. Unbeknownst to him, it was during this encounter that Amy's father joined the Empire's border army. According to Emperor Isu III's intentions, once he had repelled the invading forces, he intended to cease all hostilities. Yet, the military leaders of the Hami Kingdom were reluctant to accept this reality. After 5 years of diligent preparation, in 187 of the Red Moon calendar, a faction of warlike generals took it upon themselves to lead 3,000 snow wolf cavalry against the Empire's border forces. At that time, the two commanders of the Empire's border army were Captain Rake Haber of the Glacier Infantry and Captain Han Feng Chi of the cavalry. These two recently acquainted friends executed a splendid maneuver, luring all the Snow Wolf cavalry into a valley where they were encircled. Enduring the frigid conditions, the Snow Wolf cavalry surrendered within just 2 days, and the few reckless young noblemen among them were captured and presented to Chi Han Feng and Rake Haber as tokens of submission. Chi Han Feng and Rake Haber treated them leniently, sending a letter to Emperor Isu III, in which Chi Han Feng requested 4,000 large animal pelts as summer provisions for the Empire's soldiers, and subsequently returned the young noblemen to the kingdom. These young nobles were primarily descendants of prominent families closely tied to the royal lineage, and Emperor Isu III chose not to impose severe punishments, allowing the matter to pass. However, several nobles regarded this as a profound humiliation and insisted on seeking another conflict during the morning court sessions. 6 months later, they once again took matters into their own hands, mobilizing 5,000 Snow Wolf cavalry for a surprise attack on the Empire's border army encampment. To their dismay, they fell into a trap as the Empire's soldiers willingly yielded their warm quarters, covering the ground with resin. As the Snow Wolf cavalry charged into the camp, the Empire's soldiers swiftly counter-surrounded them, using longbowmen to seal the camp's entrance. It is said that a malicious-looking young noble from the Empire, riding an exceptionally large snow wolf only Hamians could mount, stood at the camp's entrance, brazenly demanding the surrender of the Snow Wolf cavalry. He threatened to roast them alive if they did not comply. Even more intolerable was his insistence that all nobles step forward individually and surrender their family insignia. Witnesses later identified the man, who was later incriminated in various hearings, as Chi Han Feng, as he emphasized the necessity of presenting proof of identity for the purpose of demanding a ransom from the noble families, if adequate ransom could not be provided. The imperial noble officer on the Snow Wolf displayed a sinister smile, proclaiming that the strong would be sent to the mines, while the weak and pale would be sold to certain establishments catering to perverse women, and those of lesser strength and poor complexion would be dispatched beyond the frozen continent to serve as exotic live specimens for the zoos of various kingdoms. The tradition of welcoming mythical beasts has ancient origins. Thousands of years ago, magicians and knights discovered the wondrous realm of the mythical beast sanctuary, regardless of the animal's nature. At the precise moment when the two suns fully aligned, any creature entering the sanctuary could undergo a transformative process in the blood pool, gaining remarkable abilities, including the power of levitation, and forming a pact with the human who brought them into the sanctuary, enabling summoning through a barrier. The prowess of a mythical beast knight is equivalent to that of 100 ordinary cavalrymen of the same type. Furthermore, the mythical beast sanctuary can transcend ordinary bloodline affiliations. For instance, even non-Hamians can summon and ride Snow Wolf mythical beasts upon entering the sanctuary. Over the years, various continents have identified optimal beast species for trials in the mythical beast sanctuary, including distinctive varieties such as the Snow Wolf from the frozen continent, crocodiles from the blue fascist continent, and unicorns, sand lizards, and earth dragons from the Amy Nor continent. To enhance the quality of each species, nations have dispatched specialists to cultivate unique mythical beast offspring, ensuring continual improvement in their attributes. Access to the sacred snow mountain has long been controlled by one or more nations. To gain entry for cultivating mythical beasts, countries lacking direct borders with the sacred snow mountain must exchange their specially bred mythical beast offspring for such privileges. Thus, every 5 years, nations with access to the sacred snow mountain send delegations to other countries to receive mythical beasts, followed by an equal number of preparatory mythical beast knights and offspring sent to undergo trials in the mythical beast sanctuary, as documented in the classic of Mountains and Seas, Strange Tales and Anomalies. Chapter 41. The Dragon Rider wore the young knights of the Hami people, trapped within their encampment, erupted in fury, hurling invectives at a seemingly noble yet truly shameless rogue, a grotesque figure they deemed the lowest of the low. It was said that these Hami youth unleashed a torrent of derogatory epithets upon Captain Chi Han Feng, encompassing nearly every disparaging term known within the realms of the Aimi Empire and the Hami Kingdom, many of which were associated with indecency. Some even resorted to archaic terms found solely in the ancient tongue of the Holy See, such as angry youth and rascal. Regrettably, Chi Han Feng appeared to be a man devoted only to wealth, indifferent to the prospect of surrender. With a slow wave of his hand, the foremost soldiers wielding long spears, each extending 6 meters in length, swiftly sealed every exit. He raised his hand once more, prompting the archers to draw arrows from their oil barrels, igniting them as they prepared to unleash a barrage. At that moment, a noble from the Snow Wolf Beast Rider faction, consumed by righteous indignation, charged forward, challenging the rogue knight by name to a duel. He offered a wager of 20,000 gold coins should he be defeated, while demanding that the imperial forces grant passage if victorious. It was reported that the rogue knight calculated the odds meticulously, consulting the imperial quartermaster who opined that the Hami nobility was impoverished, particularly in terms of financial reserves, Thus 20,000 gold coins represented their utmost limit. Chi Hanfeng acquiesced to the challenge. No one anticipated that this seemingly nefarious knight possessed extraordinary combat prowess. With a single charge, he effortlessly disarmed the heroic knight, his grin rivaling that of a fox. "Ah, I must admit, you indeed possess remarkable combat strength. If it weren't for your enticing wager of 20,000 gold coins, I might have struggled against you." As more nobles approached to challenge him, a taciturn young man wielding a great sword soundly defeated 2 challengers in succession, ultimately compelling them to surrender 50,000 in ransom and stakes, which they were escorted back home. It later came to light that this reticent accomplice was the captain of the Glacier Brigade, while the instigator was the captain of the Cavalry Brigade. Subsequently, Emperor Isu III took a keen interest in these 2 brigade leaders, considering their ability to teach a lesson to the arrogant nobility without bloodshed a significant boon to his cause, effectively weakening the power of the noble families. In the future, when encountering disobedient noble clans, Emperor Isu III would sternly command them to assault the border troops of the Aimi Empire, wishing them to establish their own illustrious achievements, while he awaited their rewards. Years later, the silent Glacier Brigade leader escorted a grand sorcerer of the Aimi Empire to Snowfield City, where Emperor Isu III hosted a lavish banquet. However, it seemed that the celebration was less about honoring Master Dumbledore and more about expressing gratitude to Captain Lake Haber and his companion Chi Hanfeng for their significant contributions to establishing the authority of the Hami Kingdom. Some nobles who had suffered defeats gathered formidable warriors to challenge Captain Lake Haber during the sorcerer's stay. Yet, according to Emperor Isu III, those nobles later expressed relief that Chi Hanfeng was not present, or they would have faced even greater losses. Finally, Emperor Isu III lamented, gazing at Aimi, "Alas, it is a pity that I later learned your father had wandered into the Wish Tower." Afterward, Mr. Chi Hanfeng departed from the military. Over the years, I have often thought of them. I must admit, this is indeed a significant loss for your nation's army. The numerous military generals standing in the royal court had never witnessed a king lamenting the loss of officers for the empire. A peculiar sound akin to gnawing rodents echoed through the hall. Amidst his regret, Emperor Isu III's eyes suddenly brightened. "Ah, Aimi, Dakingshan. Would you 2 care to join the military?" A collective gasp resonated as Lin Yushang and the Hami soldiers inhaled sharply, pondering whether the king intended to recruit these 2 descendants of the Aimi Empire into the Hami army. Such news would undoubtedly not be well received. Chuckling heartily, Emperor Isu III exclaimed, "I can recommend you both as the cavalry and glacier infantry brigade leaders of the Aimi Empire's border forces. The current commanders of the border troops are rather mediocre. I could send my men to attack daily. They would surely falter. And I would arrange for internal recommendations within the empire. One of you is a scion of a military family, and the other is a distinguished disciple. I've even thought of your nicknames, the little grindstone of the empire's border." His laughter echoed as he reveled in his brilliant plans. "Your family can also endorse Aimi. He is the sole disciple of the Aimi Empire's current archmage, Mr. Lei Gu, and our families are closely allied," Lin Yushang chimed in, oblivious to the glances of the military leaders around her. "But, Your Highness, we are currently mercenaries." Aimi's interjection prompted a collective sigh of relief from the assembled generals. "My father remains in the Wish Tower, according to my teacher and Uncle Chi's wishes. I must gain experience before I can enter the Wish Tower for trials to rescue my father." "Oh." Emperor Isu III displayed the magnanimity of a wise ruler, unfazed by the rebuttal of his proposal. "That is regrettable, but it may be for the best. You should hone your skills for a few more years. If you return to this position, you will be even more formidable. Are you still a sorcerer? What school do you belong to?" he inquired. "I am a swordsman and a second-tier sorcerer, also a magic swordsman. My affinity is ice," Lin Yushang eagerly replied. "Dakingshan is extraordinary. His master is a beast rider, and he surpasses even them as a dragon rider. A disciple of an archmage? A triple practitioner at such a young age? A second-tier sorcerer?" The astonishment was palpable among all present. Yet, the most striking revelation was that an 18-year-old dragon rider stood before them, an inconceivable reality, as typically those recognized by dragonkind were seasoned warriors over 30. "Your Highness, I request a duel with Mr. Dakingshan as fellow dragon riders." A nobleman in his 40s stepped forward, bowing deeply. "What?" Emperor Isu III slammed his hand upon the table. "Do you not understand? Captain Chi Hanfeng and Lord Aimi have always treated you with respect despite any verbal injuries. The Empire's provisions exceed those of the kingdom. Did you not return each time robust and well-fed? Some soldiers even ventured to assault your 5,000-strong camp, hoping for a free meal. Do you not comprehend my intentions? Why do my elder noble peers and I jestingly refer to them as the Empire's great grindstone? It is to wear away your arrogance and hasten your maturity. Marquis Hameng, do you possess no sense of shame? If not for Captain Chi Hanfeng's pressure, would you have ever broken through the ranks of beast riders to earn the recognition of the dragons and become a dragon rider? Your Highness, I demand a duel with Lord Dakingshan, for such contests transcend borders and royal decrees." The Marquis of Hanming displayed an extraordinary resolve upon his visage. At this moment, Amy, observing closely, noticed the blue dragon emblem intricately embroidered upon his attire. Your Highness, the Minister of Military Affairs stepped forward as a dragon knight himself, requesting an equal contest with the esteemed dragon knight of Dakingshan. Suddenly, Amy interjected, since both dragon knights are inclined to this delightful challenge, why not engage in a minor competition? A cunning smile graced her lips, however, it cannot be without stakes. I propose we place a wager, shall we? Upon hearing the mention of a wager, the expressions of all the military leaders transformed into a complex array of skepticism, as if they were pondering past experiences of deceit and trickery. My companion Dakingshan, merely 18 years of age, rode a dragon of the 3rd tier, making it impossible for him to compete effectively, thus placing us at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, facing 2 adversaries warranted our request for a wager of 1 to 10. The officers present seemed to recall the fervent gaze of Chi Hanfeng from a decade ago, as he engaged in a similar gamble. We propose a base stake of 5,000 gold coins. I urge you all to place your bets, or we reserve the right to decline this challenge. I wager 100 purple gold coins on Dakingshan's victory, Lin Yushang declared, evidently relishing the chaos. I too bet on Dakingshan. A delicate voice emerged from beside Lin Yushang. Sha Ruo, previously overlooked, blushed as she cautiously glanced at Dakingshan and retrieved a purple box from her bosom. Opening it revealed a shimmering, transparent orb. The sacred healing elixir of the Holy See, Duotian pill? Several knowledgeable nobles exclaimed. This potion, reputed to be exclusive to the Holy See, was derived from the devout beliefs of high-ranking priests who gathered rare herbs from the Huayu Plains, boiling them in holy water, ultimately receiving divine blessings, thereby possessing the power of resurrection. Its worth exceeded 2,000 gold coins, and it was a rare commodity, traded only among select royal circles. Ah, remarked His Majesty Isu III, stroking his beard, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shan't oppose. Although I have confidence in Dakingshan, it would be imprudent to place my wager solely on him, so I shall abstain from betting altogether and simply enjoy the spectacle. After a brief consultation among several marquises in their 40s, the Marquis of Hanming provided the final response, yes, Your Highness, we are willing to wager 90,000 gold coins. But our current stakes are insufficient. I possess a vast estate in the Northern Federation of the Amy Empire, valued at 20,000 gold coins, which I shall offer as part of the wager should we lose. Very well, the wager is established. Tomorrow at dawn, the contest of Dragon Knights shall commence before the Southern Triumph Archminister of Military Affairs. Please arrange a parade for the Earthbound Dragon Cavalry, ensuring they understand that with dedication, they too might one day ascend to the esteemed rank of Dragon Knights. Once again, Isu III showcased his remarkable acumen, achieving 3 objectives at once, formalizing the wager, subtly demonstrating the power of the Hammerin Empire to its envoys, and significantly boosting morale. That night, Sha Ruo fretted deeply and gently tapped Lin Yushang. Sister Yushang, do you think Dakingshan will be in danger tomorrow? Lin Yushang smiled sweetly. Do not worry. It is Amy who arranged this. When has he ever faced defeat? It seems unlikely that anyone could best him. Indeed, there are perhaps only a couple of individuals capable of outsmarting Amy. Yet, once Dakingshan is mounted upon green, it cannot even fly. How will this contest unfold? Sha Ruo's thoughts spiraled into confusion. In every nation, knights are symbols of nobility. Not every individual who rides a horse or dedicates themselves to a life of cavalry can be deemed a knight. In fact, most who pursue a lifelong career in cavalry may never attain the title. A knight embodies a noble honor, possessing 8 cardinal virtues: humility, embodying modesty and respect; integrity, being inherently good and never bullying the weak; compassion, showing sympathy and aiding those in need; valor, bravely standing against evil in crucial moments; justice, maintaining impartiality; sacrifice, prioritizing the collective good over personal interests; honor, earning the admiration and gratitude of many; and spirit, engaging in constant reflection with the soul. Dragon Knights represent the most proud and noble lineage among knights. As members of the mid-tier human race, they are fortunate to earn the recognition of the exalted dragon race, which is an unparalleled honor. Furthermore, should one achieve acknowledgement and a covenant with ancient divine dragons of equal status to the divine race, such an individual transcends the traditional definitions of great sages and legendary heroes. If someone were to gain recognition from even loftier divine dragon envoys, historical records indicate that Dakingshan was the first dragon knight to become a dragon envoy throughout the realms of civilization, wherever there are books, language, or thought. The name Dakingshan has become synonymous with integrity, honesty, and camaraderie. The King of Kings Chapter 42. Whispers abound in every grand city. The Arc de Triomphe is traditionally positioned to the north, typically aligned with the city's central axis, mirroring the royal palace at the heart of the city, while the southern side features the general's platform in harmonious correspondence. Before every great military campaign, The emperor departs from the palace to bestow the command insignia upon the general amidst the throngs of soldiers, publicly affirming his trust and expectations. Upon victorious return, the general enters the city through the northern Arc de Triomphe, greeted by the jubilant populace. However, the layout of Snow Plain City diverges significantly from this norm. To its north rises the towering Dragon Tooth mountain range, with an average elevation exceeding 3,000 meters, its peaks composed entirely of red and green basalt. While the lower slopes occasionally reveal the natural hue of the stones, and higher up, they are perpetually cloaked in snow. Consequently, the Arc de Triomphe could not be situated in the northern expanse. Snow Plain City features a single wall against the northern mountains, while the other three sides boast dual fortifications. The first wall on the southern front is spaced 1,000 meters from the second, with the inner wall serving as the foundation for the general's platform, and the outer wall supporting the Arc de Triomphe, which is flanked by a vast training ground measuring 2,000 by 2,000 meters, where grand parades are held each summer. In the year of the magical era, the most anticipated military parade since the establishment of the Hammer Kingdom took place here, with King Isu III himself inscribing the event with the title The Contest of Dragons. Reliable sources indicated that the esteemed A-class mercenary dragon knight, Qin Shan, would engage in a trial of skill with the kingdom's only other two dragon knights, Marquis Han Ming and Earl Mo Chio, following the parade. Although this decision was made by King Isu III at the last moment, the news spread with unprecedented speed. By the following morning, Snow Plain City was nearly deserted. Merchants had closed their shops, churches ceased their masses, schools granted students a day off, and even neighboring villages buzzed with the news. The Treehouse Tavern was devoid of patrons, and the parade grounds were filled with sleds. Records later indicated that at least 100,000 spectators gathered outside the Arc de Triomphe that day to witness this extraordinary contest. On that summer morning, the day broke early. Lin Yushang and Sha Rua, unable to sleep, rose at dawn to seek out Ai and Qin Shan. Upon entering the courtyard, they found Qin Shan practicing, wielding a golden dragon spear in one hand and a shield in the other. Where is Ai? Why isn't he training with you? Is he still lazing about in bed? Lin Yushang inquired, peering into the house and noticing a bulging blanket on one of the beds. No. He went out on an errand last night and hasn't returned. He said to head directly to the Arc de Triomphe today and not to wait for him. Qin Shan replied, clearly having practiced for some time, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Oh, I thought someone was in bed, she remarked. Ah, that's just green. He loves snuggling in other people's blankets, Qin Shan added, somewhat sheepishly. Strange, Ai shouldn't he know anyone in Snow Plain City? Lin Yushang pondered aloud. During breakfast, while Lin Yushang dashed to the door to check for Ai's return, Sha Rua discreetly handed Qin Shan a small silver chain pendant, its intricate patterns suggesting an ancient origin, most of which had faded over time. At the end of the chain dangled a charm pouch. Blushing, Sha Rua whispered, it's a talisman. It seems quite effective. You should wear it. Qin Shan was momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushing crimson, fearing Lin Yushang might return and see. He swiftly tucked the charm into his embrace and gulped down his soup, perspiring profusely. Certainly, with someone as unreserved as Lin Yushang, as long as one employs a deft touch, even the most subtle of gestures would go unnoticed by her, especially when conducted behind her back. It was apparent that Qin Shan's experience in courting was still nascent, and his anxiety palpable. To avoid attracting undue attention, Qin Shan instructed Green to wait inside the house. Once on the battlefield, he would use his barrier magic to summon it, allowing Green to soar over when the time was right. Both Qin Shan and Lin Yushang stood in awe at the sight before them at the training ground, which was teeming with people. Adults cradled children, while youngsters rode ponies, and the better vantage points in the trees were already occupied. Several hundred spectators hovered above the ground, some using magical scrolls, others being magicians themselves, casting levitation spells to float in midair. The scene was a cacophony of sound, amidst which a group of young boys clad in deep green uniforms, around 10 years old, energetically waved tricolored pamphlets, red, yellow, and blue, while shouting at the top of their lungs, a millennium of astonishing bets. Free detailed information for betting on the Dragon Knight duel. Extra, extra, young Qin Shan. Humiliating the seasoned general. The old Earl laughs easily, let him know his place. Qin Shan, a mere child, is utterly unprepared for battle. The exclusive report reveals how Qin Shan infiltrated the Dragon Knight revolutionary ranks. Betting guide, Qin Shan's odds are 1 to 10. Qin Shan, in the battle against Feng and White, secretly undermined and stole the fruits of victory. Qin Shan suffers from severe athlete's foot, rendering him incapable of facing the challenge. A cowardly retreat is imminent. Major revelations expose Qin Shan's history of bedwetting. The third-tier young dragon kneels in surrender. Qin Shan faces defeat without a fight. Lin Yushang and Sha Rua exchanged glances, stunned by the barrage of shouts. Qin Shan scratched his head, muttering to himself, how could this be? Lin Yushang seized one of the passing boys. Little brother, what are you selling? The boy looked up at her. This red one is the gambling guide, containing all the details on the 3 participants and suggested betting odds. This one is free. Here, I'll give you a complimentary copy. The red one costs 2 gold coins, containing the most detailed information on Qing Shan, bought exclusively from his childhood friend AI Me for 5,000 gold coins by our boss. The boy then leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Do you see this yellow one? Why is it yellow? Do you know? Our boss has been tracking Qing Shan for 24 hours. This incredibly ugly fellow used despicable means to steal the hearts of the Earl's daughter, Lin Yushang, and the sacred maiden, Sharua. It contains some exciting bedroom scenes. This newspaper costs 10 gold coins and sells quite well. There are only 2 copies left. Alas, miss, what is wrong with you? You look pale, if you can't afford it. There is no need to be so distressed. Is it a heart condition? Lin Yushang glared at him with fierce eyes, her small fist clenched tightly, nearly crumpling the gambling guide he had handed her. The boy, frightened, turned and fled. Sharua remained relatively composed. She took the newspaper from Lin Yushang's hands, comforting her while quickly scanning its contents. Hey, this is quite detailed. Look, it even lists Qing Shan's measurements. Oh, and greens as well. Wow, Qing Shan. According to this report, you are certainly doomed. The gambling guide evidently contains substantial research, detailing Qing Shan's various attributes, including his weaponry. The odds presented were Qing Shan versus Marquis Han Meng at 110, and Qing Shan versus Earl Mo Chiu at 1-9, with a combined victory of 150. According to the gambling guide, 3 reasons were cited for Qing Shan's inevitable defeat. 1. Both Marquis Han Ming and Earl Mo Chiu rode 5th-tier colossal dragons, measuring 12 to 15 meters long, which could be mounted directly, while Qing Shan's dragon was merely a 3rd-tier young dragon, a mere 3 meters in length, wholly unsuitable for riding. 2. Marquis Han Ming and Earl Mo Chiu were seasoned veterans with military careers twice the length of Qing Shan's years. Moreover, he participated in every major conflict over the past 30 years, during which the Marquis of Han Ming, originally a hereditary count, was promoted due to his numerous military achievements. After a long and arduous journey across the Great Blue Mountains, upon arriving at the Snowfield City, how could the weary soldiers possibly avoid defeat? Observing this, both Sharua and Lin Yushang were extremely concerned. Sharua cautiously inquired, is it truly the case? Perhaps we should reconsider our participation, shall we? Indeed, indeed. Let us refrain from fighting. We must not encounter any problems, Lin Yushang concurred. The Great Blue Mountain silently shook his head and pressed his lips tightly together, saying, let us give it a try. With a faint smile, he added, one may be defeated, but one must never be frightened into submission. Lin Yushang, whether due to rumors or concern over her financial investments, appeared quite agitated, crumpling the red gambling guidelines in her hand and throwing them forcefully to the ground. Damn Amy. Where has he gone? When a friend is in trouble, does one not offer assistance? Hiding away early, I shall have his head. It is said that those who are cursed will experience a series of symptoms such as burning ears, flushed faces, and twitching eyes. However, these principles seem to have failed today. Perhaps it was due to his lineage linked to demons. The cursed Amy sat at the very top of the viewing platform, and unless Lin Yushang employed levitation magic, she would be unable to see him through the throng. Amy's position was quite advantageous, as he was seated beside the perpetually smiling Isu 3, though his usual smile did not reflect his current demeanor. On the contrary, Isu 3 bore an expression of utter dismay, engaged in hushed discussions with Amy. Yet, Amy appeared remarkably well, thriving amidst the chaos. What transpired to provoke such a significant reaction from Isu 3? 1 year after the inception of the magical calendar, the Kingdom of Hami designated the Day of Dragon Wars as a national day of shame. This particular observance was not abolished until Amy ascended as the true king of mercenaries, or rather, it was rebranded with a new title, the Festival of Revelry. Chapter 43, An Unparalleled Gamble. Amy, I have indeed made a grave mistake, proclaimed His Highness, Isu 3, gazing earnestly at Amy's smiling visage. Your Highness, you are far too gracious. You need not indulge in such self-reflection, Amy replied, her tone imbued with humility. As a king, you have no need for my trifling introspection. I beseech you to forgive my error, Isu 3 lamented, adopting a countenance of anguish. As a subject, I harbor no such presumptuous thoughts. Your Highness's kindness overwhelms me. Amy responded with a bow. Ah, do you know? Encountering you brings to mind your father from a decade past. He was truly in his prime, a paragon of grace and elegance. Isu 3's reminiscence was abruptly interrupted by Amy's candid interjection. Your Highness, please speak plainly. I am rather occupied at present. As you can see, as she spoke, Amy gestured to the list she held, revealing names inscribed in crimson ink, causing Isu 3's expression to tense in apprehension. Indeed, Amy was quite busy. To her left lay a substantial stack of names written in red ink, and to her right, an equally imposing pile in black ink. Every few minutes, individuals from the audience would rush forth to deliver new records. May I peruse those lists? Issue 3 ventured, attempting a diplomatic approach. Your Highness, this pertains to commercial confidentiality. It would not be appropriate. Might I suggest we discuss matters unrelated to business? I am at your service, Amy smiled, maintaining her composure. Alas, I hold your father in high regard, kind, just, embodying the quintessential knightly spirit. You bear a striking resemblance to him. When you and Dakingshan visited Shuiyuan City, I harbored concerns regarding Dakingshan's conduct, given his mentorship under Mr. Chihanfeng. Thus, I dispatched personnel to observe him closely. Despite the late summer chill in Shuiyuan City, beads of perspiration trickled down Isu 3's brow. Oh, I am listening. Please continue, Amy said politely. Last night, I found myself restless, sensing that something was amiss. At 4 in the morning, I summoned the duty general, only to discover that Dakingshan had been asleep in his quarters while you had vanished. That is when I surmised. You were about to undertake something significant. Isu 3's face reflected a deep contemplation of apprehension. Eventually, I learned some details. Could you elucidate them for me? Issue 3 finally broached the main topic after much circumlocution. You have misunderstood. I merely ventured to Shuiyuan City for a casual exploration, to admire its magnificent vistas, Amy replied, her countenance radiating innocence. Is that so? From 4 yesterday until 6 today, you visited 2 of the largest underground gambling establishments. Your Highness is indeed astute. Merely engaging in idle chatter. In truth, I did not partake in anything untoward. I merely conversed with Old Locke last night and casually divided our spoils from the phone contest, approximately 20,000 gold coins between Dakingshan and myself, Amy remarked nonchalantly. Is that all? Issue 3 narrowed his eyes, unwilling to relent. I have been rather strapped for cash lately. Thus I borrowed an additional 10,000 gold coins from him. And then? Issue 3 pressed, his inquiry relentless. Afterward, I reflected that with such a grand parade, it would be unfortunate if no one witnessed it. I noticed many beggars on the streets, and out of pity, I bestowed upon them 10 gold coins each. I also granted 200 gold coins to the city guards, instructing them to open the gates and allow the beggars to spread word of your splendid celebration to the nearby villages. And how did the newspapers distributed at the venue come to be? Issue 3 inquired, his tone edged with suspicion. Your Highness, do you wish for the nefarious disciple of Chihanfeng to triumph over the valiant dragon knights of the realm? We cannot idly witness such a tragedy unfold. Thus, I devised a plan to psychologically overwhelm our adversaries. I wrote fervently throughout the night, producing a lengthy expose of several tens of thousands of words. Amy maintained an expression of feigned innocence. Your expose fetched a handsome price today, Issue 3 observed, scrutinizing Amy. Everyone profits. It is a win-win situation. I printed 25,000 copies at 2 gold coins each, of which I have already sold 17,000. For the 10 gold coin editions, I printed only 7,000 to create a sense of scarcity, and they are selling quite well, approximately 6,000 sold thus far. However, my investment was substantial. The printing cost me 1,000 gold coins, Amy lamented, a hint of regret in her voice. Then you have recouped your expenses, have you not? If all sells, your net profit could amount to 100,000 gold coins. Why then, do you still seek out those 2 underground gambling houses? Indeed, why did I go? That is a rather complex question. Amy mused, pressing her thumbs against her temples. Issue 3's gaze remained fixed on her. Your Highness, look over there, such beautiful. Amy, please, answer my question first. Truthfully, I felt quite inadequate and lacked the manpower to organize such a grand gambling event. Hence I resolved to enlist the aid of professionals. Oh, and what of your previous statements? Issue 3 interjected sharply. Amy hastily suppressed her anxiety. Well, that is merely the wagers placed by the participants. Why then, are there 2 stacks? Issue 3 pressed further. 1 stack represents the unified betting, with odds of 10 to 1, and a minimum wager of 10 gold coins. However, considering that some esteemed guests may not carry such amounts, I established a separate betting pool where I staked 5,000 gold coins, allowing for any bet, including on Dakingshan's victory. Yet, it appears the people of your realm possess unwavering confidence in their dragon knights. Thus far, no one has placed a bet on Dakingshan winning. Congratulations, Your Highness. When the populace is united, mountains can be moved. Dakingshan is surely destined for defeat. And if you were to win, what would the sum be? Issue 3 inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Alas, Your Highness, gambling always entails both victory and loss. Amy sighed deeply. Should I lose, I would forfeit the amount I spent on today's newspapers, 10,000 gold coins. I do feel a twinge of regret. A look of remorse crossed Amy's face, leading Issue 3 to mistakenly believe she was experiencing a change of heart. However, she continued, I should not have wagered so grandly. I ought to have preserved the funds from selling the newspapers to at least retain a chance of recouping my losses. Of course, if I win, I could multiply my stake 9-fold after deducting the cost of hiring help, particularly given your newly announced policies that impose minimal personal income tax. Otherwise, I would incur further losses. Is that a sum of 900,000? Isu 3 exclaimed, panic rising within him. Your Highness is indeed perceptive, Amy replied, a sly smile gracing her lips as sweet as honey. Do you know what our annual treasury income amounts to? A mere 150,000. Isu 3 nearly lost his composure, having inadvertently divulged the kingdom's core commercial secrets. Amy, let us negotiate. Could you declare this gambling endeavor void? Otherwise, the common folk shall have no provisions for the winter. That is not possible. I must uphold sound business ethics, Amy declared with a profound sense of righteousness. Upon hearing this, Isu 3's expression turned ashen. Unable to bear the sight of his despair, Amy sighed. It is indeed difficult to be virtuous. Very well. I can return to you the funds from the casual bettors in their corresponding lists. You may reimburse them later. It is not a significant amount. Perhaps merely 100,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Isu 3 exhaled in relief. By the way, Amy, allow me to inquire once more. How can you be so certain that Dakingshan will triumph? Commercial confidentiality, I cannot disclose that, Amy replied, her smile unwavering as she resolutely declined. While the farcical dialogue between Amy and Isu 3 unfolded, Dakingshan experienced a new development on his end. Observing Lin Yushang's fury, Dakingshan chuckled helplessly. I suspect all of this is the handiwork of Amy. Otherwise, who would dare to measure Lure's dimensions? In a fit of rage, Lin Yushang was abruptly enlightened by a gentle nudge. Why, Dakingshan, do you choose your companion so carelessly? Are you courting death? Clearly. In the absence of Amy, the unsuspecting Dakingshan became her outlet for frustration. A slight smirk grazed Dakingshan's lips, if Amy's subtle smile, with its delicate upturn at the corners and twinkling eyes, exuded an air of aristocracy, albeit merely an illusion. Then Dakingshan's smile, with its modest crack beneath his nostrils, embodied a rare form of magnanimity. This smile encapsulated the essence of Dakingshan's life, particularly during times when he bore the brunt of blame for the mercenary king. Before him lay a throng of people, at least 500 meters from the reviewing stand, rendering entry impossible. With no other recourse, Dakingshan approached the nearest soldier's post, courteously explaining his intentions and requesting passage to the stand. It appeared that Amy's campaign had been notably vigorous upon hearing that Dakingshan was accompanied by Amy's envoy. Lin Yushang, the soldiers exhibited an array of complex expressions, contempt, disdain, and heartbreak, while casting regretful glances at the two lovely ladies. Nevertheless, bound by duty, they reluctantly escorted them through the official route to the stand. While Amy busied herself with calculations of substantial financial figures, her attention remained fixated on the approaching figures below. Upon spotting Lin Yushang storming forward in a fury, she immediately sensed impending trouble. Swiftly, she rolled up the confidential documents in her hands and tucked them away, racing down from the platform with an astonished expression, exclaiming, "This is bad news. Terribly bad news." Seeing Amy in such a state of panic startled Lin Yushang, causing her own ire to dissipate significantly. "What is it?" she inquired. "Upon my arrival this morning, I discovered numerous individuals selling our information." And their S observing Amy's hesitance, Lin Yushang urged, "What is it? Speak up. I'm dying of curiosity." "They claim you were pursuing Dakingshan and competing with Sha Rua," Amy stammered. Wasn't he that you're writing?" Lin Yushang questioned, perplexed, glancing between Amy and Dakingshan. "How could that be?" The parade is starting now. Let us watch. We can discuss this later. Your seats are beside His Majesty. He wishes to converse with me, so I have been assigned a prime location. We shall continue our discussion afterward." With that, Amy swiftly departed, reminding Dakingshan, after the parade, it's the competition. Victory is the only option. Lin Yushang, evidently deceived once more, stood in a daze. Dakingshan and Sha Rua exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Dakingshan silently lamented, "She has escaped again." A long blast of a horn resonated through the air. Crafted from the bones of seals native to the icy coastal regions, lightweight yet resonant. Typically, 7 small holes were burned into the horn's base to represent 7 musical notes: gong, shang, jiao, ji, yu, bian gong, and bian shang. This horn was widely utilized among the Hami people, particularly in military contexts, where it often featured only the 3 notes of yu, bian gong, and bian shang, producing a clarion call that stirred the blood of all who heard it, compelling them to charge into battle. On the eastern side of the training ground, a cacophony erupted as all present held their breath and turned to gaze. In the distance, the sun rose majestically, casting a gentle glow, revealing a formidable line of towering Earth Dragon Knights. Unlike the traditional Hami Knights who donned white cloaks, these Earth Dragon Knights were clad in dark iron armor, with their dragons adorned in deep blue vests. Each knight wielded a standard battle lance measuring 3.7 meters, its black shaft and silver tip glinting in the sunlight like stars. As the knights drew nearer, the formation comprised a standard company of 500, arranged in 10 riders per row, totaling 50 rows. Suddenly, the horn's cadence quickened, prompting the knights to swiftly adjust their formation. The foremost 10 riders fanned out to the sides while the next 4 rows filled in behind them, seamlessly forming a 50-man charge formation in mere moments. The 10 columns and 50 rows transformed into 50 columns and 10 rows, as all knights simultaneously lowered the black visors of their helmets. The horn's sound grew rhythmic. The first row of 50 dragon knights saluted the reviewing stand with a flourish of their lances, urging their earth dragons forward in a simulated charge. Undoubtedly, these earth dragons had undergone rigorous training. As they galloped, their massive forms thundered in unison, raising clouds of dust while maintaining a synchronized rhythm. Many seasoned strategists believe that cavalry inherently counters infantry. However, this notion is not absolute. For instance, if cavalry and infantry were to engage in a forested area, would the cavalry truly dominate, or would the opposite hold true? Most would likely respond without hesitation. In the realm of warfare, deception reigns supreme. Chapter 44. The infinite might of the dragon. Isu 3 stroked his long beard, glancing at Amy and Dakingshan. Both of you hail from esteemed families. What is your assessment of the performance of these dragon knights? Dakingshan furrowed his brow slightly, prompting Amy to interject, Your Highness, while they may possess the weaponry, their practical combat skills are lacking. Unintentionally or not, Amy's voice carried, catching the attention of several senior commanders nearby, who shot her glares of indignation. With a faint smile, Amy nodded in acknowledgement of the angry stares. Your Highness, may I ask, are you aware of the vulnerabilities within your dragon cavalry? Oh, vulnerabilities? Isu 3 raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Although Dakingshan had never ridden a mount, he was among the few experts in this field. You should consult him, Amy said playfully, tossing her satchel to Dakingshan. Not one for eloquence, Dakingshan nonetheless spoke boldly in his area of expertise. Your Highness, your knights lack any real combat experience. Among all knightly units, aside from a few unique spirit beasts like the snow wolf, wild eagle, and crocodile, most units employ either lances or spears. This necessitates a spacing of over 100 meters between each line during a charge. However, the formation of the dragon knights just now had only 30 meters of spacing. Why is this so? Isu 3, not being an emperor well-versed in military matters, was perplexed. For any steed, a distance of 100 meters can typically be covered in 5 to 8 seconds. In actual warfare, during the initial charge, if a large formation is involved, the first line of knights, regardless of the enemy they face, cannot resolve their conflict within 5 seconds. The second line, to maintain momentum, must still wield spears. If the spacing is less than 50 meters, they would collide with their own comrades, significantly reducing the impact of the charge by over 80, rendering an entire line effectively wasted. A more prudent strategy for ground dragon knights would be for the first line to naturally split into 2 smaller formations, with a 5-meter gap between them. Once the first wave has struck, sufficient space must be left for the second wave to follow, ensuring a dual assault. Moreover, the optimal distance for the second line of dragon knights should be around 100 meters, allowing for a second charge. After 5 to 10 rounds of such assaults, even the most fortified formations would be breached, allowing the subsequent waves of dragon knights or other cavalry to switch to melee weapons, devastating the enemy in close quarters. Continuing, Amy remarked, Indeed, as Dakingshan has pointed out, the kingdom has relied solely on wolf cavalry and the advantages of the tundra for centuries, consistently emerging victorious. Therefore, I assert that these dragon knights are of little practical value, merely for show. Should war with the Amy Empire arise again, I recommend deploying wolf cavalry instead. These dragon knights would hardly suffice to fill the ranks of the imperial border forces. That is sensible. What then is the best course of action? Isu 3 inquired. Ignoring the discontented expressions of the kingdom's generals, perhaps seek out capable commanders from other continents to return with them, as they would undoubtedly bring valuable experience. Amy suggested earnestly. At that moment, all the black-armored ground dragon knights charged past in a sharp formation, subsequently returning in an orderly line to assemble before the reviewing stand. Amy exchanged a questioning glance with Dakingshan, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, she stood and respectfully addressed Isu 3, Your Highness. We are prepared and request that you declare the trial's commencement. Isu 3 raised his hand in acknowledgement, and a blushing noble commander strode to the front of the reviewing stand, his voice booming across the field. By royal decree, the contest of dragons officially begins. Only victory shall be determined, not life or death. Let the kingdom's 2 dragon knights step forth. The call of the seal horn echoed once more, its tempo quickening, resonating with the essence of battle, inciting a palpable excitement among the ground dragons present. Could this be the horn summoning the generals to war? Dragons, sing from the heavens. A resounding dragon roar echoed from the distant horizon. All ground dragons perked their ears at the majestic call, and a few youthful dragons trembled with a mix of fear and reverence for the higher dragons, struggling to maintain their composure. Young dragon knights urged their mounts, striving to keep them calm amidst the mounting excitement. Dragons cannot be domesticated. Royal households allocate vast territories of over 1,000 kilometers for their independent movement, strictly prohibiting hunting or cultivation within these regions. The Hami kingdom was no exception. Thus, encounters with dragons were rare, let alone witnessing a dragon knight astride a colossal flying dragon. The crowd craned their necks and squinted at the azure sky, searching for the silhouettes of dragons and their riders. Dragons traversed the skies with astounding speed. The first dragon's roar resonated from the snow-laden mountains in the northern region designated for dragons, while the second call emanated from the east. In the distance, a cerulean figure streaked like lightning from the sun's brilliance, effortlessly parting the flowing clouds. The biting cold wind howling beneath it, a sensation akin to a blue arrow piercing the heavens. Suddenly, the arrow unfurled massive wings, and with a gentle flap, the dragon's speed intensified. A wind element blue dragon soared joyfully through the air, its enormous shadow sweeping over the crowd below. The spectators were mesmerized, erupting into thunderous cheers. Dragon knights, invincible across the land. Long live His Majesty the King. Defeat the despicable Shan. The blue dragon did not descend immediately, instead gracefully stretching its azure wings in midair, seemingly suspended by the very air itself. Then, another dragon's roar echoed from the east. In the radiant light, a massive green ice dragon approached, its wings beating steadily, albeit not as swiftly as the blue dragon. The two dragons converged in the sky as the crowd cheered, and 500 ground dragons grew restless. The great dragons descended slowly towards the reviewing stand, the 12-meter-long blue dragon bearing the Marquis Han Ming, while the 15-meter-long green ice dragon carried the Minister of Military Affairs, Count Mochio. Let Dragon Knight Shan step forth. A hushed silence fell over the jubilant crowd. Shan scratched his head, rising to walk through the passage between the reviewing stand and the military platform. Xia Ruo instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Yushang's hand, both realizing their palms were slick with sweat. Shan approached the two dragon knights, gazing up at the lofty riders, nodding in acknowledgement, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In that moment, all noise in the reviewing ground ceased, whether in goodwill or malice. Everyone was eager to witness how this young boy might challenge the dragon knights or what strength he possessed to dare such a feat. Shan turned, clasping his hands together. Employing the method he had later devised for communicating with Green, he called out from his heart, "Green, come to me. I need your assistance." In an instant, a colossal green hexagonal magic circle materialized before Shan, green light columns shifting in accordance with the circle's design. As the magic circle emerged, Shan received Green's affirmative response. A magic circle? Those with even a modicum of knowledge about spirit beasts furrowed their brows. Was Shan truly attempting to summon a dragon through a magic circle? What dragon could possibly be summoned in such a manner? Only those mythical creatures that have entered into a pact with humans may be summoned. As for dragons, any that can be ridden are over 400 years old. In truth, true dragons do not forge contracts with anyone. They merely admire certain humans throughout their lives. These humans must have made considerable efforts and possess the bloodline of ancient deities for dragons to allow them to ride. Mythical beasts, however, are bound to their knights. The death of a knight inevitably leads to the demise of the beast. In contrast, the bond between a dragon and its knight is one of equality. Even if the knight perishes, the dragon remains unaffected, though it may experience a profound sorrow. A century after the knight's death, other knights may attempt to establish a new relationship with the dragon. Could it be that the dragon of Big Blue Mountain is not a true dragon, but rather a summoned mythical beast? Or perhaps a variant of a lesser earth dragon? The situation at Big Blue Mountain is quite perplexing. Green is particularly reluctant to be summoned through the magical array, especially after acquiring the ability to fly. Suddenly, the distant sky is engulfed in swirling white clouds, and a chilling wind rushes in from afar, carrying with it the unusual sight of white snowflakes for this season. The eastern sun still shines brightly. Why then? Are snowflakes dancing in the air? The azure wind dragon and the emerald ice dragon simultaneously raise their heads, their bright eyes filled with confusion. 500 earth dragons also seem to sense something amiss, their massive heads turning towards the direction of the icy wind. The biting cold wind swirls around, and the white clouds roll like waves, the cloud sea rapidly advancing from the distance. The azure wind dragon becomes increasingly agitated, its enormous claws restlessly stomping on the observation platform, while the emerald ice dragon is caught in a frenzy, its head held high, emitting short, excited calls, its wings flapping in the air. The earth dragons are thrown into chaos. The ones in front leap excitedly, while those behind press their forelimbs upon their brethren, their eyes fixated on the tumultuous clouds. The earth dragon knights are utterly bewildered. Such an occurrence has never happened before. Amidst the rolling clouds, a small green dragon head suddenly appears, followed by a tiny dragon body and vibrant green wings as a little green dragon emerges from the clouds. A strange scene unfolds, leaving everyone astonished by the transformation before their eyes. The green giant dragon bows its head as the little dragon descends from the sky, gradually lowering its proud head until it meets the ground, its immense wings spreading wide and gently resting upon the earth. The powerful hind limbs of the earth dragon seem to lose their strength in an instant, their massive bodies bowing forward, eyes tightly shut, heads pressed against the ground. The azure giant dragon shifts its body slightly and suddenly takes to the skies, flinging the Marquis of Hanming off its back. The wind dragon's colossal form swiftly soars towards the diminutive green dragon, executing a slight maneuver beneath it to catch the descending green, then gently descends towards the observation platform. In that moment, a singular phrase flashes through everyone's minds: sovereign of the realm. Big Blue Mountain is equally astonished by the spectacle. What exactly has Green done? Amy cheerfully approaches Big Blue Mountain from behind, giving him a light pat, before advancing to the azure dragon, where she greets Green, who has just leapt from the blue dragon, grasping Green's left forelimb with her right hand. She raises it high into the air. Who else wishes to challenge the noble giant dragon warrior, Big Blue Mountain? Welcoming a mythical beast is an exceedingly intricate process. To ensure the mythical beast's unwavering loyalty to its knight, every young mythical creature, upon birth, is strictly prohibited from encountering any humans, including its mother. During the welcoming of the young beast, a specially crafted magical shielding cage is utilized, a barrier created by a mage of great renown. The actual size of this barrier varies according to the type of mythical beast. It is reinforced within a completely insulated ceramic vessel. The barrier for smaller mythical creatures is merely the size of an ordinary water bucket, while that required for larger beasts, such as earth dragons, is vastly larger, even several times its size. The young mythical beast, separated from its mother, is placed directly within the barrier, entirely isolated from the outside world. Unable to see or hear anything, this enclosed existence continues for 10 days to a month, until the creature's master is confirmed. Subsequently, the master takes the mythical beast to the holy snow mountain and shatters the barrier beneath its peak. The mythical creature will trust the first human it encounters and regard them as its lifelong anchor. Throughout known history, no mythical beast has ever betrayed its master, nor has any fled from danger. Chapter 45. True feelings of ice and snow. All present were utterly astonished, unable to fathom such an outcome. Could this diminutive green dragon truly be the legendary ancient sacred dragon? Was this the fabled dragon endowed with divine powers? Never before had it been heard that an ancient sacred dragon held godlike stature would become a steed for humanity. What is an ancient sacred dragon? It is one of the 3 highest races among dozens. It is said to possess immense magical prowess that surpasses even that of the highest sorcerers. With no limits to its power, it is claimed that ancient sacred dragons are fluent in human tongue and can transform into all beings, including humans. But could this seemingly insignificant dragon, when compared to the 2 colossal dragons before it, truly be the ancient sacred dragon? Yet everything before them indicated otherwise, and no one could deny it. To engage in battle with an ancient sacred dragon? That would be akin to dueling with a deity. No, it would be even more perilous, for gods had never attacked humanity, while tales of dragons assaulting humans were numerous. Observing the reverence the dragonkin had for this small dragon, anyone daring to challenge it would likely be torn apart by the multitude of dragons. Of course, this was merely a general assumption. Under the allure of great reward, there would always be those willing to take risks. I protest. This competition is grossly unfair. I demand the cancellation of the bets. A middle-aged man shouted vehemently. Protest, 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 protest against the fraudulent actions. Return our money. The uproar from the crowd surged like a tidal wave, and the soldiers tasked with maintaining order were beginning to lose control. Amy cast a levitation spell, hovering in the air, wielding an ice blade and waving it towards the heavens. Dozens of lightning bolts descended, striking the area around the podium, leaving the crowd in awe of the overwhelming magical display. Amy then employed a sound amplification spell, his voice soon drowning out all others. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it justly. You are all esteemed citizens of the capital of the Harmy Empire. Do you not comprehend such a basic principle? Were you coerced into placing your bets? Did we not open the opportunity to wager on the green dragon? Amy exhaled deeply. Those of noble character acquire wealth through righteousness. We, as one of the few A-rank mercenary groups on the continent, have always adhered to lawful conduct. However, we shall not hesitate to impose severe penalties on any malevolent forces that dare to challenge us. Everyone knows the notorious dragon, Windsong, right? What became of it? It dared to confront us and met its demise. It seemed the future mercenary king was adept at employing reason and emotion to his advantage, unflinchingly using his life as a threat when the time was right. Of course, the methods of the mercenary king were not limited to this. Dear friends, who has caused your substantial losses? Who has left you destitute? Was it the act of gambling itself? Amy pointedly directed his accusations at 2 unfortunate souls, demanding severe punishment for the culprits who dared to challenge the sacred dragon warrior. After the crowd's fury was sufficiently suppressed, it finally found an outlet and erupted. Amy was pleased with this outcome. As everyone's attention shifted, he discreetly slipped away with the great green mountain, Green, and the 2 young ladies. Along with them, 2 overjoyed underground gambling den owners, who had initially only anticipated a modest profit, found themselves significantly enriched. In the ensuing years, many who interacted with Amy and Chi Han Feng concluded, If Chi Ha-feng was a demon, then Amy was a demonic king cloaked in angelic guise. Engaging with Chi Ha-feng would at worst result in a financial loss or the loss of face. But dealing with Amy was far more perilous. Once ensnared, one could easily pay with their life, let alone material possessions or reputation. In truth, before Amy truly earned the title of Mercenary King, he had several different epithets. The most popular on the ice and snow continent being the Demon Gambler King. It was said that two once famous dragon riders not only lost everything in gambling but also offended numerous influential figures present, leading to decades of debt collection at their doorstep. Some high-ranking individuals even overextended their treasury, using a decade's worth of salaries as compensation for their gambling debts, resulting in their eventual downfall and lifelong destitution. Emperor Isu III had not anticipated matters escalating to such proportions. Fortunately, he had 100,000 gold coins to return to 70% of the ordinary citizens present, leaving him little else to say to Amy. His pride would not allow him to be humiliated further, and for several days he refrained from summoning the diplomatic delegation, delegating the distribution of magical beasts to the Minister of Foreign Affairs instead. From that point on, the delegation handled affairs with remarkable ease. All doors opened to them, even allowing Amy and his company to dine in peace, as the entire kingdom was aware of the notorious leaders of the A-rank mercenary group. 3 days later, Lin Yushang, representing the Amy Empire's diplomatic delegation, formally requested to return to the Amy Empire. Out of courtesy, Emperor Isu III led his ministers to bid farewell to the delegation as they departed from Snowfield City. The days grew increasingly cold. The late summer mornings filled with nostalgia for the city, particularly for Lord Amy, while the other side, eager for their departure, wished for them to leave swiftly. A battalion of Snow Wolf Knights escorted the diplomatic party, and thus, the notorious trio of 2 villains and 1 dragon prepared to vanish into the pristine white snow. As the delegation's figures receded from view, Emperor Isu III was about to lead his ministers back when he suddenly heard Amy's voice calling from behind. "Your Highness, please hold." The officials of the Harmy Kingdom were taken aback, fearing that Amy wished to linger. Amy rode back alone on the captured ebony steed, a faint smile gracing his lips. He produced an envelope from his cloak and presented it to Emperor Isu III. "Your Highness, I nearly forgot to hand this to you. It has been a pleasure meeting you." With that, he spurred his horse and galloped away. Inside the envelope were 2 pages filled with neatly written words, showcasing Amy's elegant penmanship, reflecting his inherent noble demeanor, pleasing to the eye. "Your Highness, once, when Great Green Mountain and I referred to ourselves as your subjects, I could see your surprise, wondering why these 2 mercenaries would assume such titles. In truth, although neither of our forebears was born within the kingdom, both Great Green Mountain and I hail from this storm-ravaged continent, it is this very land that nurtured us. We hold profound affection for this soil. Your Highness, do you know why I chose the path of a mercenary? My father was a soldier, and Uncle Chi Han-feng, who raised me, was also a soldier. Yet, from a young age, I dreamed of becoming a mercenary. You may find it amusing, but my sole purpose in this endeavor was to freely slay snow wolves. You might have guessed that my village was purely an immigrant settlement. During my childhood, snow wolves would raid our village almost every month. Those who have not lived in such a village can never understand the terror of evading snow wolves. In my youth, I lost many fluffy little snow chickens to the wolves, and countless snow sheep were dragged away before they could return home. I can scarcely recall the tears I shed for them. In truth, we were fortunate. In nearby villages, there were years when children were devoured by snow wolves. Your Highness, you are an exceptionally enlightened monarch, abolishing outdated customs and nurturing your people. I believe this is why many outsiders have chosen to migrate to the kingdom, braving the threats of snow wolves. Your Highness, I urge you to consider the welfare of the non-Hami people within the kingdom. I humbly propose the establishment of a larger town near Snow Moon Lake, as well as several towns along the Longfang Mountain Road. Additionally, if we could fortify the walls to a greater height, it would mitigate the disturbances caused by the snow wolves to the residents. By fortunate coincidence, I have recently acquired some funds in the capital, and I believe those willing to engage in high-stakes gambling would not be overly concerned with such sums. Personally, I have never possessed significant wealth, and I am at a loss as to how to spend it, particularly in relation to the Great Qing Mountains. Thus, I find it prudent to utilize these funds for tangible projects. After consulting with my esteemed mentor, Locke, we have placed the total amount of approximately 900,000 gold coins in his care, which you may retrieve at your convenience. My sincerest wish is for the happiness of every individual within the kingdom. I'm of the Great Qing Mountains, autumn of the year 2 in the era of magic. Oh, foolish child, murmured His Majesty, Emperor Isu III, with tears welling in his eyes, unable to resist closing them tightly as large droplets cascaded down. In the distance, the nights grew ever more remote, as snow and forest enveloped all, merging with the verdant hues of the sky. Many years hence, the Treehouse Tavern, frequently visited by Amy and the Great Qing Mountains, would see the expansion of several towns primarily inhabited by non-Hami people, initiated by Emperor Isu III. These towns would grow into a vast urban area, ultimately encircling the tavern itself. Following discussions, this burgeoning city was aptly named Ice and Snow Friendship, with the southern district designated as Imi's homeland and the northern district as Qingshan's ancestral home. This nomenclature reflects the origins of the southern district's inhabitants, who migrated from the village of Hake, where Imi was born, while the northern district's residents hailed from the small villages of the Great Qing Mountains. This city stands as the sole settlement recognized by the descendants of the Mercenary Queen and the heirs of the Great Qing Mountains, bearing their names. The term Zhe, as applied to the Great Qing Mountains and Imi, could not be more fitting. Nobility in territories. The lords of territories are typically feudal nobles of varying ranks, such as dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. Territories can be categorized into several types. Hereditary noble lands are often referred to as fiefs, which serve as an effective incentive for the founding emperors to reward their loyal ministers. Within these fiefs, nobles possess absolute authority. Beyond fiefs, there exist manors, which generally denote lands not designated by the king. These are often acquired through either legitimate or illegitimate means. In manors, the rights of nobles cannot be equated with those of the law. For various reasons, many nobles prefer to purchase manors abroad. From the History of Continental Development, a discussion among lords, chapter 46. The dwarven companion with the aid of the snow wolf cavalry, the return journey proceeded smoothly. The wind shifted from the south to the north, perhaps signifying the townsfolk of Snowfield City bidding farewell to the harbinger of plague. Emerging from the icy forest, the moonlight cast a soft glow, revealing the dark silhouette of the Imperial Border Guard's outpost ahead. Accompanied by several seasoned Imperial soldiers, Lin Yushang approached for a brief exchange. And the gates of the outpost swung open. For Amy and Qingshan, this marked their inaugural departure from the kingdom of the Himerians. As they crossed into the territory of the Empire, disbelief washed over them. They had indeed entered another realm. The two young companions, in their exuberance, playfully wagered whether the lands of the Empire bore any resemblance to those of the Himerians, agreeing that the loser would share a bed with Green that night. Ultimately, Amy found herself bundled in a blanket, scratching her head and muttering curses while squeezed next to Green. The latter, thrilled at the prospect of sharing warmth, eagerly nestled into Amy's embrace, soon filling the air with the sonorous snores characteristic of a young dragon. That night, Lin Yushang and Sha Rua visited the camp hospital to check on the gravely injured envoy, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. His condition had improved considerably, yet the doctor advised that he remained incapable of ambulation. Furthermore, the harsh winter of the frozen continent would effectively eliminate any infectious pathogens, suggesting that the deputy minister should continue his recovery there until the following summer. Both Lin Yushang and Sha Rua encouraged him to rest easy, assuring him that their mission had been accomplished and the doctor's counsel was sound. The deputy minister, a longtime subordinate of Lin Yushang's father and chief advisor to Count Lin over the past 2 decades, had been greatly distressed upon learning of their solo venture into the Himerian kingdom. However, seeing them return safely brought him immense relief. The journey back was escorted by the elite border guards, ensuring their safety as he recuperated. At dawn the following day, 500 Snow Wolf cavalry departed the border outpost, returning to the Himerian kingdom. The escort duties were then taken over by the Imperial Border Cavalry Regiment. Several veterans who had accompanied the delegation to the Himerian Empire approached the commander of the Glacier Infantry Battalion with a request to escort Amy and her companions to the Ice Fortress in the Northern Federation of the Empire. The current commander, upon learning that Amy was the only child of the former commander, made a special visit to her and readily agreed to their request. During the past 20 days, Amy had forged a deep bond with these veterans, relishing their tales of her father's past, particularly the story of how her father, a low-ranking officer, had triumphed over 24 Imperial Military Academy officers within 3 days to seize the position of commander of the Glacier Battalion. Naturally, she encouraged them to share any negative gossip regarding Commander Chi Hanfeng, meticulously documenting each tale for the purpose of erecting a memorial in honor of Mr. Chi. The veterans, upon discovering Amy's earnest devotion, shared their stories without reservation, though some embellishments and fabrications may have slipped into their accounts. Ultimately, for Imperial soldiers confirmed their participation in the journey to the Ice Fortress, MOE. The former personal guard of Lake Harbor and now the leader of the 2nd Unit of the Glacier Battalion, Wu Lanfu. The current leader of the 3rd Squad of the 2nd Unit, Balbus, the leader of the 2nd Squad of the 3rd Unit, and Long, a soldier from the Glacier Engineer Battalion. An escort of 200 cavalry was indeed extraordinary, typically, within the Empire. Even an escort for a count would comprise no more than 100 warriors, marking this as a lavish privilege afforded to the envoy due to the threat of the Black Knights. Just as the cavalry was preparing to set forth, a sudden flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from afar. From the recently opened border outpost, someone called out the names of Amy and Qingshan. A dwarf appeared, breathless as he sprinted towards them. Dwarves come in various forms, each a natural powerhouse and formidable warrior. Among the human realms, The most common types are the mountain dwarves and forest dwarves. Renowned as master craftsmen, mountain dwarves are responsible for crafting the majority of the world's legendary weapons. They dwell in mineral-rich mountain regions, collaborating with gnomes to unearth treasures. When rare colored metals or other precious materials are discovered, one can only imagine the creation of another legendary weapon. Their weapon of choice is the heavy iron hammer. And a battalion of mountain dwarves wielding such hammers is a nightmare for any heavily armored knight or infantryman. Forest dwarves, while similarly talented in weapon crafting, are slightly less renowned than their mountain counterparts. Typically taller, ranging from 1.2 to 1.4 meters, their favored weapon is the massive battle axe, with blade lengths often exceeding 50 centimeters, and the most ferocious among them wielding axes with blades up to 1 meter long. Forest dwarves are almost instinctively warriors. Dwarves generally live between 800 to 1200 years, with this range representing the average lifespan rather than a limit. Severe injuries or seemingly incurable diseases rarely manage to defeat dwarves, whose bodies are as resilient as mountains. The dwarf before them was clearly a forest dwarf, bearing a colossal battle axe with a diameter of at least 80 centimeters. As he ran, the axe's blade shimmered with the light of the rising sun, radiating a blue hue, an indication that the weapon was infused with a rare mineral, amethyst, which greatly enhances its value. Adorning his head was a helm fashioned from the skull of a large feline, possibly a tiger or some other large cat. Dwarven tradition dictates that all male dwarves undergo a coming-of-age ceremony at 200 years of age, during which they must independently hunt a beast and present it to the clan leader, who then crafts a helm from the creature's skull. Successfully hunting a large feline speaks volumes of this dwarf's prowess during his rite of passage, as few dwarves achieve such a feat on their first attempt. His helm pressed down upon his robust brown hair, his face framed by a bushy brown beard that made him appear more imposing. His eyes squinted slightly, and he wore a tunic made from the large leaves of a tropical tree, expertly crafted into a linen garment. His trousers were evidently of the same material, and a wide leather belt, studded with copper nails, cinched his waist. He appeared to have been running for quite some time, as sweat evaporated into the air above him. Despite his stature, the dwarf moved with remarkable speed. Amy dismounted her horse, and Daching Shan leaped from the sled, exchanging a glance of mutual confusion. "Are you Amy and Daching Shan?" The dwarf approached them directly, breathless yet determined. "Yes, and you are?" Amy asked hesitantly. "My uncle is Locke," the dwarf replied, his words somewhat garbled due to his exhaustion. He then produced a letter, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to old Locke. As it turned out, this dwarf was none other than Horns, the youngest son of the current leader of the Silver Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps and old Locke's nephew. He had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony and set out to find his father and uncle. However, he discovered that they were unwilling to take him into the Mercenary Corps, fearing he would become spoiled. Thus, he had hastily arranged his entry into another mercenary group, only to be summarily dismissed. The dwarves are known for their straightforwardness. Upon hearing his uncle mention the need for a capable young individual to guide him, and after being regaled with tales of the Wind Whisperer, Horns expressed his eagerness immediately. Old Rock gifted him a magical portrait featuring the Great Green Mountain and the visage of Amy, providing him with precise directions. Horns then set off along the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. "How old are you this year?" Amy inquired, having some understanding of dwarfs, yet finding Horns to be an unusual younger brother. "I've just undergone my coming-of-age ceremony. I'm still quite young, merely 200, he replied. This prompted laughter from both Amy and the Great Green Mountain, with the two girls laughing heartily, and the knights gathered outside joined in their mirth. As Amy chuckled and shook her head, she reflected on the peculiarities of the years gone by. A 200-year-old calls himself an 18-year-old elder, while a 300-year-old acts like a child. Just then, Green leaped over and began to lick Amy's face with her large tongue, inciting even more laughter. Such a light-hearted interlude, especially with the little dwarf just emerging from the countryside, who was blissfully unaware of many things, filled their lengthy journey with joy. On that very day, the small mercenary group welcomed its third member, the G-class mercenary, Horns. It would take 3 days for the envoy to travel from the border military outpost to the ice fortress. 3 days later, the delegation arrived at the ice fortress, the northern capital of the Amy Empire, which also served as a significant rest point on their return journey. Most of the border soldiers hailed from this city, including Moyi, Wulanfu, and Barbas, who invited Amy and the Great Green Mountain to visit. The two girls and the little dwarf were also intrigued, and a lively group hastened towards the western part of the city. Not far from the city gates lay a vast expanse of residential houses, starkly contrasting with the orderly structures within the city. The quality of these homes varied significantly. Some were quite beautiful, while others were dilapidated thatched cottages. Moyi, Wulanfu, and Barbas resided in decent homes. Barbas even had a delightful little daughter, merely 3 years old. After departing from their homes, Moyi and Wulanfu conferred with Barbas and then approached Amy, expressing their desire to visit the orphans of several fallen comrades, suggesting that Amy could opt out if she had other matters to attend to. Oh, were those fallen soldiers also my father as comrades? Amy casually asked. Yes, indeed. And some were involved in the unfortunate events during our last mission at the Wish Tower, Mou replied, his countenance tinged with sorrow. Then I wish to go as well, Amy stated softly. As they advanced further, the houses grew shorter and the streets narrower. They noticed a few curious heads peering through the shattered windows, gaunt children gazing at the soldiers. One little boy exclaimed loudly, my daddy used to be like that. He was the best, better than these uncles. The eyes of several veterans instantly glistened with emotion, while Lin Yushang and Sha Rua were similarly affected, their eyes moistening. Amy and the Great Green Mountain bit their lips tightly. The group paused before a shabby little house, where Mou gently called, Little Doe. A boy, slightly over 10 years old, emerged, his yellowish face breaking into a smile upon seeing the veterans. Uncle Mo, Uncle Wulanfu, Uncle Barbas, hello. Where is your mother? Mou asked, bending down to embrace the boy named Little Doe. She went to work for someone, Little Doe replied, reaching out to touch the long sword on Mou's back with an envious expression. Winter is approaching. Hasn't he your mother mentioned when she would repair the house? How will you survive the winter in this state? Wu Lanfu said, glancing worriedly at the thatched roof, nearly torn away by the wind. My mother said, every year is hard, yet we endure. Every year is tough, yet we persevere. Things will be better when I grow up. The boy replied with maturity beyond his years. Everyone felt a pang of sorrow. Uncle Mo, are there many more families like this? Amy asked, surveying the expanse of dilapidated homes. Yes, many. Just outside the western gate of the northern capital, there are around 200 such families, Mou answered solemnly. Uncle Mo, I made a bet with a wealthy noble in Snowfield City, and he lost to me a manor situated in the ice fortress. His home should be decent. I just wonder if it's spacious enough to accommodate the widows and orphans of these soldiers? Amy whispered her inquiry to Mou. That would be splendid. Mou responded with evident joy. For these orphans and widows, the toughest time was winter. They could all squeeze in together. A sigh escaped Mou and the other veterans, as every year, some would perish from the cold. Little brother, what do you aspire to be when you grow up? Amy asked, patting the boy's cheek. I want to be a brave warrior like my father, the boy responded, his face innocent. I have an idea. Let me know if it's feasible, Amy began, contemplating the future of these children. If they continued down this path, their prospects would be bleak. Great Green Mountain, and I still have about 30,000 gold coins. Do you gentlemen think it possible to assist? I wish to establish a small mercenary group's headquarters in that manner, where these children and their families would be considered our members. I aim to arrange for them to learn various skills. Those willing to become warriors or mages could receive quality instruction, and those inclined towards commerce would also be organized. Once they can sustain themselves, they would have the freedom to come and go. Excellent idea, the usually taciturn Great Green Mountain interjected. We could extend the teaching arrangements from our mentors to them. We could work a bit harder outside to earn more, ensuring they do not go hungry. Foolish. According to Uncle Chi's teaching plan, they could earn a living selling firewood every day, Amy smiled, standing and playfully tapping Great Green Mountain on the head. If it's a manor, it will surely have ample land, so food won't be an issue. Moreover, we are an A-class mercenary group. They would be considered reserve warriors, and as they mature, they could take on simple tasks. Perhaps they will earn more than we do. Lin Yushang, who had been tearful moments ago, now smiled broadly. Captain Amy, you are too kind. If they earn more than you, won't everyone else in the world be out of work? Suddenly, Barbas, who had been mostly silent, chimed in, Amy, if you truly wish to pursue this idea, I will leave the army and join your mercenary group, dedicating the coming years to educating these children. No one at the scene anticipated that this spontaneous idea, birth that day, would see these children, who were struggling on the brink of life and death, become the core backbone of a renowned mercenary group 510 years later. The pages of history turned once more. In our world, the ocean constitutes the essence of existence. On nautical charts, 3 known continents drift like colossal vessels across the boundless sea. To the far north of the ocean lies the frozen continent, with the Amy Nor continent gazing across the mirror ocean at it. The distance between the two continents can be traversed in 6 days and 5 nights by a fleet of 32 rowing boats. While a larger passenger ship takes over twice as long, the Amy Nor continent is the heart of the world, and to its east lies the Azure Island, which is also situated in the mirror ocean. The Azure Island serves as the stronghold of neutral magic and boasts a magical well representing the source of magic. Although it is begrudgingly referred to as an island, the Azure Island is, in fact, vast. Its area is approximately 40 that of the third largest continent, Phanos. Phanos is located to the southwest of the Amy Nor continent, requiring 12 days and 13 nights of sailing, with 32 rowing boats, to reach from the central continent. According to reliable records, on the western side of the Aminea continent, there exists a multitude of islands, both large and small, and even a vast landmass, which, according to some incomplete sources, may surpass the expanse of Phanos. However, The tumultuous storms of the roaring ocean thwart all desires for exploration and imbue this continent with an aura of mystery. To caution travelers against embarking on this perilous path, the Holy See has bestowed upon this enigmatic land a foreboding name, Demon Island. Chronicles of the Continental Map, Chapter 47, Azure Sea Route in the dimly lit cabin. Sha Ruo quietly rose, glancing at Lin Yushang, who was still peacefully asleep. She tiptoed out, gently closing the door behind her. The sky sparkled with stars, and a crimson moon drifted through the thin clouds. "My Arcano," she murmured softly, a small orb of luminescence appearing in her rosy palm, illuminating her path. Cautiously, she made her way towards the stern of the ship. For the past few days, the vessel had been sailing westward. Initially, the weather had been rather dreary, perpetually overcast. Sha Ruo had long heard tales of the magnificent sunrises at sea, yet her previous voyage had denied her that experience. After gazing at the starlit sky last night, she anticipated a splendid dawn today, prompting her to rise early. As she reached the stern, the eastern sky began to brighten. There appeared to be someone seated there, leaning against the side of the ship, their legs casually dangling over the edge. Who could it be? Despite her stealth, the figure noticed her presence. It was none other than Shan, the very person she had been avoiding these past few days. Sha Ruo had grown increasingly uncomfortable around Shan. Perceiving him as rather wooden in demeanor, this sentiment extended to Amy, whom Lin Yushang also described as similarly lacking in charm. It baffled her how such an exceptional young man could be utterly oblivious to the art of winning a girl's affection. In comparison to Shan and Amy, many boys in the imperial capital could easily be their mentors in the art of flattery. The so-called imperial frontier stones were, at best, mere logs in comparison. Although she had always detested the smooth-talking boys, she found herself admiring Amy's effortless charisma in the midst of a crowd. And she respected Shan's understated strength and composed nature. However, when faced with someone so seemingly unresponsive, her admiration faltered. It was no wonder that both Shan and Amy had grown up in male-dominated households, having lost their mothers at a young age, leading them to be somewhat apprehensive around girls. Especially for Shan, the sight of Sha Ruo's delicate, slightly upturned foot would often cause his cheeks to flush, prompting him to awkwardly turn away. Girls typically mature faster than boys. Although Sha Ruo had been raised within the confines of the church and had little interaction with boys aside from her recent trip to the imperial capital, she found herself harboring a different kind of feeling towards Shan, especially after lending him a cherished family talisman, which he had yet to return. That moment of intimacy weighed heavily on her. She hesitated to confide in Lin Yushang and was uncertain about how to broach the subject with Shan, feeling as if her pristine little foot should remain a secret, and that any revelation would forever bar her from marrying another. Shan turned abruptly, unable to discern her identity through the darkness, but he recognized her footsteps and felt his face heat up as he retreated into the cabin. Would you accompany me? Shall we watch the sunrise together?" Sha Ruo's voice barely rose above a whisper, and she immediately cursed herself for speaking up. True to his reputation, Shan resembled a statue, slowly resuming his seat. Sha Ruo cautiously sat beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. Her heart raced, and as she steadied herself, she realized that he too was palpably nervous. In the distance, the sky gradually lightened, the white hues advancing towards them as the dark sea shifted to a deep blue. The transformation began with the sky turning white, then blue, while gentle clouds floated like delicate lace against the backdrop of the azure sky. At the horizon, a strand of gold and crimson began to emerge, the edges of distant clouds kissed by a golden hue. The golden light intensified, and suddenly, a vibrant red appeared, rising as if it were striving to break free. The sky, sea, and even the ship's rails were enveloped in this radiant color. In an instant, the golden red sun leapt from the horizon. The nascent sun, unlike its midday counterpart, radiated a gentle warmth, resembling a tender infant's hand, its soft pink hue almost translucent. Within mere minutes, this infantile sun matured into a blazing orb, its brilliance illuminating everything around. Squinting against the glare, Sha Ruo raised her hand to shield her eyes, the light filtering through her fingers in a soft, rosy glow. Observing her gesture, Shan discreetly retrieved the talisman from his pocket, saying, "Here is your talisman. Thank you." As he extended it towards her, having just contemplated this very object, Sha Ruo felt flustered and instinctively raised her hand to refuse. "No need. It's a gift for you." On the chilly, damp surface of the sea, their warm hands briefly touched, causing Sha Ruo to gasp and retract her hand, leaving Shan suspended awkwardly in the air. "You are a mercenary. You need it more. Return it to me when you no longer are," she stated, standing and turning towards the cabin. Her final words drifted back, almost a whisper, "Even if thousands of miles apart, I shall wish you safety." Shan gently pressed his left hand against his right, where Sha Ruo's hand had made contact, a peculiar sensation lingering there as his face flushed once more. Many matters do not unfold with the swiftness of dawn dispelling the night, but rather blossom quietly, often unbeknownst to those involved, nurturing an inexplicable connection. The ship continued its journey, Initially, massive icebergs had been visible, with 2 crew members taking turns atop the mast to monitor the waters and prevent collisions. As the journey progressed, the icebergs became less frequent, yielding only to the occasional drift of ice. The color of the sea deepened, suggesting that land was not far off. The first sighting from the ship was the northern mountain range of the Nor continent, positioned at the same latitude as the southern frozen continent, with an average elevation exceeding 3,000 meters. Above the 3,500-meter snow line, glaciers remained eternally frozen. This mountainous region, replete with towering peaks, ranks second in height across the entire continent, surpassed only by the sacred snow mountain, with its principal peak, the Masis Peak, towering at 6,231.07 meters. On the coastal side of the Masis Peak, there were no natural harbors, necessitating navigation along the shoreline. From the ship, one could clearly see the steep cliffs rising abruptly, as the frothy white waves relentlessly battered the dark rocks below, with the captain cautiously steering the fleet to avoid the submerged reefs. On the 4th day, the mountains gradually diminished in height, transforming the landscape. Green coniferous and broadleaf plants began to appear, the mountains evolving into hills, and the hills into gentle slopes. As the fleet turned a corner, a vast bay unfolded before them, sailors busily preparing the anchor chains and unfurling the sails. A small boat had been dispatched to guide the large fleet, and under the pilot's direction, an hour later, the fleet successfully docked. After 6 days adrift at sea, the weary travelers finally set foot on solid ground. In the early autumn of the 2nd year of the magic calendar, 5 individuals successfully arrived at the floating ice port of the northern military harbor of the Aimi Empire on the continent of Minor. Lin Yushang, Sha Rua, Aimi, Daqing Shan, and Horns, along with the majestic holy dragon, Lure, soaring gracefully in the sky. News travels with astonishing speed. Just 2 months prior, when Aimi and Daqing Shan first entered the Treehouse Tavern, they were mere unknowns. However, following the Battle of Wind, the 2 youths streaked across the night sky like brilliant meteors, leaving an indelible impression on all who gazed upward. After the battle at the Dragons contest outside the Snowfield City, both boys attained unparalleled renown. If they were once meteors, they had now transformed into the resplendent stars of the profound night sky. The Holy Dragon Knight, Daqing Shan, emerged as a singular figure in this world. While challengers might still dare to confront dragons or dragon knights, the recent display of the Holy Dragon and its knight rendered all others devoid of the courage to fight. Whispers circulated that not even the combined might of all dragon knights could rival the Holy Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, Aimi, with his golden intellect, achieved considerable status, particularly when the world learned that he was merely 17 years of age yet possessed the exceptional talents of a mage, a magic swordsman, and a swordsman, all exceeding ordinary standards, a prodigy of rare caliber. The floating ice port stands as one of the principal harbors between the continent of Minor and the frozen continent, serving as a vital hub for the transmission of information. Upon disembarking from their vessel, the imperial officers greeted Lin Yushang with a bow and precisely announced the names of the 4 individuals. Commander Knight Sika welcomes Miss Lin Yushang. Special Envoy Miss Sha Rua from the Holy See, Mr. Aimi, leader of the A-class mercenary group, and Mr. Daqing Shan, the Holy Dragon Knight, and their entourage. With his characteristic smile, Aimi approached and saluted Commander Knight Sika, exchanging pleasantries. That evening, Aimi, Daqing Shan, and the 2 ladies, along with the less renowned dwarf Horns, attended a welcoming banquet hosted by the commander. Aimi and Lin Yushang became the most captivating sights of the evening. Lin Yushang, with her flowing hair and graceful demeanor, exemplified the elegance befitting a countess. Several distinguished elders, half-jokingly, inquired about her marital status, all of whom held considerable rank and title. Aimi maintained a noble smile throughout, embodying the spirit of chivalry, even extending respect to the waitstaff. Many were puzzled by the rumors they had previously heard, questioning who could label him a rogue. This was true nobility, and numerous attendees felt compelled to defend the modest youth. Daqing Shan, disinclined to partake in such social gatherings, soon excused himself, citing a need to attend to Lure, cleverly slipping away. Similarly, Horns, not particularly adept at socializing, seized the opportunity to depart. Sha Rua, due to her special status, could not escape, yet as a special envoy of the Holy See, she failed to attract much attention, especially since she seldom attended such events and lacked the knowledge of how to adorn herself, thus remaining on the periphery of the banquet. In summary, according to Aimi's later account, Daqing Shan had discreetly slipped away at a crucial moment, leaving the unfortunate Aimi like a lamb in the jaws of wolves. The capital of the Aimi Empire, Shikambulai, is the largest city on the continent and throughout known civilization. The city is encircled by a 40-kilometer wall, in the shape of a regular octagon, with each side measuring 5 kilometers, featuring 1 main gate and 2 subsidiary gates, collectively known as the 8 Gates of 8 Connections. The streets of the city are also laid out in an octagonal pattern, radiating outward from the city center. At the heart of the city lies the royal palace, the only structure not designed in an octagonal shape, characterized by its circular exterior and numerous grand edifices. To the north of the city is the residence of the Aimi Empire's nobility. Among the four great families of the Aimi Empire, in addition to their vast estates, they possess castle-like mansions in the noble district immediately north of the palace. East of the palace is the bustling merchant district, where over 50% of the city's shops are concentrated, with the main commercial streets located here. The saying wealth in the east, nobility in the north aptly describes this arrangement. To the south of the palace, the residential population becomes increasingly chaotic, with disorder intensifying as one moves further south. Chapter 48. A foolish conflict. After attending the banquet hosted by the brigadier, Lin Yushang recalled that upon her arrival, she had heard that the most renowned delicacy at Floating Iceport was the charcoal-grilled squid. It was said that the squids were freshly caught and grilled over the finest oak charcoal, during which a spice known as cumin, sourced from the desert kingdom, was generously sprinkled on top, followed by a brush of spicy sauce. The very thought of it was tantalizing. Amy, being a lover of food and fun, immediately expressed her eagerness to join, compelling Sharua to accompany them. In the bustling night market, food stalls lined the streets. Lin Yushang appeared delicate and frail. Standing at 165 meters and weighing only 89 jin, yet her remarkable performance at the food stalls put Amy and many nearby creatures to shame. While Amy had only managed to consume 4 grilled squids, Lin Yushang was already audibly savoring her 15th squid roll, and to Amy's astonishment, she continued with 5 more squid rolls, for dumplings, and a plate of stir-fried clams. For someone like Amy, who held no peculiar thoughts about girls and had never undergone rigorous scrutiny as other girls had, watching Lin Yushang leisurely relish her crimson squid rolls was an excruciating experience. However, the agony was not solitary. Lin Yushang eventually clapped her hands in delight, indicating her great satisfaction with the feast, before summoning the owner to settle the bill. Confused, Amy realized that she was expected to foot the bill. Her face was a canvas of bewilderment. The young lady of the count's household wore a similar expression of perplexity, ultimately exclaiming, "Isn't it customary for the gentleman to pay when dining out with a lady?" It turned out that those who considered themselves knights insisted this was the least a gentleman could do, especially one who had been honored as a knight. Is this how it works? Amy slowly fished 5 gold coins from her pocket to hand to the owner, waiting for her change, when Lin Yushang generously remarked, "Consider it a tip. No need to thank me." Watching the 9 silver coins she had taken out being returned to her pocket nearly drove Amy to madness, and she silently vowed never to dine out with any girl again unless it was explicitly agreed that the other party would pay, and she would ensure that they possessed sufficient gold coins. Upon returning to the inn, Qingshan was already reclining and engaging in conversation with Horns. Amy tossed and turned in bed for a while before finally succumbing to the urge to rise. She extended her right hand to Qingshan, performing a gesture she hadn't done in a long time, rubbing her thumb against her index and middle fingers. Qingshan, accustomed to this, rummaged through his pockets and poured out the coins within, leaving only about 10 while handing over the rest to Amy. "Is that all? Including the time I sold you and lure?" he inquired as he distributed the coins. Feeling extremely wronged, Amy replied gravely, "Alas, we're living off our past successes. We netted 900,000 from the bet, 20,000 from the Windsong battle, 2,000 from looting the Black Knights on the way, and 6,000 from completing tasks. In total, how much is that? 900,000 went to the king, and the rest to Balbus. In the end, I only just got robbed clean by some villain." A significant lesson learned. With a heavy sigh, she pulled the blanket over her head and lay flat on the bed. The journey from the seaport to the imperial capital of Scambry would take 10 days. This was primarily due to the availability of horseback travel, to accommodate Qingshan, who couldn't ride due to the immense jealousy of Lure, and to transport 6 snow wolf cubs from the barriers. Lin Yushang had requested carriages at each station along the way, ensuring swift progress. During this period, Amy strictly adhered to an early sleeping and rising schedule, resolutely avoiding any social activities to prevent becoming a target for exploitation once more. Before them lay the grand city of Scambry, the largest in the world. Its history stretched back a millennium, said to be a haven for exceptional talents and extraordinary individuals hiding among the populace. The Amy Empire was currently the most powerful nation, with numerous spies from various countries embedded within, making it truly a place where dragons lie concealed and tigers crouch. By the time the diplomatic envoy arrived at the eastern gate of Scambry, it was already afternoon. The sun hung low, casting a warm glow over the city as it basked in the gentle light of early autumn, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. They could not report to the king today. It would have to wait until tomorrow, and there was no need for mercenaries to accompany them for the audience. Lin Yushang suggested returning to the count's residence to rest. Sharua would undoubtedly accompany them, but what of Amy, Qingshan, and Horns? "We're heading to my uncle Chi Hanfeng's place. He left us the address. Although he is a fallen minor noble, I believe he must have somewhere to accommodate us. If not, We could manage a tavern or the Scambry Treehouse Bar. As we should have enough money for that, Amy explained, pulling out the note left by Chi Han Feng. Teacher Leg should also be there. Though I dread their villainous duo, I still miss them after these months. Oh, Chi Han Feng is in the imperial capital? Lin Yushang expressed keen interest in this individual, who was a source of headache for the Hammer Kingdom, leaning closer to examine the note. 8th Street, north of the Imperial District. He is a fallen noble? This is a prestigious estate in the capital. Our residence is at 7th Street, 6th Avenue. Lin Yushang pondered aloud. Perhaps he is a vassal of some grand noble. After entering through the eastern gate, the diplomatic envoy made its way directly into the North Imperial District. Scambry indeed buzzed with more activity than the several cities Amy and her companions had previously encountered. The streets thronged with pedestrians and vehicles, teeming with countless sights that left the naive trio from the frozen continent utterly awestruck. Ahead, a large crowd had gathered, nearly blocking all access. Amy, Qi Shan, and Horns pushed forward to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Due to his shorter stature, Horns mounted his horse to gain a better view. It seems a fight is taking place. Several young men, who appeared to be martial artists, were clearly delighted by the spectacle. They had often witnessed fights at the Treehouse Bar, where such displays were encouraged, provided they did not result in bloodshed. Any damages incurred were exempt from compensation. And cheers and applause accompanied each brawl. The three boys eagerly pressed forward, hoping for a clearer view. The combatants were unevenly matched. One side consisted of several boys, presumably aged between 15 and 20, handsome and spirited. Among them, two wore the uniforms of imperial soldiers, suggesting they held ranks of at least squad leader or higher, wielding standard imperial weaponry. On the opposing side stood a solitary figure, likely the reason for the numerical imbalance, all eyes fixated on this one boy. He was approximately the same height as Qi Shan, around 180 meters, donned in sleek black silk attire that remained remarkably pristine even in the midst of battle. His complexion was fair, with a straight nose and tightly pressed lips, his brows not overly thick but subtly arched, while his dark eyes flickered with a fierce flame of anger. His expression was devoid of any warmth, exuding a chilling aura that conveyed a formidable presence without uttering a word. His long black hair, simply tied with a purple ribbon, cascaded down his back like dark satin, billowing in the evening breeze alongside his silken garments. Though they were of similar age, Amy, Qi Shan, and Horns found themselves astonished by the boy's coldness and striking beauty, further amazed that he was the aggressor in this confrontation. One of the boys clad in the Imperial Squad leader's uniform spoke up. I suggest you refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, the handsome boy clad in black was evidently a person of inscrutable nature, offering no response whatsoever. No, to be precise. His actions spoke volumes as he wielded a knight's longsword in his right hand and a knight's pure steel shield in his left, with a swift outward thrust of his left forearm. He propelled the shield forward while striking downwards with the sword into the void. Observing from the periphery, Amy and Qi Shan discerned that this feint would not harm anyone. It appeared that the boy possessed a commendable knightly demeanor. Naturally, his immediate adversaries could not afford to hope for such fortuity. Several boys simultaneously raised their shields and swords to block the incoming attack. Upon witnessing this, Amy and Qi Shan exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the disparity in skill levels was stark. Although these individuals were imperial soldiers of the rank of squad leader or higher, theoretically commanding around 1,000 troops, their prowess paled in comparison to that of the boy before them. Each thrust, slash, and parry of the black-clad boy's longsword was executed with an economy of movement, exuding strength and precision, while his shield was wielded with equal deftness. Had it not been for the throng surrounding them, his feet would have already taken strides to deliver a kick. What kind of individual would dare to assault imperial soldiers? Amy and Qi Shan furrowed their brows, contemplating whether to intervene. At that moment, a unit of imperial soldiers from the royal guard passed by and, noticing the commotion, pushed through the crowd. The squad leader, poised to command both parties to cease hostilities, furrowed his brow in perplexity as he assessed the situation. He called over a soldier and whispered a few words, after which the soldier disappeared into the crowd. Within minutes, the boy in black sent another boy's longsword flying with a powerful strike of his shield. The protruding steel spikes on the shield gashed the boy's forearm, causing blood to spurt forth. Another boy, dressed as an imperial squad leader, hastily raised his steel shield in defense. However, the black-clad boy seized the fleeting moment of vulnerability, thrusting his obsidian sword from an unusual angle, targeting the squad leader's chest. Both Amy and Qi Shan gasped in alarm. It was imperative that no life be lost. Qi Shan gripped his shield firmly, while the dwarf Horns, exhibiting the characteristic speed of his kin, surged forward, his blue axe glinting brilliantly in the sunset as it cleaved through the air towards the longsword. The performance of the black-clad boy astonished all. Just as the longsword seemed on the verge of being cleaved in two by the massive axe, the blade executed a rapid minute tremble, each quiver dissipating the axe's force. In that instant, the longsword was swiftly withdrawn from beneath the axe's arc. Horns felt the vibrating sword incessantly collide with his axe blade, rendering his hands nearly numb. Seeing a robust dwarf come to their aid, the 5 boys retreated swiftly to tend to their injured companion. Meanwhile, Horns had engaged the boy in black in earnest combat. Among dwarfs, they are eternally reliable allies in war, unless they fall in battle. Horns was evidently among the elite of his kind, each swing of his axe imbued with the ferocity of a king, unyielding and relentless. The massive battle axe carved spirals of azure death in the sunlight, swirling around the black-clad boy. The boy's long hair and flowing garments danced in the wind created by the axe, while his steel shield continuously deflected the axe's deadly blows. Although the longsword could not pierce the shadow of the axe, it nonetheless struck with ethereal precision at the hands gripping the axe. All were captivated by the ferocity of the clash, including Amy and Ching Shan, who were taken aback to witness Horns, at merely 200 years of age, rivaling the martial prowess of the 800-year-old Locke, even surpassing him in ferocity, albeit lacking in experience. The black-clad boy had clearly held back during the prior skirmish. It remained uncertain whether this was his true capability. The axe should have been entirely dominant over the sword, yet the longsword still emitted an uncanny aura, rarely shimmering within the axe's shadow, yet poised to strike with lethal intent at Horn's vulnerable points. Ching Shan glanced at Amy, who returned the look, both discerning the worry mirrored in each other's eyes. They exhibited a comparable level of skill, with each strike conveying an aura of life and death. Should a mistake occur, it would surely result in mutual destruction. Amy unsheathed her longsword from behind, while Ching Shan raised his sword and shield slightly. It was imperative to ensure that Locke's nephew did not fall victim to this chaos. They could not allow a life to be lost on the very first day in the imperial capital. Suddenly, Horns unleashed a furious roar, his entire being pressing against the short handle of the axe, merging man and weapon into an unstoppable force as he aimed to cleave the black-clad boy's long sword and the body behind it. Either the sword would break and the boy would escape, or both would perish in the fray. The black-clad boy sensed the sudden danger. His eyes flared with fury as he advanced rather than retreating. The longsword shifted from a horizontal to a vertical position, transforming from a cleave to a thrust, its gleaming blade vibrating violently as it circumvented the axe to target the hands gripping the axe and, further still, the dwarf's heart. According to legend, when the deity created the races, he used his intellect to forge the 5 mighty elemental spirits, his heart to summon the ancient gods governing humanity, his form to create humans resembling himself, his dexterous left hand to bring forth elves, and his powerful right hand to shape dwarfs, while his viscera birthed the gnomes. Chapter 49. The decline of nobility in a moment of dire urgency. Only Amy and the Great Green Mountain could coordinate so harmoniously. This was a pivotal moment in history. Indeed, a singular one. At this instant, the weapons of the 4 boys clashed with a ferocity that underscored the life and death stakes involved. Future warriors would assert that the only weapon capable of withstanding the lethal strike of the furious dwarven king Horns, who would later unify the dwarven realm, was the great sword wielded by the legendary mercenary king Amy. Likewise, the sole weapon adept at intercepting the renowned iron-blooded dragon god, known for his lethal prowess, was the shield of the most reserved and least ostentatious of the dragon gods, the holy dragon knight, Great Green Mountain. As Amy's longsword gathered momentum, its tip struck the critical juncture between the axe's handle and blade, a pivotal point where force could alter the axe's trajectory. The icy blade thrust powerfully, igniting sparks in the twilight as the axe's direction was deflected. The unstoppable Horns, along with his axe, hurtled past the cloaked boy, crashing into the wall behind, which trembled and then collapsed. Great Green Mountain's shield spun to intercept the longsword aimed at him, while his right hand blocked a potential strike from the dark sword. In the fleeting moment, the pitch-black longsword relentlessly changed its angle of attack, striving to breach the defense of Great Green Mountain's shield, leaving nearly 100 scars upon its surface within mere breaths. When Amy pulled Horns up from the rubble, the dynamics of the battle had shifted. 2 similarly tall boys, draped in black garments, each wielding a pointed longsword and a steel shield protecting their bodies, mirrored each other's attack and defense stances. If a distinction were to be made, it lay in the complexion. Great Green Mountain was dark-skinned, while the cloaked boy was pale. Compared to the boy's cold demeanor, Great Green Mountain appeared more grounded. The boy had not anticipated facing 2 such formidable opponents in such a brief span. Just moments ago, he had narrowly survived, and now, Great Green Mountain. Do not engage. Lin Yushang and Sha Rua, who had been waiting outside for an extended period, squeezed through the crowd and witnessed the heart-stopping scene. Lin Yushang urgently called out. The cloaked boy, poised to strike, clearly heard her. Great Green Mountain? He murmured, glancing at Amy with a puzzled expression. Are you Amy? Surprised by the unexpected inquiry, Amy nodded in astonishment, unable to discern the boy's connection to herself. Humph. The boy's anger intensified upon confirmation. With a contemptuous remark, he spat the word scoundrel and vanished into the crowd. A few boys who had been attacked approached, but just as they were about to speak with Amy, Lin Yushang and Sha Rua had already reached her side. The boys instantly became enthusiastic upon spotting Lin Yushang. Oh, Miss Lin, have you just returned from the frozen continent? I inquired at your residence the other day about your return. One of the injured boys, wincing from pain, addressed her eagerly. Yes, I intended to complete a mission. But the king's reasons remain unknown. You must have endured many hardships on the journey? The captain of the Imperial squad lowered his head, concerned, nearly resting it against Lin Yushang's flowing hair. Lin Yushang frowned slightly. Thank you, gentlemen, but we have matters to attend to. We shall meet again. With that, she took Amy's hand and beckoned Great Green Mountain and Horns to leave. Had it been anyone else, they would have pressed for an explanation regarding the situation. But these three boys were indifferent to the affairs of the nobility. Amy dismissed any irrelevant concerns. Great Green Mountain was disinterested in such trivialities, and Horns, being a dwarf, had little curiosity about human matters. Soon, they traversed from the eastern district to the northern district of the imperial city, a place renowned for its aristocracy. The roads here were significantly wider, flanked by towering walls. Some courtyards clearly housed powerful individuals, resembling independent fortresses, complete with small watchtowers. The Lin family estate was quite imposing, indicative of a military lineage, with 4 soldiers standing guard, swords at their sides, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Lin Yushang, 2 of them rushed forward to greet her, while another hurried inside to announce their arrival. Wait, Lin Yushang called to the soldier. Please help me carry the items inside. It's a barrier. Be cautious, and do not announce our presence just yet. I have some matters to attend to nearby and shall return shortly. The soldiers, along with the stable hands, began to transport the barrier into the house. As darkness enveloped the sky, they turned down 2 blocks, and night had fully descended. Following the estate numbering, they swiftly located 8th Street, number 8. This residence was undoubtedly the largest in the entire 8th district, resembling a typical castle, surrounded by 6-meter-high walls. Even in the obscurity, one could discern that every 15 meters, there stood a 2.5-meter-tall watchtower, illuminated by lanterns. The grand main gate was firmly shut, while a smaller door stood ajar, guarded by several imperial officers, the lowest rank being a squad leader. Who goes there? The soldiers barked with authority. We seek Mr. Chi Hanfeng. We are his disciples, Amy declared, stepping forward with purpose. Oh, it is Lord Amy and Lord Great Green Mountain? The officers recognized them at once and became notably hospitable. At that moment, Lin Yushang recalled the identity of the estate's owner and gasped, the Duke's residence. An officer dashed inside, announcing as he ran, Lord Amy and Lord Great Green Mountain are here to visit. Neither Amy nor Great Green Mountain anticipated their notoriety had spread so swiftly, reaching even the capital. It seemed that if Chi Hanfeng truly served in the Duke's household, he would take pride in this development, perhaps even receive a greater stipend, which would delight him, given his avaricious nature. Before long, a familiar, charming, and gentle voice emerged from within the estate. Ah, so besides the one called Liege, we have 2 more guests who enjoy our hospitality? What was initially intended as a paid visit had turned into a complimentary stay, and now it was not merely 2 guests, but potentially 3 or more. Amy whispered to Great Green Mountain, I wonder if there is enough room in the Duke's household for us? The fallen nobility had long imposed a certain tension upon Amy and his companions through their oppressive measures. The familiar voice sent a shiver through Green, who was soaring above. Chi Hanfeng appeared, unchanged since their parting months ago. Ah, it seems we have not just 2 little freeloader guests, but also 2 young ladies and a young man. Chi Hanfeng exaggeratedly approached Lin Yushang and Sha Rua, scrutinizing them closely. Amy, Great Green Mountain, after just a few months apart, you've taken to abducting well-bred maidens. Let me guess, he pointed at Sha Rua, you must be quite fond of Great Green Mountain, am I right? Everyone stared in astonishment at Chi Hanfeng, while Great Green Mountain and Sha Rua felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could he possibly know such things? They were utterly perplexed. Fortunately, the awkwardness was swiftly alleviated by an elderly voice echoing from the fortress. Is my beloved disciple here? Master, it is I. Uncle Chi has been telling us about your generous hospitality here, Amy responded, adeptly maneuvering the conversation with a tactical shift, demonstrating his understanding of diversion and misdirection. Humph. In this household, where does he find the audacity to speak? As Reg walked out of the castle, both Amy and Daqing Shan nodded in agreement, albeit cautiously, aware that excessive enthusiasm might invite trouble. Oh, is that not the daughter of Count Lin? Reg noticed the 2 young girls. Greetings, Master Reg. Miss Sharu from the Holy See and I have just returned to the imperial capital from the Kingdom of Hami. Mr. Amy and Mr. Daqing Shan are our hired mercenaries accompanying us to seek out Mr. Chi Hanfeng. We are delighted to encounter you. Lin Yushang greeted Reg with utmost respect and propriety. Like water meeting its level, Reg seemed to have an innate opposition to Chi Hanfeng. Every word that Lin Yushang uttered elicited an urge in Chi Hanfeng to interject, yet he restrained himself. According to Amy's analysis, the absence of his summoned companion Xiaobai in this face-to-face encounter, coupled with the lack of a mount, rendered Chi Hanfeng vulnerable. A single misstep in provoking Reg could spell disaster, even 10 illusion beast knights would be no match for a sorcerer capable of casting ordinary magic. Chi Han Feng might not possess the finest character, but he was certainly not foolish enough to clash with a force as formidable as Reg. With the sight of his mentor, Amy's courage swelled, and he quickly added, "Indeed, isn't Uncle Chi a servant in this estate?" Hee. It seems that the power of the teacher holds more weight. Reg paused, perplexed. What servant? Uncle Chi claims he is a fallen noble. Miss Lin, do you suppose he serves this ducal household? Amy asked innocently. Clearly, the tales of fallen nobility and their impressive decline had left a lasting impression on him over the years. Chi Han Feng chuckled awkwardly while Reg lightly tapped his head with his thin, dark hand. Remember, lad, I will relay this to your father. Then, addressing Amy and Qing Shan, he remarked, I had not noticed that he deceived you in this regard. This lad is the second son of Duke Qi and holds the title of Count. With a bewildered shake of his head, he continued. I had assumed that after all these years, you would have become adept at discerning a fox's tail. What? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. A count? While Amy and Qing Shan may not grasp the full implications, the stark contrast was evident to Lin Yushang and Shiru. The Qi family, renowned as a prestigious lineage in the empire, is one of the 4 great families closely associated with the royal family and military. Qi Tongyun, of humble beginnings as an ordinary hunter, was a close friend of the empire's founding monarch and one of the 4 marshals of the empire. After the establishment of the empire, he was rewarded for his merits, ranking second among the nobility, and was granted a fief of 6,000 acres, tasked with guarding Tongyun Pass for generations. Over the next 5 centuries, the Qi family produced countless talents, with each head of the family rising to the rank of marshal through personal prowess. In addition to the family head, the Qi lineage has also produced 3 marshals, totaling 16 marshals, 7 ministers of military affairs, 9 dragon riders, 5 chancellors, and 6 empresses, with the previous empress being the daughter of the current family head. Thus, the Qi family is often referred to as the imperial lineage of the empire. In this span, the Qi family has seen 4 marquises, 9 counts, 15 viscounts, and 23 barons arise from its ranks, not to mention countless lower nobility such as knights and blue tassel knights. It is widely said, both within the empire and among its adversaries, that as long as the Qi family stands, the empire shall not perish. This underlines the significance of the Qi family to the empire. However, Lin Yushang and Shiru were puzzled. If Chi Han Feng were indeed the legitimate son of the current family head, Qi Dacheng, who has only 2 sons and possesses the title of Count, he should be a highly sought-after figure in the imperial capital. Why had they not heard of him until now? Chi Han Feng chuckled as he walked around the group. Perplexed. Where is my beloved Green? I long to embrace it. Before his words could settle, Green, uncertain whether to stay or leave, upon hearing Chi Han Feng's familiar and somewhat unsettling words, experienced an immediate lapse in control. Its wings flapped wildly in panic, and it plummeted from the sky, landing right at Chi Han Feng's feet. Who goes there? Before Chi Han Feng could react, several imperial officers had drawn their swords and closed in. Surprised, Chi Han Feng looked down to find Green's little head at his feet. He crouched down, cradling Green's head, and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, Oh, at last. I see you. I truly wish to hold you. Have you learned to fly? Really? Oh my, heaven rewards the devoted. Green, do not weep. Do not let those tears flow. I understand you are expressing gratitude with your warm tears. It is nothing. Such deeds are merely my duty. Rest assured, I shall strive even harder. Little did anyone know that the mighty holy dragon, known for its valor, was, at that moment, shedding tears not out of joy, but rather from sheer fright. This revelation would later be speculated by Amy, while Green, capable of transforming into a human, vehemently denied the occurrence, marking perhaps the one instance in the life of the holy green dragon, Tamuger, that it dared not acknowledge. Does the Grim Reaper have a name? Perhaps it did not before, but ever since the dragon-human god duo graced the pages of history, the Grim Reaper has acquired an identity. He is the Grim Reaper's earthly emissary, the black-faced Dragon King. From the moment he emerged as the black-faced Dragon King, he spread an aura of death wherever he went. Though he did not partake in the Battle of Enfeng, nor did he arrive as early as Amy and Qing Shan. When he finally revealed himself to the world, it was not astonishment that he evoked, but sheer shock from all who beheld him. Legend has it that aside from a few core members of the small mercenary group, few have ever witnessed his smile. It is said that in the course of his legendary life, he has wept only twice, yet even the legendary mercenary King Amy has never glimpsed his face in sorrow. Those 2 instances saw crystalline tears cascade through his death mask, falling to the ground. Chronicles of the Grim Reaper, The Black-Faced Dragon King Chapter 50, The Proud Wind Chi Han Feng and Lei Gu warmly welcomed the group into the grand, spacious living room of the castle, serving them fragrant coffee. In the distance, footsteps echoed, and a boy clad in black swiftly entered the view of the gathering. Is it him? Amy, Qing Shan, and Horns were all taken aback. This boy was the same one who had fought with them that afternoon. The dwarf quickly reached for the large axe at his back. Yin, come here so I can introduce you to some good friends, Chi Hanfeng called out enthusiastically. The boy in black, clearly reluctant, approached them with a huff. Chi Hanfeng, possessing a keen sense of the atmosphere, immediately detected an awkward tension. Yin. This is Amy and Daqing Shan, and this dwarf is Horns, the heir of the Silver Snow Wolf A-class mercenary group. This is my brother's son, Chi Yin. What's wrong? It seems something is amiss. Amy cleared her throat and briefly recounted the events of the afternoon. Chi Hanfeng understood Amy well, and Daqing Shan's temperament was even more familiar to him than that of his own nephew. Neither Amy nor Daqing Shan were troublemakers, so he cast a dubious glance at Chi Yin. The boy in black appeared unable to escape the situation, laboriously uttering a few words. Some kids from the Delaware family were extorting protection money from vendors on the street, and a fight broke out. Amy and her friends helped those rascals, and when I discovered their identities, I left. Upon hearing this explanation, Amy and her companions felt quite embarrassed. They briefly explained that they had intervened upon witnessing some Imperial soldiers being assaulted. Lin Yushang, sitting at the periphery, suddenly interjected, Mr. Qi, why is there such a fierce rift between the Qi family and the Delaware Marquis family? Aren't you both part of the four great families of the Empire? Chi Hanfeng sighed wryly and recounted a story from many years prior. 21 years ago, when Chi Hanfeng was just 17, he was the same age as Amy, Daqing Shan, and Chi Yin now. He was a standout at the Imperial Knight Academy, consistently ranking first in the quinquennial selection of Beast Knights. He decisively claimed the title of the top preparatory Beast Knight. After overcoming numerous challenges, Chi Hanfeng officially became a Beast Knight. As Beast Knights could be produced in large numbers, they formed the backbone of the Empire's military, while Dragon Knights merely served as symbols. The prowess of rigorously selected Beast Knights was formidable. A transition Beast Knight could often contend against around 100 ordinary knights. To ensure the loyalty of the knights, the Empire employed a direct and effective method. This was a remarkably intricate organizational management system that left all who witnessed it astounded. According to the Empire's rules for Beast Knights, the number of new Beast Knights each induction cycle ranged between 20 to 30. All Beast Knights, within 3 years of their transition, were divided into two groups. One served as personal guards to the monarch, while the other safeguarded the heir. If no heir had been established, all would act as the monarch's guards. During these 3 years of close proximity, a direct understanding often developed between the monarch and the knights. A ruler could hardly forget the knights who had been by their side for 3 years. Hence, Beast Knights could rest assured that their talents would attract the attention of those at the pinnacle of power. After 3 years of becoming well acquainted with the imperial style, Beast Knights could choose to serve in the military or join mercenary groups. At this juncture, their minimum rank would be that of an imperial squad leader, commanding 250 soldiers. If they made no significant errors during their tenure, they could ascend to the rank of imperial team leader within a mere 2 to 5 years. Conversely, a non-Beast Knight aspiring to ascend from squad leader to team leader might require over 10 years. Currently, over 70% of the border governors, station generals, and military officers in the Empire were Beast Knights. Chi Hanfeng was assigned as the guard for the Empire's heir, likely a decision made by the Queen at that time, who was Chi Hanfeng's father's sister, perhaps hoping for her nephew to maintain a positive relationship with the future emperor. In the first year, while accompanying the heir on a tour of the border, Chi Hanfeng saved the heir amidst a frenzied stampede of horses, resulting in his elevation from the hereditary title of Viscount to that of Earl. However, an exceedingly awkward incident occurred in the second year. While accompanying the heir on an inspection of the Northern Territories, the current head of the Delaware family, the 19-year-old Lord Bode Delaware, encountered a beautiful young maiden. He, like many heroes of old, was enamored, and under the age-old adage that heroes love beauty, he sought to engage with her. However, the maiden's boyfriend, a hunter, discovered this and shot a warning arrow at Bode Delaware, grazing his fair face. Enraged, Bode Delaware retaliated by severing the hunter's shoulder with his knight's sword. At that time, Chi Hanfeng's temperament was far from the composed nature he possessed now. He was consumed by rage and called for a knightly duel with Bode Delaware. Seeing the hunter lying in a pool of blood and Chi Hanfeng's furious gaze, Bode Delaware quickly regained his composure. Recalling Chi Hanfeng's exceptional performance during the selection of Beast Knights, causing a cold sweat to break out. He was about to refuse but was taken by surprise as Chi Hanfeng charged at him, spear poised to strike. Bode Delaware raised his shield in defense and galloped toward the heir, hoping for assistance. Chi Hanfeng saw through Bode Delaware's ploy and skillfully maneuvered his mount, executing a sweeping arc with his spear that pinned both Bode Delaware and his steed to the ground. Bode Delaware did not perish in that duel, but the injuries inflicted by the knight's spear exceeded the healing capabilities of both medicinal remedies and sacred magic, leaving his left leg permanently crippled, while the beast he rode perished. Thus, an unresolvable enmity was forged between the two families. According to the heir's later account, at that moment, Chi Hanfeng appeared to be in a frenzy. It seemed as if the spear had descended from the heavens, capable of piercing even an elephant. To prevent further incidents, the head of the Qi family, Qi Desheng, visited to apologize and arranged for Qi Hanfeng to immediately cease his duties as the heir's guard. Returning to the family's hereditary territory, Tongyan Pass, as a team leader. 2 years later, he returned to the imperial capital for a brief reassignment before being dispatched from the Amener continent to the frozen continent, or perhaps the term exiled would be more accurate. Bode Delaware did not forget this grudge. No one could be so magnanimous. After becoming the head of his family, Bode devoted himself to nurturing his offspring, hoping one day to exact revenge. At this juncture, Qi Hanfeng sighed deeply. Of course, one cannot absolve Outyin of all responsibility. Our young master Qi Outyin is certainly no dimwit. During the more than 10 years of Qi Outyin's upbringing, a vacuum in education had formed. Qi Hanfeng's father was often away inspecting various military units, and his elder brother, Qi Qitong, was stationed at Tongyan Pass, while the eldest son and his wife remained there as well. Qi Outyin, due to academic commitments, lived in the imperial capital, devoid of familial ties except during festivals. Later, upon entering the Knight Academy, confronted by the powerful Qi family, all his peers exhibited one of three behaviors. Some believed that the scions of officials were spoiled and distanced themselves. Others, filled with jealousy, mocked him. Or some sought to gain something from him, desperately trying to get close. After enduring several such setbacks, Qi Outyin transitioned from initial isolation to a natural aversion to communication, developing a cold demeanor and a habit of rarely smiling. Upon returning to the imperial city, Qi Hafeng and Lei Gulianjue soon discerned Qi Outyin's peculiar habit, compounded by the troubling news of his frequent skirmishes with the younger generation of the Bode Telehua clan. This revelation stirred a sense of guilt and concern within them. Not due to fears of Qi Outyin sustaining injuries, his past performances had demonstrated his remarkable prowess, but rather because his inability to relate to others and his cold demeanor were genuinely disconcerting. After a thorough discussion with Lei Gu, they speculated that if Amy and Daqingshan encountered no significant issues, they would likely arrive in Scambray within a year. Given Amy's vivacious personality and Daqingshan's affable nature, it was hoped they might temper and amend Qi Outyin's character. With this shared understanding, Qi Hanfeng and Lei Gu subtly regaled Qi Outyin with amusing anecdotes about Amy and Daqingshan. Deep down, Qi Outyin harbored a faint hope for a congenial companion. Yet he was unprepared for the peculiar circumstances of their first encounter. Amy, quick-witted as ever, immediately grasped the intentions of Qi Hanfeng and Lei Gu. She warmly introduced Daqingshan and Horns to Qi Outyin, firmly clasping his icy hand. Qi Outyin felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, managing only a strained smile. Suddenly, the sound of many footsteps echoed from outside, heralding the arrival of a gray-haired elder accompanied by several imperial officers. Before Amy, Daqingshan, and the others could comprehend the situation, Qi Hanfeng, Qi Outyin, and Lin Yushang sprang from their seats, with Qi Hanfeng exclaiming in astonishment, "Father, you're back." "Ah, is that the Duke?" Amy and the others promptly stood as well. The elder appeared to have just returned from afar, his demeanor bearing the marks of travel. Yet his military bearing was unmistakable. The Duke, showing signs of weathering and age, had a dark complexion, bushy eyebrows, and eyes that resembled narrow bolts of lightning. Based on Qi Hanfeng's age, the Duke appeared to be around 60, though he seemed to embody a vigor closer to 50. His clean-shaven chin and cheeks emphasized his robust features. Clad in the standard ceremonial military attire of the Empire, a large red dragon emblem, symbolizing the Dragon Knights, adorned his left shoulder. The impression he left was one of formidable strength, as if carved from granite. Noticing the unexpected influx of guests, the elder chuckled heartily. "Oh, what a lively gathering. Where did all these young people come from? Don't tell me, let me guess. You must be Lin's little girl, with eyes that resemble your father's." He recognized Lin Yushang first, recalling the latest intelligence that she had been dispatched to the Hami Empire. The Duke's piercing gaze shifted swiftly across the hall to Amy and Daqingshan. "Could you be the renowned leaders of the A-rank mercenary group who vanquished the wicked dragon, Yifeng, and plundered over 1,000,000 gold coins from the Hami Empire?" Before the Duke could finish, his imperial officers behind him visibly reacted with astonishment. Qi Hanfeng, Lei Gu, and Qi Outyin were evidently unaware of Amy and her companion's recent exploits. Meanwhile, Amy, Daqingshan, Lin Yushang, and Sha Ruan marveled at the Duke's keen insight indeed. Only someone of such caliber could serve as the backbone of the imperial army. With her characteristic smile, Amy addressed the Duke warmly, "Grandfather Duke. Any achievements we have attained are inextricably linked to Uncle Qi Hanfeng's guidance and teacher Lei Ji's mentorship. In the trio known as the Dragon and the Divine, the black-faced dragon god stands as the most controversial figure. Some assert he possesses a frigid exterior but a fiery interior, while many deem him ruthless and unfeeling. Others commend his strategic acumen in warfare, yet more believe he is merely the sharpest spear of the mercenary king in countless battles. Akin to the legendary golden combination, the steadfast Daqingshan and the unstoppable Qi Outyin. The former is emblematic of the unyielding defense of heavy infantry, impervious to any assault, growing ever stronger under immense pressure, while the latter symbolizes the overwhelming charge of the black heavy cavalry, capable of obliterating even the mightiest of obstacles with ease. Nonetheless, debates persist over whether it is Qi Outyan's spear or De Qingshan's shield that proves superior. Regrettably, history did not grant these two military experts the opportunity to clash. Friends and foes alike unanimously agree on one point. Qi Outyan is an exceptionally handsome man, with fair skin, long, thick eyebrows, narrow eyes, a straight nose, and perpetually pursed red lips. His long black hair, tied back, cascades behind him, and he often dons a black cape that accentuates his physique, perfectly proportioned. Whether in social gatherings or on the battlefield, Qi Outyan invariably captivates attention, even eliciting fear from the adversaries of the black-faced Dragon King, who attribute his demonic prowess and malevolent spirit to a devilish visage. Such remarks blur the lines between praise and condemnation. Chapter 51. The struggle among noble houses under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Amy succinctly recounted the series of events that led to the establishment of the small mercenary group, including how, inadvertently, they caused significant economic loss to the benevolent people of the Hammer Kingdom. However, with remarkable finesse, Amy first elaborated on how Mr. Qi Hanfeng exploited the Hammer people, inflicting considerable economic and psychological harm upon them, subsequently portraying himself and the Great Qing Mountain as mere victims repaying a debt to their master. He effectively exhibited a filial devotion to tidy up the mess, confident that Barbas and his companions were absent, thus ensuring no one would unveil his clandestine compilation of the chronicles of Qi Hanfeng's misdeeds. According to his narrative, Qi Hanfeng was likely liable for far more than 1 million gold coins in damages. When discussing Amy's decision to have the Great Qing Mountain protect Sha Rua while proceeding to Snowfield City, a look of realization graced Qi Hanfeng's face, while Sha Rua's complexion turned crimson. As for the tale of battling the dragon, it resonated deeply with the audience, evoking a spectrum of emotions, excitement, awe, and concern. Undoubtedly, as Amy's experiences broadened, his oratory prowess flourished, perhaps honed by his participation in significant events within the Hammer Kingdom. Even in the simplicity of storytelling, his delivery was captivating, making the listeners either gasp in astonishment or feel apprehensive. Qi Outyan and Horns displayed expressions of envy towards the adventurous exploits. The Duke nodded slightly, affirming the notion that heroes emerge from youth and children from humble beginnings mature swiftly. Amy demonstrated remarkable intelligence, the Great Qing Mountain exhibited strength without arrogance, and Horns appeared to possess extraordinary abilities. Outyan, you should spend more time with Amy, the Great Qing Mountain, and Horns, rather than consorting with those who stir trouble. I returned to the imperial capital, only to be inundated with complaints daily. Yes, grandfather, Outyan replied, his demeanor softening considerably. Father, how did you return from the frontier? Qi Hanfeng inquired, adopting a solemnity akin to a priest engaged in prayer, a sight Amy and the Great Qing Mountain had never witnessed. Haha. The Duke's hearty laughter echoed through the hall. Outyan, in 2 days, the selection competition for beast riders begins. Your father is quite busy, and as for me, I am not easily managed, thus I return to cheer you on. Thank you, grandfather, Outyan murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground. The Duke, evidently accustomed to his grandson's peculiar demeanor, showed no signs of reproach. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, he instructed Qi Hanfeng to continue hosting and led his subordinates to rest. Observing the late hour, Qi Hanfeng deliberately arranged for Amy and the 3 boys to share a room with Outyan, instructing them to escort the young ladies home. That night, the 4 boys engaged in light conversation, mutually admiring each other's remarkable combat skills beyond their years. It was Outyan's first initiative to converse with the group. As the night deepened, they agreed to a friendly competition of martial skills the following day, and the boys retired early. Unbeknownst to them, several extraordinary events unfolded elsewhere. Scene 1. In the Duke's study, Qi Hanfeng, Reg, and the Duke, now dressed casually, sat together over tea. Ignoring his father's displeased expression, Qi Hanfeng, not behaving like a soldier, propped his feet on the chair opposite him. Concerned for Amy, he again turned to Reg, stating, Reg, tomorrow marks the last day for registration for the Beast Rider selection. With Amy's abilities, he could easily become a Beast Rider. Why not sign him up? A mysterious smile graced Reg's lips. Duke, Hanfeng, I am aware of certain unspoken matters. These circumstances alone suffice to determine that Amy cannot possess a beast. Furthermore, he is only 18. If my assessment is incorrect, he will have another opportunity in 5 years, so do not fret. The Duke, possessing keen insight, set down his teacup. Hanfeng, since Senior Reg has made such a statement, I believe his regard for Amy rivals your own, so refrain from further discussion. Upon my return from the northern frontier, I acquired substantial information regarding the Lin family's envoy to the Hammer Kingdom. Most astonishingly, a knight brigade possessing ebony steeds attacked the envoy, injuring the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. What? Both Qi Hanfeng and Reg were taken aback, having been unaware of this news. Ebony steeds were native to the northern part of the empire. While useful for defense in the north, their practicality elsewhere was limited, resulting in only a few being selected during the beast rider trials. This made it straightforward to ascertain the assailants. Do not consider searching among the existing beast riders. I have already arranged for personnel to investigate. Currently, the 9 ebony steeds riders in the empire possess credible alibis, proving they could not be involved. The Duke furrowed his brow slightly. Among the 4 great families of the empire, each is aware of a secret passage leading to the sacred beast sanctuary. This attack must be related to the beasts, and I fear that a scion from one of the 4 families might have anticipated failing the selection and acted preemptively. Initially, I suspected you were acting preemptively for your own apprentice, but upon learning of Amy's outstanding performance, I grew concerned it might be the Marquis's family. Unbeknownst to the Duke, both Chi Hanfeng and Reg displayed fleeting expressions of awkwardness, had certain events not transpired. It would indeed have been their figures amidst the attack on the envoy, though not in a manner as clumsy as those fools who stirred chaos without achieving their goals. Fortunately, Reg concurred. You may be right. Although I just returned to the imperial capital, I am aware that the Marquis's household is currently flourishing with offspring. However, their eldest son, aged 23, serves as a captain in the empire, yet he possesses rather mediocre abilities. If he fails to become a beast rider this year, he will miss the next selection due to age restrictions. The Marquis remains a formidable opponent. I fear he may undertake further schemes, hence my hurried return. Hoping he might grant me some favor, the Duke mused, glancing towards the Marquis's residence. Scene 2. In the Lin family's Countess residence, the Count, Countess, Lin Yuchang, and Sha Rua sat together in conversation. The early autumn chill was palpable, the fireplace crackling with warmth. As they listened to Lin Yuchang recount her adventures, the Countess's expression shifted numerous times, embodying a mother's worry for her child as perilous journey. Though she heard the tales after the fact, the recollection of danger struck fear into her heart, causing her palms to sweat. The Count, a general of the empire, had long since become indifferent to matters of life and death. While he was understandably concerned for his daughter, her presence before him assuaged much of his worry. After listening, the Count remarked, "The selection for beast riders is imminent. I do not wish for any trouble for the next few days, aside from the Duke's residence. Do not wander aimlessly." Later, in a private conversation between the couple, the Count voiced his concerns. "I have always hoped to remain uninvolved in the disputes among the 4 great families, but it seems unavoidable this time. Our only option now is to align ourselves with the Duke. This choice should be optimal for the public, for personal interests, for the nation, and for the military. Since the Duke has returned to the imperial capital, let us pay him a visit tomorrow morning to express our gratitude for his family's life-saving assistance to Yuchang and to clarify our stance." Subsequently, a peculiar smile appeared on the Count's face. "Did you notice how the girl spoke about that young mercenary? It seems she has an unusually high regard for him." The Countess, perceiving her husband's intent, smiled knowingly. A mother knows her daughter best. "Tomorrow, we shall see what extraordinary young man has managed to captivate our precious daughter's affections, surpassing hundreds of boys from the imperial capital. Nevertheless, it seems that this boy possesses admirable qualities, wisdom, and, more importantly, compassion over wealth. Yet, he appears rather indifferent towards our daughter. Regardless, we must observe carefully." Scene 3. Within the opulent halls of a noble estate, a knight clad entirely in black armor knelt respectfully before a stern-faced nobleman. "Have you failed the mission?" the noble inquired sharply. "Yes, my lord," the knight replied without hesitation. "Why?" The nobleman's expression darkened. "A beastmaster, leading a cavalry of hundreds, attacking a delegation of merely over 100 individuals? Can you provide a reasonable explanation?" "My lord, after the delegation was ambushed, they hired 2 mercenaries, both of A-grade caliber, who together vanquished the legendary dragon, Windhowl. One of them is a holy dragon knight, a figure only spoken of in legends, who recently triumphed over 2 dragon knights in Snowfield City. The other is the sole disciple of the imperial sorcerer, Regus, and holds the titles of mage, swordsman, and magic swordsman. Our delay of a week was to thoroughly investigate their backgrounds." The knight produced a thick stack of documents from his satchel and handed them to the nobleman. "Furthermore, during our return, we tracked their movements. Based on their speed, I estimate they should arrive in the imperial capital by this afternoon," he added. The nobleman's demeanor softened slightly. "Then this matter cannot be laid at your feet. What I initially hoped to acquire directly will now require a different approach. By the way, my lord, I have additional news. One mercenary is the nephew of Duke Chi Hanfeng, while the other is a disciple of the Duke." The knight hesitated before revealing. "What?" The nobleman's body trembled. "Is the power of the Duke's house set to increase once more?" "Humph, there will always be a way," the nobleman said, a mysterious smile creeping onto his lips. Among the trio known as the Dragon Human Deity, each possessed a distinctly different style. The mercenary king, Chang Su, was a master of thought and rhetoric, always adorned with his signature smile, capable of seizing fleeting opportunities with persuasive eloquence. Shan was swift in action yet taciturn in speech, a paragon of simplicity, commanding respect through sheer strength. Even strangers, upon witnessing his gentle smile, would instinctively trust him. Lastly, Qiaoyan was sharp-witted yet caustic in speech. He rarely spoke. But when he did, his words were often unpalatable, earning him a reputation for being acerbic. Dragon Human Deity, Golden Ensemble Chapter 52, The Rules of Gentleness. Early the next morning, the Count and Countess visited the Duke's residence with their 2 daughters. The Count, having a military background himself, enjoyed a good rapport with the Duke's family. Upon their arrival, the gatekeeper promptly admitted them into the castle. Inside the towering walls, a vast expanse of grassland lay before them, a space reserved exclusively for the Duke's offspring to hone their skills. On the verdant field, 2 figures were engaged in a duel. Lin Yushang, with her keen eyes, exclaimed, "Mother, look, the boy in white is Aimee." Aimee was pitted against Qiaoyan, while nearby, the Duke, Lei Gu, Qi Hanfeng, De Qinshan, horns, and several key officials from the Duke's military system observed the match, offering their commentary. During breakfast, Qiaoyan had expressed a desire to spar with Aimee, and the Duke and others were equally eager to witness Aimee's current prowess. However, Qi Hanfeng suggested that to ensure an exhilarating contest, they should not limit the engagement to foot combat. Qiaoyan, a master of cavalry, would be allowed to ride, while Aimee, skilled in magic and swordsmanship, would not have restrictions on her magical abilities or sword techniques. Lei Gu was the first to agree, eager to see his apprentice's magical progress. Qiaoyan hastily consumed his meal and dashed off to change into his gear. Following his family's martial tradition, he donned a knight's lance and shield, transitioning to a knight's sword after charging. He wore a black helmet with a matching visor, a suit of black chainmail, a flowing black knight's cloak, and rode a sleek black steed. At that moment, the Countess family and Sha Rua entered the castle. Facing the knight, Aimee initially adopted a defensive stance, conjuring an ice blade to shield her front. In previous battles, where life and death were at stake, Aimee often relied on her mastery of the terrain, magic, and swordplay to secure victory, sometimes doubting her own swordsmanship. Thus, facing a rival like Qiaoyan was the perfect opportunity for testing her skills. Qiaoyan held his lance at an angle, concealed behind his shield, and urged his steed forward, the black stallion kicking up dust as it charged. The sunlight glinted off his dark armor, creating an imposing presence that felt like an entire army was bearing down upon her. Aimee narrowed her eyes, intently focusing on Qiaoyan's gaze, aware that in one-on-one nightly duels, the eyes reveal everything. As the stallion charged, the black shield loomed larger, and the lance shot forth from behind the shield, aimed directly at Aimee's abdomen. With a swift step to the side, Aimee brought her ice blade down forcefully, striking the lance with such power that it was driven into the ground, leaving a deep scar in the earth, rocking both horse and rider. Qi Hanfeng shook his head, muttering to himself, "It seems tragedy is about to repeat itself." Unfazed, Qiaoyan adjusted his posture, transitioning from defense to offense, swinging his shield towards Aimee. The shield's protrusions sliced through the air with a hissing sound. Aimee's sword deflected off the shield just as the stallion surged past her. She used the momentum to leap high, her sword aimed at Qiaoyan's back. The spectators, save a few seasoned officers, closed their eyes in anticipation, unable to fathom that Aimee could deliver a decisive blow after 2 defensive maneuvers. Qiaoyan, without hesitation, elbowed backward, the lance but end aimed at Aimee midair, creating a deadly exchange. As the sword struck, the lance would also connect with Aimee. The ice blade intercepted the lance's tail, allowing Aimee to land gracefully. The initial round showcased both youths' remarkable abilities, Aimee, with her lethal strike following 2 defensive actions, and Qiaoyan, maintaining his composure to defend after 2 failed assaults. The black stallion spun around after charging several paces, having faced a near-fatal encounter for the first time in years. Sweat trickled down Qiaoyan's masked face as he kicked the stallion again. With renewed vigor, Qiaoyan charged forward once more. Suddenly, he hurled his lance in a sweeping arc towards Aimee, immediately followed by a gleaming knight's sword emerging from behind his shield. Aimee, startled yet quick-witted, leaped into the air, her ice blade carving a dazzling arc to intercept the lance, sending it spiraling away like a thunderbolt. As Aimee landed, she displayed a serene smile, one that only those familiar with her could discern the hidden intent behind. She extended her arms, exclaiming, "Ha! Well done, Brother Qi. Now, I shall commence my magical assault." In an instant, golden lightning erupted from her sword, followed by a chill as a barrage of ice blades surged forth. Without uttering a single incantation, Aimee unleashed 2 rapid magical strikes, a feat typically reserved for grand sorcerers. Had Aimee truly attained the level of a grand sorcerer? Lei Gu gripped his staff tightly, murmuring to Qi Hanfeng, "The speed of her magical sword attacks is indeed unparalleled by any ordinary sorcerer." Even atop his steed, Qiaoyan could not evade such a sudden onslaught. The electric shock paralyzed him momentarily, and though he attempted to steer the horse away, the ice blades pierced through his armor, drawing blood from the exposed areas. "Enough," Lei Gu declared with a satisfied grin. sensing a significant shift in the battle's dynamics with the emergence of a phantom beast. Yin, you must strive harder. The Duke nodded in agreement. Ordinary knights indeed struggle to match Aime's prowess. I suspect Da Qingshan possesses considerable skill as well. After acknowledging the Duke, Aime and Da Qingshan eagerly approached to assess Yin's injuries, while Da Qingshan's concern stemmed from genuine compassion. Aime's motives remained ambiguous, perhaps a mix of curiosity about her own effectiveness and a desire to offer consolation. From a distance, the Count and Countess observed Aime's impressive display of martial prowess, their satisfaction growing as they noted her eagerness to check on Yin. Count Lin wore a beaming smile as he greeted the Duke, Qi Hanfeng, and lay good, expressing his delight in their noble lineage and the true aristocratic demeanor that Aime consistently exhibited. The Duke and his companions soon noticed the Count and Countess, promptly ushering them into the hall. Meanwhile, the two girls dashed over to the two parties they had just practiced with, in the presence of the Duke, the Count, and the Empire's sole Grand Sorcerer. Pleasantries such as expressing gratitude to the Qi family for their assistance to Lin Yushang in her diplomatic mission were mere froth atop a fragrant cup of coffee. Everyone knew that the real substance lay beneath. The communication between the two parties flowed seamlessly, and before the coffee was finished, the Count had already gained the full trust of the Duke's family, agreeing to offer various forms of assistance should any upheaval arise among the four great families. Suddenly, a cheer from Aime echoed from outside, followed by the jubilant voices of Da Qingshan and Horns. The people inside the room hurried out to see two newcomers in the courtyard. One was clad in white, with a gentle demeanor, resembling a young scholar from a distance, bearing a silver longsword on his back. The other, clearly a dwarf, carried a massive red-bladed axe. The Duke pondered for a moment and confidently stated that these two must be the white-clad Feng and Dwarf Locke, who had accompanied Aime on the quest against the evil dragon. Upon hearing this, the others stirred. The white-clad Feng was a renowned figure in the martial realm, reportedly ranked 73rd on the mercenary soul ranking at the tender age of 30, and was considered a strong contender to challenge the top 10 masters in the future. The scholar and the dwarf soon sensed they were being observed. The scholar slightly turned his head, nodding respectfully toward the Duke. The occupants of the house could no longer remain seated and hurried outside. Aime quickly introduced them, confirming that it was indeed a Feng and Locke. Qi Feng, being of a younger generation, eagerly approached a Feng, shaking his hand and complimenting his performance on the rankings. A Feng smiled modestly and pointed to the elder Locke, saying, "In fact, Locke's ranking on the mercenary soul ranking is higher than mine, but he has been reclusive in recent decades, which has led to some forgetfulness about him. My mentor has often mentioned his name and said that 50 years ago, merely mentioning the blood axe would conjure." Before a Feng could finish, the faces of those over 30 changed. The Duke murmured, "Blood axe thunder?" This mention sparked recognition among Aime and the others. Blood axe thunder was a legendary figure, ranked within the top 50 of the mercenary soul ranking, known for his unparalleled speed with the battle axe, said to be imbued with immense destructive power that could bypass all magical defenses. Da Qingshan suddenly recalled the climactic moment in the battle against the evil dragon, when the dwarf wielded the blood axe, effortlessly maneuvering through the cave and breaking through the dragon's magical defenses, leaving deep wounds. "A Feng, what brings you here?" Aime inquired curiously. Locke is quite concerned, so he came to the ice and snow fortress to check on you," a Feng replied with a smile. "I sincerely appreciate your help along the way with Aime and Da Qingshan. Without you during that double S mission, they might have perished," Qi Hanfeng said, trying to get closer to a Feng. "Not at all. In truth, if it weren't for them, we would have faced total annihilation," a Feng graciously responded. "By the way, I heard that you transitioned from magic to swordsmanship, ultimately creating the magic sword, and then completely abandoned magic to become the progenitor of sword energy attacks. This path seems quite similar to Aime's. My mentor, Rij, has been quite worried about him going astray," Qi Hanfeng continued. Rij, feeling somewhat taken aback, thought, "When did I ever say that?" Qi Hanfeng continued with his assumptions. "Could you perhaps have a serious talk with him? It would be wonderful if you could demonstrate some martial skills. We would all be eager to witness your performance." A Feng smiled and nodded. "Brother Qi, please do not provoke me. This is one of the reasons Locke and I are here. I feel that since Da Qingshan and Aime have had such smooth journeys, while Horns, having just embarked on his path, lacks much experience after joining an A-rank mercenary group, which is not beneficial to their development. We aim to help them gain a deeper understanding of martial skills, and practice is an excellent method." With that, a Feng slowly drew his sword from his back. Da Qingshan's nature is quite grounded. He is unlikely to make significant mistakes. "So, Aime, it is your turn." Sighing, Aime remarked, "I finally understand why my father's subordinates wore that expression when he entrusted me to Uncle Qi. Where else could I find such a wonderful uncle?" She then vented her frustrations to a Feng. "Last time at the battle with the evil dragon, I was knocked out too. I endured hardships. Yet it feels as if I'm being treated like a spoiled child." A Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Words are of little use. You may use whatever you wish." He concluded by holding his longsword in one hand, pointing it diagonally to the ground. The aura of a master was instantly palpable, as if the very atmosphere swelled with energy. For a swordsman of a Feng's caliber, to engage in swordplay would be akin to courting death. Thus, Amy chose to wield magic. She twirled her sword, unleashing a cascade of red lightning that shot forth. A Feng, still wearing a relaxed smile, remained motionless as the lightning struck down. Seeing the lightning hit its target, Amy swiftly slashed her sword diagonally, attempting to exploit the momentary paralysis to attack a Feng. Bathed in the lightning, a Feng suddenly beamed, utterly unfazed, as his longsword, seemingly weightless, met her strike. Amy was taken aback. The lightning attack had not incapacitated him, which contradicted the fundamental principles of magic. Her instinct prompted her to evade. The ice blade transitioned from a downward slash to a diagonal sweep. But a Feng's dual swords accelerated, the sound of their ethereal friction barely audible as their blades met. In a flurry, Amy's sword was disarmed. A Feng retreated a step, smiling as he explained, "Some professional experts are immune to ordinary magic. After I abandoned magic, I discovered my innate resistance to lower-tier spells, so do not be surprised." "Come again." Amy, unwilling to concede, retrieved her sword and swiftly swung it, causing 4 translucent sword after images to linger in the air. With a shout, she commanded her ice blade to form countless tiny ice shards, sweeping toward a Feng. The magic, imbued with the essence of the ice elemental, still wielded remarkable offensive power, compelling even a Feng to take heed. His longsword danced before him, crafting a phantom sword shadow. With another swift movement, the phantom enlarged, as the ice shards and sword remnants collided with it, creating a sound akin to a tangible impact as they fell to the ground. A Feng's longsword transitioned from slow to swift, suddenly appearing at Amy's left side, unleashing a slicing wind. Amy's ice blade reacted with extraordinary speed, attempting to intercept. But a Feng's swords never truly made contact. He withdrew and struck from the right, causing Amy, having missed her initial strike, to struggle to regain her composure. Yet she valiantly attempted to block with her ice blade. A Feng's longsword continued to evade contact, retreating with lightning speed and striking from below, each movement appearing grand yet confined within a minuscule range. This rapid transformation of direction, executed without any leverage, was beyond Amy's capabilities. By the 4th exchange, her longsword could no longer keep pace, and faced with a Feng's blade pressed against her waist, she had no choice but to concede. A Feng smiled and inquired whether Amy wished to continue. Amy, disheartened, shook her head. The initial magical assault proved ineffective. "I have yet to grasp the situation fully, but I have squandered my greatest advantage, speed. It would be best if I refrained from further competition." Chi Han Feng approached and gently patted Amy's shoulder. "Have you discerned the underlying issue? Do you not perceive any distinction in the application of strength between you and him?" A Feng nodded. "Indeed, Brother Chi is an expert. Amy, I have long observed your penchant for swift attacks, relentlessly pursuing the utmost limits. This is a significant vulnerability. In our recent encounter, I exerted merely 70% of my strength, reserving 30% for what purpose? I am capable of moving more swiftly, seizing better opportunities, thus relegating you to a position of mere pursuit. The essence of martial arts lies in achieving victory, not merely relying on brute force." On the field, all the young men participated in an advanced martial arts class. It is a rare privilege for most to have someone as exceptional as A Feng as an instructor. The combat experience imparted by the 100 Battles mercenaries is beyond imagination, and several youths have greatly benefited from it. In the afternoon, Count Lin took his beloved daughter to the royal palace to report in. The Grand Mage Norlin meticulously examined the 6 magical beast barriers brought back, and only after confirming their safety did he feel at ease. According to the Grand Mage, the 3 delegations that received the magical beasts and the 5 teams that completed their tasks domestically had all returned, with only the expedition to the frozen continent encountering issues. Furthermore, the Empire had already received a response from the border guards, apprising them of the situation. His Royal Highness the King was quite concerned about this matter. Regrettably, today the king had already gone to the ancestral temple for ritual observances, or he would have personally met and inquired about the situation. Among the 7 core members of the small mercenary group, the Fury Dwarf King is the most challenging figure for historians to portray, due to his inherent bloodline. The Dwarf King is unable to ride a dragon, thus precluding him from joining the trio of dragon and human gods. However, among the remaining 4, he shines like a superstar, radiating brilliance in any era. Some argue that without the trio of dragon and human gods, the legendary Fury Dwarf King may not have emerged. Yet, many historians adopt a fair perspective, positing that had there been no trio to steal the spotlight, the legendary Dwarf King could have ascended to be the pinnacle figure of his time, commanding universal admiration. Numerous military scholars, after analyzing the various battles commanded by the Mercenary King, have arrived at an astonishing conclusion. The forces led by the Dwarf King represent the most potent and formidable notes under the baton of the Mercenary King. Biography of the Fury Dwarf King, Chapter 53. The trial of the phantom beasts on the third day of their arrival in Scambry. Amy and her companions found themselves at the much-anticipated trial of the phantom beasts. Although this event garnered widespread attention, the number of fortunate individuals permitted to witness the trial was strictly regulated. Apart from the contestants, only two categories of individuals qualified as spectators: those of noble rank above that of count in Scambry, or active military personnel holding the rank of captain or higher. Naturally, these two categories often overlapped. For the majority of participants, this occasion presented a rare opportunity. Any youth who had reached this stage stood a chance of becoming a significant figure in the imperial power structure within the next 10 to 20 years. Consequently, the gathering was a prime chance to forge connections or, for families with eligible daughters or sons, to seek out promising matches for their kin. Each candidate for the title of Phantom Beast Rider was acutely aware of this reality. Their emotions were not merely transactional, but rather a profound recognition of the potential to establish close ties with the upper echelons of the empire. Historically, many who hailed from humble beginnings achieved great renown at the trial, often becoming highly esteemed suitors in noble households. On the afternoon of the second day, Duke Chi Hanfeng, and the Mage Rhaegar were invited as observers to this year's trial of the Phantom Beasts. While Qi Yaodin and Lin Yushang received notifications of their participation in the trial, the beasts were most active during the early morning hours, and to optimize the trial's effectiveness, all participants were required to enter the trial hall by 5 o'clock a.m. While the dawn was still dim, the Duke and Mage Rhaegar departed from the Duke's residence, making their way to the Grand Imperial Assembly Hall, a customary venue for such trials over the past century. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the eastern wall of the hall, the robust Emperor Redstone II, accompanied by attendants, ascended to the throne that symbolized imperial authority, while the guards slowly shut the great doors. According to tradition, the candidates for the title of Phantom Beast Rider hailed from 5 distinct systems. The largest system comprised night schools exclusively recruiting noble offspring, producing 12 official candidates each session. The second system was the military, where any eligible soldier holding the rank of captain or higher could be nominated. However, attaining such a rank before the age of 25 was exceedingly challenging, often reserved for the nobility. This system typically yielded 68 candidates each session. The third system encompassed magical academies primarily composed of noble and merchant offspring, with a minimum of 4 candidates recommended per session. The fourth system involved mercenary organizations within the empire, which prioritized recommending outstanding current or reserve soldiers from humble backgrounds, also contributing at least 4 candidates. The fifth system comprised magical guilds, responsible for recommending young mages unable to enter magical schools, with 4 slots available each session, to ensure a sufficient number of candidates from the common folk. The last 2 systems were mandated to nominate youths devoid of any noble lineage or familial ties to noble households. Additionally, there was a unique system in which 3 representatives from the Sacred Sea participated each session. This year, one of these representatives was confirmed to be Sharuel. Traditionally, 31 Phantom Beasts would be presented, yet 135 individuals would compete, as not every participant was suited to become a Phantom Beast rider. The discerning nature of the Phantom Beasts surpassed even that of many noble attendees when selecting their riders. The beasts cared little for the nobility of their potential masters or their physical appearance. Strength was their sole criterion. Ultimately, the capabilities of the prospective riders determined whether the Phantom Beasts could successfully navigate the trial, for failure would lead to dire consequences for the beasts. During the trial, aside from the participating knights and the presiding mage, most attendees, including the king, were mere spectators. However, this year, the atmosphere felt markedly different. Emperor Redstone's countenance was grim as he remained seated on his throne, offering no indication for the Grand Mage Norland to commence the ceremony. The Emperor's hand struck heavily upon the armrest of his throne, addressing the headmaster of the night school, General Ningluan, and Grand Mage Dada. "I wish to inquire of you 3 a matter of grave concern." The courtiers felt a tremor of apprehension. Redstone II was renowned as one of the most capable sovereigns since the founding of the empire, seldom displaying such fury. The headmaster, a former Phantom Beast rider who had served in the military for over 2 decades before ascending to his current role, was a man in his 50s. General Ningluan, one of the few officers not aligned with the Duke Chi system, was responsible for recommending candidates from the military. Grand Mage Dada, a cleric of the Holy Order, had resided in the imperial capital for many years. The 3 men approached the emperor with utmost respect. Recently, there had been an unlawful assault on the imperial delegation sent to the Kingdom of Hammer to greet the Phantom Beast envoys, leaving the head of the delegation, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, in critical condition. The matter remained unresolved. Furthermore, the emperor had received alarming reports the previous evening indicating that several recommended candidates had sustained inexplicable injuries, rendering them unable to participate, which reduced the pool of candidates from 35 to 31. "I eagerly await your explanations," the emperor demanded. Upon hearing this, All present comprehended the source of Redstone's ire. However, only the Phantom Beast riders understood the deeper implications of the Emperor's fury. According to the established protocol for the preliminary trials, the mages would place 31 marked wooden signs representing the Phantom Beasts, alongside several unmarked signs, into a magical box. Each knight would then approach to summon the Phantom Beast corresponding to their marked sign and engage in heartfelt communication with the beast within its realm. Each Phantom Beast possessed a unique temperament. The essence of their telepathic bond lay in the mutual selection process. Only those knights favored by the beasts and possessing considerable strength could earn their complete trust, thereby qualifying for the more arduous final trial in the Sacred Snow Mountain. Historical records indicated that any knight unable to complete the Sacred Snow Mountain trial had invariably encountered significant communication barriers with the Phantom Beasts during the selection phase. According to the rules, should a knight succeed in the initial communication round, they could proceed to the Sacred Snow Mountain for subsequent trials. A failure would require them to return the Phantom Beast sign to the pool for another round of selection. If a Phantom Beast rejected its rider twice, the third knight, regardless of their capabilities, would be forcibly assigned as the beast's new master. Thus, in each year's preliminary trials, not only was the quality of the Phantom Beast paramount, but the selection of knights was equally critical, often necessitating the preparation of multiple candidates to ensure every beast found a suitable rider. Now, as the trial approached its climax, the sudden misfortune of the candidates cast a shadow over the proceedings. The three ministers exchanged glances, awkwardly attempting to justify to the Emperor, "We truly could not control the unfolding events." Some knights suffered injuries from excessive drinking, while others engaged in brawls at ends, sustaining wounds. Others simply fell gravely ill. The Redstone Emperor let out a heavy grunt, stating, "Since you are unable to protect even the knights participating in this trial, it is evident that your positions are ill-suited." The Minister of Military Affairs, the Minister of Civil Affairs, and Duke Chi, who had just returned to the imperial capital, hurriedly approached the Redstone Emperor to pay their respects. The three officials were demoted by 2 ranks, and they were instructed to appoint others to their relevant positions. The emergence of Beast Knights is a matter of fundamental importance to any nation. Such a significant oversight left no subordinate daring to plead for the 3 colleagues. After a brief pause, the Redstone Emperor suddenly addressed Count Lin. "Count Lin, your esteemed daughter successfully completed her mission to the Kingdom of Hami. Even in the face of the head of the delegation being injured, she must be greatly commended. Is she currently in the imperial capital?" Count Lin bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, my daughter is presently a candidate for Beast Knights at the Magic Academy and is already here." The Emperor appeared slightly astonished, remarking, "Heroes indeed emerge from youth. Please have her come forth so I may behold her." At her father's gesture, Lin Yuchang promptly approached the Emperor. The Emperor posed 2 simple inquiries. "Miss Lin, I have heard that 2 young mercenaries assisted you in completing your mission. Is this true? Where are they now?" Lin Yuchang, taken aback like the others, was surprised by the Emperor's keen awareness. "Yes, Your Majesty, one is the adopted son of Count Chi Hanfeng, and the other is Count Chi's apprentice." The Emperor's brow relaxed slightly as he turned directly to the timid Count Chi at the back of the crowd. "Count Chi, is this so?" Those present knew that the Emperor, by family ties, was indeed Count Chi's cousin. What remained unknown to all was Count Chi's notorious laziness as a child. He was renowned for using his strength to teach the Crown Prince a lesson whenever the latter would foolishly vie for the best treasures. He always managed to do so without leaving any marks, while the Crown Prince would wail in tears. By the time the Duke or Princess arrived, they could find no evidence, only to witness the elder brother gently wiping the Crown Prince's tears, oblivious to the whispered threats of further punishment. It was said that Count Chi's early assignment to guard the borders was one of the Duke's reluctant responses upon learning many details. Count Chi, realizing he could no longer evade the situation, murmured to himself, "Why wasn't I the one attacked during that drinking brawl?" and slowly made his way to stand before the Emperor. Is there such a matter? Perhaps only Count Chi would dare to speak so to an Emperor, never addressing him as Your Majesty, a privilege unique to him. The Duke shot a fierce glare at him from the side, prompting Count Chi to feign compliance. "Ah, let me think. There seems to be some truth to that. Aimi is my adopted son, the legitimate son of the former captain of the Imperial Border Defense Force. And yes, he is also the apprentice of Liege. Dakingshan is my apprentice." Having grown accustomed to Count Chi's nonchalant demeanor, the Emperor exhibited no unusual reaction but made a startling declaration. "Marshal Chi, it seems that Aimi qualifies as a scion of a high-ranking military officer. Furthermore, both he and Dakingshan are A-level mercenaries who ensured the safety of the delegation to the Kingdom of Hami, having rendered great service. To guarantee the quality of this Beast Knight selection, may we directly invite them to become candidate knights?" This statement introduced an undercurrent of uneasiness in the hall. During the 1400th anniversary of the Mercenary King's birth, a fierce debate erupted among military experts concerning combat power. Amidst the discord, they heard a mysterious elf, who claimed to be an ordinary soldier under the Mercenary King. describe a typical battle commanded by the mercenary king in a low, resonant voice, facing more than double the enemy forces with 6,000 heavily armored knights charging from a distance of 200 meters. In mere seconds, the magic swordsmen of the mercenary king's elite unit unleashed 4 magical strikes, surpassing the speed of high-ranking sorcerers upon the charging knights alongside the archers' assault, causing countless knights and their mounts to tumble amidst the relentless iron tide. The Holy Dragon Knight, Shan, led 3,000 heavily armored infantry, wielding 7-meter-long spears. To withstand the knightly charge, the frontline soldiers fell backwards under the tremendous force, their arms dislocated. The mount of the black-faced Dragon King unleashed a roar that sent shivers through the beasts, leading to 000 armored cavalry as they pierced through the gathering enemy knights like a spear. As with previous battles, no force could withstand their charge. The armored cavalry broke through the enemy's ranks without looking back, instead directing their assault towards the enemy infantry formation. Just as the enemy's formation was disrupted, a piercing call echoed from the sky as 500 Stormhawk swordsmen surged toward the enemy commander with unprecedented speed, plunging the enemy headquarters into chaos. At the mercenary king's signal, the enraged dwarf king deployed his axe-wielding and hammer-wielding troops, alongside berserkers and greatsword warriors, launching an assault that unleashed terrifying destruction across the battlefield. Even the holy warriors clad in platinum armor were reduced to mere flesh paste after being struck by the dwarf's hammer.